Sword God Chapter 2547 to Chapter 2599. Saber Light and Sword Shadow and Saber Light. On the gladiator arena, the two figures collided and intertwined. The sword chi surged and the saber wind attacked. Amazing sharpness filled the gladiator arena, as if it was sealed by a protective shield. It kept reverberating and sweeping, making the audience standing outside the gladiator arena feel a sense of horror. It was as if as long as they were in the arena, they would be pierced and torn apart by the terrible sharpness. Even Qianzong and Bei Qian did not activate their divine forms. What they displayed was only the strength of their own bodies. However, the sword essence and saber essence of the swordsmanship and saber essence that were displayed with the strength of their own bodies were extremely shocking and terrifying. Qianzong's sword essence was changeable. Sometimes it was strong, heavy, and overbearing, which was the sword essence of the world. Sometimes it was flexible and changeable, which was the sword essence of the heart. The sword essence of the world and the sword essence of the heart were also displayed alternately. Bei Qian's saber essence was a very sharp saber essence that seemed to be able to cut through everything. It was the same for his saber technique. Every stroke seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. Heaven-cleaving saber technique, ///. During the fight, Qianzong could feel that Bei Qian's saber technique was amazing. Even though Bei Qian was only in the profound realm and was inferior to him in terms of realm, his application was very unique. Realm was realm, application was application, and they could not be confused. Some people's realms were indeed very high, but their applications were ordinary. Some people's realms might be ordinary, but their applications were unparalleled. Qianzong's Great Way swordsmanship realm improved too quickly. At least compared to others, it was extremely fast. Although there were advantages to improving quickly, there was also a disadvantage, which was that there was not enough time to completely master it. It was like eating a meal. If you ate quickly, you would inevitably be unable to chew and swallow slowly. You would have to carefully savor the taste. On the other hand, those who improved slowly would have more time and energy to spend on their application and bring out all the mysteries of the technique. Obviously, Qianzong was not as good as Bei Qian in terms of application. After all, Bei Qian had been using the sky-chopping blade art for a longer time. Qianzong, on the other hand, had to master the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship at the same time, and he had to improve them to the perfect realm in a relatively short period of time. In fact, Qianzong was very clear about this. However, with the Heart Sutra, his improvement would always be faster. Fighting with experts, was also a way to improve oneself, a very good way. For example, the fight between Qianzong and Bei Qian blade and sword was imperceptibly improving his application of the world swordsmanship and the heart swordsmanship. As a result, the more they fought, the more Bei Qian felt helpless and aggrieved like Qianzong's previous opponents. This was because Qianzong's swordsmanship was improving. His alternating use of the world swordsmanship and the heart swordsmanship was becoming more and more perfect. Suppression. Gradually, Bei Qian could not keep up with the changes and improvement of Qianzong's swordsmanship. The two different styles of swordsmanship were alternating, changing rapidly and unexpectedly. Bei Qian could not grasp it because he did not know whether his next move would be real or not. What was more, he felt that his saber skills had been seen through and targeted. Agreed, very agreed. In contrast to Bei Qian, Qianzong felt incomparably carefree. To his heart's content, incisively and vividly, that was how he felt. Only when he met his match could he stimulate his inner fighting spirit and make his blood boil. A good opponent not only had enough strength, but also had to be a good match for him. He has been suppressed. Bei Qian has been suppressed. The number one saber man of the battleship sergeants has been suppressed. The onlookers were surprised again and again. Who was Bei Qian? Among the battleship sergeants on the Great Whale, he was second only to the 3 experts on the Divine Generals list. He was a super expert famous for his saber skills. Even Yan Wu had been defeated by him. Of course, Bei Qian's strength was about the same as Yan Wu's. In that battle, Bei Qian did not really defeat Yan Wu. He just had the upper hand. Even so, it showed that Bei Qian's skills were better. When it came to saber skills, even the 3 experts on the Divine Generals list who used sabers were not as good as Bei Qian. But now, what did they see? Bei Qian had been suppressed by his opponent's swordsmanship. This level of great Tao martial arts was too amazing. A final realm, he was merely at the great extremity. It was an incredible feeling. Break out, feeling aggrieved, Bei Qian directly broke out and activated his divine image. His divine image was a 120 feet tall illusory figure of a saber man. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an earth-shattering power, as if it could split the sky. Nothing could stop the slash of the long saber. Everything would be cut and smashed by the long saber. As soon as Bei Qian activated his divine image, Zong also activated his divine image. The difference between using and not using the divine image was very obvious. Once the body of the divine image was activated, its power would be released. That was the real strength. In short, when the body of the divine image was not activated, the strength of the body was only about 1/10 of the original strength. After activating the body of the divine image, the strength could be fully exerted. Even if Bei Qian's great Tao martial arts realm was not as good as his, he could not resist absolute power. The divine image of Qi refining and the divine image of body refining were activated at the same time. In an instant, they grew to 110 feet. Zong could also feel that there was an amazing power awakening in his body. It was like an undercurrent in the deep sea. It could not be seen, but it quietly showed its terrible power. Potential, that was the potential in the depths of his body. It was being activated little by little as he fought with Bei Qian. It was like a giant dragon being awakened from a deep sleep. Once it was fully awakened, it was bound to erupt with amazing power. The power of the swordsmanship and saber techniques activated by the body of the divine image was increased by 10 times. The sharpness of each sword and saber was also several times stronger. It was more shocking and made people shudder with fear. Zong was not as powerful as Bei Qian in terms of the power of the divine image. However, when the two bodies of the divine image were superimposed, he could still barely contend with Bei Qian. In addition, Bei Qian's increasingly superior swordsmanship was still unable to turn the situation around. He was still at a disadvantage. One saber breaks the mountain. Suddenly, Bei Qian's saber technique changed. The power condensed and then slashed out at an amazing speed. It was as if he could split the mountain directly. The power was amazing and terrifying. The saber radiance was shocking and overbearing. As soon as it appeared, Zong felt numb all over and his hair stood on end. It was as if his whole body had been split by the saber. It was horrifying. However, Zong did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his sword and slashed it down. Mighty slash of heavenly wind. It was an overbearing sword. The power of the top-level 12 AO Wu was amazing. The saber radiance and the sword radiance collided, making an ear-piercing sound. Then, they shattered. The impact of the overbearing power directly blasted into Zong's body. It was an extremely terrifying power that seemed to split his body. However, that burst of power did not split Zong's body apart. Instead, under Zong's guidance, it seemed to have stimulated the awakened potential a step further. Full of vigor. Again. Zong roared in a voice that only he could hear. Then, he slashed again. Slash, this kind of tough confrontation was the best way to stimulate one's potential, allowing the potential that was already in the process of awakening to be truly stimulated. Even though every time they collided, Zong's power would make him tremble unconsciously, as if he was being slashed by a long saber, he still withstood it. His potential was stimulated at this moment. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, Bei Qian's saber technique was displayed by AO Wu. One stroke after another, the power of each stroke was extremely shocking and overbearing. Awakening, every time Zong received a stroke, the terrifying power rushed into his body. It made Zong feel that the power in his body was constantly awakening. It was more and more vigorous. It was as if a dormant volcano had been awakened and magma was boiling. Rumble, the sound was like thunder. In the dark clouds, there were countless bolts of lightning surging. It was like the prelude of a tsunami. The dark clouds hung low and the wind swept over, roaring wantonly. Stirring up trouble, no one could see Zong's state at this moment. They could only feel that Zong's fighting spirit was rising. His sword essence seemed to be unprecedentedly condensed. The sharpness seemed to be unstoppable. Chen Zong's eyes became brighter, as if they could pierce through the sky. Void-shattering 5 strokes. Bei Qian displayed a more overbearing stroke. The power of this stroke had completely reached the limit of Ao Wu. It was the real limit. If it broke through again, it would reach the level of Great Dao unique technique. Of course, it was not easy to break through from Ao Wu to unique technique. It was extremely difficult. Even with Bei Qian's talent, he could not find a clue. When this stroke of the void-shattering saber was released, the void seemed to be cut open. There was a faint grayish-white in the saber light. A terrifying aura condensed in the grayish-white. Chen Zong was knocked back by this attack. The terrible power attacked him, as if it was going to tear his body apart. He felt like he was going to be torn into nothingness. That terrifying power invaded Chen Zong's body, but it didn't really hurt him. Instead, it stimulated Chen Zong's volcanic potential. Rumble. Rumble, within Chen Zong's body, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if a volcano had been accumulating power for thousands of years and was about to erupt with a monstrous power that could destroy the world. Potential. At this moment, the potential that had been dormant in his body suddenly erupted, surging up and filling the sky with endless smoke. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of heaven and earth, and had broken through all restraints. The mysterious power continued to surge out and into the 2 divine images on Chen Zong's body. Both the godly aspect of qi refinement and the godly aspect of body refinement had reached the pinnacle of the grand extreme realm. At this moment, after this new power rushed in, the shackles were broken and the limits were shattered. Skyrocketing, Chen Zong only felt that his godly aspect of qi refinement and the godly aspect of body refinement were skyrocketing. It was as if they were about to break through a limit. The overbearing power was condensing, accumulating, and about to erupt. This was a breakthrough from the grand extreme realm to the transcendent realm. It was of great significance. Once Chen Zong broke through, he would immediately get rid of the level of the grand extreme realm. He would directly skip the pseudo-transcendent realm and step into the real transcendent realm. Explosion, the explosion of potential, the explosion of power. As soon as it erupted, a terrifying power was released in an instant like an ancient volcano, as if it could destroy everything. Everyone could clearly feel the power and energy gushing out from Chen Zong's 2 divine images. It was extremely shocking, as if it could shake mountains and overturn seas. Bei Qian could feel it the most clearly. Because of this, Bei Qian was stunned. Breakthrough, Chen Zong actually had a breakthrough. That kind of aura was a breakthrough. Bei Qian had experienced the breakthrough of divine forms before. It was very profound. It was not an exception to have a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. Of course, it was not common either. Bei Qian did not attack. He stood still with his saber in his hand, waiting for Chen Zong to complete the breakthrough. As Chen Zong broke through, his aura became more and more powerful. Bei Qian's battle intent became more and more intense. His eyes seemed to contain 2 shocking sabers that could cut through everything. Chen Zong's 2 divine forms broke through from 110 feet. They gradually strengthened and finally stabilized at 120 feet. 120 feet was the super realm. Vigorous and unparalleled power suddenly surged in the 2 divine forms. They were both cultivated from the annihilation force of the 9th heaven breath gale. They were of the same origin. However, the power in the divine form of qi refining was like a raging tide, while the power in the divine form of body refining was like a blazing fire. The 2 kinds of power, which were of the same origin but had some differences, came into contact with each other at this moment. They overlapped without any repulsion. They were inseparable and surged endlessly, providing Chen Zong with strong power. Chen Zong felt that the power was extremely strong and seemed to be invincible. At this moment, Chen Zong felt a little intoxicated. Who did not pursue powerful power? The improvement in the moment of a breakthrough was really indescribable. Power, enrichment, gradually, the fluctuating power in his body calmed down. It was not that his power had declined, but that Chen Zong had gradually mastered the power after the breakthrough. Thank you, Chen Zong said to Bei Qian. Why should he thank him? This was because Bei Qian didn't take this opportunity to attack him. Although he couldn't interrupt his breakthrough, it would cause some interference and trouble, making it difficult for him to carefully appreciate the subtle changes before and after the breakthrough. "Come, let me see your strength after your breakthrough." Bei Qian laughed. His eyes became brighter and sharper. "Take this." Chen Zong's words were as sharp as the edge of a sword, bringing with them the sound of metal clashing. The moment his words fell, his body flashed and exploded with a speed that was much faster than before. The moment his body and sword became one, he appeared in front of Bei Qian. A flash of sword light tore through the sky, bringing with it an unparalleled power. It was overbearing and unparalleled, and it directly slashed towards Bei Qian. World Sword Technique. It was still the World Sword principle at the complete realm, but it gave Bei Qian a completely different feeling. Even faster, stronger, however, Bei Qian didn't dodge. In fact, even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. He could only roar and immediately slash out with his saber. Just like before, he wanted to meet force with force. The moment the saber and the sword collided, the saber light was instantly shattered. Although the sword light was also shattered, it was slightly slower. Bei Qian immediately felt an overbearing and unparalleled power rushing towards him from the front. There was a kind of majestic and overbearing power, as if it was going to crush him. Retreat. Under the head-on collision, Bei Qian retreated for the first time. Chen Zong's sword didn't stop at all, and the second sword strike followed. One sword strike followed by another, as if there was no pause. The sword strikes were linked together, and each sword strike erupted with an extremely terrifying power, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Everyone below the fighting ring was dumbfounded. Bei Qian was actually suppressed. This time, he didn't suppress him purely with his superior swordsmanship, but with the power of his swordsmanship. Power. Compared to before, Chen Zong's power was more than twice as strong. The power of his swordsmanship combined with the mysteriousness of his swordsmanship was even more terrifying. Bei Qian slashed out his saber strike again. It was his most powerful strike, but this strike was directly blocked by Chen Zong's domineering slash of divine wind. It couldn't push Chen Zong back at all. After this counterattack, Bei Qian fell into a passive state again. The rhythm was completely controlled by Chen Zong, because the alternating use of the world swordsmanship and the heart swordsmanship was really amazing. It felt like falling into a swamp, but also like being involved in an erupting mountain torrent. In short, Bei Qian tried his best to resist and break out, but he still couldn't seize the opportunity to counterattack. Retreat, 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 like a trapped beast, he couldn't show his claws and fangs. "Stop," Bei Qian suddenly said. The majestic and overbearing sword light that was slashing down paused and didn't move at all, showing Chen Zong's amazing control. "I give up," Bei Qian said with a smile. He took out 10,000 Cosmos God crystals and gave them to Chen Zong. This meant that he admitted defeat. There was no other way. Even though he still had some techniques that he hadn't used, Chen Zong also had some. His saber technique realm was inferior to his opponent's sword technique realm. Now that Chen Zong had broken through to the transcendent realm and reached the true transcendent realm, his strength wasn't inferior to Bei Qian's. In addition to his superb swordsmanship, Chen Zong could not only compete with Bei Qian, but also suppress him. Therefore, Bei Qian admitted defeat. If he didn't admit defeat and continued to fight, he would lose in the end. Bei Qian didn't care about winning or losing. Staying alive was the most important thing. Chen Zong wanted to continue to fight to his heart's content, but if Bei Qian didn't want to, he couldn't force him. Therefore, he sheathed his sword. "I heard that you can drink well," Bei Qian said with a smile after sheathing his saber. "How many cups do you want?" "Okay." Chen Zong paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. The two of them jumped down from the arena one after another. They didn't look like they had just fought a fierce battle. They looked so relaxed. After the two of them left, no one went up to the arena for a while. Instead, they were all thinking about the battle between Chen Zong and Bei Qian. It was very shocking, and there were many things that were worth learning or comprehending. "Do you have the Divine Image secret order?" Bei Qian asked as he took out a jar of good wine and poured a bowl for Chen Zong. "Yes." Chen Zong picked up the bowl of wine without hesitation. The wine aroma was rich and mellow, as if it had been accumulated for thousands of years. This was a jar of good wine that had been accumulated for thousands of years. The transcendent realm of the divine image secret realm is different from the first 3 levels. Beiqian also poured a bowl of good wine for himself. The amber color of the wine was mesmerizing. There, you will meet transcendent realm people from all over the universe. Hearing this, Chenzong couldn't help but feel surprised and indescribable excitement. Transcendent realm people from all over the universe. Of course, this referred to the transcendent realm of the 3rd realm. At the same time, it was also the level with the largest number of people. The resources on the 4th level are limited, and the transcendent realm people from all over the universe are gathered there. The competition is very intense. Beiqian smiled. Even some experts on the divine general ranking list can't fight for resources alone. Breaking through to the transcendent realm with the divine image body didn't mean that it was the end. It could still continue to improve until it reached the true extreme of the transcendent realm. If one relied on their usual cultivation, it would take a long time. However, if one hunted celestial images to obtain the celestial image essence and absorbed it, one could shorten the time by a lot. Saving time meant that one could have more time to consolidate and even break through to the 4th realm. Although the lifespan of a cultivator was relatively long, and it would continue to increase as their cultivation level increased, no one would reject breakthroughs and advancements that had no side effects. The stronger one was, the higher one's status. No matter when or where, the strong had the right to speak. This was an eternal truth. The 4th level of the divine image secret realm belonged to the level where only transcendent realm experts could go. However, compared to the first 3 levels, the celestial images on the 4th level were more limited. The transcendent realm wasn't as detailed as the boundaries of the universe. It directly faced the entire universe. There were limited resources. If one wanted to obtain them, one could only fight for them. Chenzong had never been to the 4th level of the divine image secret realm, but Beiqian had been there many times. Hence, he knew more about the situation on the 4th level. I have a team on the 4th floor called Heavenly Blade. There are 7 members in total. 4 of them practice the saber and the other 3 practice the sword. Are you interested in joining? Beiqian's words were as direct and sharp as his saber skills. Let me take a look first. Chenzong didn't immediately agree to Beiqian's invitation. After all, he hadn't entered the 4th level personally. All the information he had was hearsay. Perhaps Beiqian wasn't exaggerating at all. However, Chenzong still hoped that he could enter the 4th level personally and experience it for himself. That would be more accurate. All right. Beiqian didn't say anything else. The 2 of them started to taste the 1,000-year-old wine. After finishing the jar of wine, Chenzong bid farewell and returned to his cabin. I've finally broken through to the transcendent realm. Chenzong sat down. His entire body seemed to relax instantly. He had achieved a small goal. However, it was only a small goal. Therefore, Chenzong gathered his strength once again. His eyes became even sharper, and his aura became even more powerful. Breaking through to the transcendent realm, or even the true transcendent realm, wasn't a big deal. It should be known that there was a divine general ranking in the 3rd realm. There were a total of 9,990 people. In addition, there were many experts below the divine general ranking. Some of them even had the ability to reach the end of the divine general ranking. In addition, there were some experts who weren't listed on the divine general ranking for various reasons. However, they had the ability to be listed on the divine general ranking. Hence, in the entire universe, there were definitely more experts who had the ability to be listed on the divine general ranking than the 9,999 people. It wouldn't be surprising if there were more than twice as many experts. Do I have the ability to be listed on the divine general ranking now? Chenzong muttered to himself. He seemed to be asking himself. He wasn't sure because he hadn't fought with an expert on the divine general ranking yet. Previously, when he fought with Odd, he wasn't his match. The difference in ability was too great and he was almost killed by Odd. In the end, he had to use a drop of the suppressing boundary force to kill Odd. However, Chenzong's current strength had definitely improved by leaps and bounds compared to back then. Even so, Chenzong wasn't sure if he could fight Odd back then. After all, Aud had been suppressed by the World Suppression Force and killed by Qinzong before he could fully unleash his power. The Divine Aspect Secret Realm was a mysterious place that faced the entire universe, but it was not easy to enter. Only by holding a Divine Aspect Secret Order and using it as a medium could one truly enter the Secret Realm with the body of a Divine Aspect. The fourth level was the Transcendent Realm. A figure of 120 feet tall appeared in it, turning from blurry to clear. Qinzong looked around carefully. It seemed that the Transcendent Realm was not much different from the first three levels, but he could feel that the aura of the Divine Aspect in the Transcendent Realm was much stronger. Within the Transcendent Realm, there were also so-called camps, but they were relatively scattered. This was because the Transcendent Realm cultivators gathered here did not belong to any star field, nor did they belong to any border. Instead, they were spread across the entire universe. Perhaps not all the Transcendent Realm in the universe could enter the Divine Aspect Secret Realm. After all, the number of Divine Aspect Secret Orders was limited. However, the Transcendent Realm that could enter the fourth level of the Divine Aspect Secret Realm were either lucky enough to obtain a Divine Aspect Secret Order, or they were highly talented in the Divine Aspect Realm. This was the gathering place of experts. Bei Qian had said that the competition in the Transcendent Realm would be even greater because there were limited Divine Aspects. After all, if one did not compete, they would not be able to obtain the Divine Aspect Essence. Bei Qian had also invited Qinzong to join his Heavenly Blade team, but Qinzong did not immediately agree. Instead, he planned to enter and see the situation first to see how intense the competition was. Only by seeing and experiencing it with one's own eyes would one be able to understand. Now that he had personally entered this place, Qinzong began to feel that there was a fierce aura in the air, as if there were golden spears and armored horses. Qinzong entered one of the camps. This was the only camp, and it was filled with buildings of different heights and sizes. The architectural styles were also very different. There were many patterns, and it gave people a feeling of experiencing different styles. The universe was vast, and different places had different customs and cultural heritages. These were revealed in various ways. It could be the eating habits, the style of clothing, the architectural style, and so on. These pavilions didn't exist from the beginning, but were built by the masters who entered this place. In fact, the bodies of gods didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. It wasn't a big problem whether they had a house or not. It was mainly a habit. Moreover, if there was a team, of course it would be better to have a pavilion as a base. They couldn't always have a gathering in the wilderness. At a glance, there were many pavilions of various shapes and colors in this camp. Qinzong did not count them in detail. This also meant that there were indeed many surpassing realm experts who could enter this place. For some reason, Qinzong felt excited. Here, he might be able to witness the glory of supreme realm masters from all over the universe. After wandering around the campsite, Qinzong walked out of the campsite. Although there was no map, Bei Qian had told him about the situation and topography of the campsite. With Qinzong's excellent memory, he already knew what was going on. Sharp Blade Mountain, this was a gathering place of gods in the surpassing realm. It was also the closest gathering place to the campsite. There were many gods in the mountain. Unlike the first three layers, the gods in the fourth layer were not classified in detail. The gods in the Sharp Blade Mountain did not all belong to the same type. There were many types. Because of its distance from the campsite, Sharp Blade Mountain had become the first choice for many masters who had just entered the surpassing realm. It became more lively here. As for those who had been here for a while, they would generally go to further places to look for other gods, so as not to waste time competing with others. It was fine if they couldn't compete, but what if they did? There were too many wolves and too little meat. There was not enough to share. It was better to spend more time exploring further places. Often, there would be greater gains. Qinzong was a newcomer, so he could only go to Sharp Blade Mountain to see the difference between the gods in the surpassing realm and the first three layers. According to Bei Qian, the gods in the surpassing realm were very large. They were at least 100 feet tall. Naturally, they had more essence. At the foot of the mountain, Qinzong's eyes swept over casually. Suddenly, he stopped, squinted his eyes slightly, and stared to one side. There was a stone there. It was a stone that was 3 or 4 meters tall. It was cut in half. It was a broken stone. It looked ordinary, but there was a deep scratch on it. In Chenzong's eyes, it was not ordinary. As if he was possessed, Chenzong walked towards the broken stone in a daze, as if he had turned into a marionette. The seemingly ordinary scratch was full of strange magic in Chenzong's eyes. It had an unparalleled temptation. There was no reason. It was so simple and direct. At a glance, he was immediately touched. That scratch was several meters long, which was equivalent to crossing the entire surface of the broken rock. Moreover, it was more than 1 meter deep. The place where it was scratched was extremely smooth, as if a divine weapon had cut through tofu at lightning speed. Even with Chenzong's extremely sharp eyesight, he could not see the slightest bit of roughness. Unable to help himself, Chenzong reached out and touched it. The moment his fingers touched the scratch, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. There was an indescribable power shining like an electric current, but it could not be seen. When the fingers of Chenzong's divine image slowly moved down along the scratch, the electric shock became more and more intense. Vaguely, there seemed to be a coldness and sharpness spreading, like an invisible sharp blade. It directly penetrated the void and cut through the air toward Chenzong's fingers. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong felt that the claw marks in front of him had disappeared, and the broken stone had also disappeared. A hazy and blurry figure had also appeared. It was a figure with a broad back. The figure was filled with an indescribable aura, as if it was full of wildness. It was like some kind of wild beast, but it was a cultivator. In an instant, the figure that was filled with a wild aura suddenly flashed forward, breaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. Immediately after, the figure raised his left arm, curled his fingers into a claw, and suddenly swung it forward. At that moment, Chenzong's eyes seemed to be pierced. There were only 3 extremely bright lights, and they were emitting an incomparably cold and sharp light. That amazing sharpness suddenly tore the void apart. The 3 claw lights tore through the void, and a huge rock in front of him, as fragile as a piece of tofu, was directly torn apart. After that huge rock was torn apart, only a broken stone about 3 to 4 meters high was left. It slowly became clear and overlapped with the broken stone in front of him. This was it, the part that was cut off was the masterpiece of that claw. It was done by one of the claw lights. As for the claw mark that was more than a meter deep, it was also left by one of the claw lights at that time. Sharpness, tearing. Chenzong recalled it over and over again. He felt as if he was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. But in fact, Chenzong still maintained his vigilance towards the outside world. If there was any situation that was disadvantageous to him, he would be able to react in the shortest time possible. That sharp claw not only tore apart the huge rock, but also the void. It also tore apart Chenzong's heart. In an instant, it brought Chenzong an indescribable understanding. Sharpness, extreme sharpness, sharpness that could tear everything apart. The great paths were interconnected. It meant that although various great paths were different, they were all from the same source. There were always similarities. Claws and swords were completely different. They were 2 completely different paths. But there were also similarities, such as sharpness. Claws had to be sharp to be able to tear through everything. Swords had to be sharp enough to cut through everything. Sharpness was the commonality between the 2, and Chenzong had encountered it here. In fact, this piece of broken rock had been here for many years. Anyone who came to Blade Mountain would see this piece of broken rock. They would look at it curiously and even try to understand the claw marks on it. However, not everyone could find inspiration from the claw marks and comprehend something. Most people only saw a claw mark, and that was it. Only a few people were inspired, but that was all. It was difficult for them to comprehend anything from it. Only a very small number of people were truly inspired, and could comprehend some mysteries from it. Of course, whether one could comprehend something was closely related to one's own comprehension ability. There were also other factors involved. It was not that one could comprehend something just because one had a high comprehension ability. For example, if one used a hammer as a weapon, it really had nothing to do with claws. Even if one's comprehension ability was high, it was difficult to comprehend anything because it was not suitable. However, sharp weapons such as swords and sabers had very direct similarities with claws. Chen Zong's foundation in swordsmanship was very solid. His comprehension ability was also very high. He also had the Heart Sutra, which was an amazing cultivation method. Naturally, he would not come out empty-handed. Even the last bit of bottleneck in his heart was broken. There was a clear and bright feeling as if the dark clouds were lifted and the moon was revealed. At that moment, it was as if the sky was clear and the earth was bright. It was a kind of mystery that surpassed Ao Wu. Previously, with the help of the mystery of the World Scroll, Chen Zong comprehended the unique skill of the Great Way, suppressing the mountain and river. Now, as he broke through to the super realm, suppressing the mountain and river became more and more perfect. Finally, it stepped into the threshold of a unique skill and became an inferior star-level unique skill. Its power increased greatly. However, in terms of the heart swordsmanship, it was slow. Even if Chen Zong did not fall behind, it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough because he lacked enough opportunities. For example, the World Scroll. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of opportunity that was tightly grasped in Chen Zong's hands. He had not made much progress in comprehending the unique skill of the Great Way in the heart swordsmanship, but it was constantly accumulating. At this moment, after seeing the sharp claw mark, he was greatly touched. It was as if the shackles in his heart had been torn apart. Countless inspirations emerged in an instant, like a raging tide, wave after wave, endless and endless. It was 100 feet tall and looked like a ferocious tiger. It belonged to the tiger form and looked extremely ferocious. With a pounce, it stirred up a strong gust of wind and bombarded forward. The three Supreme Realm Masters immediately responded. One of them raised the large shield in his hand and lowered his waist into a horse stance. His upper body seemed to swell up in an instant, especially his arms, which had grown by a large size. He was planning to take on the attack head-on from the 300-meter distance. The other two quickly dodged to the left and right. One of them circled around and attacked. The power of the tiger form that was 100 feet tall was astonishing and terrifying. The person who was holding the shield was directly sent flying without any resistance. No, there was still resistance. At least the ferocious tiger form paused for a moment, and its ferocious posture also paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two on the left and right immediately joined forces to attack. The super realm expert that was sent flying also quickly gathered his strength and suddenly charged forward. The large shield in his hand carried a mountain-like power as it fiercely smashed towards the tiger form. The three of them joined forces to besiege the tiger form. This was the first scene that Chen Zong saw when he stepped onto Blade Mountain. However, Chen Zong only watched from afar and had no intention of interfering. He only wanted to see the strength of the celestial spirits here. According to Bei Qian, the difference between the celestial spirits here and the previous 3 levels was that the celestial spirits here were not only 100 feet tall, but their strength was also closely related to their size. The celestial spirits that were 100 feet tall were the most basic. Their strength was tyrannical. An ordinary super realm expert would not be a match for them in a one-on-one battle. In addition, there were also the celestial spirits that were 200 feet tall and 300 feet tall. The bigger the body, the stronger the celestial spirits. Similarly, the celestial spirits that were left behind after being killed would be purer and more vigorous. They were divided into low, middle, and high levels. It was said that the celestial spirits of the high levels of the super realm were closer to the celestial origin. Of course, there was a huge gap between them. However, the strength of the 300 feet tall celestial spirits was extremely terrifying. Very few people could kill them alone. Usually, it would require the cooperation of a strong team to kill them. As for the level above 300 feet, there was indeed another level, which was the King of Divine Spirits. It was said that the godly essence of the King of Godly Aspects was not much different from the godly aspect origin. Of course, not only were there very few kings of divine images, but they were also extremely powerful. Even the divine general ranking couldn't kill a king of divine image alone. Even a powerful team could be annihilated. Chen Zong naturally wanted to see how powerful the king of divine phase was. However, it was not that easy. There were very few kings of divine phase. After observing for a while, Zhong saw that the three super realms had worked together to kill the 1,000-foot-tall celestial god form. He now had a general understanding of the strength of the 1,000-foot-tall celestial god form. With his own strength, he could kill it alone. With a flash of his body, Zhong went to other places of the Sharp Blade Mountain to look for the celestial bodies to kill. The Sharp Blade Mountain was a mountain that was thousands of feet high and hundreds of thousands of feet long. It could be considered very large. There were many celestial bodies living in the mountain. Most of them lived alone, each occupying a territory. It was like a king occupying the top of a mountain. There were a few groups that also had their own territories. Zhong searched for a while and found that almost all the celestial bodies he found were being hunted by teams of a few people. Zhong also had a preliminary understanding of the so-called competition. For example, when someone was hunting a celestial body, suddenly another team came in and snatched it away. Or, when a team successfully killed a celestial body and the essence of the celestial god was dropped, another team would suddenly jump out and snatch it away. Then, a fight would break out. However, Zhong had no intention of interfering. He continued to search. After climbing the mountain and going deeper, Zhong finally found a celestial body that had not been hunted yet. It was a celestial body that was lazily holding a huge protruding mountain rock. Its eyes were closed as if it was sleeping. Zhong did not hide his figure. He took a step forward and sword chi burst out. His body and sword became one. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the air. He approached the celestial body with lightning speed. The moment Zhong appeared, the celestial body also felt Zhong's aura. Its slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened. They were extremely large and emitted an extremely cold light. There was also a hint of anger from being disturbed. Moo, a deep and majestic roar instantly rang out. Following which, the bull rapidly stood up. Its four thick and solid limbs supported its gigantic body, giving off the feeling of a small hill. Its gigantic curved horns directly locked onto Zhong as it abruptly rushed towards Zhong without any mercy. Hegemonic wind slash, Zhong mercilessly slashed out with his sword. The power of the Ultra Realm erupted. It was extremely powerful. This time, Zhong entered the Divine Image secret realm using the celestial body refining celestial body. Although the power of the hegemonic wind slash was not as strong as that of the celestial body refining celestial body, it was not weak either. The heart sword technique was good at sensing and controlling the surroundings. However, if the heart was strong, the sword would be strong as well. Zhong wanted to test the celestial body's strength with this sword. He wanted to see how strong this celestial body was. Although he had seen it before, it was someone else's battle. After all, it was not so accurate. He would only know if he fought it himself. Slash, that ray of sword light expanded to a length of 50 to 60 zhong. Even if it was compared to the 300 zhong tall ox, it would not be much different. However, at the moment of contact, Zhong felt an extremely powerful and vigorous force. It directly bombarded him and shattered the sword light. The terrifying force also sent Zhong flying. An extremely powerful and unreasonable force. This was the force of the celestial body. It was extremely domineering. This time, Zhong was directly sent flying. He was at a disadvantage. However, the power of Zhong's sword was also very strong. It at least stopped the celestial body's charge and made it slide back by more than 10 meters. 10 meters was very short for the celestial body of the celestial body. However, it was still retreating. Zhong, who was sent flying, once again exploded with power. He stepped out into the void and the sword light shone again. Zhong's expression was solemn. His eyes were shining with an extremely sharp light. It was as if they could pierce through the sky in an instant. It seemed that there was nothing between heaven and earth that could stop them. Eyes like a sword, body like a sword, and heart like a sword. The sharpness of the sword heart was cast in an instant. It was then drawn out by Zhong. In an instant, it was integrated into the Sky River sword in his hand. The brilliance of the sword suddenly shone brightly. The deep blue color was like a strong wind sweeping across the vast sea. Sword chi flowed without any wind. It turned into a storm of sword chi that swept in all directions. Chen Zong's celestial body, which was 120 feet tall, also rose and floated in the air. His eyes became brighter and brighter as he was supported by the storm of sword chi. Immediately, he swung his sword. It seemed to be a casual stroke, but it also seemed to be a slash with all his strength. An unparalleled sharpness erupted from this sword in an instant. Vaguely, the sword light was like a sharp claw. It was incomparably sharp, tearing the air apart. It also seemed to tear the void apart, leaving behind a faint and fine black scar. If one took a closer look at the faint and fine black scar, one would feel a sense of horror. It was because it was covered with saw teeth. The saw teeth were very fine, and they were aimed at Xianxia with irresistible force. This was the sword that Chen Zong had comprehended not long ago from the claw mark on the broken rock at the foot of Blade Mountain. He then broke the limit and created this sword that was full of sharpness. It was a sword that could tear everything apart. Heart swordsmanship. Sky-splitting style, this was a sword that paid great attention to sharpness. When the sword was drawn, it would tear everything apart. Everything, heaven and earth, everything would be torn apart by the sharpness of this sword. Chen Zong's sword slashed down. The body of Minister Niu was extremely huge and it was unable to dodge Chen Zong's sword. In fact, even if Minister Niu's body was shrunk by 10 times, it would still be unable to dodge Chen Zong's sword. When the sword light cut through Xianxia's body like a sharp claw, Chen Zong sensed a moment of obstruction. However, that obstruction was also torn apart by the sword light in an instant. It was as if a layer of skin had been cut open. Xianxia's body was like a piece of tofu. There was no resistance at all. Split, 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 under the sky-splitting style, Xianxia's body was directly split from head to toe. It was split into 2 halves by the sword. One sword directly killed Xianxia, showing unparalleled lethality. Even though Chen Zong was confident, he could not help but feel surprised and a little happy when it really happened. What a sharp unique skill, originally, he had been accumulating for a long time. By chance, he comprehended the claw mark that he did not know when or who had left it. Finally, he found the opportunity to tear apart the shackles like a ray of light. It made the countless inspirations that he had accumulated in his heart burst out like a flood breaking a dam. In the end, the move sky-splitting style was born. It was included in the heart swordsmanship by Chen Zong. It belonged to the great path unique skill of the back heart swordsmanship in the perfection realm. It was a great path unique skill of the lower star class, which was not inferior to the Xiangshan River technique at all. Of course, this was also brought about by continuous accumulation and breaking through to the super realm. If it was only at the final realm, Chen Zong might not be able to comprehend it at once. He might even be able to reach the lower star class in one go. Realms and cultivation were sometimes very good foundations, just like the foundation of building a pavilion. When one's realm was not enough, even if one had all kinds of inspirations, they would be blocked outside the door. There would always be a feeling of not being able to enter the door. When one's realm was enough, success would naturally come naturally. In fact, Chen Zong had already walked in front of many super realm experts. After all, most of the super realm experts, even some experts on the divine general list, had not mastered a great path unique skill. The power of a great path unique skill was absolutely amazing. Even the Xianxiang could not resist it. It should be known that before, 3 super realm experts had joined forces to besiege it. After a fierce battle, they had killed the Xianxiang. The Xianxiang's strength was not inferior to the Tiger Xiang's. Here, everyone's level of divine image power was about the same. The real deciding factor was the great path, martial arts, and combat skills. After all, it was not the actual body that entered here, but only a divine image. Unique skills were extremely important. It was a great component of one's strength. Of course, unique skills were very powerful, but the consumption when using them was also very shocking. The sky-splitting style just now directly consumed 30% of Chen Zong's strength. The essence of the celestial form of ox that was 1,000 feet in size was astonishing. It was about 10 feet in size and its appearance was like a miniature ox. Chen Zong waved his hand and absorbed the miniature ox. It instantly entered his body and turned into a pure and majestic power. It spread out like a stream of water and was quickly refined by Chen Zong. Once refined, Qianzong felt that the essence was different from the previous 3 levels of celestial form. However, this difference could only be felt and could not be described in words. While refining the essence of this celestial form, Qianzong's power was quickly restored. He set off again and looked for other celestial forms to kill. For the celestial form of the transcendent realm to be completely solid, it would require more essence. Xianxia carried his door-sized broadsword and strode out of the campsite. Walking with him was his longtime companion, Zai. Zai carried a pair of short spears and looked at Xianxia with an evil smile. "Why don't we go to the Blade Mountain? There are many preys there." "Okay, let's go to the Blade Mountain to play," Xianxia smiled cruelly. The highest point of the Blade Mountain was thousands of feet high and the shortest one was thousands of feet high. It covered an area of hundreds of thousands of feet and could be considered a very large mountain. Qianzong kept going deeper and deeper. Occasionally, he would encounter a celestial form that was not hunted by anyone. He would immediately attack and kill it with the fastest speed. He would obtain the essence of the celestial form and refine it quickly. Today, Qianzong had just killed the 18th celestial form. When he was about to refine the essence of the celestial form, 2 auras quickly approached him. With his sharp senses, Qianzong could feel that the 2 auras were somewhat chaotic. Sure enough, the owners of the 2 auras were rushing towards Qianzong. When they saw Qianzong, they were slightly startled. However, their bodies did not slow down at all and they quickly passed by Qianzong. One of them seemed to be kind and reminded Qianzong, "The hunters are here. Run quickly." "Hunters?" Qianzong was slightly startled. Immediately, the information that Bei Qian had told him flashed through his mind. Celestial form hunters, hunter for short. Back when Qianzong was at the first level of the divine appearance secret realm, he already knew that the divine appearance essence obtained from killing other cultivators' divine appearance bodies was the most effective to absorb and refine. It was the same for the 2nd level, the 3rd level, and the 4th level. However, in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, there were more heavenly deities, and the competition wasn't as intense. Hence, there was no need to deliberately hunt down other cultivators. That kind of action would easily incur the wrath of the masses. Since they all came from the same universe, it would be relatively easy to find them. However, once they made too many enemies and moved out of the divine image secret realm, it would become a life and death feud. Even if the territory was relatively large, there was still a limit to it. However, the universe was vast and boundless. In the 4th level of the celestial aspect secret realm, there were relatively fewer celestial aspects in the celestial aspect secret realm. Thus, the competition was even more intense. With all these conditions combined, some people had different thoughts. They would hunt down the celestial aspects of other cultivators to obtain the essence of the celestial aspects. This path might be a little faster than hunting down the celestial beings of the heavens. Hunting was addictive. Once or twice was fine, but once it happened too many times, it would become a habit. Gradually, one would become addicted and eventually become a true hunter. Hunters specialized in hunting down the celestial aspects of other cultivators to obtain the essence of the celestial aspects. After entering the transcendent realm, Qianzong didn't think too much about it. However, encountering a divine appearance hunter was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Even if he didn't encounter one now, he would encounter one in the future. Because, according to Bei Qian, there were many divine appearance hunters in the transcendent realm. Divine appearance hunters rarely acted alone. They even formed some groups that were difficult to eliminate. Gradually, they grew larger and more rampant. Qianzong didn't expect that he would encounter a divine appearance hunter so soon after entering the transcendent realm. For no reason, Qianzong's interest was piqued. He didn't leave. Qianzong didn't immediately turn around and leave. Instead, he waited for the so-called divine appearance hunter to arrive so he could see how strong he was. He actually didn't leave. That's stupid. The 2 fleeing transcendent realm divine appearance hunters saw that Qianzong didn't leave when he heard that a hunter had arrived. Instead, he stood there in a daze, as if he had been struck dumb. Regardless, they couldn't do anything about it. 2 streams of killing intent rapidly spread over from afar. They were like a surging tide, yet also like a hurricane. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were closing in on Yi Shiwen. Immediately, as if sensing Chen Zong's aura, the two murderous intents suddenly turned and fell on Chen Zong, directly locking onto Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, two figures appeared at the same time. One of them carried a door-sized broadsword on his shoulder, while the other held a short spear in each hand. They looked murderous. Their eyes were extremely sharp and full of murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent wasn't because of hatred, it was purely a desire to kill, as if they were staring at their prey. Hunters simply wanted to kill other practitioners to obtain their divine appearance essence. It wasn't out of hatred or anything like that. It was purely a kind of profit. It was just like when people wanted to eat meat, they had to kill pigs or cows. The reason was similar. To put it bluntly, it was that cruel. Are you hunters? Chen Zong glanced at them and asked. It seems that you're not stupid. Yu Feng, who was carrying the door plank like a broadsword, was slightly startled, and then immediately burst into laughter. He wanted to see Chen Zong's panicked appearance. That was undoubtedly a different kind of enjoyment, and he didn't know when he started to like this kind of feeling. But now, this man didn't look panicked at all. On the contrary, he was very calm and even asked them if they were hunters. Although it was a rhetorical question, there was a kind of certainty in his tone. Don't talk nonsense. One of them was a little colder. He smiled evilly and immediately took a step forward. Both of his hands held a short spear as he broke through the air in an instant. Like two poisonous snakes leaving their caves, they immediately closed in on Chen Zong and attacked him from the left and right. As for Yu Feng, he didn't make a move, but his eyes were extremely sharp and cold. He stared directly at Chen Zong, and a terrible murderous intent completely locked onto Chen Zong. If one looked carefully, he was destined to stand on both feet, so he could directly burst out a tyrannical power in an instant and cut with his broadsword to intercept Chen Zong. He didn't make a move, but he was already like a cheetah ready to strike. Yu Feng's pair of spears came at him. Chen Zong didn't move. He directly displayed the heart swordsmanship with his sword. With the heart swordsmanship at the perfect realm, his perception of the surroundings became clearer, and his interference with the surroundings became more obvious. The feeling of control became stronger. Under the heart swordsmanship, Chen Zong could clearly perceive the trajectory of the two spears. Even some of the subsequent changes were in Chen Zong's perception, as if he had grasped them. One sword, Chen Zong casually swung his sword. At least in the eyes of Yu Feng, who was watching from the side, that sword was indeed swung casually. However, it gave Yu Feng a feeling, an indescribable feeling, as if he had everything under control. Sure enough, after the sword was waved, Yu Feng's two spears were directly blocked. Even the subsequent changes were blocked. He could only helplessly change his moves and couldn't continue to display them. After being blocked and interrupted, the change of moves couldn't be so smooth. The feeling of choosing one was even stronger. He was a hunter, and killing was his second nature. It might be too much to describe him, but he had definitely killed a lot of people, whether it was inside or outside the divine image secret realm. He had the strength and ability to do so. Yu Feng's use of the two spears was extraordinary, better than many people. But now, he was blocked by his opponent with just one move, and all his escape routes were blocked. This was simply unbelievable, but it happened. Moreover, Chen Zong's sword not only blocked Yu Feng's subsequent changes, forcing him to forcefully change his moves, but also left a flaw. Yu Feng's sword directly attacked through that flaw. Yu Feng had no choice but to forcefully change his moves again. His two spears crossed and revolved, wanting to block Chen Zong's sword. That seemingly simple sword move was in fact amazing and mysterious, and its power was extraordinary. What are you waiting for? While Zhao Yi spun his spears to defend himself, he also roared. The moment his voice fell, Yu Feng, who had been accumulating power, bent his legs slightly. His legs were filled with power, and in an instant they seemed to swell up. Then, with a boom, an incomparably powerful force exploded. The mountain rock shattered in an instant, and Yu Feng's body suddenly rushed forward. The big sword on his shoulder also exploded in an instant, carrying a thunderous force. It was as if the sword could split a mountain and cut a river in half. It was an extremely tyrannical saber strike, an extremely domineering saber strike, and a shocking saber intent. Chenzong was secretly shocked. This blade was not an ordinary blade technique, but a profound martial art, a transcendent profound martial art. It was fine if he did not attack, but once he attacked, it would be fatal, killing Chenzong. After forcing Yufeng to retreat with a sword, Chenzong immediately attacked. Hegemonic Wind Slash, the dark green sword aura was extremely domineering as it slashed towards Yufeng's saber. Collision, the sword light was shattered, and so was the sword light. However, Chenzong could not stop retreating. Here, they were all in the divine image body, and there was no additional strength. Chenzong did not have an advantage in strength, and both of them were supreme class AO Wu. Moreover, Yufeng's divine image body was more condensed than Chenzong's. This was where his advantage lay. After forcing Chenzong to retreat with one strike, Yufeng's eyes became brighter. He lifted his knees and stepped forward, landing heavily. The second strike also exploded and slashed fiercely. At the same time, Yufeng also quickly adjusted. His two spears shone with a dazzling light, and directly turned into two zigzagging lightning, piercing through the air and stabbing towards Yufeng. Yufeng's sword was heavy and overbearing, while Yufeng's two spears were fast, tricky, and vicious. They took the path of one straight and one strange. When they cooperated, they blocked all of Chenzong's dodging in an instant. There was no way to avoid it, and he could only face it head-on. And if he faced it head-on, he had to face it head-on. According to the collision just now, this person was not his opponent in a head-on confrontation. Yufeng was very confident about this. In an instant, an indescribable sharpness suddenly rose from Chenzong's body, and the sword chi whistled. The sharpness was endless, tearing the world apart. Heart sword technique, space-rending form. When the sword was unleashed, the sword light was like an extremely terrifying claw that directly tore the void apart. It caused the divine image bodies of Fang He and one or two people to involuntarily tremble. They felt a sense of horror as if they were being stabbed by a sword. Before the sword light arrived, they already felt like they were being torn apart, and their hair stood on end. They couldn't block it. In the face of this sword, they couldn't block it at all. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Whether it was Yufeng's broadsword or Xiao Yi's dual spears, they were all split apart by Chenzong's sword. Unstoppable, invincible, after the sword light broke through the two's attacks, it didn't show any signs of weakening. Its speed was astonishing as it slashed towards the two. They couldn't block it. The consequence of not being able to block it was being split apart and torn apart by the sword light. Killing us is your biggest mistake. Before Yufeng's divine image body was cut apart and dissipated, he roared at Chenzong with a murderous look, "The hunting group will never let you go." After saying that, Yufeng's divine image body dissipated. Xiaoyi didn't say anything, but his eyes were extremely fierce. Even when he dissipated, he stared at Chenzong fiercely, as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. After the two died, two divine image essences were left behind. Chenzong didn't care about anything and directly absorbed and refined them. Sure enough, the divine image essences left behind by cultivators are the most efficient and effective to absorb, Chenzong thought to himself. Once refined, the difference was obvious when compared with the divine image essences of the celestial images. No wonder some people became hunters. This feeling was addictive. But no matter what, Chenzong wouldn't become a hunter. That didn't conform to his style of doing things, or rather, his principles. The hunting group, huh? After coming back to his senses, Chenzong started to ponder. In the divine image secret realm, people mainly existed in teams. There were very few lone wolves, mainly because one person wasn't enough to compete with others for the celestial images. Unless they were very, very strong, so strong that they could take on an entire team by themselves. Even among hunters, there were very few lone wolves. They also existed in the form of teams. The hunting group was one of the hunter groups. It was a rather strong group. Of course, those who dared to become hunters were generally not weak. The groups formed by hunters were usually very strong. There were at least 10 members in each group. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago. Of course, killing these two hunters was not really killing them. After all, they had only destroyed the bodies of the godly images here. After a while, they could enter this place again. It was just that they had lost two godly image essences, which they could quickly recover. As for the so-called hunting group, Qianzong would not ignore them, nor would he fear them. If they really wanted to take revenge on him, then let them come. Let's see who would be the one hunting who. He was just that stubborn. Qianzong didn't care too much about the hunters. If they wanted to kill him, then they would be killed by him. Of course, Qianzong wouldn't pay too much attention to them. His figure flashed as he recovered his consumed strength and flew away quickly, continuing to search for the celestial images. The bodies of the godly images didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. If they were really tired, they only needed to rest for a while to recover. The fourth level of the Divine Image Secret Realm, the Ultra Realm, was located in a relatively hidden cave outside the camp. There were a few figures gathered together. I heard that Fang He and one or two of them died. A half-lying godly image body said slowly, with a hint of mockery and ridicule in his words. That's right. They died at the Sharp Blade Mountain. Moreover, it was 2 against 1. They were killed cleanly. Beside him, a godly image body that was practicing boxing casually replied. Sharp Blade Mountain, everyone who entered the 4th level knew that it was equivalent to a place for newcomers. Generally, Ultra Realm experts who entered the Ultra Realm for the first time would go to the Sharp Blade Mountain to hunt the celestial images. It wasn't just for the first time. Many people would choose to enter the Sharp Blade Mountain during their second and third time. This was because the Sharp Blade Mountain was the closest to the camp. This was one of the reasons. The second reason was that the celestial images in the Sharp Blade Mountain were mostly hundreds of meters tall, belonging to the lowest level of the Ultra Realm. Fang He and one or two of them might not be senior hunters, but they weren't rookies either. For them to die at the Sharp Blade Mountain was equivalent to saying that they died at the hands of a rookie. Even if they weren't rookies, in short, it was 2 against 1 and they were killed cleanly. It wasn't something to be proud of. How embarrassing. The half-lying godly image body mocked. No matter how embarrassing it is, he's still a member of our hunting group. Since he was killed, we have to get back at him. The man who was punching sounded like he was from the Jianghu. Then, he threw a punch. The force of the punch tore through the air as if it had created a vacuum wave. It hit the wall of the cave dozens of meters away, leaving a clear imprint of the fist. Then, he stopped and looked at the body of the deity form, who had been sitting cross-legged. Boss, what do you think? The person who was called boss had been sitting cross-legged without moving. His posture was very upright. His godly image body looked unusually burly. Even if they were both 120 meters tall, he still gave off a very burly feeling. His posture was as immovable as a mountain. Even if the wind blew, the rain fell, and the waves surged to the sky, it wouldn't be shaken at all. Kill our way back. At this moment, when the person who was punched asked, the boss of the hunting group no longer remained silent. He directly gave a response. It was a very simple but very direct and powerful response. His voice was also extremely low, making people who heard it feel like thunder rolling in thick dark clouds. It contained an indescribable terrifying power. Okay. Let's do it. The 2 people immediately answered seriously and immediately turned to leave the cave. They wanted to avenge Fang He. Fang He's 2 people were not weak. 2 against 1, but they were still easily killed. With just the 2 of us, we may not be able to do anything to them. Then let's find a few more. Not long after, the 5 hunters gathered and quickly went to Blade Mountain. Ha 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 ha, kill them. As soon as the 5 hunters entered Sharp Blade Mountain, they did not hesitate to kill the other Supreme Realm cultivators as soon as they saw them. For a moment, chaos broke out in Sharp Blade Mountain. It was as if dogs were flying and dogs were jumping. Generally speaking, senior hunters wouldn't enter Blade Mountain to hunt casually. Although they needed godly image essence, the godly image essence of the newcomers who had just entered the super extreme realm wasn't that dense. The purity and density of the godly image essence of the godly image body was closely related to the degree of condensation of the godly image body. The more condensed the godly image body was, the purer and denser the godly image essence obtained after killing the newcomers. Therefore, senior hunters didn't like to go to Blade Mountain to hunt. Firstly, it was because the godly image essence of the newcomers wasn't delicious enough. Secondly, it was because of their reputation. Even if they became hunters, they didn't want to have a bad reputation of bullying the weak. Except for those lone hunters who didn't have any scruples. However, this didn't mean that after entering Blade Mountain, they wouldn't casually kill some cultivators. As long as they saw someone and didn't run away in time, they would be killed by them. They would do it casually. Of course, before killing, they would often ask where Qianzong was. Fang He had already sent Qianzong's clear image to others, making it easier to find him. However, Blade Mountain was very big. Although it wasn't like finding a needle in a haystack, it wasn't that easy to find Qianzong. However, sometimes, it was just that coincidental. Qianzong killed dozens of thousand zhang tall godly forms. After absorbing the godly forms, he planned to leave the Sharp Blade Mountain. Because the Sharp Blade Mountain was the starting point for newcomers, almost all the godly forms that lived here were thousand zhang tall. The newcomers would all come to the Sharp Blade Mountain to test their power. Qianzong had already tested it. After killing dozens of godly images, he was completely sure that the godly images were not his opponents. Even if he didn't use his great Dao Lost technique, he could still kill them with his excellent sword skills. Of course, it would take a long time. Therefore, Qianzong planned to leave the camp even further and look for godly images that were 200 meters tall. He also wanted to see how strong he was and whether he could kill a godly image that was 200 meters tall. If he could, then he would look for godly images that were 300 meters tall. He improved step by step, advancing layer by layer. Therefore, Qianzong wanted to leave Blade Mountain. The 5 hunters of the hunting group wanted to enter Blade Mountain to look for Qianzong. Coincidentally, they bumped into each other. Without asking, the 5 of them directly locked onto Qianzong. They quickly formed a circle and surrounded Qianzong. "You dare to kill people from our hunting group. You have guts." A man with a pair of abnormally thick arms stared at Qianzong like a fierce tiger. It was as if he wanted to eat Qianzong. His tone was full of malice and ferocity. "In the future, all of you will have a deeper understanding." Qianzong replied in a neither fast nor slow manner. "Yo, you are quite arrogant," another person said with a mocking smile. "Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's kill him as soon as possible." "We still need to hunt others," someone said impatiently. Another person said impatiently. His face was ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Before he even finished speaking, he had already attacked Qianzong mercilessly with an attack. No matter what expression the other 4 had, when it was time to attack, there was no hesitation at all. Their murderous intent was shocking. In an instant, Qianzong was surrounded by the 5 senior hunters. The pressure was many times stronger than when he faced Fang He and 1 or 2 people. It was more than 10 times stronger. Heart Sword was fully activated. Qianzong's control of everything around him became sharper and clearer. The 5 hunters attacked from 5 different directions. However, there was an invisible tacit cooperation between them. They directly blocked Qianzong's escape route. He could only take it head-on. Then, how could he take the attacks from 5 senior hunters from different directions? The great perfection stage of the Heart Sword art allowed Qianzong to clearly sense the attacks coming from 5 different directions. Moreover, he was able to dodge them in an unimaginable manner. Impossible. When Qianzong dodged the joint attack of the 5 men in an incredible manner, the 5 men almost roared in unison. Under such a siege, there was no way out. At least, that was what they thought. However, Qianzong had dodged their attacks. It was simply unbelievable. Little did they know that the heart swordsmanship in the realm of perfection was so superb that his perception of his surroundings had reached an astonishing level. Coupled with the strong interference, Qianzong was able to escape from the joint attack of the 5 men. Immediately after, Qianzong counterattacked. His sword directly slashed towards one of them. There was no way to dodge and he could only take it head-on. However, the sword light seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that could penetrate through any holes. It avoided his head-on attack and directly attacked. It was as light as a feather, as if there was no force behind it. The moment it hit, it left a clear sword mark on the body of the divine image. When the body of the divine image was attacked, it would not feel pain. After all, it was not a body of flesh and blood. However, when it was hit and injured, its power would gradually drain away, causing its strength to decrease. The sword light seemed to wander around the opponent's body. Before the attacks of the other 4 men arrived, Qianzong had already attacked 3 times in a row, leaving 3 sword marks on the divine image's body. The power of the divine image was rapidly draining away. Qianzong performed the heart swordsmanship to the extreme. Everything around him was within his perception. Under the Heart Sutra, the 10 artistic realms of the heart were constantly activated. He could completely analyze and deal with the siege of the 5 men with ease. Not only that, but he could also counterattack accurately. In terms of divine image power alone, Qianzong was not as good as these 5 men. However, in terms of the realm and power of swordsmanship, he was better than them. In the state of the divine image, besides the power of the divine image, the power of the great path, martial arts, and so on determined one's strength. In the realm of the great path of swordsmanship, Qianzong was at the realm of perfection. In this regard, very few people in the surpassing realm could compare with Qianzong. Of course, the universe was so vast and boundless that there were definitely people who could do so. However, the 5 men in front of him were not among them. Even their martial arts attainments were only at the entry level. The realm of the great path of swordsmanship also represented the application and integration of the power of the great path, and the power of the great path also represented power. Chaos. Under Qianzong's superb heart sword art, the 5 of them were instantly disrupted. Then, the rhythm was controlled by Qianzong, giving them a feeling that the 5 of them weren't teaming up to deal with one person, but rather, it was a one-on-one battle. This was simply unbelievable. One person gave them the feeling that there were 5 people fighting one-on-one. Not only that, but he also suppressed them. The rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by Qianzong. At a disadvantage, all 5 of them were at a disadvantage. Facing Qianzong's swordsmanship, they could only try their best to cope with it. This feeling was very aggrieved. They could only explode and display the powerful Ao Wu. There was no doubt that Ao Wu's power was stronger than sword arts. After all, no matter how strong heart sword arts was, it could only unleash the power of a 4th order Ao Wu. There was a huge gap between it and a 12th order Ao Wu. With the eruption of Ao Wu, the 5 of them immediately recovered from their disadvantage. However, none of them had mastered the Great Path unique techniques. They could only rely on the Ao Wu of the super realm to recover from their disadvantage, but they couldn't do anything to Qianzong. In an instant, sword chi surged out from Qianzong's body and rushed in all directions. It was as if it could pierce and tear everything apart. The astonishing sharpness was endless and peerless, as if it could tear everything apart. The 5 hunters felt a chill all over their bodies for no reason. There was also a tearing feeling. Soon after, Qianzong swung his sword. After the sword light was extremely bright, it carried an indescribable grayish-white shadow. It seemed to be a shadow left behind by the tearing of the void. It was covered with fine saw teeth, like the claws of some kind of giant beast, and it was extremely sharp as it tore through the air. Heart sword technique, space-splitting style. Ever since Qianzong had comprehended the incomparably sharp sword, he had been comprehending it time and time again, gradually improving it. Compared to when he had just comprehended it, perhaps its power had not increased by much, but when he used it, it had become much smoother. When the sword was swung out, it was like a hot knife through butter. Nothing could resist its sharpness. Moreover, Qianzong had grasped the timing of this sword strike very precisely. When the sword swung out, it instantly split 3 of the attacks. It slashed towards 3 of the hunters with irresistible force. It was as if they were intimidated by the extremely terrifying sharpness of the space-splitting style. After all, the Great Path unique techniques belong to the 4th realm. It had an innate intimidating effect on 3rd realm cultivators. If they couldn't block it or avoid it, the result would be that their godly forms were directly cut through and killed. Out of the 5 hunters, 3 were eliminated in an instant. Only 2 were left. The threat to Qianzong decreased by many times. Let's go. The remaining 2 hunters instantly looked at each other and made a prompt decision. They retreated without hesitation. Their opponent was too strong. That kind of strength was extremely terrifying. He had actually killed 3 people with a single sword strike. They had been killed without being able to defend themselves. They finally understood why Feng He had been able to kill 1 or 2 people so easily, That was the reason why Feng He had been able to kill them so easily. Any one of the 5 hunters was stronger than Feng He in a one-on-one battle. Even so, they were still killed when the 5 of them worked together. It was simply unbelievable. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still fought to the death. That was a stupid thing to do. Even if they died here, it wouldn't be a real death. Run, they had to run away and bring the news back as fast as possible to report to their boss. However, would Qinzong let them escape? The answer was no. In an instant, Qinzong sheathed his sword as if it was returning to its scabbard. His sword chi gushed out again like a raging tide. The surrounding ground was torn apart, and countless cracks appeared. The sword chi was endless like a storm. The void also seemed to be torn apart, and everything was reduced to dust. Endless sharpness condensed in an instant and poured into the Sky River sword. The sword trembled slightly, and the sound of the sword was sonorous and ear-piercing. Hard sword technique, space-splitting style, slash. In an instant, the sword light broke through the air, and a gray-white shadow spread out at an astonishing speed. It was as fast as lightning, tearing apart heaven and earth. In an instant, it caught up with the 2 hunters and tore their divine image bodies apart. It tore them apart mercilessly. It tore them apart cleanly like a hot knife through butter. That kind of feeling was incomparably comfortable. Because, from the bottom of his heart, he felt an extreme sense of satisfaction. Kill, the 5 hunters from the hunting group all died under Qinzong's sword. It only took 2 swords. 5 pure and vigorous divine image essences were left in the air. They were directly absorbed by Qinzong. They were quickly absorbed into the divine image body, and then quickly refined. Sure enough, the divine image essence of a veteran hunter was different. It was obviously better than the divine image essence of a 100 feet tall celestial image. The efficiency of absorption and refinement was more than double. However, Qinzong still had no intention of becoming a hunter. After quickly leaving Sharp Blade Mountain, Qinzong did not return to the camp. It was still too early for him to leave the divine image secret realm. Moreover, there were still many years before he arrived at the 9th heaven universe. He naturally could not waste these years. He had to do his best to improve himself. It was a race against time, and his strength had to reach the peak. Even if it was only the 3rd realm, he had to reach the peak of the 3rd realm and reach the point where he could no longer advance any further before he considered breaking through to the 4th realm. Of course, if he really reached the peak of the 3rd realm and reached the point where he could no longer advance any further, he might be able to break through to the 4th realm naturally. What Qinzong didn't know was that the scene of him killing 5 hunters by himself was coincidentally witnessed by someone from afar, who was extremely surprised. Subsequently, the news was also spread, and very quickly, it spread throughout the camp. Fighting 1 against 5 hunters, not only did he survive, but he also killed all 5 of them. This kind of strength was a bit scary. There was no doubt that Qinzong had unknowingly become famous. Although there were not many people who knew about him now, the news would spread. All in all, the reputation of a sword cultivator with amazing swordsmanship and terrifying strength was spread and quietly spread. Sword cultivator, amazing swordsmanship. After Beiqian entered the camp, he heard the news. He killed 5 hunters from the hunting group alone. This kind of strength is indeed very strong. If it was Beiqian himself, he might be able to do it if he was in his original body. However, it would be impossible for him to do it if he was only in his divine image body. Facing 5 hunters from the hunting group, it would be a tough battle and he would be killed. The only difference was whether he could kill one of them or not. Could it be him? While Beiqian was thinking, in an instant, there seemed to be a flash of light. His eyes lit up and a figure appeared in front of him. However, it was hard to say whether it was him or not. After all, the universe was vast and there were countless sword cultivators and genius sword cultivators. Without seeing it with his own eyes, how could he know who it was? However, there was nothing wrong with the theory. However, Beiqian still had a feeling that the rumor about the sword cultivator who killed 5 hunters from the hunting group alone was very likely to be him. There was no reason. It was purely a feeling, or rather, an intuition. He killed 5 hunters from the hunting group alone? After hearing the news, people from other groups were stunned at first, but then they laughed and said, "The leader of the hunting group is not easy to deal with. When the leader of the hunting group was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Their faces were full of fear. There was no other reason than the fact that the leader of the hunting group had a splendid record. He had hunted many masters and his strength was very frightening. He had also hunted down a 200-meter celestial image alone. In the whole camp, there were supreme masters from all over the universe. Only a small number of people could hunt down a 200-meter celestial image alone. The leader of the hunting group was one of them. As for hunting down a 300-meter celestial image alone, that was too difficult. Of course, there were people who could do it, but even fewer. There were no more than 10 people who could do it. It was impossible to hunt down a king of gods alone. Even if there were 10 masters who could hunt down a 300-meter celestial image alone, they would only die if they faced the king of gods. There was no doubt that the leader of the hunting group was a master with amazing strength. He would most likely take action. In the 4th level of the Xianxia secret domain, the celestial gods were all in the transcendent realm. They were divided into 3 levels, 100, 200, 300, and the king of gods. Similarly, the cultivators here were also divided into different levels. At the level of ordinary masters, they would need several people to work together to kill a transcendent divine image that was hundreds of meters tall. On the other hand, the elite masters were supreme masters who could single-handedly defeat or even kill a 1,000 feet tall godly form. At the level of top masters, they were supreme masters who could single-handedly defeat or even kill a 200-foot-long divine form. At the supermaster level, he was a supermaster who could single-handedly defeat or even kill a 300-foot-long god form. Actually, above top cultivators, there was a level of invincible cultivators. However, it was only a theory and a legend. To become an invincible cultivator, one had to have the strength to kill a king of gods. That was the minimum requirement. To be able to kill a king of gods alone was even more worthy. However, no one had been able to do so. Xianxia didn't know any of this. He also didn't know that his name had already spread out. He had already left the Sharp Blade Mountain and was heading deeper. His destination was the Coiling Dragon Valley where the 200 zhang tall godly figure resided. The competition in the Blade Mountain was fierce. In the Coiling Dragon Valley, the competition was just as fierce. Teams also existed. However, there were at least 5 teams in the Coiling Dragon Valley. That was the only way to kill a transcendent god. Xianxia entered the Coiling Dragon Valley alone. Of course, many people saw him. Most of them thought it was strange, but no one cared. However, some people couldn't help but laugh. How dare he come to the Coiling Dragon Valley alone? Even elite cultivators wouldn't dare. Only top cultivators dared. As for super cultivators, they could do whatever they wanted in the Coiling Dragon Valley. Xianxia walked quickly. His eyes were extremely sharp. He glanced around, looking for a transcendent god that no one wanted to kill. Not long after, Xianxia finally found a godly form. It was a lion with a gigantic body. Its entire body was golden, and it looked majestic. It had a shocking aura. Just the aura it gave off was much stronger than a transcendent god. The desire to fight grew in Xianxia's heart, then spread out and soared into the sky. His sword will burst out and pierce the sky. The 200 feet tall lion god form roared, and the sound turned into an invisible shock wave, carrying a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It directly blasted towards Xianxia. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks were first cracked, then shattered, then turned into dust, and finally into powder. Mixed in the invisible sound wave, it became a torrent that seemed to have substance. It was like a giant spear that was several meters thick, piercing through everything, and fiercely blasted towards Xianxia. Chop, Xianxia wanted to test the power of his 200-foot godly form. Instead of dodging, he activated his power and slashed out with his sword. Meet force with force, in just an instant, the sword light was shattered, and Xianxia was sent flying. If the transcendent god form had consciousness, it should have felt pain in its muscles and bones. However, Xianxia didn't feel the slightest pain. His body fell, and his feet drew 2 long scratches on the ground. He suddenly stopped and used his power again. His body and sword became one, and turned into a sword light. It was as if he could cut through everything. The sword directly slashed the lion god form. However, it only left a small sword mark, which was nothing to the 200 feet tall lion god form. Compared to when he first entered the transcendent realm, Chenzong's divine god form was now much more condensed. The power of his divine god form was also more tyrannical. Now, even if he didn't use the great Dao skill, Space Splitter, or even AO Wu, he could kill a 1,000 feet tall divine god form with just the heart sword art. This meant that his strength had already crushed the 1,000 feet tall divine god form. Moreover, the effect of absorbing and refining the essence of the 1,000 feet tall divine god form would be greatly reduced. Because of this, Chenzong didn't want to hunt the 1,000 feet tall divine god form on Blade Mountain anymore. Instead, he came to the Coiling Dragon Valley to hunt the 200 feet tall divine god form. There was a big gap between 1,000 feet tall and 200 feet tall divine god form. This was also why newcomers who entered the Transcendent Realm would first go to Blade Mountain. They wanted to test their strength and improve themselves. After that, they would leave Blade Mountain and go to other places where stronger divine gods resided. In the battle with the 200 feet tall lion divine god form, Chenzong didn't use the AO Wu, nor did he use the Space Splitter. At least, not now. He used the Heart Sword art at the perfection stage to fight fiercely with the lion divine god form. The lion divine god form was 200 feet tall. It was a behemoth, while Chenzong's divine god form was 120 feet tall. Compared to the lion divine god form, there was naturally a very obvious gap. The huge lion divine god form had a terrifying power. Every blow seemed to be able to destroy mountains. Chenzong didn't dare to be hit. His divine god form couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Even if a blow couldn't kill him, it could destroy a small part of him and cripple him. This was also the difficulty of killing the celestial manifestations of the heavens alone. If you attacked it a few times, the damage might not be significant. However, if you were hit once, the damage would be significant. Back in the day, the universe was so big and there were so many geniuses. There were always people who had a way to deal with it. Whether it was a shield, an armor, or a body technique, there were all kinds of things. Chenzong didn't have any divine god form armor to protect himself, so he could only rely on the heart sword art to sense and interfere with the surroundings. The lion divine god form's attack was shocking and powerful. Its speed didn't decrease because of its huge size and was still very fast. However, Chenzong narrowly dodged every blow. While dodging, Chenzong often gave accurate counterattacks. The lion divine god form's body was so huge that even if Chenzong closed his eyes, he could still slash its body. However, the damage caused by each blow wasn't that great. However, many a little makes a mickle. Even with the lion divine god form's huge body, it couldn't withstand the attacks. After all, every time it was hit, it would be injured. Every time it was injured, it would lose some of its strength. 1, 2, 3 was not terrible. What was terrible was the continuous accumulation. In the end, it would collapse like an ant's nest. Not long later, the lion avatar's 200 feet large body was already covered in wounds. The dozens of sword wounds had clearly weakened the lion avatar's strength. The power of each of its attacks had clearly decreased by quite a bit. Even its speed had also decreased by quite a bit. On the other hand, Chenzong, under the heart sword art, could sense everything around him. It was as if he was in control of everything around him. He became more and more calm. Suddenly, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. The sword aura was extremely domineering. It directly slashed the lion divine god form's body, leaving an even bigger sword mark. Divine wind strike. Outside the Coiling Dragon Valley, a huge figure was walking in. When someone saw it from afar, they were first stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated far away, afraid that they would meet the huge figure face to face. What kind of figure was that? Obviously, it was also a super divine god form, but it gave people the feeling that it was extremely majestic. It was as majestic as a mountain, and it was constantly emitting a domineering aura. That enormous and incomparably majestic body was wearing a black and silver armor that covered its entire body. Even its head was the same. Only its face was not covered. It was an ordinary face. It was expressionless, but there was an indescribable majesty hidden in it. It was unforgettable and left a deep impression on people. Every step he took did not seem fast, but in fact, it was not slow at all. The moment his foot landed, it was as if a giant elephant was stomping on the ground. The ground seemed to be shaking. That kind of power was imperceptibly increased by several times. It's him. Xianxia, the leader of the hunting group. What is he doing here? Amidst the guesses and discussions, the crowd retreated. This was because the leader of the hunting group, Xianxia, was infamous. He was a ferocious man, and his strength was also very terrifying. He had single-handedly hunted down a divine god form that was 200 meters tall. It was said that Xianxia no longer hunted down a divine god form that was 200 meters tall. This was because the divine god form's essence was no longer of any use to him. Only the essence of a 300 meters tall divine god form was effective. The record of single-handedly hunting down a 200 meters tall divine god form was in the past. As for now, Xianxia's strength was definitely stronger. After all, as the body of the divine form continued to condense, the power of the divine form would become stronger and stronger. The strength of the cultivators here would also continue to increase. It was unknown whether or not Xianxia could kill a 300-foot-tall divine form on his own. He probably hadn't done so yet. Otherwise, he would have been ranked among the super masters. In fact, there were not many super experts at the moment. There were less than 100 of them. The difficulty of single-handedly hunting down a 300 meters tall divine god form was too high. This was because the strength of a 300 meters tall divine god form was too strong. That was a story for later. No matter what, Xianxia was the leader of the hunting group, and the hunting group was a group of hunters. They were notorious for their ferocity, the kind that made people tremble in fear. Let's follow him and see. Are you crazy? That's Xianxia. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Xianxia came here because I felt that something was going to happen. If I don't go and see, I will not be satisfied. Anyway, it's just dying once and losing some divine god form essence in time. I'm not afraid. As he spoke, the man immediately moved and chased after Xianxia. Of course, he did not dare to get close to Xianxia. He just followed from afar. Once Xianxia turned around to deal with him, he could retreat immediately. With this distance, there would always be a chance to escape. Moreover, Xianxia was never a person who was good at speed. Just look at his body size. One after another, people followed. They followed from afar. In the end, they were still very curious about why Xianxia entered Coiling Dragon Valley alone. After all, Xianxia had not come to Coiling Dragon Valley for a long time. Now that he was out alone, there must be something. Curious, out of curiosity, many people began to follow. However, Xianxia seemed to be moving forward aimlessly. However, there were some attentive people who made some inferences from Xianxia's every move and even an insignificant turn of his head. Looking for someone, Xianxia was looking for someone. Immediately, there were also people who linked it to the sword cultivator who had recently become famous. Why did Xianxia enter the Coiling Dragon Valley? That's right, he was looking for someone. Just as the people following behind him had guessed, Xianxia was looking for a person, a sword cultivator, a daring sword cultivator who dared to kill 7 hunters from the hunting group. However, Qianzong, as the person involved, had no idea that he was hunting down the third 200-foot-tall godly form. The effect of absorbing and refining the essence of a 200 zhang long divine form was indeed incomparable to the essence of a 300 zhang long divine form. They were on 2 completely different levels. Now, if Qianzong were to refine the essence of the divine form, the effect would be negligible. However, if he were to refine the essence of the 200-meter divine form, the effect would be very obvious. After refining only 3 strands, Qianzong felt that his divine form power had increased a little, and his divine form body had become more condensed. This meant that in the divine aspect secret realm, the strength of his qi refining godly image had increased again. Suddenly, Qianzong frowned slightly. He felt a slight throb for no reason, as if some danger was approaching. There was a powerful enemy. Qianzong immediately made a firm judgment. Powerful enemies were attacking. Then, who could it be? What kind of powerful enemy? The thought flashed through his mind. With the help of the Heart Sutra's powerful ears, Qianzong quickly deduced the answer. The hunting group. Under such circumstances, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was a hunter from the hunting group that was coming for him. Hunters. Qianzong's eyes lit up. The purity of the celestial image essence of a cultivator was not something the celestial images of the heavens could compare to. The effect of refining and absorbing it was much better. He would not become a hunter and hunt other cultivators. However, if other cultivators wanted to target him, he would not hesitate or show any mercy. Kill those who should be killed. Maybe, in terms of overall strength, there was still a gap between him and the top cultivators on the divine general ranking list. There were many people who were stronger than him. However, in the divine image secret territory, he was definitely not weak. In that case, he wouldn't leave. He would wait here for the arrival of that powerful enemy. Just one, or more than one, none of this was important. It was fine as long as it was a strong enemy. Someone who could make him feel threatened was a good opponent. He would fight to his heart's content. It was nothing more than death. Moreover, he was different from the others. Even if the statue was dead, he could still enter the body refining godly image after resting for a while. Of course, this wasn't Qianzong's confidence. It was just a self-mockery. Qianzong had never been a cautious person, but he wasn't arrogant either. Time passed slowly. Qianzong stood in place, motionless. He held the Milky Way sword in his hand and pointed it diagonally to the ground. His whole person seemed to have turned into a statue. Even his aura was gradually restrained. They were one entity. Wait, Qianzong waited patiently. He felt that the throbbing was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared. Qianzong opened his eyes and stared at it. He was a little surprised because the figure seemed to be abnormally huge. However, it was only the body of a super-realm godly image of 120 feet. Its aura and power were so strong that it made people feel that it was abnormally huge. It was very shocking. Qianzong's expression couldn't help but become serious. There was only one person coming, but he could pose such a threat to him. A strong enemy. There was no doubt that this was a strong enemy. The moment he saw Xianzong's originally dim eyes lit up in an instant. They emitted an incomparably shocking light. His aura was so strong that it seemed to be able to suppress everything. The power in his eyes seemed to be able to shatter the sky. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it brought indescribable pressure to Qianzong. However, Qianzong wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, his fighting spirit rose. His sword essence was also activated. In an instant, it soared into the sky. His eyes shone brightly, piercing the sky like a sword as he stared at Xianzong. Their gazes collided in an instant. Sharpness and dominance clashed in an instant. It seemed that invisible sparks were created from the collision, blooming in the void. In the distance, the godly images that came with Xianzong also stopped. They didn't dare to go any closer because they were afraid that if they got too close, they might provoke Xianzong. When that time came, Xianzong would attack them, but they wouldn't be able to escape. Although Xianzong's body looked majestic and huge, he wasn't good at speed. However, it was relative. In short, it was fine to just watch from afar. In addition to Xianzong, they also saw another godly image. It was full of amazing sharpness and sword essence that soared into the sky. It was a swordsman. Many people immediately associated it with the information they had heard before. It was an unknown swordsman who had killed 5 hunters of the hunting group in a row. Could it be the one in front of them? It was most likely the case. Otherwise, why would Xianzong, the leader of the hunting group, come looking for them? For no reason. There was an indescribable excitement in everyone's heart. One was the unknown swordsman who had killed 5 hunters of the hunting group, and the other was the leader of the hunting group, Xianzong. There was no doubt that Xianzong was here to seek revenge. Xianzong was a man with a fierce reputation. His strength was also recognized as strong. Only the nearly 100 people who were rated as super masters could truly defeat him. As for the rest, there were very few top masters who dared to say that they could win against Xianzong in a one-on-one battle. As for the swordsman, before this, he hadn't shown his strength. It was rumored that he was a newcomer who had just entered the super extreme realm, so he was even less famous. If it weren't for the fact that he had killed 5 hunters of the hunting group, perhaps there wouldn't have been any interaction between them, let alone a battle. However, there weren't so many ifs. Now, Xianxia had personally come looking for them, and the swordsman didn't seem to have any intention of avoiding him. On the contrary, he wanted to fight Xianxia head-on. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. "You've got guts." Xianxia opened his mouth. His voice was vigorous and low, so low that it made people feel oppressed. It was as if the moment he opened his mouth, everyone felt their hearts sink. Even Xianxia couldn't help but be affected. He unconsciously felt a sense of oppression, but it was instantly eliminated by Xianxia. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xianxia responded neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was as light as the clouds and wind. "You've got guts," Xianxia said again. This time, his voice wasn't so low and oppressive, but it was incomparably vigorous. It was like the roar of a giant bear, roaring at Xianxia. In the next breath, Xianxia took a step forward. As the ground trembled, his aura soared up, instantly exploding. It was as if he had transformed into a giant bear and directly charged out, bringing with him an extremely terrifying might as he charged towards Xianxia with incomparable ferocity. His aura was so astonishing that Xianxia was secretly shocked. This kind of aura was so tyrannical that it seemed to be able to destroy mountains. It was extremely terrifying. Without any hesitation, Xianxia directly used the tyrannical slash of divine wind. With an extremely tyrannical power, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. It was as if he had chopped down a mountain. It had an invincible and shocking might. But in an instant, the dark green sword force of the mighty slash of divine wind collapsed in an instant. An astonishing power also surged out. Xianxia couldn't withstand it at all, and his entire body was directly sent flying. Too strong, Xianxia's attack was from the Ao Wu of the Transcendent Realm. Its power was too overbearing and terrifying. Even the mighty slash of divine wind couldn't withstand it. When the sword force of the mighty slash of divine wind was shattered and Xianxia was sent flying, Xianxia's vigorous and huge body paused for a moment. Suddenly, he punched out. The power of his fist condensed and exploded in an instant. It was like a ferocious tiger that let out a terrifying roar. A huge tiger head condensed on his fist and directly bit towards Xianxia. This punch was also from the Ao Wu of the Transcendent Realm. Its power was also extremely overbearing and shocking. The hard swordsmanship of the Perfection Realm was used. Xianxia moved in an instant and slashed out the mighty slash of divine wind again. Although the mighty slash of divine wind was shattered in a head-on collision, it didn't mean that it was powerless. Under the sword force was shattered again, but the tiger head fist force was also shattered. However, when the fist force of that punch was shattered by Xianxia's mighty slash of divine wind, Xianxia suddenly rushed again. His left arm violently swung out in an instant. It was like a giant python that suddenly burst out and swung its tail. In an instant, the terrifying power of a thunderbolt burst out and fiercely blasted towards Xianxia. It was another Ao Wu of the Transcendent Realm. Its power was astonishing. It had to be said that Xianxia didn't make a move. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. Every attack was filled with powerful explosive power and astonishing destructive power. Moreover, he grasped the timing very well. The Ao Wu's moves were continuously displayed and were at his fingertips. Amazing, putting everything else aside, this person's attacks were really amazing. Not only were they powerful, but they were also ingenious. This was a formidable opponent with extremely rich combat experience and superb combat talent. For a moment, Xianxia was actually suppressed. This was because Xianxia didn't use any ordinary moves at all. They were all Ao Wu. Moreover, they were all Ao Wu of the Transcendent Realm. They weren't necessarily of the Transcendent Realm. There were also Low Realm and High Realm. However, Xianxia combined these Transcendent Ao Wu in the best way. When he made a move, it was continuous and guaranteed that every move could erupt with extraordinary power. Even if it was a martial art of the low realm Ao Wu, when displayed by an expert of Xianxia's level, it could also erupt with astonishing power. Both arms, legs, head, and body. Shanzong used his own body as a weapon. It was as if he had developed it to the extreme. Once he made a move, it was as astonishing as a violent storm. Every attack was incomparably tyrannical. It was like a sudden eruption of a mountain flood, but also like the reverse flow of the sea. The hard swordsmanship of the perfect realm was activated to the extreme. Coupled with the few AO Wu moves that he had mastered, Chenzong dodged while resisting Shanzong's extremely fierce attacks. He was retreating step by step. Suppressed, disadvantaged, there was no doubt that Chenzong was now in such a situation. However, Chenzong wasn't the least bit frightened. Instead, he was quite calm. He wasn't afraid of being disadvantaged. His fighting spirit was still there. His sword will hadn't weakened at all. On the contrary, Chenzong was observing. During the battle, he was observing Shanzong's moves. It was as fierce as fire, as majestic as a mountain, and its momentum was endless, mighty, and violent. What a terrifying attack. As expected of a top expert who could kill a 200-foot divine image on his own. His strength is too terrifying. The expressions of the spectators in the distance changed drastically when they saw Shanzong's attack. His attack was like a torrential flood, like a thunderbolt. Every move seemed simple and direct, but they were vigorous and majestic, and their might was astonishing. It was earth-shattering. The crowd could not help but wonder how long they would be able to last under such a terrifying attack if they were Shanzong's opponent. Then, they came to a horrifying conclusion. They would not be able to last 3 moves, and they might even be killed in the first move. The attack was violent and overbearing. The lethality of the attack was too terrifying. His elbows, shoulders, body, and legs had all turned into lethal weapons. Furthermore, Shanzong was wearing the divine image heavenly armor. This divine image heavenly armor covered every inch of his body, revealing only an ordinary yet imposing face. In other words, his hands and feet were covered with armor. Not only did it provide a layer of tough protection, but it also allowed Shanzong to be more fearless when he attacked. He could let go of his limbs and release his power to his heart's content. In the midst of the overbearing attack, the mountain rocks shattered, the earth cracked, and cracks spread out. From the beginning, Shanzong did not stop at all. He attacked continuously, as if his strength was inexhaustible. His attack did not stop at all. Every move of the divine image AO Wu was at his fingertips. It was so skillful that it had turned into an instinct. This kind of foundation was truly solid to the extreme, causing Chenzong to be extremely shocked in his heart. Sure enough, the universe was so vast and there were countless geniuses and capable people. He did not know where this person came from. He actually had such amazing means to suppress him. If it was not for the heart swordsmanship's high realm and his strong perception of the surroundings, Chenzong would have been completely suppressed and killed. However, because of the heart swordsmanship, Chenzong was able to understand the intention of his opponent's attack. Thus, he was able to react earlier and better. Boom, Shanzong stomped on the ground, and in an instant, the shattered rocks in the surroundings were all shaken up. Shanzong swung his hand, and dozens of fist-sized rocks shot towards Chenzong with terrifying power. Every piece of rock exploded with shocking power. Shanzong's huge body followed closely behind the dozens of shattered rocks and once again smashed towards Chenzong. Both of his fists violently and continuously smashed out, appearing like a continuous torrential storm. Chenzong drew a circle with his sword and instantly repelled dozens of broken rocks. He received the bombardment of Shanzong's violent fists and continuously retreated. Since the beginning of the battle, Chenzong had been constantly retreating. Shanzong's attacks were too terrifying. Chenzong had entered the spirit manifestation of Qi. It was not the style of the spirit manifestation of Qi to meet force with force. If he had entered the spirit manifestation of body refinement, it would have been different. Originally, Chenzong had been constantly increasing the power and level of the AO Wu. He had also mastered how many AO Wu techniques. At least compared to Shanzong, Shanzong had unleashed at least 40 AO Wu techniques. Moreover, it seemed that it was not all of them. With so many AO Wu at the limitless realm and being able to combine them and use them continuously, the scene and momentum were undoubtedly terrifying. Chenzong was surprised by Shanzong's terrifying attacks. Although Xianxia's expression did not change, he was also very shocked. Although Qinzong seemed to be retreating, he was still able to hold on. Every time Xianxia exploded with a powerful killing move, he would dodge. It seemed extremely thrilling, but it was as if he had expected it. It was a kind of control that he had with ease. Up until now, even the spectators could see that the unknown swordsman's strength was indeed amazing. Especially his swordsmanship, it was incomparably superb. In reality, Xianxia's power was not truly inexhaustible. Although it was extremely vigorous, there would always be a time when it would be exhausted. Once his power was exhausted, all of his attacks would lose the power they should have. However, Xianxia did not panic at all. He continued to attack and his attacks did not weaken at all. It was as if he had created a feeling that his power was really inexhaustible. This was the momentum. No matter what, the momentum must not be shaken. Otherwise, the real situation would be seen through. Qinzong retreated while observing his opponent's attacks. It was rare to meet someone as capable as his opponent. In the path of cultivation, one would encounter all kinds of opponents. Regardless of whether one won or lost, as long as one survived, it would be a kind of training and growth. It would become a kind of accumulation that would create glory. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes emitted a brilliant light once again. He opened his big hand abruptly and a terrifying power suddenly exploded. Like a dragon sucking in water, the power directly fell on Qinzong's body, binding, absorbing, and guiding him. Before this, every time Xianxia attacked, he would attack. But this time around, he did the opposite. He actually used an ingenious method. An invisible power transformed into a net that bound Qinzong's body. Moreover, it instantly erupted and pulled Qinzong over. His left hand was also gathering an extremely terrifying power. A ball of shocking explosive qi energy condensed between the thumb and forefinger of his left hand. It was as if there were rolling thunder, as if a thunder beast was letting out an earth-shattering roar. Caught off guard, Qinzong's body was instantly pulled over like a dragon sucking in water. He was passively but quickly approaching Xianxia. The power in Xianxia's left hand was also condensed to the extreme. It instantly exploded and directly blasted out. Killing move, this move, caught off guard, turned into an extremely terrifying killing move. Once the power condensed in his left hand hit Qinzong's divine image body, it would instantly explode. It was like a star exploding, releasing an extremely terrifying power, wantonly destroying Qinzong's divine image body. Even if he was not directly killed, he would definitely be greatly damaged, and his strength would obviously decrease. Not only that, Xianxia's right hand suddenly withdrew. The 5 fingers that were originally open clenched into a fist in an instant. A terrifying power condensed on the fist. As soon as he withdrew, it was like a strong bow being pulled. Suddenly, a fist blasted out. It was like a sharp arrow leaving the bowstring and piercing through the air. It followed his left hand and pierced towards Qinzong. 1 hit, 2 hits. If he was hit by the continuous killing moves of his left hand and right hand, not only would he be injured, but he would also be likely to be killed directly. It had to be said that Xianxia was very experienced in the way of battle. He would definitely not leave any chance for his opponent. Qinzong knew that he could no longer hold back. The sword qi burst out in an instant, directly gushing out, strangling all directions and crushing the vacuum. The astonishing sharpness also completely burst out in an instant. On the Sky River sword, there was endless sword qi pervading. Qinzong's eyes were also as sharp as the edge of a sword. He swung the sword, and the sword chopped. This sword cut across the sky, and also the sky, creating a streak of white light. It was a grayish-white shadow full of fine sawtooth shadows, inexplicably bringing a kind of extremely terrifying palpitations to people. The people watching the battle from afar all had a feeling that made their expressions change drastically. They felt that they were being torn apart. Of course, that was just a feeling. In reality, it was not so. However, Xianxia, who directly endured Qinzong's sword, felt it most clearly. It was an extremely terrifying sword, an extremely sharp sword that seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Under this sword, the power of the dragon catcher hand was directly cut off, and it was no longer able to pull Qinzong. The killing attacks from his left and right hands were also similarly cut apart under the sword. The shadow spread, and the sword light arrived with an irresistible force, sweeping everything in its path. It directly slashed towards Xianxia's abnormally huge body. Heart swordsmanship, space-splitting style. Ever since he had comprehended this sword, every time he used it, even a 200-foot divine image would be torn apart by its terrifying power, completely unable to block it. But now, it was blocked. It was blocked by Xianxia. In other words, what blocked this sword was the divine image heavenly armor on Xianxia's body. The divine image heavenly armor was even harder to obtain than the divine image heavenly armor. The defensive power of Xianxia's divine image heavenly armor was astonishing. It was also because of this divine image heavenly armor that Xianxia could have the strength to kill a 200-foot divine image on his own. It was also because of this that he could become a top expert and establish a fierce reputation. The Great Path Lost technique was indeed very powerful, but Chen Zong's own strength was still a little weak. Therefore, this sword actually did not fully activate the true power of the space-splitting style. It blocked it, but it also did not block it. This was because Xianxia's divine image heavenly armor was still torn apart by Chen Zong's space-splitting style. Moreover, Xianxia's divine image body was injured. If not for the divine image heavenly armor, this sword would have directly torn Xianxia's divine image body apart completely. There was no doubt about it. Xianxia was momentarily shocked. Ever since he obtained this divine image heavenly armor, even a 200-foot divine image attack could not completely destroy it. But now, it had been torn apart by his opponent's sword. It had really been destroyed, and his divine image body was also injured. Moreover, that sword had first shattered his ultimate move before it had shattered the divine aspect heavenly armor. Chen Zong was also a little surprised that his sword had not been able to destroy his opponent's divine image body. However, he did not hesitate at all and attacked again. Every time he used the space-splitting style of the heart swordsmanship, he would use up about 25% of his strength. In other words, he could use the space-splitting style 4 times consecutively. Of course, if he used it consecutively, it would put a considerable burden on him. However, using it twice consecutively was still a burden that Chen Zong could bear. This sword attack was meant to kill his opponent. Without a doubt, this was a strong opponent, a terrifying opponent. A strong opponent who had come aggressively to kill him. Since that was the case, he could not allow his opponent to leave alive. As expected, no matter how powerful Xianxia was, he could not block the second sword attack. This was because the second sword attack followed the crack in the divine image heavenly armor and directly cut into it. It was extremely accurate. No matter how solid Xianxia's divine image body was, it could not withstand this sword attack. It was directly torn apart like a sharp blade cutting through a piece of paper. Xianxia was horrified. He stared at Chen Zong with a look of disbelief. He had come aggressively to seek revenge, but he did not expect that he would also die here. Remember the mobile version of the website, Chapter 118, Divine Image Ultimate Move, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading. The celestial image essence left behind by Xianxia had an extremely vigorous aura fluctuation. After Chen Zong glanced at it, he waved his hand and absorbed the celestial image essence into his body, rapidly refining it. Once he refined it, he could clearly feel the amazing and unparalleled power contained in it. In the distance, all the spectators were stunned, and they were unable to react for a moment. After a long while, only when Chen Zong started to refine the essence of Xianxia's godly image did they come back to their senses. Subsequently, they couldn't suppress their shock that was like a wild tide. Xianxia, the leader of the hunting group, a top master who could kill a 200-meter divine form alone, was killed by an unknown swordsman who was suspected to be a newcomer. It was simply sensational. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. However, the truth was right in front of them. The fierce battle just now was still vivid in their minds. The terrifying aura of the fierce battle could still be felt in the air. Fame had always been forged by stepping on countless blood and corpses. There was no fame that came out of nowhere, because fame that came out of nowhere was fake and not recognized by others. As Chen Zong refined and absorbed the essence of Xianxia's divine form, his eyes swept across. They were as bright and sharp as the edge of a sword. Suddenly, the spectators in the distance could not help but tremble. They had a horrifying feeling that they had been cut and torn apart. In fact, when he was fighting with Xianxia, Chenzong also felt that someone was watching the battle from afar. However, he did not pay attention to it. As for now, he would not pay attention to it. Turning around, Chenzong was about to leave. He wanted to continue hunting for 200-meter divine forms and improve himself as much as possible. Wait. Suddenly, someone rushed forward and shouted at the same time, "May I know your name?" This was a bold person. Otherwise, if Chenzong was a murderous person, he might have been killed if he rushed out like this. Even Xianxia was no match for him. He was killed by his sword, let alone them. "My name is Chenzong." Chenzong did not turn around to kill the other person. He did not even look back. His figure did not pause at all. He just floated away, leaving only 4 words. "My name is Chenzong, Sword Cultivator Chenzong." This name was quickly spread by everyone's tongues. If killing the 5 hunters was shocking, then killing the leader of the hunting group and several top experts in the mountain battle was shocking. It was a shock that directly impacted one's soul. It was indescribable. What did this mean? It meant that the sword practitioner named Chenzong was very powerful. Obviously, he was also a top master, or even a superior top master. Cultivators of the transcendent realm came from all over the universe, and although they weren't all of them, they were still a part of them. However, there weren't many who could be ranked at the top. Every single one of them was a famous existence. Xianxia was an amazing top master. If it weren't for his powerful strength and fierce reputation, the hunting group would have been annihilated long ago. But now, the hunting group not only existed, but it was also growing stronger and more powerful. Xianxia's contribution couldn't be ignored. In addition to those super masters, there were other top masters who were stronger than Xianxia. However, there were very few who could kill Xianxia in a one-on-one battle. This was because Xianxia had the divine aspect heavenly armor with amazing defensive power. Coupled with his amazing strength, even if he was defeated, he could still escape. "Chenzong, is it really him?" Bei Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was more and more certain that the sword practitioner Chenzong who killed the leader of the hunting group, Xianxia, was the Chenzong he knew. It was a pity that he was now in the divine aspect secret realm. Otherwise, he could have directly gone to ask. Although he couldn't directly ask, Bei Qian was more and more certain that Chenzong was the Chenzong he knew. Even if the universe was so big, and the possibility of someone with the same name being a sword practitioner wasn't small, Bei Qian was still certain. If we can invite a top sword practitioner to join our Heavenly Blade team, maybe we can directly hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect, a sword practitioner next to Bei Qian said with a smile. The Heavenly Blade team was considered a good team. Although they couldn't kill a 2,000-foot divine aspect in a one-on-one battle, if they worked together, it wouldn't be difficult. However, if they wanted to kill a 3,000-foot divine aspect, they were still lacking in strength. The strength of a 3,000-foot divine aspect far exceeded that of a 2,000-foot divine aspect. Only a supermaster was qualified to fight a 3,000-foot divine aspect. However, if a top master joined the Heavenly Blade team, then the overall strength of the Heavenly Blade team would be able to hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect. Currently, the Heavenly Blade team was stuck at a bottleneck. It wasn't difficult to hunt down a 2,000-foot divine aspect, but they couldn't hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect. "You're thinking too much." "He's a top master," a sword practitioner said, curling his lips. Even if a top master wanted to join a team, his first choice would be a more powerful team. Although the Heavenly Blade team was good, compared to those top teams, they were still a level below. So, talk was talk. That was all. However, it was undeniable that the Heavenly Blade team had such thoughts. It wasn't just the Heavenly Blade team, those top teams also had such thoughts. Moreover, they had sent members with sufficient strength into the Coiling Dragon Valley to begin searching for Chenzong's whereabouts. They wanted to contact him and recruit him. A top master, especially a top sword practitioner who could kill a top master like Xianxia, was undoubtedly very strong. Once he joined a team, he could significantly increase the overall strength of that team. It should be known that among those so-called top teams, only a small number of people were top masters. Sometimes, there was only one, and at most, there were only 4 or 5. Chenzong didn't know about this. He continued to go deeper into the coiling dragon valley to hunt down the 2,000-foot divine aspects. The power of the heart swordsmanship space splitter was astonishing and boundlessly sharp. With one sword, it directly tore apart the 2,000-foot divine aspect's body and beheaded it. It was an instant kill with one sword. It was extremely tyrannical. I wonder how a 3,000-foot divine aspect is like, Chenzong secretly guessed as he absorbed and refined the essence of this divine aspect. A 2,000-foot divine aspect was indeed very strong, and a 3,000-foot divine aspect would be even stronger. However, Chenzong didn't know how strong it was, because he had never faced or fought with it. However, as he continued to hunt down the 2,000-foot divine aspects, he continued to absorb and refine the divine aspect's essence. The body of the divine aspect became more solid, and the power of the divine aspect was further strengthened. The strength of this chi-cultivating divine aspect was also becoming more and more powerful. Now, Chenzong had a preliminary feeling that the improvement efficiency of the 2,000-foot divine aspect's essence had begun to decrease. Time flew, and Chenzong was still found in the coiling dragon valley. There were 3 top teams that found Chenzong one after another. One of them was the Raging Fire Song team, which had a total of more than 30 people. Among them, there were 2 top experts. It could be considered a very strong team, because apart from the 2 top experts, most of the remaining members were elite experts who could hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect by themselves. For such a team, the ordinary experts were basically mixed in the Blade Mountain, and the elite experts were mixed in places like the Coiling Dragon Valley, where divine aspects gathered. As for the 2 top experts, they brought a few more powerful elite experts to hunt down a 3,000-foot divine aspect. This time, the person who came to invite Chenzong was one of the 2 top experts. It could be said that he gave a lot of face to Chenzong. Once Chenzong joined the Raging Fire Song team, he would immediately become the 3rd top expert in the team. He would be at the top level, and his status would be very high. He would be second only to the leader, and he would be the deputy leader. It had to be said that this team valued Chenzong very much. Chenzong refused without hesitation. However, the deputy leader of the Raging Fire Song team didn't say any harsh words, ridicule, or threats. He just asked Chenzong to think about it. If Chenzong wanted to join the team, he would prioritize the Raging Fire Song team. Come and go as they please, meet and part as they please. Most people wouldn't create hatred for themselves because there was no need to. The second top team was called Dragon Mountain, which was stronger than the Raging Fire Song team. There were 3 top experts in the team. The person who came to invite Chenzong was also a top expert, and he was also the deputy leader of the Dragon Mountain team. However, this team didn't promise Chenzong the position of deputy leader. But because Chenzong was a top expert, Chenzong's status in the entire Dragon Mountain team was second only to the leader and the 2 deputy leaders. Chenzong still refused, not because of the difference in status, but because he didn't want to join the team. At least, for teams like the Raging Fire Song team and Dragon Mountain team, once one joined a team, one would be restricted and would have less freedom. Of course, the price was to be able to get the help of the team to hunt those stronger godly images. Moreover, there was a better way to get information. Because the number of godly images was even fewer, it wasn't easy to find one. Sometimes, if one searched alone, it would take a long time to find one. In addition, with the help of a team, sometimes people would come to snatch the godly images. But no matter what, Chenzong refused and refused. He didn't want to join. Obviously, the deputy leader of the Dragon Mountain team was unhappy, but he didn't say anything. Unpleasant. He turned around and left. The 3rd top team was called Divine Light. There weren't many members, only about 20, but this was a team stronger than the Raging Fire Song team and Dragon Mountain team. This was because the Divine Light team had a super expert, 4 top experts, and the rest were all elite experts. Every one of them had extraordinary strength. When the team worked together, hunting down godly images was as easy as eating and drinking. Such a powerful team naturally had an astonishing amount of confidence, as well as an astonishing amount of arrogance. Therefore, the attitude of Chenzong when inviting him wasn't as polite as the previous 2 teams. Of course, they wouldn't order Chenzong to join the Divine Light team. No matter what, Chenzong refused again. The reason was the same. You only have one chance. If you miss it, there won't be another, the deputy leader of the Divine Light said coldly as he stared at Chenzong. Chenzong didn't respond. A refusal was a refusal. Very well, let's wait and see, the deputy leader said with a cold smile. It seemed to be a threat, but it wasn't. He turned around and left angrily. Literature Museum. The three teams invited Chenzong one after another, but they were all rejected by him. The Raging Flame Song and the Dragon Mountain team reacted calmly, but the deputy leader of the Divine Light team was very upset. He even said something that seemed to be a threat. However, this did not change Chenzong's mind, and he did not care too much about it. He continued to look for the 200-meter-tall celestial form to kill and absorb its essence, and improve himself step by step. A 200-meter-long celestial form of a giant python was coiled in a large circle. From afar, it looked like a small hill, and the aura it emitted was very shocking. Chenzong did not hesitate. As soon as he saw the giant python celestial form, he sped up and rushed directly toward it. The sword chi of the Milky Way sword lingered around him, and he was about to attack. In an instant, a vast saber light burst out from another direction and cut the giant python celestial form before Chenzong did. After the saber light, a figure rushed out like a gust of wind and kicked the head of the giant python celestial form with the terrifying power of thunder. The two of them directly attacked the giant python celestial form before Chenzong did. Chenzong's sword that was about to swing out suddenly paused, and he immediately withdrew it. The sword chi lingering around it also dissipated. Since someone had acted earlier and quicker than him, that meant that the prey belonged to that person. Chenzong would not snatch it away. However, Chenzong saw the two people. One of them was the deputy leader of the Divine Light team who had invited him to join their team. His name was Yixing. He had never seen the other one. However, Chenzong did not think too much about it. He quickly turned and left to look for the next celestial form. As Chenzong turned and left, Yixing glanced over and sneered. Immediately, he cut the giant python celestial form with his saber. Yixing was a top master, and the other was also a top master of the Divine Light team. It was easy for the two of them to kill a 200-meter-tall celestial form together. Let's go. After absorbing the essence of the divine form, Yixing said to the other top master. Then, the two of them quickly chased after Chenzong. After another period of time, Chenzong finally found a divine image that no one was hunting. He moved and activated his sword chi. Just as he was about to kill the divine image, the two of them took the lead and attacked the divine image as fast as they could to kill it. Chenzong took a deep look at the two of them. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. Seeing Chenzong's reaction, Yixing sneered. This was the first time, the second time, now, it was the third time. The divine image that Chenzong found had also been snatched away. Aya, Your Excellency Chenzong, we really are fated to meet. He put on a fake smile and said to Chenzong, I'm really sorry to have wasted your efforts. Glancing at him casually, Chenzong didn't answer. Instead, he turned around and left as before. He didn't seem to care about him at all. He's quite patient, the other top master said disapprovingly as he watched Chenzong leave. Then let's continue and make him lose his patience. Yixing sneered and said, let's go. The two of them immediately moved and followed him again. The purpose of these two people was obvious. If it was the first time, it might be a coincidence. If it was the second time, it could barely be a coincidence. But the third time, it couldn't be a coincidence. They deliberately did it to target him. It was nothing more than a revenge action because he refused to join the Divine Light team. Chenzong found it ridiculous. Such a narrow-minded person was really extremely narrow-minded. Of course, whether one was broad-minded or narrow-minded had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Since ancient times, some of the experts who stood at the peak were vengeful and even ungrateful. Temperament and character were two different things. Chenzong didn't get angry. He didn't get angry at them, nor did he attack them directly. In short, he looked calm and relaxed. He turned around and left, continuing to look for divine forms to kill. However, this time around, Chenzong was even more vigilant. Sure enough, under the increased vigilance, Chenzong immediately felt two faintly discernible auras closely following him. If he did not maintain such a high level of vigilance, it was likely that it would be difficult for him to discover them. They must be the two top masters of the Divine Light team. Their method of hiding their breaths was excellent. Chenzong didn't turn around to expose them, but a cold look flashed across his face. Were they trying to disgust him, or were they trying to force him to make the first move? Probably both. In fact, this was Yixing's idea. He thought that if he personally came to recruit Chenzong would have to agree to join. But Chenzong refused, which made him feel very embarrassed, so he was very angry. As a result of his anger, he naturally wanted to find trouble with Chenzong. But he didn't directly attack Chenzong. Instead, he asked another top master of the Divine Light team to join forces with him to specifically target Chenzong and snatch the divine forms he found. He wanted to use this method to disgust Chenzong and let Chenzong know the consequences of refusing him. Of course, if Chenzong was so disgusted that he was enraged and took the initiative to attack, it would be a different story. At that time, the two of them would join forces and directly kill him. The reason why he asked another top master to help him was that Chenzong had a superb record of killing the leader of the wild hunting group, so Yixing wasn't sure if he could kill him alone. But if the two top masters joined forces, it was possible. To his surprise, after 3 consecutive attempts, Chenzong didn't seem angry at all. Was he a fool? Couldn't he see through his intentions, or did he not dare to attack, or was there some other reason? All in all, since Chenzong didn't attack, Yixing wouldn't stop. He just wanted to continue to disgust Chenzong. Chenzong didn't seem to notice anything. He was still wandering around the coiling Dragon Valley, looking for the divine forms. He found the divine forms, but someone was hunting them. He could only give up and continue to search. After searching for a while, Chenzong finally found another divine form that hadn't been killed yet. Sure enough, the 2 auras that had been hanging behind him suddenly became stronger. In an instant, they attacked the divine form at an extremely fast and ferocious speed. Yixing used a saber. He directly slashed with his saber. The saber light broke through the air and arrived at the divine form in an instant, as if it was tearing the sky apart. The other top master threw a kick. The kick was so violent that it seemed to be able to destroy mountains. Once these 2 attacks hit the 2000 zhang tall godly image, they would immediately injure it and kill it in the shortest time possible, just like the previous 3 times. But this time it was a little different, because Chenzong already knew their intentions. Disgust him, anger him, it didn't matter which one it was, or both. In short, if they did this again and again, they were enemies. Enemies didn't need to be soft-hearted. In an instant, the sword chi surged, and the sword will soared into the sky. Everything around them seemed to be crushed. The astonishing sharpness swept out like a raging wave, making Yixing and the other top masters of the Divine Light group feel cold for no reason. That kind of coldness swept over with astonishing sharpness, as if it was going to cut and tear their bodies apart. Chenzong's long hair flew and his robe fluttered. Unparalleled light condensed in his sword-like eyes, and a touch of murderous intent gathered in his eyes. They had made trouble for him again and again, and now it was the 4th time. They were clearly targeting him. Did they really think that he didn't have a temper? After the 3rd time, Chenzong had already made an absolute decision. If there was a 4th time, there was no need to say anything. He would directly draw his sword and kill them all. They asked for it. Since he was going to kill them all, he had to kill them all. Therefore, Chenzong didn't make a move. Once he made a move, he used the heart swordsmanship, the void-splitting style. At present, this was the most powerful sword move he had mastered. When the sword chi surged, Yixing and the other top master suddenly looked at each other. They didn't panic. Instead, they showed a mocking look, as if to say, look, they finally can't help but make a move. Then, it was time for them to fight back. This would be more fun. As for why they did this, there was no special reason. If they had to find a reason, they could only say that they wanted to vent their anger, tease, and disgust. In short, they just wanted to feel good. Yixing didn't know what he was doing and what kind of person he had provoked. The void-splitting style. Cut, the Sky River sword was swung out in an instant. Then, a flash of sword light broke through the air. The sword light was extremely bright and dazzling. In an instant, it turned gray and white, like a shadow, but it emitted an extremely frightening aura. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it and would be torn apart. It was creepy, whether it was Yi Xing or the other top master of the Divine Light group, they all felt their hair stand on end. That kind of feeling made them feel like they were about to explode. How could it be? How could that sword will be so tyrannical? It was as if it could tear apart everything in the world. Even heaven and earth would be torn apart. Nothing could stop it. Explode, in an instant, Yi Xing's power completely exploded and poured into the long saber in his hand. The long saber trembled, and the saber light was shocking. Suddenly, the saber slashed out like a surging sea. It was extremely tyrannical. This saber was no ordinary saber. It was a divine manifestation celestial weapon. The other top expert from the group of Divine Light also kicked out without hesitation. The force of the kick was like thunder, and a terrifying storm was stirred up as it rushed towards Chenzong. Logically speaking, the full power of the Super AO Wu of the Super AO Wu should be amazing. However, when it came into contact with Chenzong's gray and white shadow sword light, it was immediately torn apart. There was no resistance at all. It was directly torn apart. The feeling of having an irresistible force was exhilarating. How could it be? Yi Xing and the other two suddenly widened their eyes in shock. Their full power attack had been torn apart. It was simply sensational. The sword light also arrived in an instant. It cut through the bodies of Yi Xing and the other top master like a hot knife through butter. Finally, it cut through the 200-foot-tall divine manifestation. Coincidentally, it directly cut through the neck of the 200-foot-tall divine manifestation. 3 kills with one sword. Just as Chenzong had thought before, he had killed them all. Yi Xing and the other top master stared at Chenzong with hatred and murderous intent. Literature Museum. In a certain territory of the universe, Yi Xing smashed a wall with his palm. His eyes were red and filled with murderous intent. Murderous intent lingered around him, and he was extremely furious. He had actually been killed. Chenzong. Yi Xing spat out these 2 words through gritted teeth. He looked like an evil spirit that was about to devour someone. Come in. After venting his anger, Yi Xing immediately roared. Immediately, someone rushed in, looking respectful and submissive. He was terrified that Yi Xing would use him as a target to vent his anger. You, immediately enter the Divine Image secret realm and tell my brother the news. Tell my brother to kill Chenzong, Yi Xing roared. Yes, the super extreme answered immediately, then quickly turned around and left. The result of killing them all was that he directly obtained the 3 Divine Image essences. He immediately absorbed them into his body and quickly refined them. After refining the 3 Divine Image essences, Chenzong felt that his Divine Image body had become more condensed. Naturally, his Divine Image power had also become stronger. Very suddenly, a figure jumped up from behind a huge rock and landed on it. He stared at Chenzong from above, but his eyes were not aggressive at all. On the contrary, he looked at Chenzong with some curiosity, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Chenzong did not look surprised at all when the other party suddenly appeared. Instead, he looked over calmly. When he killed the 2 people from the Divine Light group, Chenzong felt that there was another aura that was almost undetectable. However, the other party did not appear directly, nor did he feel any murderous intent. Chenzong ignored him and waited for the other party to show himself. Do you know who those 2 people were? The person asked directly. Tell me why you're here, Chenzong said directly. Those 2 were the deputy leaders of the Divine Light group. They were top experts. The person ignored Chenzong's words and continued to talk. He shook his head like an old scholar, but he did not have the temperament of an old scholar. Especially the one with the sword. His name is Yi Xing. He is narrow-minded and vengeful. Most importantly, he is the younger brother of the leader of the Divine Light group. Hearing this, Chenzong frowned slightly. Yi Xing was the younger brother of the leader of the Divine Light group. Yi Xing did not mention this when he tried to recruit him, but he did mention that the leader of the Divine Light group was one of the few super experts. He could kill a super expert of the Divine Image alone. His strength was terrifying. Since Yixing was the younger brother of the Divine Light Regiment's leader, then there would probably be more changes or more troubles after this incident. However, trouble was trouble. So what if he was a super expert? It was just a battle. You're brave. Chen Zong's reaction was noticed by the other party. He immediately gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia. I'm a top master, one of the 7 ultimate martial skills, ranked 6th. The purpose of my visit is to invite you to join the 7 ultimate martial skills. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Before Chen Zong could answer, Xianxia spoke again. Our 7 ultimate martial skills is a team, but not a team. You can think of it as a special team. Chen Zong did not speak and just listened to Xianxi's words. Bei Qian had also introduced some of the teams, but it was only a part and not so comprehensive. However, he had also mentioned the 7 ultimate martial skills. He said that the 7 ultimate martial skills was a very special team, one of a kind in the entire transcendent realm. The 7 ultimate martial skills have always had only 7 people, at least top masters. Xianxia smiled. This was one of the reasons why the 7 ultimate martial skills were so special. Only 7 members had always been less than 7, never more than 7. They were at least top masters. Wasn't that special? It could be said that the 7 ultimate martial skills was a very powerful team. In terms of the number of top masters, it was not comparable to a top team like the Divine Light Group. But at the same time, the 7 ultimate martial skills were not as strict as other teams. Generally, they acted on their own. If necessary, they would invite others to act together. Generally speaking, the 7 ultimate martial skills was equivalent to an alliance of 7 rogue cultivators. Usually, they did not interfere with each other and there was no difference in status. There was no leader or vice leader. Everyone's status was the same. 7 powerful rogue cultivators teaming up to form the 7 ultimate martial skills was equivalent to a mutual aid alliance. When you were in trouble, you could help. When you were in trouble, you had to help too. When you needed other things, you could discuss and so on. After listening to Xianxi's introduction, Chen Zong actually felt that this method was quite good. Now, the second seat of the 7 ultimate martial skills, Divine Image Restoration, is empty. Xianxia finally said. His meaning was obvious. The 7 ultimate martial skills had always had 7 people. Now that there was 1 less, there was only 6 left. Naturally, they had to recruit another to make up for it. Divine Image Restoration, this was not the name of a person, but the name of a level or a realm. According to what Chen Zong knew, Divine Aspect returning to origin was the end of the Divine Aspect realm. To a certain extent, it could be considered a level above the Transcendent realm. Of course, it couldn't be considered as surpassing the Transcendent realm. After all, the Divine Image had reached its limit after reaching the Transcendent realm, which was 120 feet. It could not be increased to 130 feet. Then, the next step was to break through to the 4th realm. There was no Divine Image in the 4th realm. In other words, when one reached the 4th realm, the Divine Image cultivated in the 3rd realm would be integrated into the body and become one with the body. It would become the Divine Image, and the Divine Image would be one's realm. Divine Image Restoration meant that the Divine Image would be integrated into the body and become one. At this step, one would be half a step into the 4th realm. Of course, it could not be regarded as truly entering the 4th realm. It could only be regarded as a level between the 3rd realm and the 4th realm. It was much stronger than the top transcendent realm, but compared to the real 4th realm, there was still a big gap. Because in the 4th realm, the integration of the Divine Image and the body was only one of the changes. There were other changes, such as the Great Path Lost techniques, the nature of power, and so on. But no matter what, once one reached the level of Divine Image Restoration, it was equivalent to half a step into the 4th realm. It was only a matter of time before one truly broke through to the 4th realm. If it was fast, one could break through in a few years. Of course, if it was slow, it could take decades or even centuries. But no matter what, once the Divine Image Restoration was achieved, breaking through to the 4th realm was 100% guaranteed, unless something unexpected happened. It was said that the top masters on the divine general ranking had all reached the level of divine image restoration. "Why are you looking for me?" Chenzong asked. Although there were not many top masters, there were still quite a few of them. After all, the universe was so big. It was not too difficult to find another top master to join the 7 ultimate martial arts. First, you have not joined any other team. Second, you are a swordsman. Xianxia smiled and said, "The 7 ultimate martial arts is called that because each seat and each person cultivates a different one." Chenzong understood. In other words, the person with divine image restoration was a swordsman. Now, the 7 ultimate martial arts lacked a swordsman. He was a swordsman and a top master who had not joined any team. He was undoubtedly the first choice. The thought flashed through Chenzong's mind. Without hesitation, Chenzong nodded. "Okay, then I will join the 7 ultimate martial arts." Anyway, the 7 ultimate martial arts was a special team that was not restricted. It was suitable for him to join. "Welcome." Xianxia smiled. Immediately, he waved his hand. A stream of light flew quickly and appeared in front of Chenzong. It was a diamond-shaped token. It was white and looked like it was made of some kind of bone or some kind of unique rock. "This is the 7 ultimate martial token. It means that you are a member of the 7 ultimate martial arts. The number on it is your current seat. In addition, this token can be used as a communication device between the 7 ultimate martial arts. It can also help you refine, absorb, and recover divine image power." Chenzong took the token. First, he felt a wave of coldness, then a wave of warmth spread out. It was very unique. Things from the outside world could not be brought here. This token must have been made of something from the divine image secret realm. And it was not something ordinary. There was only one word on the token, 7. This meant that Chenzong's seat after joining the 7 ultimate martial arts was the 7th seat. In the 7 ultimate martial arts, the ranking of seats was not based on strength. It was based on the order of joining. No matter how strong you were, as long as you joined later, your ranking would not be high. Because the 2nd seat of the divine image returning to origin, the 2nd seat was empty. The 3rd seat was automatically promoted to the 2nd seat, and so on. Xianxia, who was originally the 7th seat, became the 6th seat. The 7th seat was now empty and belonged to Chenzong. One day, if Chenzong also achieved divine image returning to origin, the 7th seat would be empty again. It would wait for the next one. In the 7 ultimate martial arts, the 1st and 2nd seats were all super experts. The 3rd to 7th seats were all top experts. Now that the 2nd seat had divine image returning to origin and Chenzong had joined the 7 ultimate martial arts, it became a group of 6 top experts and 1 super expert. The leader of the divine light group is very strong. "Do you want the 1st seat to help you?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "Of course, since you just joined the 7 ultimate martial arts, the first time is free. You don't have to pay anything." The members of the 7 ultimate martial arts could help each other, but it was only limited to ordinary matters. If it was a big matter and they wanted others to help, they had to pay something, such as some rewards. As for what the rewards were, they could only discuss it among themselves. However, as a benefit, any new member who joined the 7 ultimate martial arts had a special privilege. They could ask other members to help them once, as long as they could do it. "Not for now," Chenzong replied with a smile. Even if the leader of the divine light group was a super expert, he was not qualified to make Chenzong fear him. "In that case, you're on your own," Xianxia said with a smile. Then, he leaped into the air like a giant bird. He quickly flew backward and landed back down. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the distance. He was very fast. Chenzong speculated that he majored in body movement. Otherwise, he would not be so fast. The longer a transcendent divine image body could stay in the divine image secret realm, the more time they had to hunt down divine images. They could accumulate divine image essence and refine the divine image body until it reached the pinnacle. After reaching the pinnacle, the divine image would return to its original state. Once the divine image returned to its original state, the divine image body would no longer be able to leave the original body and enter the divine image secret realm. This was also the reason why it was difficult to produce an invincible level expert. Outside the Coiling Dragon Valley, a group of people appeared. There were a total of 13 of them. Each of them had a cold expression and an indescribable murderous intent. They rushed into the Coiling Dragon Valley. Those people look familiar. Someone glanced at them from afar and was stunned. He immediately frowned as if he was trying to recall where he had seen those people before. Divine Light Group. Suddenly, someone next to him said, "They are all from the Divine Light Group. The one leading them is the Divine Light Group's leader, 30 cents. 30 cents. The others were shocked. What did this name represent? A super expert. In the Divine Image secret realm, there were not many super experts. There were less than 100 of them. One had to know that the Transcendent Realm experts who entered here were from all over the universe. Although not all Transcendent Realm experts in the universe could enter the Transcendent Realm, only a portion of them could. The universe was so vast and there were countless geniuses, but there were less than 100 super experts. The ratio was very low. Any super expert had an amazing deterrent force. Some of these super experts were lone wolves, some had formed teams, and some had joined other teams. The Divine Light Group was a famous team among the various teams because its leader was a super expert, 30 cents. There were 4 top experts in the team. Other than that, the other members were all elite experts. Ordinary experts were not qualified to join. It was a well-known name. In addition, for a team to be famous, its leader would often appear in front of others and be seen by others. Therefore, it was easy to recognize him. A super expert, and the leader of a top team, had brought 2 top experts and 10 elite experts into the Coiling Dragon Valley at this moment. What was the reason? This made many people speculate. In the Coiling Dragon Valley, there was only a 200 zhang long celestial form. 30% CI, a super expert, had once killed a 300 zhang long celestial form by himself. To him, a 200 zhang long celestial form was nothing, and its celestial form essence was of no use. Even the 2 top experts were able to kill divine forms that were 200 meters tall. There was a feeling that something big was about to happen. Could it be that some treasure has appeared in the Coiling Dragon Valley? Everyone couldn't help but guess. It seemed that this was the only explanation. When it came to information, top teams would be the first to know when treasures appeared. This was an advantage that other small teams and solo players did not have. Of course, they didn't know that not long ago, a vice captain and a top master of the Divine Light Group were killed in the Coiling Dragon Valley. If they knew, they would have other guesses. After hesitating for a while, these people finally gave up on the idea of following and taking a look. If he followed them and was misunderstood by the people of the Divine Light Group that he wanted to fight with them, they would directly attack and eliminate him. That would be equivalent to dying for nothing. Losing a celestial form essence was not a big deal. The problem was that if they died once, they would have to wait for more than a year before they could enter again. It was not worth wasting more than a year's time because of a curiosity. The Divine Light Group was famous for being overbearing. Without a doubt, Chenzong had been found. He had been found by the 13 people of the Divine Light Group. Chenzong stared at 30% CI seriously. He felt an indescribable sense of fear from the other party. Very strong, compared to Xianxia, who had been killed by him, he was much stronger. As for Yixing and the top experts with him, they were completely inferior to Xianxia. Captain of the Divine Light Group? Chenzong's tone was a little inquisitive, but also a little certain. I am 30% CI. Yixing is my younger brother. 30% C's expression was cold. His eyes were filled with a hint of murderous intent as he stared at Chenzong. No matter what my younger brother did, you should not have killed him. You should be glad that this is the Divine Image secret realm, not the outside world. 30% C's words sounded a little incoherent, but Chenzong understood what he meant. Because this was the Divine Image secret realm, his younger brother would not really die if he was killed. It would just be a small loss, a loss that was within the range of what they could bear. If he was really killed and died, then the consequences would be different. Chenzong would have to bear the monstrous anger of 30% C's group. I will not kill you either. 30% CI spoke again, staring indifferently at Chenzong. Because even if he killed Chenzong, he would only make Qinzong lose one of his divine image essences, and he would not be able to enter the super extreme realm for more than a year. From now on, you will join my divine light group and work for it until my younger brother and his group return to their original state. The meaning of 30% C's words was obvious. He wanted Qinzong to join the divine light group and work for it. Well, using the word work to describe it might be a little too much, but the meaning was pretty much the same. Squeezing out Qinzong's value and working for the divine light group, Qinzong would not be able to obtain any of the divine image essences until 30% C's group returned to their original state. Only then would he be free and be able to refine and absorb the divine image essences on his own. There was no time limit to this. If it was fast, a few years would be enough, but if it was slow, it could take decades or even 100 years. This approach was undoubtedly more severe than directly killing Qinzong once. Killing him once would at most cause him to lose one of his divine image essences, and he would not be able to enter the super extreme realm for more than a year. However, this approach would hinder Qinzong for at least a few years or even 100 years, delaying Qinzong's progress. It had to be said that 30% C's intentions were very sinister. The other members of the Divine Light group stared at Qinzong with mocking sneers. Anyone who dared to go against the Divine Light group would not have a good end. Now, it was up to Qinzong to choose. If he was smart enough, he would listen to their leader. If not, he would resist. You talk too much, Qinzong responded neither slowly nor quickly, his sword qi lingering on the Heaven River sword in an instant. This battle was inevitable, and Qinzong also wanted to see how strong a supermaster who could kill a 3,000-meter-tall divine image essences alone was. How big was the gap between his current strength and a super masters? I thought you were a smart person, but it seems that you are stupid. The coldness on 30% C's face became even more obvious. The faint murderous intent in his eyes instantly intensified until it reached its peak. It was like a saber piercing through the sky, tearing everything apart. From now on, every time you enter this place, I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sansei's long saber slashed out. The long saber of the divine manifestation celestial soldier brought with it a cruel and cold saber light. The saber light was like the water of the Milky Way, but also like a landslide. It carried with it a terrifying saber will as it cut through the air. With one slash, the sky changed color, and Qinzong's expression involuntarily became dignified. A supermaster's attack was really extraordinary. It looked like an ordinary blade, but it contained terrifying power. In fact, any supermaster had already tempered their divine image physique to a high level, even to the extreme, so why would they continue to hunt down divine images? It was because of this that they could better achieve divine image essences. Divine image essences was the pursuit of every third realm cultivator, because to break through to the fourth realm, divine image essences was an unavoidable path. In fact, divine image essences did not only exist in the surpassing realm. Divine image essences existed in the high and low realms as well. After all, some cultivators could not break through to the high realm, let alone the surpassing realm. So, those cultivators who could not break through to the high or surpassing realm could not break through to the fourth realm. No, they could still break through to the fourth realm, but relatively speaking, it was more difficult, and after breaking through, their potential could not be compared to those in the surpassing realm. To put it simply, those in the low realm of divine image essences could generally compete with those in the high realm, and those in the high realm of divine image essences could also compete with those in the surpassing realm. However, once they reached the level of divine image essences, they would work hard to break through to the fourth realm, and they would appear less and fight less. The Heavenly River sword also slashed out in that instant. The moment the sword light and the saber light came into contact, Qinzong immediately felt a terrifying power erupt from his opponent's saber light. After shattering the sword light, the saber light slashed toward him with irresistible force. It was a very strong saber. Not only was the power of the divine image stronger than his, but the great path saber technique had also reached the realm of perfection, and its power was astonishing. This was the first opponent Qinzong had met whose great path martial technique had reached the realm of perfection. The sword light was shattered, and the saber light came for him. Qinzong's figure flashed, and after easily dodging the saber light, he stabbed out with his sword again. It pierced through the void in an instant, mysterious and swift, and had an indescribable profundity and agility. 30% CI did not move. He dragged his long saber, and the saber chi was cold and sharp, leaving a long saber mark on the ground. It turned into a white line and charged directly toward Qianzong. As for the other people in the Divine Light group, they all stood aside and did not make a move. Their standing posture vaguely formed an encirclement, surrounding the area to prevent Qianzong from escaping. Once Qianzong tried to escape, he was bound to be intercepted. He only needed to stop him for a moment, and that was enough time for 30% CI to pursue him. The strength of a supermaster was undeniably strong. Qianzong calmed down and operated the Heart Sutra. He continued to fight with 30% CI, and the Heart Sword technique was activated to the extreme. However, for a moment, Qianzong could not gain any advantage. This was because 30% C's Great Path Saber technique had also reached the realm of perfection. He also had rich combat experience. With the long saber in hand, he wielded it freely. Every strike was fierce and lethal. His powerful divine image body and divine image power were even stronger than Qianzong's. For a moment, not only was Qianzong unable to gain any advantage, but he also showed signs of being suppressed. If it were not for the superb Heart Sword technique that allowed him to perceive everything around him, he would have been suppressed long ago. It seems that I have to use my unique skills, Qianzong said to himself, and the sword chi burst out in an instant. On the great whale, in his cabin, Qianzong narrowed his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. He was dead. This was the first time he had died in the divine aspect secret realm, and he had been killed by Qianzong's saber. The strength of a supermaster was indeed very strong, even stronger than his current strength. At that time, the Heart Sword art was unable to suppress Qianzong's saber technique, and they were evenly matched. However, Qianzong's strength was greater than his. When Qianzong used the Heart Sword art, space-splitting form, Qianzong had also mastered a great Tao secret technique. In fact, every supermaster had mastered a great Tao secret technique. Qianzong had mastered the great Tao saber technique, mastered a great Tao secret technique, and had the divine aspect heavenly armor and the divine aspect heavenly armor. His divine aspect body was much more condensed than Qianzong's, and his divine aspect body was also much stronger. Under all these comparisons, Qianzong had no advantage at all. Even if the Heart Sword art combined with the Heart Sword art could resist Qianzong's saber technique, Qianzong was still defeated by the obvious difference in strength. In the end, he was killed in a battle of attrition. Qianzong didn't feel that it was a great loss for his divine image body to die once. It was nothing more than losing a wisp of his divine image essence and being unable to enter the divine image sealed world for more than a year. However, one shouldn't forget that a chi-refining divine image could only enter the transcendent realm after a year or so, but Qianzong could enter with his body-refining divine image. This time, he had also learned how big the gap between him and a supermaster was. However, although Qianzong did not mind letting his divine aspect body die once, this enmity had been sowed, and he would definitely take revenge. After resting for a moment, Qianzong entered the divine aspect secret realm again. This time, he entered the body-refining divine aspect secret realm. The leader of the Divine Light group had threatened Qianzong. If Qianzong didn't agree to his conditions, he would continue to hunt down Qianzong. As long as Qianzong entered the divine image secret realm, he would kill him. He would kill him every time he entered the secret realm. Then Qianzong had been killed once. Normally, it would take more than a year for Qianzong to enter again. During this time, the Divine Light group would not pay attention to him. In other words, his body-refining godly form was relatively safe. He did not need to worry about being found by the Divine Light group. Of course, even if they came to him, Qianzong was not afraid. It was nothing more than a battle, nothing more than death. He would not be timid because of this. Qianzong entered the super realm directly. He had the Milky Way sword and the 7 extinction martial token with him. As soon as he appeared, Qianzong did not hesitate and immediately set off for Sharp Blade Mountain. The body-refining godly form was not as good as the body-refining godly form. He had to start from Sharp Blade Mountain to obtain the essence and absorb it to improve his own godly form. With the experience of the body-refining godly form, the body-refining godly form moved more smoothly and saved more time. As soon as he saw the 100-meter-tall godly form, Qianzong did not hesitate to swing his sword and use his mountain and river suppressing technique to quickly kill it. The use of his sword technique immediately consumed 30% of Qianzong's godly form power. However, with the help of the 7 extinction martial token, Qianzong felt that the surrounding godly form aura was quickly absorbed and poured into his own godly form body. The recovery speed of his godly form power was almost doubled. In other words, with the 7 extinction martial token, the recovery speed of his godly form power was doubled. In addition, the speed of refining the essence of the godly form was also doubled. Treasure. There was no doubt that the 7 extinction martial token was an extraordinary treasure. Not long after, Qianzong's consumed godly form power was completely recovered. The essence of the godly form was also completely refined and absorbed by Qianzong. His body-refining godly form body was more condensed and his godly form power was also strengthened. However, there was still a long way to go before the end of the first stage and entering the second stage. As for the body-refining godly form, it was currently in the second stage. The so-called first stage was to refine and absorb the essence of the 100-meter-tall godly form. The second stage corresponded to refining the essence of the 200-meter-tall godly form. The third stage corresponded to refining the essence of the 300-meter-tall godly form. The fourth stage was the ultimate stage. Qianzong's body-refining godly form was in the second stage. Xianxia, a super expert, was in the fourth stage. The gap between them was very obvious. The power of the godly form alone was overwhelming. Qianzong was able to contend with Xianxia because of the superb heart swordsmanship. The superb world swordsmanship was not inferior to the heart swordsmanship. The difference was in the mystery. Compared to the heart swordsmanship, the world swordsmanship focused more on power. In the Blade Mountain, a small number of cultivators acted alone. Most of the cultivators formed teams of 3, 4, or even 5. They worked together to hunt down the godly form. When Qianzong finished killing the 10th 100-meter-tall godly form and was refining and absorbing its essence, suddenly, a tyrannical aura spread in the distance and turned into a windstorm. Vaguely, the windstorm-like aura carried a trace of sharpness. Qianzong moved and immediately flew in the direction of the aura. Every step he took was dozens of feet long. When he landed, he suddenly stomped on the stone ground. The power exploded and pushed the body of the 120-meter-tall godly form forward like a galloping horse. Fast, fast, fast. His speed kept increasing. With every step he took, the mountain rocks were crushed and collapsed. Instinctively, Qianzong felt that a treasure had appeared. That was why there was such an aura. This reminded him of the godly celestial weapon, the Sky River Sword, that he had encountered in the first level of the Divine Aspect Secret Realm before he had broken through to the Extreme Realm. The aura then was somewhat similar to the aura now. Could it be that another godly celestial weapon had appeared, regardless of whether it was or not, since he had sensed it, it was worth a trip. Like Qianzong, other cultivators who had sensed the aura also took action and flew in the direction of the aura. As Qianzong continued to fly, the aura that swept over like a long river became more and more obvious and intense. This meant that Qianzong was not in the wrong direction. After running for about a dozen miles, Qianzong saw the object that was emitting a mighty and sharp aura. It was a piece of armor. The shape of the armor was unique. At first glance, the impression was that it was sharp. The edges were sharp, and the aura was sharp. It was as sharp as a sword. This feeling was very strange. Such a sharp aura should only appear on weapons like sabers and swords. However, it just so happened to appear on a piece of armor. Yet, it didn't seem out of place at all. Divine aspect heavenly armor. Qianzong muttered in his heart. His eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. In the Extreme Realm, every supermaster had a divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor. It was because of this that they could compete with or even kill a 300-meter-tall divine aspect alone. Some top masters also had a divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor. Very few had a divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor. Qianzong only had the divine aspect heavenly weapon, the Sky River Sword, but he did not have the divine aspect heavenly armor. In this regard, he was inferior to those supermasters. However, the divine aspect heavenly weapon or divine aspect heavenly armor had always been something that could only be encountered by chance. Whether one could encounter it or not depended on luck. Whether one could obtain it or not depended on one's strength. For example, if one was lucky enough to encounter it, but someone else also encountered it, what would they do? They could only fight for it. That would depend on their strength. Now, it also depended on their strength. Because other than himself, other cultivators had also arrived. At a glance, there were more than 20 of them. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong's speed did not slow down at all. Instead, he exploded and sped up, rushing directly towards the divine aspect heavenly armor. This divine aspect heavenly armor is mine. Chenzong thought to himself. His eyes became sharper. Get lost. Die. The divine aspect heavenly armor was a divine aspect treasure that could only be obtained by very few divine aspect bodies. Once one of them obtained it, he or she would immediately have the ability to contend with a divine aspect body that was more than 100 feet tall. After all, the divine aspect heavenly armor's defensive power was very strong. It could withstand the attack of a divine aspect body that was more than 100 feet tall. Moreover, both the divine aspect heavenly weapon and divine aspect heavenly armor had a special characteristic, which was that their power would increase as their divine aspect body improved. Chenzong did not say a word, but his body did not slow down at all. He directly slashed out with his sword, displaying the world sword principle that had reached the perfect realm. The world sword principle's power was amazing. With a slash of the sword, the first cultivator who wanted to snatch the divine aspect heavenly armor was immediately sent flying. One slash after another, it was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Under the sword, no one could withstand even one round. They were all repelled and sent flying by Chenzong's world sword principle. It was impossible for them to resist. Although Chenzong was not as good as them in terms of divine aspect power, the world sword principle that had reached the perfect realm was not something they could compare with. There were many conditions to become a supermaster. Mastering great path martial arts of a sufficient level was a must. It could be said that every supermaster's great path martial arts had reached the perfect realm, and they had also mastered the great path martial arts. This was one of the prerequisites. If they did not achieve this step, then even if their divine aspect body was upgraded to the 4th stage, they would still not be able to become a supermaster. At best, they would be at the level of a top master. None of these people had mastered great path martial arts of the perfect realm. In fact, not many of them had even mastered great path martial arts. In this regard, even if their divine aspect power was stronger than Chenzong's, they were not a match for Chenzong at all. With one slash of the sword, all of them retreated. Let's join forces to kill him first. After being forced to retreat, some people immediately roared. Chenzong suddenly became the target of more than 20 people. It was the divine aspect heavenly armor. Everyone wanted to get it, but in the current situation, this person was the strongest. If this continued, he might be able to get the divine aspect heavenly armor, and they would have no chance. They could only join forces to kill him first. After that, they could compete with each other based on their own abilities. Killing moves appeared frequently and were continuously performed. They bombarded Chenzong from all directions. Chenzong did not dodge. As his eyes flickered, there seemed to be illusory images of mountains and rivers appearing. Immediately, sword chi erupted and turned into illusory images of mountains and rivers lingering on the sky river sword. The sword slashed down. The world sword principle, suppressing mountains and rivers, with one slash, astonishing power was urged to the extreme in an instant. It exploded in an instant, as if mountains and rivers had descended to suppress the world, directly suppressing the others. With a single sword strike, more than half of the cultivators were killed. Hegemonic wind slash, shocking wind slash, Chenzong struck twice with his sword, followed by the world sword principle. Every strike was fatal. Even if some of the cultivators realized that something was wrong, it was too late for them to escape. Chenzong killed more than 20 cultivators, leaving behind more than 20 god essence. Chenzong quickly absorbed and refined them. But this was not the point. The point was that no one was fighting for the divine image heavenly armor. However, Chenzong did not delay and quickly absorbed it. Zong's God image power entered the divine image heavenly armor through the contact of his palm. It quickly filled the entire armor and formed a cycle. When the cycle was completed, a tight connection was established between Zong and the divine image heavenly armor. This was the refinement. After refining, Zong moved his mind and the divine image heavenly armor immediately turned into a ray of light, rolling toward Zong's God image body and covering it. Ming Lan sword armor, this was the name of the divine image heavenly armor. Whether it was the divine image heavenly weapon or the divine image heavenly armor, they all had unique names, and their names were closely related to their characteristics. For example, Zong's divine image heavenly weapon was called the Milky Way sword, and there was only one of it. This Ming Lan sword armor was also unique. After refining the Ming Lan sword armor, Zong not only learned the name of the divine image heavenly armor, but also its characteristics. The name Ming Lan referred to the defense of this armor. When an attack landed on it, it would be blocked and dissolved, like a wave that dispersed the attack. Zong tried it. He used his finger like a sword and pressed hard on the Ming Lan sword armor. In an instant, Zong felt that his sword finger was blocked. A feeling that seemed both hard and flexible spread from his fingertips. Immediately, ripples spread rapidly from the Ming Lan sword armor where the sword finger had touched. At first, the ripples were very obvious, but as they spread out, they gradually faded and finally disappeared. The power of the sword finger was also dispersed by the spreading ripples, and finally disappeared into nothingness. However, this wasn't the full power of the Clearwave sword armor. Apart from its defense, the Clearwave sword armor also contained a sharp energy. This energy could be used on sharp weapons like swords and sabers, increasing their sharpness, and indirectly increasing their lethality and attack power. Zong gave it a try. He activated the sharpness of the Ming Lan sword armor and added it to the Milky Way sword. When he swung the sword, he felt that the power of this sword was increased by about 30%. Not bad. A 30% increase was very significant. However, Zong also keenly felt that the power stored in the Ming Lan sword armor had decreased a little. The aura of the god from the outside world was slowly being absorbed to make up for its consumption. Zong also discovered that the 7 ultimate martial tokens' accelerated recovery was also effective on the recovery of the Ming Lan sword armor's power. Indeed, it was great. With the Clearwave sword armor, I can now go and hunt down a 200-meter god form, Zong thought to himself. However, Zong still didn't immediately leave Blade Mountain to hunt down a 200-meter god form. He planned to continue hunting down 1,000-meter god forms in Blade Mountain until he condensed his god form body to the second stage. Then, he would go to the Coiling Dragon Valley and other 200-meter god forms habitat to hunt. With his current strength after obtaining the Clearwave sword armor, it would be easier for him to hunt down a 1,000-meter god form. Naturally, his efficiency would also be much higher. If he went to hunt down a 200-meter god form, he could do it, but it definitely wouldn't be as easy as hunting down a 1,000-meter god form. Therefore, it was better to hunt down a 1,000-meter god form first until he reached the peak of the first stage, or until he broke through to the second stage. Then, he would hunt down a 200-meter god form. He had to improve quickly, but he couldn't be impatient. With the Clearwave sword armor, the attack of the 1,000-meter god form had no effect on Zong. It would be completely blocked by the Clearwave sword armor and offset. As such, Zong's efficiency in hunting down 1,000-meter god forms had more than doubled. Time passed by. Zong's body refining god form was mixed in Blade Mountain, hunting continuously. The god form body became more and more condensed, and the god form power became more and more powerful. Finally, after Zong refined another god form power, he felt the god form power in his body surging violently. The god form body seemed to be hammered from inside out, and it became more and more condensed. Breakthrough, the god form body finally broke through to the second stage. At this point, the essence of the 1,000-meter god form was useless to him. No, it wasn't completely useless. It was still useful, but its effect had become very weak. It wasn't even 1/10 of its original effect. In other words, if he could improve by absorbing 1 god form essence before, he would have to absorb more than 10 now. The efficiency had decreased, which meant that Zong had to change places. Without hesitation, Qianzong left Blade Mountain and went to Coiling Dragon Valley. Although there were other places besides Coiling Dragon Valley, Qianzong was more familiar with Coiling Dragon Valley, so he could save some time. Until now, the god form didn't know that he had entered this place again. There was still time for him to improve. Now, with the protection and support of the Bright Wave Sword armor, the overall strength of the body refinement godly image was superior to the chi refinement godly image from before. Of course, when the chi refinement godly image entered this place, the Bright Wave Sword armor would also appear on its body. After entering the second stage of the god form body, Qianzong's strength had increased significantly. In addition, the Clear Wave Sword armor was improved with Qianzong's breakthrough. Although it couldn't completely resist the attack of the 200-meter god form, it could greatly weaken it and better defend Qianzong. Kill, hunt crazily, Clear Wave Sword. Armor, 7 Ultimate Martial Token, Sky River Sword. With the support of the 3 god form treasures, Qianzong's hunting speed was amazing. Even if he had to spend time looking for the god form, it was at least twice as fast as when he was cultivating the chi refining god form. When Qianzong had improved more than half of the second stage and was approaching the third stage, the 7 Ultimate Martial Token suddenly vibrated. This meant that someone from the 7 Ultimate Martial Token was sending a message to Qianzong. Qianzong immediately accepted the message. 1 month later, I'm going to hunt the King of God form. Do you want to go with me? It was a slightly hoarse voice that directly entered Qianzong's ears. At the same time, Qianzong also knew where the voice came from, or rather, from which 7 Ultimate Martial Token came. The number 1 token was the first seed of the 7 Ultimate Martial Token. Now, the first master of the 7 Ultimate Martial Token was also one of the few super masters. The King of God form. Qianzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. The King of God form was a super existence at the peak of the super extreme realm. It was very terrifying and rare. Of course, although the King of God form was very strong, if they were discovered, they would definitely be surrounded and killed. However, most of the time, the result was failure and they were eliminated by the King of God form instead. But there were also successful examples. It was also because of this that people knew that the essence of the King of Divine Image was very close to the origin of the Divine Image. After refining it, not only could it rapidly improve one's Divine Image body and Divine Image power, but if it was absorbed by someone who had already condensed it to the extreme, it could speed up the process of Divine Image unification. In the 7 Ultimate Martial Token, the others also made a sound. It seemed that the first seed of the 7 Ultimate Martial Token was going to break through to the God form origin restoration. 1 month. Qianzong narrowed his eyes slightly. It should be enough for me to reach the third stage. Now that his God form power was close to the peak of the second stage, if he kept hunting for a month, there was still hope for him to break through to the third stage. At that time, with his third stage God form power, coupled with his sword technique Ao Wu and the Great Tao technique suppressing mountains and rivers, he might be able to hunt down the King of God form together. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, it was good to see the strength of the King of God form. When the time comes, I will go. Qianzong also left his message and put down the 7 Ultimate Martial Token. His body moved and he immediately went into the distance to continue hunting for the God form. The more he hunted, the more he refined and absorbed the essence of the God form. The more condensed Qianzong's God form body was, the more powerful his God form power was, and naturally, his strength was also getting stronger. Compared to when he first entered the Coiling Dragon Valley, the difficulty of Qianzong hunting the 200-meter-tall God form was more than half. Compared to the twists and turns when he entered the godly form body of Qi, this time, it was much smoother, and he did not cause any big trouble. Naturally, some small troubles could not cause the slightest disturbance to Qianzong, and he solved them directly. Then, Qianzong made an unexpected discovery. What discovery? The people of the Divine Light Group. Every group had its own symbol, and the Divine Light Group naturally had its own symbol. It was easy to recognize, because Qianzong had seen it more than once. Seeing the 5 elites of the Divine Light Group, Qianzong suddenly showed a smile. He had to take revenge, he had to settle the score. Although he had never seen these 5 people before, they were the members of the Divine Light Group. Sooner or later, he would encounter the Divine Light Group. Then, he would start collecting interest from them. After making up his mind, Chenzong stepped out, as if he was walking on the wind, and quickly approached the 5 elites of the Divine Light group. It just so happened that these 5 people had successfully killed a 200-meter-tall god form, and were sharing the essence of the god form equally. Caught off guard, sword light flashed, and the world-level swordsmanship burst out, and directly slashed at them. The gap between the elite masters and the top masters was still very obvious. Especially Chenzong, who was a master of swordsmanship, under the sudden attack, it was even more difficult for them to react. So much so that these 5 elite experts of the Divine Light groups were all killed in an instant before they even knew who had attacked. The bodies of the god forms quickly dissipated, leaving only the essences of the 5 god forms, which were absorbed, refined, and absorbed by Chenzong. In an instant, Chenzong only felt that the power of the god form in his body was rapidly condensing, expanding, contracting, expanding, and contracting as if it was breathing. Then, as if it was exploding, it rushed out. An increasingly tight feeling spread, and the body of the god form became more and more powerful, and the power of the god form was constantly increasing. It broke a limit and stepped into another level, which was even more amazing. The third stage. Ordinary experts, elite experts, top experts, and super experts were directly related to the stage of condensation of the divine image body. The first stage of condensation of the divine image body corresponded to ordinary experts, and so on. The second stage corresponded to elite experts, the third stage corresponded to top experts, and the fourth stage corresponded to super experts. Of course, this was only a correspondence and not absolute. For example, Chenzong could kill a 100-foot divine image alone when he was in the first stage of the divine image body. That was the level of an elite expert. Why was that so? Because Chenzong's great path sword technique had reached the perfection realm, which made each of his sword moves extremely powerful. Moreover, he had mastered a great path absolute art, which made him even more terrifying. Therefore, Chenzong could have the strength of a top expert when he was in the second stage of condensation of the divine image body. Now, Chenzong's divine image body had reached the third stage. In terms of divine image power, he had truly reached the level of a top expert. Then, coupled with his great path sword technique, did he have the strength of a super expert? Not at all. The battle with Xianxia made Chenzong realize the strength of a super expert. Not only had his divine image body reached the fourth stage, but he had also mastered a great path martial art and great path absolute art to the perfection realm. Then, his current strength should be at the top of the top level, close to the level of a super expert. Netherlight Abyss, this was a dangerous place in the divine image secret realm's transcendence boundary, and it was also a place where divine images of the heavens gathered. In the Netherlight Abyss, not only were there 100-foot divine images, but there were also 200-foot divine images. There were even 300-foot divine images. It was a very chaotic place. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were not willing to enter this place. Because the Netherlight Abyss was complicated and chaotic, it was not as clearly divided as Blade Mountain's Coiling Dragon Valley. The divine images all had their own territories. In the Netherlight Abyss, only a few divine images had their own territories. Most of the divine images wandered around. For example, if you were to enter the Netherlight Abyss to hunt for a 1,000-foot tall god phase, you might encounter a 2,000-foot tall god phase or even a 3,000-foot tall god phase. You might even encounter more than one 3,000-foot tall god phase when you were hunting a 3,000-foot tall god phase. Only those top teams would enter the Netherlight Abyss to hunt. Otherwise, the rewards would not be proportional to the effort. Chenzong arrived outside the Netherlight Abyss. "Are you the new 7th seat?" A woman in tight leather armor glanced at Chenzong with a sharp gaze. She saw the 7 ultimate martial token on his waist. There was a number on it, 7. She asked. Chenzong nodded and glanced at the woman's waist. She also had a 7 Extremes martial token with the number 5 on it, indicating that she was 5th in the 7 Extremes martial token. Beside the woman, there was another person. He was a middle-aged man who also had a 7 Despair martial token. The number on it was 3. He was the 3rd seat of the 7 Despair martial token. This was the temporary rendezvous point for the 7 ultimate warriors. It was the temporary rendezvous point for the first seat to kill the king of divine aspect. The 7 ultimate warriors were allowed to gather here. Until now, the first seat had not arrived yet. The first to arrive were the 3rd seat, the 5th seat, and the new 7th seat, Qianzong. After observing for a while, the middle-aged man took the initiative to greet them. The 3rd seat was called Ling Feng and the 5th seat was called Wang Chu. They were from different borders. The two of them had known each other before. After all, they had been in the 7 ultimate warriors for a long time. Qianzong was a newcomer. Although he had been in the 7 ultimate warriors for a while, it was his first time meeting the other members. They were all members of the 7 ultimate warriors. It would have been fine if they had not met, but now that they had met, they naturally had to get to know each other. The middle-aged man was especially good at socializing. They started to get familiar with each other after a few words. Not long after, another person arrived. It was the 6th seat, Xianxia. Hello, everyone. Xianxia's personality was more lively. He immediately greeted them. He turned his gaze and saw Qianzong's light blue armor. Brother Qianzong, you're here too. Not bad. You even got the divine aspect heavenly armor. At that time, he was the one who invited Qianzong to join the 7 ultimate warriors. To a certain extent, their relationship was deeper. As they waited, they chatted idly. Finally, someone else arrived. The newcomer wore black and red armor. He held a black spear in his hand. The spear's blade was suffused with traces of red light. A 7 ultimate warrior token hung from his waist. The number on it was 1. The first seat, he was the only super master left in the 7 ultimate warriors. He was also the one who initiated the hunt for the king of divine aspect. You're all here. The first seat was called Bogu. When he saw Qianzong and the other 3, he nodded slightly. His expression was a bit cold. In that case, follow me. Aren't we waiting for the 2nd and 4th seats? Xianxia asked. They have other things to do. They can't come, Bogu replied. Carrying his spear, he strode into the Mingguang abyss. Since the 2nd and 4th seats could not come, these 5 would be the ones to act. A super master and 4 top masters. Qianzong also noticed that other than himself, the other 4 seats all had divine aspect heavenly armor and divine aspect heavenly armor. Their strength was extraordinary. He wondered if such a combination could hunt down the so-called king of divine aspect. Qianzong was still very curious. It seemed that the king of divine aspect was in the Mingguang abyss. However, since ancient times, the place where the king of divine aspect appeared the most was the Mingguang abyss. Go deeper, they quickly went deeper. Along the way, Qianzong and the other 4 seats followed the first seat Bogu into the Mingguang abyss. Along the way, if they encountered a celestial aspect, they ignored it. A celestial aspect was too weak for them. Even if they killed it, they would not gain any benefits. Even if it was a 200-meter celestial aspect, they would ignore it. The logic was the same. Of course, at such a high speed, even a 200-meter celestial aspect could not catch up with Qianzong and the other 4. Not long after, they encountered a 300-meter celestial aspect. However, the 300-foot celestial form was completely different. Its humongous body exuded a tyrannical aura that was extremely vigorous and powerful. Even a super expert like Bogu couldn't underestimate it. Kill it! Bogu called out. Qianzong also saw Bogu making a move. With a shake of his long spear, it turned into a strong black light that instantly pierced through the air. Its power was extremely shocking. It was the Great Dao Spear technique, and it was the Great Dao Spear technique at the Great Perfection stage. Immediately, the other 4 people followed suit and attacked the 300-meter celestial aspect. It was not that Bogu could not kill it alone, but in order to save time, the 5 of them attacked together. There was no doubt that the hunting speed would be faster. As expected, under the joint attack of the 5 people, the 300-meter celestial aspect did not last long and was killed. Of course, the one who contributed the most was Bogu. After all, he was a super master and could kill a 300-meter celestial aspect by himself. Qianzong and the other 3 only played a supporting role. However, this battle also allowed Qianzong to see the general strength of Bo Gu and the others. Bo Gu's strength seems to be stronger than 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light group, Qianzong secretly guessed. Qianzong had personally experienced 30% C strength. Moreover, he used the heart sword technique to contend with him. Therefore, he was more clear about it. As for Bo Gu's strength, Qianzong had not personally fought with him. Now, he was just observing the battle. Based on the battle between Bo Gu and the 300-meter celestial aspect, he made a guess. With Qianzong's current accumulation and insight, such a guess was not far from the truth. Bo Gu's strength might really be stronger than 30% CI. As for how much stronger, Qianzong could not tell. The essence of the 300-meter celestial aspect was more vigorous and purer. It was not comparable to the essence of the 200-meter celestial aspect. The essence of the 300-meter celestial aspect was immediately divided into 4 and given to Qianzong and the other 3 to refine and absorb. As for why Bo Gu did not refine and absorb it, because his celestial aspect body had already been condensed to the limit of the 4th stage. Even if he refined and absorbed it, he would not be able to improve it at all. The next step would be celestial aspect unification. However, celestial aspect unification was not that easy. It required an opportunity. This time, Bo Gu found the traces of the King of Divine Aspect and planned to kill it. His purpose was to use the King of Divine Aspect's essence, the super essence that was closest to the origin of the Divine Aspect, to help him find an opportunity to break through the limit and achieve celestial aspect unification. This was because he had already reached the limit of the Divine Aspect realm in all aspects. He had accumulated to the limit and could not improve any further. The next step was naturally to break through the 4th stage. Since he had reached the limit, it was meaningless to continue to stay. On the contrary, it was just a waste of time. Of course, he had to seek a breakthrough. Then, if he wanted to break through to the 4th stage, he must first go through the celestial aspect unification step. However, he could not find any way at the moment. Moreover, the 2nd seed had achieved celestial aspect unification 1 step earlier than him. He could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Of course, he did not have any enmity or conflict of interest with the 2nd seat. On the contrary, their relationship was quite good. That sense of urgency was a kind of competition. However, he did not want to fall behind. However, it was wishful thinking to want to kill the King of Divine Aspect by himself. They could only work together. The most trustworthy people were undoubtedly the companions of the 7 ultimate techniques. If they failed, then Bo Gu would compensate them with 10 300 Zhang godly phantoms essences. If they succeeded, then Bo Gu would get half of the King of Divine Phantoms essences, and the other half would be shared equally among the others. But, if they succeeded, then Bo Gu would get half of the King of Divine Phantoms essences, and the other half would be shared equally among the others. 4 people would get half, which was 1/8 of the total. The King of Divine Aspect's essence was said to be the existence closest to the origin. It would definitely be very shocking. As Bo Gu continued to move forward, he would occasionally encounter 3,000-foot godly aspects along the way. He kept killing them, and the godly aspects' essences would be divided equally among the 4 of them. While refining and absorbing, Qianzong could feel that his godly aspect body, which had just reached the 3rd stage, had become more condensed. His godly aspect power had also become stronger. This meant that the improvement of his basic strength would affect the power of his swordsmanship, Ao Wu, and even the great past lost techniques. If he could further improve his strength before he started to hunt the King of Divine Aspect, it would further increase his insurance. After all, according to the rumors, the King of Divine Aspect's strength was extremely terrifying. After killing the 12th celestial form and absorbing its essence, Bo Gu stopped in his tracks. This is where I discovered the King of Divine Aspect's whereabouts. Bo Gu's tone was filled with excitement. His words made Qianzong and the others look solemn. For some reason, they felt that there seemed to be a different aura in the air. Of course, that could be a psychological effect. Next, they had to find the King of Divine Manifestations. They could only hope that it had not been killed by others. However, the possibility of this was very small because the King of Divine Manifestations was extremely strong and would not be easy to kill. Perhaps everyone was very lucky, but it did not take long for them to find the King of Divine Manifestations. Qianzong also saw the so-called King of Divine Manifestations, which was somewhat unexpected. In the Ultra Realm, a 100-meter God manifestation was the weakest, followed by a 200-meter God manifestation, then a 300-meter God manifestation was even stronger. According to this inference, the King of Divine Manifestations' body should be more than 300 meters tall. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could reach 400 or even 500 meters. In fact, this was indeed the case. Those legendary kings of divine manifestations did indeed have astonishingly large bodies. Of course, since ancient times, the King of Divine Manifestations had appeared very few times. Now, the King of Divine Manifestations that Qianzong and the others saw with their own eyes was not so large. On the contrary, it was very small. In fact, it was even smaller than them. The King of Divine Manifestations was a human figure wearing golden armor. It was sitting on the back of a beast wearing a golden half-armor that looked like a fierce tiger but was even more ferocious and domineering. The tiger wearing the golden half-armor was about 100 meters tall, and the figure wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear on its back was about 100 meters tall. 100 meters tall was equivalent to the height of a low-realm god manifestation. However, the moment they saw this figure, whether it was Bo Gu, Qianzong, or the others, they all felt a direct impact on them. Very strong, very strong. The aura was obscure and terrifying, like an undercurrent hidden deep in the sea. It did not reveal the mountain nor the water, but once it exploded, it would definitely destroy everything. Why were they so sure that it was the King of Divine Manifestations that they were looking for? Because of their intuition, there was no need to prove it. They could tell just by feeling. The King of Gods. For no reason, everyone became excited. This was the King of Divine Phase, and they were about to accomplish a magnificent feat, which was to kill the King of Divine Phase. I'll take the lead. The four of you will assist me. Bo Gu took a deep breath and spoke. When his voice fell into the ears of the four, it was low and muffled. Qianzong and the other three immediately nodded. On the way here, they had hunted down the 300-meter tall gods, not only to obtain their god essence, but also to cooperate with each other. After all, hunting a king of gods was no small matter. If they weren't familiar with each other, they wouldn't be able to cooperate fully. The slightest carelessness and the slightest flaw could lead to failure. That said, none of them were ordinary people. After killing the 12 300-meter tall godly manifestations, they all had a good understanding of each other's fighting styles, and could work together seamlessly. Immediately after, Bo Gu flipped his hand, and 4 chi appeared on his palm. The chi was light gold, and it looked like a spiritual snake swimming in his palm. In the next moment, the 4 light gold chi flew out and shot towards Qianzong and the other 3. This is the Heavenly Spring Essence, a secret treasure of the Godly Manifestation secret treasure. Everyone has one. No matter if your godly manifestation power is exhausted or your godly manifestation body is about to collapse, as long as you absorb it, you can instantly recover, Bo Gu said solemnly. This was the preparation he had made for hunting the King of Gods. Qianzong and the other 3 were shocked. In the Godly Manifestation secret realm, apart from the Godly Manifestation heavenly armors and Godly Manifestation heavenly armors, there was something even more precious and rare, the Godly Manifestation secret treasures. The Godly Manifestation secret treasures were a general term, and there were many kinds of them. The effect of the Heavenly Spring Essence was no less than a second life. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't really die. They would only lose one Godly Manifestation essence and wouldn't be able to enter the Godly Manifestation secret realm for more than a year. However, if they were killed, it meant that the hunt had failed. If they wanted to kill the King of Gods again, they would have to wait until they entered the secret realm again. With the Heavenly Spring Essence, even if they were killed, they would be able to recover to their peak state and continue to fight. It was no doubt amazing. Thank you, the 4 of them expressed their gratitude to Bo Gu. With the essence of the Heavenly Spring, the chances of successfully killing the King of Gods had increased by a lot. Of course, if the difference in strength was too big, no matter how many Heavenly Spring essences they had, it would be useless. After all, the difference in strength was too big. Killing once, twice, or thrice didn't make much of a difference. It was just one more attack. Are you ready? Bogu gazed into the distance, locking his gaze on the king of gods. His voice was getting deeper and deeper. Shortly after, Bogu's strength completely erupted, instantly reaching the pinnacle. Man and spear became one as if he had turned into a black meteor, bringing with him an incomparably violent and tyrannical power as he shot through the air. His might was unparalleled, and an indescribable aura spread out. It was beyond imagination, far stronger than before. A unique skill. Bogu didn't use a probing skill, he used a unique skill directly. The king of gods wasn't weak. It was certain that his godly manifestation was more than 300 meters long. However, it was unknown how much it was more than that. Normally, what they should do was to test the opponent first, then use their full strength. However, what if the king of gods was very strong? Then, they might not be able to use their full strength in time and be killed by the king of gods directly. Therefore, from the very beginning, he didn't try to test the waters. Instead, he unleashed his most powerful attack. If even this attack couldn't do anything to the king of divine aspect, then the so-called hunt would be a joke. It would be an extravagant hope. Bogu exploded in an instant. Shenzong and the others also exploded. The third seat specialized in fist techniques. His right arm swelled to twice its original size, and he suddenly punched out, bursting with an extremely powerful force. It was as if he could shatter the sky. This was a top-tier ultima profound martial art of the transcendent realm. Vaguely, the fist carried with it a trace of the mysteries of the Great Path Lost techniques. It was just one step away from truly reaching the level of the Great Path Lost techniques. The fifth seat cultivated dual sabers. The dual sabers were long and narrow, and in an instant, they erupted. Saber light intertwined and densely packed together to form a net of sabers, as if threads were threaded through needles. The net of blades was like the spring wind brushing the willows, but it was also dense and flexible. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It was silent and light, like a swaying willow leaf, like a feather, approaching the king of gods. Boom! Boom, boom. The sixth seat, Xianxia, specialized in leg techniques, not body techniques. His body movement was also derived from his leg movement. His legs struck out in an instant, and the tyrannical power of his legs intertwined and overlapped. One after another, the power of his legs was like a raging wave. Every kick contained an extremely terrifying power, and it was as if it could destroy a mountain. All of the attacks were aimed at the king of divine aspect. Shenzong slashed out with his sword. Sword chi exploded, turning into an illusory image of mountains and rivers. A vigorous and domineering power spread out, and the suppressive power fell on the king of gods first. Among the 5 people, Bogu and Shenzong had used true Great Path's unique skills. They were all at the lower star level. Even the lowest level of Great Path's unique skills had astonishing power that Ao Wu couldn't compare to. The third seat's punch had reached the threshold of a Great Path's unique skill, surpassing Ao Wu's. However, it hadn't completely reached the level of a Great Path's unique skill. It was more like a half-step Great Path's unique skill. As for the 5th and 6th seats, they were both Ao Wu, the top Ao Wu of the transcendent realm. Without a doubt, the power that the 5 of them released in an instant was extremely terrifying. It was a power that could destroy mountains, and it directly bombarded the king of gods. The power of the mountain and river suppressing sword fell on the king of gods, and the suppressive power immediately made the king of gods' body tremble slightly. However, in an instant, the tiger divine form under the king of gods roared angrily. The roar was earth-shattering, and it exploded with an astonishing power. It was earth-shattering, and it directly shattered the power of Shenzong's mountain and river suppressing sword. Bogu's Great Path's unique skill, which was like a falling meteor, also arrived. However, the king of gods raised the golden long spear in his hand and rotated it. It seemed slow, but it was extremely heavy. It suddenly smashed down like a thunderstorm, destroying everything in its path. With a boom, the void seemed to be shattered under the heavy impact of the spear. Collision, the tyrannical power collided with each other and directly exploded. The terrible aftermath instantly spread in all directions, shattering everything and turning them into dust. Bogu was directly sent flying. The divine sky armor on his body shook violently, as if it was about to shatter, but it still held on. The other people's attacks all landed on the King of God's body. Chen Zong's sword also directly slashed the King of God's body. He immediately felt that his sword seemed to have cut into an extremely hard object, and it was blocked. A tyrannical rebounding force rebounded, and Chen Zong's entire body was sent flying. Shocking. Chen Zong's expression was incomparably shocked. The Xianxia River's tyrannical sword actually shattered after slashing into the King of Gods. The King of Gods didn't seem to be injured at all. No, Chen Zong's sharp senses told him that the King of Gods was injured, but it was very light. However, if the King of Gods was injured, it meant that if everyone worked together, they still had a chance to kill him. Otherwise, if no one was injured, it meant that everyone working together couldn't fight the King of Gods at all. Chen Zong's sword did indeed injure the King of Gods. When the other people's attacks landed on the King of God's body, they also caused some minor injuries and slightly weakened the King of God's power. However, this kind of weakening was insignificant. If the King of Gods was 3,000 feet tall, facing the full power of everyone's combined attack, even if he didn't directly die, he would be on the verge of death. However, the King of Gods was so tyrannical that the injuries he suffered were too light. It was less than 1%. However, everyone still saw a glimmer of hope. There was hope to kill the King of Gods. Fight, Bogu exploded again, and his spear arrived. Kill. Kill. The God of God's body didn't need to eat, drink, sleep, or breathe. However, Chen Zong and the other four felt suffocated. Strong, the King of Gods was too strong. Even if the 5 of them used their full strength, they could only contend with the King of Gods. They were completely at a disadvantage. The pressure was too strong. The King of Gods not only had amazing defensive abilities, but its attack power was also terrifying. Because it had a mount, its speed was also very fast. It moved like the wind, making it even more difficult to surround it. The King of Gods was extremely difficult to deal with. The power of its golden spear was terrifying. Kill the mount first, Bogu said seriously. Only by killing the mount could Hansen suppress the King of Gods' mobility and speed. The 4 of them understood this point. They immediately changed their attack direction and attacked the Tiger God's mount. Roar, the Tiger God's mount suddenly roared. It seemed to understand that it was being targeted. It was furious. It suddenly pounced, and its tiger claws were cold and fierce, tearing everything apart. The King of Gods on the Tiger God's mount also attacked with its spear. It was as fast as a golden meteor. The tip of the spear was so sharp that it could pierce through everything. Bogu's strength was the strongest. Even if he couldn't fight the King of Gods one-on-one, he could still contend with it. With the help of Chen Zong and the others, even though they were at a disadvantage, their teamwork allowed them to resist the King of Gods' attacks. Not a single one of them had been killed. However, the consumption of energy was shocking. This kind of battle was intense, so the burden was obvious. The 5 of them looked cold and serious. Their eyes were unprecedentedly serious. None of them could die. If any of them died, their cooperation would be broken. Then, they would all be killed by the King of Gods. Xianxia's legs carried an extremely violent force. They hit the Tiger God's mount directly. The force of the kick could break mountains, but it didn't cause much damage to the King of Gods. On the contrary, the force of the kick made Xianxia's legs tremble, and he flew backward. The tiger claws tore through the air and grabbed at Xianxia's God's body. The sharp claws were glowing with golden light. If Xianxia's God's body was caught, he would be severely injured, even if he didn't collapse. Xianxia could not help but reveal a look of shock. In the blink of an eye, an overbearing sword radiance slashed horizontally from the side, carrying the power of a mountain. It hit the golden tiger claw directly. The sound of metal clashing against metal was ear-piercing. The tiger claw was also deflected by the sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia moved his legs and dodged the tiger claw by a hair's breadth. Among the 5 of them, only one used a sword. It was Chen Zong, the 7th seat. The King of God's mount was attacked again, and it kept getting injured. Although each injury was light, it kept accumulating, and its power was gradually weakened. However, the King of Gods could absorb God's aura from the outside world to replenish itself. This wasn't something the other gods could compare to. This way, even if it was slightly injured and its power was weakened, it could still absorb God's aura from the outside world to replenish itself. Of course, the others could do this too. With the 7 ultimate martial token, they could absorb God's aura twice as fast. Even so, they still couldn't compare to the King of Gods. In terms of consumption, they still couldn't beat the King of Gods. Powerful strength, shocking defense, super fast speed, and extraordinary recovery ability. The King of Divine Aspect's terrifying strength was practically flawless. If there were no flaws, then they would create one. If they killed the mount first, perhaps there would be a flaw, and the King of God's power would be weakened. Slash of heavenly wind, Chenzong's sword slashed at the Tiger Divine Form's mount. The sword radiance shattered, and he bounced back. At the same time, Chenzong's body turned back in the air. He was as graceful and agile as a swallow. Then he slashed again, turning into an extremely sharp bolt of lightning. Lightning slash of shocking wind, the extremely sharp sword pierced through everything. The first 2 slashes caused a certain amount of damage to the Tiger Divine Form's mount, weakening its power slightly. The current situation was that Bogu was fighting with the King of Gods, trying his best to resist, while the other 4 attacked the mount, trying to kill it. Power of sword armor, suppressing the mountains and rivers, Chenzong slashed the Divine Tiger Form with his sword again. The Sword of the Great Path was extremely powerful, and with the power of the sword armor, its power was increased by another 30%, making the power of the sword even more terrifying. The body of the Divine Tiger Form mount was suddenly split open, leaving behind a clear sword mark. The aura of the Divine Tiger Form quickly dissipated, and the power of the Divine Tiger Form mount was obviously reduced. Even its speed was reduced. Good. Everyone was secretly delighted. The Tiger Divine Form's mount was furious. Its tiger claws tore through the air and attacked Chenzong. The King of Gods also attacked with his spear, carrying the power of 10,000 tons. It smashed out fiercely, making Chenzong feel as if the world was falling apart. Power of sword armor, suppressing the mountains and rivers, unable to dodge, Chenzong could only explode with his most powerful power. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword chi of the mountains and rivers circled around and condensed on the heavenly river sword. Even the power contained within the heavenly river sword was stimulated. The terrifying power was as heavy as a mountain. It directly smashed down and shattered Chenzong's sword. Chenzong also realized how terrifying the power of the King of Gods was. Chenzong's sword, which he had used all his strength in, was actually unable to block the attack and was directly shattered. A terrifying force came crashing down, causing Chenzong's entire body to fly backwards. The Ming Lan sword armor on his body crazily rippled, layer after layer. Blue light shone brightly, as if it was a stormy sea. It felt as if it could not withstand the force and was about to be shattered. He could not feel any pain, but Chenzong could clearly feel that his divine form's body had been damaged. The Ming Lan sword armor had only blocked most of the power. There was still a small part of the power that fell on his divine form's body, causing damage and weakening his power. Absorb, Chenzong kept absorbing the aura of the divine form around him. With the help of the 7 ultimate martial token, his absorption speed doubled. The power that had been consumed quickly recovered, but Chenzong did not wait for it to recover. He attacked again with his sword. The joint attack could not be stopped. Otherwise, they would all be killed. The King of God's next attack was blocked by Bogu. Bogu was much stronger than Chenzong and could barely resist the King of God's long spear. Suppressing the mountains and rivers, seizing the opportunity, Chenzong attacked the tiger-shaped divine form with his sword again, causing it to be injured again. The battle was extremely fierce. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, everything was bombarded into smithereens. It was like a ruin, and it was still being ravaged by the bombardment. Xianxia's divine form. The divine form's body was thin and almost dissipated. It seemed that if a slightly stronger wind blew, it would dissipate like a candle in the wind and turn into nothingness. The essence of the heavenly spring, in an instant, Xianxia absorbed the essence of the heavenly spring. His divine form body solidified at an astonishing speed, and his divine form power was completely restored to its peak state. Xianxia was the first to use the essence of the heavenly spring. If he did not use it, he would die. Once he died, there would only be 4 people left, and they would be even weaker. They might be killed by the king of gods one by one, causing the hunt to fail. Not long after, the 5th seed also had to use the essence of the heavenly spring to completely restore his divine form body and divine form power. The 3rd seat's most powerful punch directly hit the tiger-shaped divine form mount. Xianxia also attacked with his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Bogu also attacked with his spear. As if it was burning, his divine form power was ignited. He used the method of direct consumption to explode with an unparalleled spear attack. Under the attack of the spear, the tiger-shaped divine form mount was almost shattered. But at the same time, Bogu's divine form body was also hit by the spear. More than half of it was broken and almost collapsed. The essence of the heavenly spring was immediately consumed. In an instant, Bogu's divine form body quickly solidified, and his divine form power was completely restored. The tiger-shaped divine form mount's power was greatly reduced, and it was the best opportunity to kill it. Finally, under the joint efforts of the 5 people, the tiger-shaped divine form mount was directly shattered. However, the essence of the divine form it left behind was directly absorbed into the body of the king of gods. With a continuous roar, the pattern of a fierce tiger appeared on the golden armor of the king of gods. It was vivid and lifelike, and it seemed to strengthen the king of gods' aura. It seemed that they had outsmarted themselves. Everyone's expression stiffened. Originally, the purpose of killing the tiger-shaped divine form mount was to restrain the king of gods. But it seemed that was not the case. The king of gods' aura was much stronger. However, at this point, they could only continue to fight. If they could not kill the king of gods this time, then they would need at least a few more super masters to hunt him down next time. No matter what, this time, they had to give it their all to kill him. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. The essence of the heavenly spring that they had consumed before would also be wasted. It should be known that a divine treasure like the essence of the heavenly spring was very rare. Bogu was lucky enough to encounter and obtain it. Of course, in order to obtain the essence of the heavenly spring, he had to risk his life. During the fierce battle, everyone realized that after the king of gods absorbed the essence of the tiger-shaped divine form mount, his aura had indeed become stronger. His power had also increased, but his movement speed had indeed decreased compared to when he had the mount. Their previous decision to kill the mount was not wrong. There was still hope to kill him. The spear pierced through the air, and the golden light pierced through everything. In an instant, the 3rd seat's divine form heavenly armor was broken, and his divine form body was also pierced. Shocking power exploded. The 3rd seat suddenly grabbed the golden spear with both hands and exploded with all his power, holding it tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other 4 people also exploded with their strongest attacks, bombarding the king of gods' body. The 4 attacks landed on the king of gods' body, and immediately caused some damage. I went out for dinner with my parents and came back only now. It was a 5-on-1 battle, but the king of divine aspect was able to block their attacks with just his spear and armor, and he was able to continuously counterattack. Its spear was extremely heavy and powerful. If one were to be hit by it, one would be severely injured. This was even under the protection of the divine image heavenly armor. Without the protection of the divine image heavenly armor, even a 4th stage divine image body would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that one would be shattered by the spear. However, the advantage of killing the mount first was obvious. At least, the king of divine image's movement speed was significantly reduced. It would not be as difficult to hit him as before. Xianxia used his perfect realm sword technique. Sword after sword, he looked for opportunities to strike the king of divine image's body. The king of divine image's strength was tyrannical, especially after fusing with the divine image essence of the mount. It was even stronger and more shocking. Its attack speed was also very fast, and its defense was terrifying. However, without the mount, its speed and agility were significantly reduced. This was one of its weaknesses. Its second weakness was its martial arts techniques. The king of divine image did not have any martial arts techniques. With a spear in hand, it relied purely on its terrifying strength to wield it. It did not have any spear techniques to speak of. Even if it did, it was very crude. If it could master a superb spear technique, its combat ability would be at least several times stronger. At that time, not only would the 5 of them not be able to do anything to it, but they would also be killed. If there was a weakness, then there was a need to target it. Bogu's spear techniques were superb, Chenzong's sword techniques were superb, and the other three's martial arts techniques were not bad either. Even so, except for Chenzong, the other 4 had all used the heavenly spring essence. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Die! Bogu exploded again. Suddenly, his spear pierced through the air. The Great Path Lost technique released a terrifying power that directly bombarded the King of Divine Image's body. This seemed to be a move that hurt the enemy by 1,000 but also hurt himself by 800. The King of Divine Image was directly pushed back a dozen meters, and Bogu's Divine Image body became much thinner. It seemed that he had overdrawn his energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the others also exploded, bombarding the King of Divine Image's body again. Bogu's Divine Image body once again solidified, and his aura returned to its peak. Heavenly Spring Essence, the second Heavenly Spring Essence. It was also the last one. Fortunately, the King of Godly Image's Godly Image body had been severely damaged by their attacks, and its power had decreased significantly. However, even though its power had decreased, the King of Divine Phase was still very powerful. No one could defeat it one-on-one. They still had to team up. Bogu also took the opportunity to transmit a message to the others, explaining that he had used up all of his Heavenly Spring Essence. In other words, he couldn't use the same move again unless he was confident that he could kill the King of Gods. The King of Divine Aspect seemed to understand that Bogu was the strongest, and he posed the greatest threat to him. He had to get rid of him first. The golden spear pierced through the air and blasted towards Bogu. With a single strike, Bogu was sent flying. His celestial image dimmed even more. The second spear suddenly changed direction, and with a terrifying force, it smashed towards Chenzong. It was too fast and too ferocious. Chenzong couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. However, Chenzong blocked it with his Milky Way sword, and his whole body was sent flying. The King of Godly Image's body shook, and its godly power dissipated. Its power weakened again. Fight to the death, the 5 of them were fighting with their lives on the line against the King of Divine Image. It was as if they only had one chance at life, and they were determined to fight to the death. The World Sword technique was constantly used, and the One Heart Sutra was constantly activated. Chenzong was comprehending the mysteries of the World Sword technique while observing the King of Divine Image's attacks. Because of this, Chenzong was able to hold on until now without using up the Heavenly Spring Essence. World Sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers, Chenzong took advantage of the opportunity again and used a Great Path technique. It was extremely powerful. He slashed out with his sword, and it seemed to be able to cut through everything. It directly slashed the King of Divine Image's body, causing damage again. The King of Divine Image suddenly turned around and stabbed his spear towards Chenzong. The force of the attack was shocking, and it directly hit Chenzong's body. The Ming Lan sword armor was directly hit, and there were countless ripples on it. It was as if the sword armor was going to shatter, and it made a sound as if it couldn't bear the weight of the attack. A part of the terrifying power passed through the Ming Lan sword armor and directly bombarded Chenzong's Godly Image's body. It made Chenzong feel as if his Godly Image's body was going to be penetrated and shattered. Cracks also appeared on the Ming Lan sword armor, as if it would shatter at any time. Previously, the Godly Image's body was constantly damaged, and the power of the Godly Image was constantly weakened. This caused its strength to weaken, and its attack power also decreased. Naturally, the damage it caused to the King of Divine Image was also decreasing. However, Chenzong had not used up the essence of Heavenly Spring. Instead, he relied on his own ability and the assistance of the 7 ultimate martial token to recover. This time, however, he had to use up the essence of Heavenly Spring. In an instant, Chenzong felt that as the essence of Heavenly Spring was digested in his body, a pure and vigorous power also spread out. It was like a torrential flood, and it was like a storm. In a very short time, it spread to every part of his body. Some of it even poured into the Ming Lan sword armor, forming a cycle. Zong felt that his godly image's body was also condensed to the extreme in a short time. The power of the godly image filled the godly image's body, surging like a tide. Even the cracks on the Ming Lan sword armor disappeared. Recovered, completely recovered. This shocked Zong. The secret treasure of the godly image was indeed extraordinary. It was only the essence of heavenly spring, but it had completely restored his godly image's body and power to his peak. It was really a good treasure. If he had more of it, he would be able to face the king of godly images alone. Of course, a secret treasure of the heavenly spring was too rare. At least until now, Zong had only obtained it once, and it was given to him by Bo Gu when he was hunting the king of godly images. If not for that, Zong would not have encountered any secret treasure of the godly image. No, it should be said that before the essence of heavenly spring, Zong had also encountered a secret treasure of the godly image, which was the 7 ultimate martial token. However, although the 7 ultimate martial token was very good, it was still inferior to the essence of heavenly spring. Subconsciously, Zong took a deep breath and consumed the essence of heavenly spring. After recovering, Zong also had a new understanding, which was the understanding of the world Tao. Previously, he had been constantly studying the world scroll. Although he had not fully understood it, it had left a deep impression on him. He had used the world sword technique again and again, using the great paths suppressing mountains and rivers. Under the pressure of the king of godly images, he had integrated them and made a breakthrough. The sword chi exploded, and the illusory image of mountains and rivers suddenly appeared. Compared to before, it was much clearer. Not only that, but the power of suppression had also increased by at least 2 times. The world sword technique suppressing mountains and rivers, under the endless sword chi of mountains and rivers, Zong's sword burst out. The sword light was vast, and the illusory image of mountains and rivers surrounded it. The power was endless, and it directly slashed down, suppressing everything. The king of godly images was suppressed in an instant. Suppression, the suppression power of the sword had increased by 2 times. If the previous suppressive power had been nothing to the king of divine image, then this suppressive power had a real effect on the king of divine image. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the others also attacked the king of godly image's body. Zong's sword light surrounded by mountains and rivers slashed down. It also carried the power of the sword armor and the Milky Way sword itself, which increased the power of the sword by a lot. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The king of godly images' extremely hard armor with amazing defensive power was suddenly cut open by Zong's sword, and a crack appeared. Good chance. Pogu's eyes shone like a dragon's as he made a prompt decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he erupted once more, exhausting his strength to unleash his most tyrannical attack. This attack was the spear, the Great Path spear technique. It had caused considerable damage to the king of godly images several times. But before this, the spear had been blocked by the king of godly images' armor, so the damage caused was limited. But this time it followed the crack created by Zong's sword and attacked the king of godly image's body in an instant. The spear pierced through the air and immediately pierced the king of godly image's body. Suppressing the mountains and rivers, Zong burst out a second time and slashed out again. Mid-level, after using and comprehending it again and again, Zong had derived the suppressing the mountains and rivers technique to new heights. It surpassed the low-level star level and reached the mid-level star level. Its power was multiplied. It was precisely because of this that he was able to suppress the king of godly images for a moment. Moreover, with the power of the sword armor and the Milky Way sword, he was able to cut open the king of godly images' amazing defensive power. This sword slashed through the crack in the armor and directly hit the king of godly images' body. Bo Gu's fatal attack directly injured the king of godly images. The king of godly images' power was quickly drained, and his strength was obviously reduced. Facing Zong's sword, the king of godly images couldn't dodge at all. As the sword slashed through, the terrible power immediately cut into the king of godly image's body, causing more and more damage. The armor also cracked even more. The other 3 seized the opportunity and attacked instantly. They bombarded the cracks in the armor and directly hit the king of godly image's body. The king of godly image's body was indeed very strong, but without the defense of the armor, its strength was limited. The king of godly image's body was damaged even more thoroughly. The faster the godly image's power was drained, the more their strength decreased. Kill! Kill! All of them roared as if they were roaring. They poured out all their power and bombarded the king of godly image's body without holding back. The suppressing the mountains and rivers technique was used for the third time. It slashed into the king of godly image's body again, and suddenly, it was completely split open. It dissipated, the king of godly image's body also dissipated, leaving behind a 3-meter-long golden essence of godly images. It was like a flood dragon, exuding a shocking aura. Blazing, everyone's gazes were fixed on the 10-meter-long golden object that looked like a dragon. Essence of the god, that was the essence of the king of gods, the super essence of the god that was closest to the god's origin. Qianzong knew what the god's origin was like. There was a huge difference between the god's essence and the god's essence, but the king of god's essence was said to be the closest to the god's origin. One could imagine how amazing it was. Just by sensing it, he could feel how strong, pure, and vigorous the aura of the king of divine characteristics divine form was. It was completely incomparable to the 300-foot king of divine form's essence. There was no comparison between the two. The difference between them was fundamental. Taking a deep breath, Bogu immediately made his move. With a swing of his spear, the god's essence was split into two. In the next moment, he directly absorbed half of it. As for the other half, Qianzong swung his sword. It looked like a single swing of his sword, but it directly divided the god's essence into 4 equal parts. Qianzong absorbed one of the parts into his body. As for the other 3 parts, they were absorbed by the 3rd, 5th, and 6th seats respectively. At this point, everyone was relieved. Once the god's essence entered their body, it was equivalent to them owning it. Even if they were killed, it would not drop. Thank you. The 3 of them expressed their gratitude to Bogu and Qianzong. They expressed their gratitude to Bogu because he invited them to hunt the king of gods together and gave them the essence of the heavenly spring. In the end, they succeeded. They expressed their gratitude to Qianzong because Qianzong had contributed a lot. It could be said that Bogu was the initiator and had an important contribution to successfully hunting the king of gods. However, Qianzong's contribution was also indispensable. If Qianzong had not cut through the king of gods' armor, allowing everyone's attacks to directly attack the king of gods' body, they would probably have to continue fighting. As for whether they could successfully kill the king of gods in the end, it was still unknown. The king of divine aspect was too difficult to deal with. He was too strong. If it weren't for the Heaven Spring quintessence, the hunt would have been a failure. And if Qianzong hadn't broken through the king of gods' armor, there was a 60% chance that the hunt would have ended in failure. Not only would everyone have died, but they would also have lost 7 strands of Heaven Spring quintessence. It was reasonable to say that Qianzong's contribution was great, and it was reasonable for him to ask for more of the essence of the god's form. However, Qianzong did not do so, and still distributed it as they had agreed before. The essence of the king of gods was known as the super essence that was closest to the origin. Who wouldn't want it? Therefore, everyone was very grateful to Qianzong. Everyone, let's go. Bogu smiled. Everyone nodded. While refining the king of gods' essence, they turned around and left quickly. After this, maybe I won't enter the divine aspect secret realm again. You should find another suitable person to join the 7 ultimate martial arts, Bogu said with a smile. After obtaining half of the essence of the king of gods, Bogu was very confident that he could find an opportunity to achieve divine aspect reunification. Once he achieved divine aspect reunification, he would not be able to enter the divine aspect secret realm again, and there would be one more person left in the 7 ultimate martial arts. However, Qianzong did not want to find another person to join the 7 ultimate martial arts. It was very difficult to refine the essence of the king of gods because it was extremely pure and vigorous. Even with the help of the 7 ultimate martial arts token, it would take more time. Everyone separated. Qianzong walked out of the Mingguang abyss, speeding up the refining process. He could feel that his god's form was quickly solidifying and becoming more compact. It was as if it was transforming from stone to steel. The power of the god's form was also increasing, causing Qianzong's basic strength to increase. The god's form's essence seemed small, and it was not even as big as the god's form's essence. However, the power it contained was far greater than the complete god's form's essence. It was an essential difference. Increase. As it continued to increase, Chenzong could clearly feel the changes in his god's form. It was very shocking. Originally, when he had just stepped into the Mingguang abyss, he had only just entered the third stage. After he had obtained some of the god's form's essence, he had condensed and increased his strength. However, there was still a big gap between him and the fourth stage. Now, however, Chenzong could feel that he was constantly approaching the fourth stage. Condense, condense again, increase, increase again. It was as if there was no end to the condensation and increase in strength. The god's aura from the outside world was also constantly being absorbed and poured into the god's form's body, causing the god's form's power to grow even stronger. Finally, Chenzong's god's form had condensed to the peak of the third stage. Then, it had reached the pinnacle. However, the god's aura continued to pour into his body. Around Chenzong's god's form's body, the god's aura swept in like a storm. It was as if it had turned into a whirlpool, and Chenzong had become the center of the whirlpool. The whistling sound continued, sweeping in all directions. The aura of the divine form became denser and more violent. It was like the water of a long river surging endlessly, pouring into Chenzong's body. It was as if it was going to explode. The god's aura that kept pouring into Chenzong's god's form's body was rapidly transformed into god's form's power. As the god's form's power flowed, it replenished and strengthened the god's form's body, causing it to further condense and become more powerful. In turn, it helped to strengthen the god's form's power. They complemented each other. Chenzong finally understood how rare the god's essence was. Not only did it contain amazing power, but it could also guide the god's aura from the outside world into the body, just like now. Generally speaking, the god's form's body would condense first, and then the god's form's power would increase. However, with the help of the god's essence, Chenzong was able to use the god's form's power to condense the god's form's body, and then feed it back. The storm was raging, and the whistling sound was endless. Chenzong's body also shook violently, like rolling thunder. It was amazing. When the god's aura around him was completely absorbed into the god's form's body and transformed into god's form's power, Chenzong felt his god's form shake involuntarily. The tyrannical god's form's power was like a surging tide. The Ming Lan sword armor on his body also rippled with layers of blue ripples, and blue light shone brightly. Condense, vaguely, Chenzong seemed to hear something. He felt that his god's form's body was condensed to the extreme in an instant, breaking the limit and rising to a new height. Then, the god's form's power seemed to be transforming in layers of turbulent waves. Strong, a very tyrannical feeling filled the air, and Chenzong felt like he had crushed a mountain and shattered a vacuum. This kind of power was incomparable to before. The fourth stage, the body refining god's form had finally condensed to the fourth stage. In other words, the current Chenzong had truly reached the level of a supermaster. There were less than 100 supermasters in the entire transcendent boundary realm. However, there might be one more in the future. For example, the third, fifth, and sixth seats of the 7 absolute martial skills. When they refined the essence of the King of God's form, their God's form would also condense to the fourth stage. At that time, their strength would increase greatly. Especially the third seat, who might be able to master a true Great Tao lost art and become a supermaster. As for the fifth and sixth seats, they had not mastered a Great Tao martial skill to perfection, let alone a Great Tao lost art. However, if their God's form was condensed to the fourth stage, their strength would also increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing ordinary top masters. The aura of the God's form was no longer as mighty as a storm. Instead, it returned to a peaceful and even speed as it merged into Chenzong's body. After the breakthrough, Chenzong began to stabilize in the fourth stage. The Divine Light Group. Chenzong's eyes flashed. The fourth stage God's form had allowed Chenzong to reach the level of a supermaster in terms of basic strength. Perhaps there was still a gap between him and the Divine Light Group's leader, 30% CI. However, Chenzong was confident that he could kill him with the middle star grade martial skill, suppressing mountains and rivers. With a thought, Chenzong immediately used the 7 absolute martial token to send a message to the 3rd, 5th, and 6th seats, asking if they knew where the Divine Light Group's leader, 30% CI, was. After all, if he went to look for him, he didn't know when he would find him, unless he was lucky enough to meet him by coincidence. I'll go and ask around. The 3 of them naturally didn't know, but they quickly replied, and the contents of their replies were similar. Of course, Chenzong wouldn't stay idle. He was looking for a 3,000-foot god's form in the Mingguang Abyss, preparing to kill it alone. Although his god's form had reached the 4th stage, it was only the beginning. He could continue to improve it to the extreme. In addition, 30% CI. The leader of the Divine Light Group might appear in the Mingguang Abyss. If he was lucky, he might meet him. Even if he didn't meet him, he could still kill a 3,000-foot god's form to refine and absorb its essence, continuing to improve his god's form and power. The stronger he was, the more confident he would be in killing 30% CI. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to kill a 3,000-foot god's form alone. It didn't take long for Chenzong to find a 300-foot tall godly form. When the 300-foot tall godly form saw Chenzong, it immediately rushed over. Its huge body and shocking aura caused the surrounding air to ripple and the ground to tremble. Chenzong didn't dodge. Instead, he faced it head-on and slashed out the World Sword Principle. The power of the World Sword Principle, which was activated with the power of the 4th stage, was even more shocking. Chenzong didn't use AO Wu. He just activated the World Sword Principle and fought fiercely with the 3,000-foot god's form. His purpose was naturally to test his current strength and adapt to the further increase in strength after his breakthrough. After a moment of fierce fighting, the 3,000-foot god's form was killed by Chenzong, leaving behind a thick god's form essence. Chenzong quickly absorbed it into his body, and then quickly refined and absorbed it. Compared to refining the essence of the King of Godly Manifestations, it was much faster. Before long, Chenzong had finished refining it. Unfortunately, after refining the essence of the 3,000-foot god's form, Chenzong felt that the improvement of his god's form and power wasn't obvious. He could only accumulate it slowly. The Mingguang Abyss was vast, far larger than the Blade Mountain and the Coiling Dragon Valley. Chenzong continued to search for the 3,000 feet tall celestial bodies and continued to hunt. 1, 2, 3. When Chenzong killed the 13th godly form, the 7 ultimate martial token vibrated. It was a message from Xianxia. 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, was hunting godly forms in the Mingguang Abyss with 2 top fighters and a dozen elite fighters. Mingguang Abyss. Chenzong smiled. It saved him the trouble of looking elsewhere. Moreover, Xianxia had found out the general location of 30% CI and the others. It was more convenient for Chenzong to go there directly. Chenzong, do you want to deal with the Divine Light Group? Count me in, Xianxia said. I'll go too, the 3rd and 5th seat said. Count me in, the 1st seat, Bo Gu, said. Thank you, everyone. However, I alone am enough, Chenzong replied. With his current strength, he could definitely kill 30% CI. If he could kill 30% CI, the other members of the Divine Light Group would not be a problem. If you need help, just say the word, Bo Gu replied. The others also expressed their opinions. After all, they had just killed the King of Godly Forms not long ago and had established a tacit understanding. In that battle, Chenzong had contributed a lot. There was no harm in befriending Chenzong. Perhaps they would meet in the universe at some point. Geniuses like them would really explore the universe after reaching the 4th realm. It would not be too difficult for them to break through to the 5th realm. At that time, they would definitely explore the universe in search of opportunities. Although the possibility of meeting was not high, there was still a slight chance. According to Tianqi's information, Chenzong headed northeast of the Mingguang Abyss. The people of the Divine Light Group were hunting gods in the northeast of the abyss. The saber light was overbearing and ferocious to the extreme. It was incomparably awe-inspiring as it slashed through the air. The 300-foot-tall body of the divine image was instantly severed and rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a thick divine image essence. Immediately, 30% Xianxia slashed out with his saber, directly splitting the celestial image essence into 2. Then, he divided the other half into many segments. He absorbed half of the celestial image essence, while the other half was absorbed by the 2 top experts and a dozen elite experts. Refining and absorbing, the bodies of the godly forms continued to condense and their godly power became stronger. A god's image was flying over from the distance. Every step it took covered hundreds to thousands of feet. It wasn't trying to hide its aura, so it was immediately sensed by 30% of the cultivators. However, this was the netherlight abyss, and there would often be other god image bodies coming here to hunt god images, so it was not surprising. However, this time around, Xianxia frowned because he instinctively felt that this person seemed to have come for them. His eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze was dense and sharp like the edge of a blade as he looked over. Immediately, he revealed an indescribable expression of surprise. Why? Because the figure that was flying towards him seemed to be the one that he had killed not long ago. Logically speaking, it would take at least a year for someone to enter the divine appearance secret realm again. How could it be possible that it had only been a few months? Could it be that it was not the one that he had killed, but his twin brother? This was very possible. It was normal for twin brothers to look the same. 30% CI thought for a while and came up with a reason. He became more and more certain, because the aura emanating from the godly form was completely different from that of the one that he had killed. Of course, the aura of the godly forms of chi cultivation and godly forms of body cultivation were different. The godly forms of chi cultivation mastered the Tao of heart, while the godly forms of body cultivation mastered the Tao of world. The aura of the Tao of heart and the Tao of world were naturally different. Are you here to avenge your brother? Xianxia's eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Chenzong. His tone was as sharp as a blade, capable of tearing through everything. Chenzong's expression did not change, but he was a little surprised. However, since the other party thought so, he would just let him think so. There was no answer, or rather, Chenzong's answer was to draw his sword. The Sky River sword flashed, and sword chi lingered around it. Suddenly, it slashed out. The world swordsmanship of the perfect realm erupted with shocking power, cutting through everything. Slash, the power of this sword immediately made 30% C's expression turn solemn. He was secretly shocked, but he had no intention of dodging. He raised his blade, and as the blade light flashed, an extremely fierce blade slashed out. It was also the great path blade technique of the perfect realm. Its power was extremely shocking, as if it could cut through everything. If it was the godly forms of chi cultivation from before, Chenzong would not be able to fight head-on with 30% CI, because the power of the heart swordsmanship was not as good as the other party's blade technique. Moreover, at that time, Chenzong's godly forms were obviously weaker than the other parties. The result of a head-on clash was that he would be directly sent flying. But now, under the sword of the world swordsmanship, Chenzong was not sent flying. On the contrary, they were evenly matched. In terms of power alone, the world swordsmanship was better than the other party's blade technique. The sword light shattered, and the saber light dissipated. Chenzong struck out again, displaying his superb swordsmanship. He displayed all of his attainments. The power of each strike was shockingly strong, and it killed mercilessly. 30% C's expression was cold, and his eyes flickered with cold light. His aura was extremely shocking. He held the blade with both hands, and his blade technique was extremely fierce. He slashed out again and again. Kill! Kill! Saber after saber, without any intention of dodging or defending, continued to slash at Chenzong. His ferocity was astonishing. There was a kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness, as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. This would make people with weak wills feel afraid. It would weaken their own momentum and affect the performance of their strength. However, this kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness did not affect Chenzong at all. On the contrary, Chenzong did not hesitate or fear. Kill! 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 The amazing power of the world swordsmanship, coupled with Chenzong's own superb swordsmanship, made Chenzong's every move more and more mysterious. Gradually, the rhythm was led by Chenzong. Chenzong took the lead, and 30% CI began to be at a disadvantage. Although Chenzong was not as strong as 30% CI in terms of divine form power, they were both in stage 4, and the gap between them was not as obvious as before. After all, they were both in stage 4, so they were at the same stage. The more they fought, the more shocked 30% CI was. How could this be? How could this person be so strong? He was completely incomparable to the previous person. Sure enough, they were not the same person, but his brother. It's time for you to die. Chen Zong's voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, sword chi burst out, and sword will soared into the sky. The sword will was vigorous and overbearing, full of amazing power, suppressing all directions. In an instant, everything within 100 meters seemed to be suppressed. It stopped and solidified, and the wind seemed to have disappeared. World swordsmanship suppressing mountains and rivers. Without hesitation, Chen Zong directly slashed out with his sword. He even used the power of the sword armor, which increased the sharpness of the sword by 30%. It was even more shocking. Kill, the illusory image of mountains and rivers formed by sword chi surrounded the surroundings. In an instant, it slashed down, mercilessly slashing at 30% CI. 30% CI looked ferocious. He raised his long saber, and endless saber light burst out. He directly slashed out, displaying his unique skill. However, it was only an inferior star-level Great Path unique skill. However, Chen Zong's suppressing mountains and rivers was a middle star-level Great Path unique skill. Its power was twice as strong as an inferior star-level unique skill. With the power of the sword armor, it was strengthened by 30%. It was even more terrifying. Kill, 30% C's saber was immediately shattered. The sword light slashed down, and the suppressing mountains and rivers directly bombarded 30% C's body. The armor on 30% C's body suddenly emitted a strong light, blocking Chen Zong's sword. The two top masters and more than a dozen elite masters were also shocked. While they were shocked, they quickly reacted and attacked Chen Zong. Obviously, 30% CI, their leader, was completely at a disadvantage. You're all useless. Chen Zong smiled coldly. His figure flashed, and he displayed the world sword technique. While avoiding the heavy attacks, he directly killed his way into the elite masters. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, no one could block Chen Zong's sword. The gap between an elite expert and a super expert was too big. Not long after, more than a dozen elite masters were killed by Chen Zong. Then, it was the turn of the two top masters. Let's go. 30% CI roared, his eyes bloodshot. However, it was too late. As soon as Chen Zong displayed the wind blast light kill, his speed exploded to the extreme. It was completely impossible for the two top masters to dodge. Kill, he killed them with a sword. So far, except for 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, the rest had died one after another under Chen Zong's sword. For example, the two top masters, including Yi Xing, were still unable to enter the Divine Aspect Secret Realm. Then, there were the 5 elite masters of the Divine Light Group who were killed in the Coiling Dragon Valley. Now, all of them were in the Mingguang Abyss. After all, there were only more than 20 people in the Divine Light Group. You're the only one left. Chen Zong glanced at 30% CI and said in a calm tone. 30% C's face was gloomy. His eyes were extremely fierce, as if he wanted to tear Chen Zong apart. Immediately, his strength exploded again. Another great Dao secret art was unleashed, mercilessly slashing at Chen Zong. However, after that slash, 30% CI turned around and urged his remaining strength to burst out at an astonishing speed, flying into the distance. He wanted to escape. After all, if he was killed, he would not be able to enter the super extreme stage for more than a year. At that time, it would take even more time to upgrade his divine aspect body to the limit of the 4th stage. Therefore, he could not die. However, would Chen Zong let him escape? No. After avoiding the slash, Chen Zong directly chased after him at an astonishing speed. Chase, frantic pursuit, both of their divine aspect powers were constantly being consumed, but they were absorbing the divine aspect aura from the outside world into their bodies to help them recover. Chen Zong had the help of an artifact like the 7 Extinction Martial Token, so his recovery speed was doubled. Who is that? 30% CI, the leader of the Divine Light Group, the Supermaster 30% CI. What's wrong with him? It seems like he's being chased, When some people saw this scene, their faces were immediately filled with astonishment. 30% CI, a famous super expert, was actually fleeing in panic. It was simply inconceivable. An even more inconceivable scene appeared in front of him. Chen Zong's figure flickered as he executed the thunderclap lightning slash, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the air, rapidly closing in on 30% CI. After using the thunderclap lightning slash several times in a row, he then executed the mountain river suppressing sword and killed 30% CI. At this point, the Divine Light group was annihilated by Chen Zong's sword. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Xianxia, the leader of the Divine Light Regiment, was hunted down and killed. Chen Zong became famous because of this. However, not many people knew Chen Zong's real name because Chen Zong didn't expose himself. Therefore, the rumors said that he was a super sword cultivator wearing a light blue divine image heavenly armor. He was extremely famous and shocking. After that, Chen Zong didn't encounter any more trouble. Many people knew that the sword cultivator wearing the light blue divine image heavenly armor and holding a dark blue longsword was extremely powerful. When the time for the body refining godly form was up, Chen Zong would switch to the qi refining godly form and enter the secret realm. The great whale also crossed the universe and went straight to the ninth heaven universe. During this period of time, Chen Zong didn't stay in the divine aspect secret realm all the time. Hence, he was able to see the colossal cosmic beast with his own eyes. The great whale, which was 10,000 meters long, was nothing in front of it. Fortunately, he only saw it from afar and the great whale instantly burst out with extreme speed. Otherwise, it might have been eaten by the cosmic beast like a snack. The great whale also encountered the most common cosmic anomaly, such as a cosmic storm. However, with the great whale's ability, it was able to withstand it and break through. 10 years was actually a very short time. Finally, the gigantic whale entered the continent of the 9 clouds. It didn't stop, it flew towards celestial clouds. According to what they had said before, Chen Zong had to return to the 9 heavens imperial court first. The great whale would send him back. When it was time to leave, it would come back to Heaven Continent to pick up Chen Zong. At the edge of Heaven Continent, a gigantic ship docked. A figure flew out from it and quickly landed. The gigantic ship slowly turned around and left. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge ship. They had never seen such a huge object in their lives. They were all secretly guessing what it was. A space-crossing ship? It wasn't that big. Chen Zong, who came down from the top, was naturally stared at by people. Some people who thought they were important even approached Chen Zong to inquire about information. Chen Zong paid no attention to him. His figure flashed and transformed into a gust of wind, but also as swift as lightning. He quickly fled into the distance. In the 6th heaven of the 9 heavens imperial court, there was a palace on a mountain peak. It was called the Heaven Evil Palace. In the secret chamber of the Sky Evil Palace, endless evil aura surged. As it permeated the air, it contained an indescribable and shocking momentum. It also contained an extremely terrifying power. A figure was faintly discernible within the tyrannical baleful aura. Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling light seemed to light up within the baleful aura. It was like the edge of a sword piercing through the sky, tearing apart the endless billowing baleful aura. This sovereign has finally returned. An extremely sharp voice that seemed to contain a terrifying might rang out. Immediately, it turned into an extremely shocking streak of light that directly opened the secret room and charged out. Chen Zong once again stepped into the 9 heavens imperial court. He returned to the Heart Sword Palace in the 6th heaven and quickly reported to the headquarters of the Dao Alliance. "Good lad, I thought something had happened to you." A Dao Alliance's honorable smiled and said excitedly. After all, Chen Zong was a top genius in the Dao Alliance. He was extremely shocking and surpassed other geniuses. If something really happened to him, it would be a great loss to the Dao Alliance. After Chen Zong disappeared, the Dao Alliance had sent out experts to search for him. Unfortunately, Chen Zong had directly gone to the mystical light universe and left the 9 heavens universe. Therefore, they couldn't find him at all. At that time, they thought that Chen Zong had met with an accident and was done for. Seeing Chen Zong return, Lin Ming was also very excited. He could be considered as Qinzong's guide. They also noticed that Qinzong's aura was very strong and had reached the peak of the divine manifestation realm. It seemed that Qinzong's strength had increased a lot compared to before. However, they didn't know how much stronger Qinzong was now compared to before he disappeared. After calming down, Qinzong also asked about what had happened in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court after he left, especially the trial in the ominous demon wasteland. After calculating the time, the trial in the ominous demon wasteland that occurred once every 100 years had already passed. Moreover, when he returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he also felt the spirit of Qin Xiu's doppelganger. In other words, Qin Xiu had already arrived in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. If Qin Xiu was here, then what about Jin Yanxin? Did he also pass the trial and successfully enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court? The trial had already ended before you returned. Lin Ming smiled and said, "This time, our human race's results were better than the previous one." "Do you know who ranked first in the trial in the ominous demon wasteland this time?" Lin Ming asked rhetorically. "It's our human race." Qinzong's thoughts turned, and he replied with a smile, "Could it be Qin Xiu?" Although it was a rhetorical question, there was a hint of certainty in his tone. And Lin Ming's expression also let Qinzong know that he had answered correctly. After all, it was easy to deduce. There were many races that participated in the trial in the ominous demon wasteland, and there were even 4 first-order void races. Qinzong definitely didn't know them, but Lin Ming asked so it must be the human race who ranked first. Then, even if it was the human race, Qinzong also didn't know most of them. Lin Ming's question meant that the one who ranked first was someone that Qinzong knew. No matter how he thought about it, among the people that Qinzong knew, only Qin Xiu had such ability. After all, Qin Xiu was his doppelganger. In addition, when he returned to the void, he shared the Nine Heavens Imperial Court swordsmanship and so on with Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu was definitely stronger than he was when he first entered the ominous demon wasteland. Lin Ming originally wanted to embarrass Qinzong, but he didn't expect to be exposed by Qinzong at once. He could only smile helplessly and tell the story. Sure enough, Qinzong displayed amazing swordsmanship attainments in the ominous demon wasteland. He quickly hunted fierce demons and accumulated points. In addition to his superb swordsmanship, he overpowered the heavens prides of the other races. Even the top heavens prides of the 4 first-order void races were helpless when they encountered Qin Xiu. Many of them were directly killed by Qinzong's sword, and their points were snatched by Qin Xiu one after another. Although Qin Xiu was Qinzong's doppelganger, he was also an independent person with an independent personality. His temperament was different from Qinzong's. Relatively speaking, Qinzong was easier to talk to, while Qin Xiu was more aggressive. If it was someone else's possession, Qinzong generally wouldn't take the initiative to snatch it, but Qin Xiu was different. In the short span of a year, Qin Xiu swept through the ferocious demon wasteland with his sword in hand, and even the ultimate ferocious demon at the center was killed by Qin Xiu in the end. It was also because of this that Qin Xiu was promoted to the 6th heaven as soon as he entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Qinzong couldn't compare to him previously. Breaking Qinzong's record. Qin Xiu entered the 6th heaven in an instant. Without a doubt, he was solicited by various forces, especially Primordial, who once again extended an olive branch to recruit Qin Xiu. Unfortunately, after the incident with Qin Xiu definitely wouldn't join Primordial. He chose the Dao Alliance without hesitation, which made the Dao Alliance very happy. First, there was Qinzong, and now there was Qin Xiu. It was really a blessing for the Dao Alliance. As long as they grew up, they would definitely become the pillars of the Dao Alliance in the future. They would lead the Dao Alliance to grow stronger and surpass other forces. They might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 great forces created by the 4 first-order void races. As for standing shoulder to shoulder with Primordial, they didn't dare to think about it. There was no other reason than Primordial was simply too strong. The innate gap between the human race and the Primordial race was very obvious. It wasn't something that 1 or 2 top prodigies could make up for. Unless the human race could improve their innate talent and catch up with the Primordial race. After all, the development and inheritance of a force never relied on 1 or 2 people. It was the hard work of most people, and it was the accumulation of a long period of time. Other than Qin Xiu, There were also other humans who entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and became members of the Tao Alliance. Yun Yanqin, whom Qinzong cared about, was also among them. Yun Yanqin also became a true disciple of the Fourth Heaven. As for third senior sister Xianxia, she also became a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. She was also a true disciple of the Fourth Heaven. The fact that Yun Yanqin and Xianxia could become true disciples of the Fourth Heaven had an inseparable relationship with Qinzong. After Qinzong broke through to the third realm of the Divine Phase realm, he returned to the void and taught them some sword techniques and martial arts. He also told them about his experiences and so on, which helped them a lot. In addition, Xianxia also helped them a little in the ferocious demon wasteland. Naturally, becoming a true disciple of the Fourth Heaven wasn't too difficult. Of course, there was another point. Xianxia's appearance was exactly the same as Qinzong's, but their auras and personalities were different. Therefore, everyone was very curious about the relationship between Xianxia and Qinzong. Xianxia also said very directly that he and Qinzong were twin brothers. Everyone accepted this statement. Perhaps it was because Xianxia had left Qinzong for many years and wandered alone, which made their relationship more perfect. Even experts like the primitive emperor couldn't see through Xianxia's true identity. They were all very curious about what kind of secrets that side of the void contained. First, there was such an outstanding genius like Qinzong. Now, there was someone who seemed to be even more outstanding than Qinzong, and they were even biological brothers. Of course, whether Xianxia was more outstanding than Qinzong didn't actually count, because Xianxia was Qinzong's doppelganger. This was the fundamental point. Other than Qinzong, only Yun Yanqin knew the truth. Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the air. It was very fast and entered the Tao Alliance, revealing its figure. It was Xianxia. Qinzong and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. Imperceptibly, the two of them were also rapidly exchanging their memories and other things. What shocked Xianxia was that Qinzong was already an expert at the pinnacle of the third realm. As for Xianxia, he was still at the second realm and hadn't broken through to the third realm. After all, he hadn't completely reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Another point was that he hadn't participated in the Nine Heavens Imperial Disciple Assembly. Last time, Qinzong got into the top 10. This time, Xianxia wanted to get a higher ranking and directly aim for the first place. With Xianxia's talent and Qinzong's cultivation experience and so on, it wasn't impossible for him to aim for the first place. This was because Xianxia had already truly mastered the Ao Wu, the first stage Ao Wu. Qinzong's return might be a big deal, but it was also a small matter. Big and small matters were relative to different people. No matter what, Qinzong's return was like a stone thrown into a calm water surface, causing ripples to appear. After that, it slowly returned to calmness. After his return, Qinzong and Xianxia met and imperceptibly exchanged cultivation memories and experiences. Although Qinzong's current cultivation was very different from Xianxia's understanding of swordsmanship was still useful to Qinzong. Especially Xianxia, who still insisted on the path he had chosen. There were thousands of swordsmanship, but only one cut. Therefore, on the path of cutting, Xianxia innovated and reached an amazing height. In terms of the mysteries of the path of cutting, the current Qinzong was still not as good as Xianxia. But in terms of other aspects, Xianxia was not as good as Qinzong. They each had their own strengths, and each had their own strengths. After that, Xianxia went into seclusion. Having Qinzong's amazing swordsmanship experience was a great opportunity for Xianxia. It was an unimaginable opportunity. After all, Qinzong's current cultivation level was higher than Xianxia's, and the two spirits were one. That kind of understanding was the most direct and clear, and he could accept it directly. He believed that after Xianxia came out of seclusion, his strength would definitely reach a terrifying level. Qinzong even believed that even Qi, who was at the same level, might not be a match for Xianxia. Sweep, what he couldn't do at the disciples' meet back then, it was time for his doppelganger to do. Thinking about it, Qinzong couldn't help but snicker. This was not a baseless imagination, but confidence. Qinzong was confident that Xianxia could do it. Qi. Thinking of Qi, Qinzong's eyes flashed. Back then, Qi was like a huge mountain that stood above all the prodigies of the Nine Heavens imperial court. No one was a match for him. In fact, during the Earth-level disciple meet, many top prodigies had joined forces and only managed to kill Qi once out of sheer luck. After that, Qi also advanced by leaps and bounds, far ahead of the heavenly legends of the same batch. He even surpassed the heavenly legends of the previous batch. It was amazing. Now, Chenzong also knew that Qi was ranked on the Divine Generals list. He became the fifth heavenly legend of the nine heavenly legends of the nine heavenly legends of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. At this point, the rapid progress of the Qi began to decline, or rather, it seemed to have been checked. The heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of legends of the heavenly 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 legends of legends of the legends of heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the heavenly legends of the legends of the legends of legends of the legends of the legends legends of the legends. Heavenly heavens legends of the legends legends of the legends of the legends heavenly legends. In short, those who could be listed on the Divine Generals list must be extraordinary. Hui was indeed outstanding, but it was mostly limited to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and the Ninth Heaven universe. When facing the entire universe, Hui was not as invincible as it was in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, being able to enter the Divine Generals ranking in such a short period of time was enough to show how terrifying Hui was. The rank of 9,500 was definitely not his limit. He could continue to increase his strength and rank. One had to know that those with innate king bodies were all in the top 5,000, which meant that Hui also had the potential to do so. The Divine Generals ranking. Chenzong murmured. His eyes shone brighter than ever. It was time to challenge the Divine Generals ranking. This time, Chenzong did not forget to meet up with Xianxia. The two of them stayed in Xianxia's palace in the fourth heaven, chatting and snuggling up to each other. The warmth and tenderness added an indescribable brightness and warmth to this lonely path of cultivation. It was like a bonfire in the cold night, bringing light and warmth. Of course, when Chenzong and Xianxia were together, they were not just chatting and flirting. For cultivators, cultivation was the eternal goal. If they wanted to be together forever and rely on each other, they had to be strong enough to face all difficulties. Difficulties and dangers would not appear even if you did not want them. Once you wanted to be safe, no one knew when danger would appear. If you did not have enough strength, you would only feel despair and regret. Therefore, Chenzong did not give up on cultivation. In fact, with the Heart Sutra, Chenzong could comprehend and cultivate at all times. Xianxia was also at the second realm. She was not as good as Xianxia. Chenzong was experienced and had enough experience to guide Xianxia's cultivation. Xianxia's cultivation efficiency increased by several times, especially in the area of swordsmanship. She felt like she had improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, there was Xianxia. Chenzong would not ignore this third senior sister. In fact, Xianxia's potential was still very shocking. Perhaps her talent was nothing to the Origin clan, and even among the human race, she was not very outstanding. However, Xianxia had not only cultivated the 33 heavens of the mind, but also the Heart Sutra. Even if she could not open the 10 wills of the mind at the same time like Chenzong, it was not a problem for her to open several wills at the same time. This meant that Xianxia had more time and energy to cultivate. It was more likely that she could catch up with others and become stronger. Naturally, Chenzong also imparted some cultivation insights and so on. He also passed on the application of the Heart Sutra to Xianxia so that Xianxia could use it better. Chenzong was looking forward to Xianxia's growth. Perhaps in the future, she could even become a strong person in the universe. Of course, this was also a kind of hope. The universe was vast. One could not become a strong person just by relying on the Heart Sutra. Other aspects were also very important. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong had returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It had been a year. During this year, it seemed that Chenzong did not cultivate much. Instead, he spent more time in Xianxia's ancestral hall. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, Chenzong seemed to have neglected his cultivation. However, the truth was that Chenzong was cultivating all the time. He even led Xianxia to cultivate as well. After a year, Yun Yanqing's improvement was astonishing. In particular, her attainments in swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. She had already mastered the embryonic form of the Ao Wu. Although she was not as good as Xianxia, she was better than many heavenly legends of the same batch. Today, a year later, Lin Ming found Chen Zong. "Chen Zong, Luan Mo accepts your challenge," Lin Ming said with a smile. "However, although Luan Mo's ranking on the Divine Generals list is not very high, you should know that he is an expert on the Divine Generals list. He is extraordinary. Are you sure you can beat him?" "I think so," Chen Zong said with a smile. Luan Mo, a disciple of the Seven Profound Swords sect and an expert ranked 9,300th on the Divine Generals list, was the opponent that Chen Zong chose to challenge to enter the Divine Generals list. The easiest way was to challenge the Divine Generals list of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, Chen Zong did not intend to do so. If he was defeated, he would fall from the Divine Generals list and be replaced by the winner. Although he could challenge other experts on the Divine Generals list if he was defeated, it was not easy. He needed time and opportunity. Being on the Divine Generals list had its benefits. One would be blessed by the fate of the universe. The higher one's ranking was, the greater the blessing. Therefore, seizing another person's ranking on the Divine Generals list was equivalent to seizing an opportunity. Chen Zong did not intend to challenge his fellow disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court if there was no enmity between them. Then the best target was an expert on the Divine Generals list of the Seven Profound Swords sect. He had had several conflicts with the disciples of the Seven Profound Swords sect. He felt at ease to choose them. He had sent the challenge letter a few months ago. Only now did he receive a reply that Luan Mo had agreed. There was no one in the Tao Alliance who could enter the Divine Generals list. Therefore, Chen Zong's challenge to an expert on the Divine Generals list, Luan Mo, was a major event that was worthy of the entire Tao Alliance's attention. If Chen Zong could successfully defeat Luan Mo and replace him on the Divine Generals list, then the Tao Alliance's reputation would be greatly boosted. This was because in the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, apart from Primordial, no one from the other 8 forces could enter the Divine Generals list. If Chen Zong could do it, then he could be said to be the first person in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court apart from the Primordial tribe. In fact, most of the Primordial tribe could not compare to Chen Zong. Therefore, when Chen Zong left, the Tao Alliance immediately dispatched a Vice Alliance leader and 2 venerables to protect Chen Zong. They could not afford to lose him. The Vice Alliance leader was a top 5th realm monarch level powerhouse, and the 2 venerables were similarly strong 5th realm monarchs. With the 3 of them protecting Chen Zong's safety was greatly increased. In the Nine Heavens universe, unless a 6th realm monarch level powerhouse attacked, the possibility of killing Chen Zong under the protection of the 3 venerables was very low. Of course, Chen Zong was only a 3rd realm cultivator. No matter how outstanding he was only a 3rd realm cultivator. Therefore, a 5th realm king would not lower himself to deal with Chen Zong, let alone a 6th realm emperor. The Tao Alliance had dispatched 3 venerables to protect Chen Zong. This was enough to show the importance the Tao Alliance placed on Chen Zong. This time, the location where Chen Zong challenged Luan Mo was not on the Sky Continent or the Seven Profound Swords Sect's continent. It was on an island 2 continents away. With the Tao Alliance Vice Alliance leader's astonishing speed, he brought Chen Zong across the void and arrived at their destination in less than a month. Because the location of the battle was relatively far away, it was destined that not many people would be there to watch the battle. Chen Zong did not care, and neither did Luan Mo of the Seven Profound Swords sect. Challenging and being challenged was just a battle. The only thing that mattered was victory and defeat. As for Luan Mo, he had another thought, and that was to kill Chen Zong. In the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, Chen Zong had killed many disciples of the Seven Profound Swords sect, causing the Seven Profound Swords sect's reputation to suffer. He did not make a move at that time because his Divine Aspect body could not enter the 1st level of the Divine Aspect Secret Realm. Secondly, he was an expert on the Divine General ranking. How could he lower himself to deal with someone who was far inferior to him? However, he did not expect that Chen Zong of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court would actually challenge him. Was he overconfident or arrogant? No matter which one it was, it didn't matter. In any case, he'd obtained the instructions of the Seven Profound Sword sect this time, and he wanted to seize this opportunity to directly kill Zong during the final battle. After all, this person's natural talent seemed to be pretty good. It's the end of the month. If you still have a monthly vote, please vote for our divine connection. There were 9 continents in the 9th heaven universe. They were ruled by the 9 overlord forces. There were hundreds of islands on each continent. However, outside the 9 continents, there were many small islands. They were scattered around and didn't belong to the 9 continents. However, most of the islands were either barren or occupied by powerful demon beasts. This time, the location of Luan Mo and Zong's battle was on a barren island that didn't belong to anyone. Only in this way could they fight freely and not have to worry about causing unnecessary damage or casualties. Zong arrived at the barren island with the vice leader of the Tao Alliance and the 2 venerables. He was waiting for Luan Mo from the 7 Profound Sword sect. Zong was cultivating. The vice leader and the 2 venerables were scattered around to protect Zong. Sword practice. Zong could no longer improve his cultivation at this point. Zong did not need to go out of his way to practice cultivation techniques. He just needed to maintain it. However, there was no limit to swordsmanship. Even though his great path of swordsmanship had been cultivated to perfection, Zong still felt that he could continue to improve. It was as if there was no end. That was the truth. The Great Perfection Realm was just a classification and a name. For example, the Illusory Sword King Mo Wui's Great Perfection Realm Illusory Sword Technique was definitely more profound than Zong's Heart Sword Technique and World Sword Technique. Therefore, while Zong was cultivating and comprehending the mysteries of sword techniques, Zong didn't forget to use the Heart Sutra to comprehend the 2 sword techniques he had obtained from the Tao Alliance. These 2 techniques were pure sword techniques. Any sword expert was qualified to comprehend and cultivate them because they were pure and didn't need to be integrated with other great ways. Of course, the power of these 2 unique swordsmanship techniques was relatively ordinary. They were both at the lower star level, which was the same level as the heart swordsmanship space-splitting move that Zong had mastered. However, in terms of power, it felt a little weaker than the space-splitting move. Zong didn't look down on these 2 sword techniques just because they were weak. On the contrary, the more such sword techniques Zong had, the better. After all, if he wanted to create a great way technique that was most suitable for him, he needed to accumulate enough experience. Although his sword technique had reached a profound level and he had a solid foundation, it wasn't enough. He needed more experience, especially in terms of great way techniques. Just like a scholar, if he wanted to create a good poem that would be passed down through the ages, other than having to see more scenery and experience more worldly affairs, he also had to read more books and read more poems. With all these aspects combined and constant precipitation, it was possible to write a peerless poem that would be passed down through the ages. Otherwise, no matter how smart a person was, they wouldn't be able to really use it without sufficient experience. It would be a waste of talent. For any cultivator, if they wanted to create a great way technique, they also needed to accumulate enough experience. It was necessary to cultivate other techniques that were suitable for them. Even if there were some techniques that weren't suitable for them, they still had value to be observed and comprehended. They could absorb part of the mysteries and make it their own. With Zong's comprehension and attainments in swordsmanship, it was not difficult for him to comprehend the 2 lower star unique swordsmanship. He had already mastered a lot of it. Now, he was practicing it to further deepen his realm and further absorb the essence contained in it, turning it into his own and making it his own. Time passed slowly. Another half a month had passed. Finally, the people from the 7 Profound Sword sect arrived. Similarly, the 7 Profound Sword sect also sent out a 5th-level king. However, there was only one of them. It was a gray-robed old man with a sword on his back. One of the old man's eyebrows was normal, but the other one was very long and drooped a foot to the side. His eyes looked very calm, but in the depths of his eyes, there was an extremely sharp cold light that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. He was a member of the Origin clan, an upper echelon expert of the 7 Profound Sword sect. The moment they saw the sword-bearing old man with drooping eyebrows, the expressions of the Tao Alliance's vice leader and the 2 Tao Alliance sovereigns changed. They became extremely solemn. half-browed old monster. He actually came personally. One of the Tao Alliance sovereigns transmitted his voice to the other sovereign and vice leader with a very solemn expression. Half-browed old monster is very powerful. Only the alliance leader can fight him one-on-one. However, he can't do anything to us if the three of us work together, the vice leader said with a solemn expression. They were solemn, but they weren't afraid. After all, the three of them were very powerful when they worked together. Half-browed old monster was powerful, but he couldn't defeat the three of them when they worked together. Following half-browed old monster was the expert on the divine general's ranking that Xianxia had challenged. He was ranked 9,300th on the divine general's ranking. Luanemo also carried a sword on his back like half-browed old monster. His eyes were bright and sharp like the edge of a sword. The moment he saw Xianxia, it was like a sharp sword had been unsheathed and pierced through the sky. The shocking sword intent contained in his eyes pierced through the sky. It seemed like he wanted to directly tear Xianxia apart. It was extremely terrifying. It was extremely sharp. It also contained an extremely terrifying light. It was like a powerful light that could pierce through everything. It seemed like it could pierce through and incinerate everything in the world. It was the power of light. It was the power of the great Tao of light. End this battle as soon as possible. Half-browed old monster glanced at them with an indifferent expression. He didn't care about the people from the Tao Alliance at all. Instead, he spoke to Luanemo indifferently. Don't worry. It will end very quickly. Luanemo replied with an extremely confident expression. It was as if Xianxia was nothing to him. In his heart, a wisp of killing intent was spreading. Come out, Luanemo stared at Xianxia. His tone was indifferent, and it seemed like he was superior to everyone else. Half-browed old monster and the three king-level experts of the Tao Alliance all retreated, leaving enough space for Xianxia and Luanemo. Be careful. The Vice Alliance leader's voice sounded in Xianxia's ears. His tone was serious. If you can't win, just admit defeat. If he wasn't a match for Luanemo, the best course of action was to admit defeat. After all, Xianxia was a human, while Luanemo was an origin race. Moreover, Luanemo had cultivated for more than twice as long as Xianxia. Losing to Luanemo wasn't shameful at all. On the contrary, staying alive was the most important thing. Only by staying alive could he have a chance to overtake Luanemo, otherwise, he might be killed by Luanemo. You're also a swordsman. Draw your sword and let me see how good your swordsmanship is. Luanemo stepped out step by step, walking towards Xianxia. A shocking sword will rose, and a strong light spread out, shining in all directions, as if it could purify everything. It made his body seem to be magnified infinitely, as tall as a mountain, majestic and majestic. Godly image. As the sword intent rose, Luanemo also released his godly image. The 120 zhang tall godly image was like a bright sun, emitting a shocking light that shone in all directions. Traces of indescribable pressure spread out in all directions. Xianxia also activated his godly image. In an instant, the qi refining godly image and the body refining godly image appeared at the same time. The 120 zhang tall godly image emitted an extremely powerful aura, and when stacked together, it became even more shocking. One had to know that in the fourth level of the divine image secret realm, Xianxia's qi refining godly image and the body refining godly image alternated between entering the fourth level of the divine image secret realm and killing godly images. He continuously refined and absorbed the essence of the godly images. Now, he had raised both godly images to the extreme, and they couldn't be further strengthened. Next, it was naturally the godly image returning to origin. However, the godly image returning to origin wasn't easy. It required an opportunity. If the opportunity came, it might be possible to achieve the godly image returning to origin in a very short time. Then, one's strength would increase again, and it would be equivalent to taking half a step into the fourth level. If the opportunity didn't come, it was likely that one would have to wait for dozens or even hundreds of years. All in all, the godly image returning to origin wasn't necessarily directly related to the level of one's talent. Some cultivators with great talent took a long time to achieve the godly image returning to origin, but some cultivators with relatively average talent could achieve the godly image returning to origin in a short time. Everything was hard to say. Now, in terms of cultivation and basic strength, Chenzong had really reached the limit. However, Chenzong's strength could still continue to improve, and that was to improve his swordsmanship and the great path lost art. As for Luan Mo, although he was very strong, in reality, his godly image body hadn't reached the extreme. Luan Mo naturally could also enter the super realm, but in the super realm, he wasn't even a top master. He was only an elite master. However, the degree of refinement of the godly image body was just a representation. It didn't equate to one's true strength. Luan Mo's strength was very strong. After all, he couldn't be weak since he was on the Divine General list, even if his ranking wasn't that high. Make your move, or you won't have a chance. After urging his godly image body, Chenzong didn't make the first move. Instead, he said to Luan Mo in a calm voice. Hearing this, the half-browed old monster was slightly startled. He didn't expect a mere human to be so arrogant. Luan Mo was also startled and immediately became angry. Who was he to be so arrogant? In that case, he would just kill him directly. A flash of murderous intent bloomed in Luan Mo's eyes, but it was caught by Chenzong. He wanted to kill him. In that case, he would just kill him. If he was an enemy, Chenzong wouldn't be lenient. Except for those who he couldn't defeat, Chenzong generally wouldn't show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. With a sharp sound, Chenzong unsheathed his sword. In an instant, there seemed to be a beam of light shooting out from the scabbard. It pierced through the sky and went straight for Chenzong. 7 Profound Swordsmanship. It was the 7 profound swordsmanship at the minor completion realm. With such power, coupled with Luan Mo's tyrannical strength and the enhancement of the top mortal divine weapon in his hand, it was extremely powerful. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Without hesitation, Chenzong also unsheathed his sword and directly slashed out. What he displayed was the world swordsmanship at the perfection realm. Its power was amazing and unparalleled. When Chenzong slashed out with his sword, the half-browed old monster's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were full of surprise. The perfection realm, Chenzong's great path swordsmanship had reached the perfection realm. It was really amazing. A human could cultivate the great path swordsmanship to the perfection realm at such a cultivation realm. Even Luan Mo couldn't do it. It was simply unimaginable. The sword lights collided. In an instant, Luan Mo's countenance drastically changed. The sword light from his sword was directly shattered. Chenzong's sword moved towards him. His sword force was extremely powerful and tyrannical, causing Luan Mo to feel a sense of suffocation. Terrifying, the power of that sword technique was simply too terrifying. In terms of strength, it was not inferior to his at all. In fact, it was even stronger than his. How could this be? The situation should be the other way around. How could this be? Chenzong didn't think so much about it. The sword light pressed forward while carrying the shocking might of the world Tao, and it was peerlessly overbearing and powerful as it attacked ferociously, causing Luan Mo to be extremely astounded. Retreat. Luan Mo retreated continuously. He unleashed his power and continuously swung his sword, laying down layers of sword light to defend against Chenzong's sword. However, they were shattered layer by layer. A feeling of invincibility spread throughout Luan Mo's body. The situation was so one-sided right from the start of the battle. The 3 king-level experts of the Tao Alliance were stunned. This was unexpected, it was completely unexpected. They thought that since Chenzong dared to challenge Luan Mo, he would definitely not be weak. However, they did not think that he would be Luan Mo's match. The Divine General role. Luan Mo was an expert on the Divine General role. In the entire universe, there were only 9,999 experts on the Divine General role. However, there were so many third realms in the entire universe. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The Divine General's role was made up of the most powerful people among the countless third realms. Of course, given how vast the universe was, there were definitely more than 9,999 people who were ranked on the Divine General's role. However, there wouldn't be too many of them. Compared to the vast number of third realms, the Divine General's role was still insignificant. In the history of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, there were very few humans who could be listed on the Divine General role. 10,000 years ago, there was only one, the Illusory Sword King, Mo Wui. Furthermore, Mo Wui had been in the third realm for a long time before he was listed on the Divine General roll. In the end, his ranking on the Divine General roll did not enter the top 9,000. Even so, the Tao Alliance had become extremely famous back then. Chen Zong's potential wasn't bad. It proved that he had the potential to surpass the illusory Sword King Mo Wui. However, surpassing him in the future was one thing, and now was another. In their opinion, Chen Zong's foundation in the divine phase realm wasn't enough. Who would have thought that the moment he made a move, he would frighten them? The sword principle of the Great Path, which was at the consummate realm, forced Luan Mo to retreat and gain the upper hand. It was an unbelievable scene. Anger, he was furious. Luan Mo was immediately enraged. The divine light image seemed to have exploded in an instant, releasing an incomparably intense light that shone in all directions. An astonishing power also erupted along with it, extremely terrifying. Immediately after, Luan Mo exploded with a powerful sword strike. Supported by the light, it traversed the sky like a thick aurora that pierced through the air and smashed everything. Chop, Chen Zong directly used the hegemonic wind strike. Its power was unparalleled, and it cut across the sky. It was shocking. Under the collision of the sword lights, Luan Mo's sword light was also shattered. The terrifying power of the hegemonic wind slash also arrived and attacked Luan Mo. A sense of crisis erupted, causing Luan Mo to be even more shocked. How could this be? He asked silently for the third time. His swordsmanship was no match for Chen Zong, and so was the Ao Wu. How could this be? How could Chen Zong's strength be so strong? Half-browed monster narrowed his eyes slightly and gently stroked his drooping eyebrows with one hand. No one could tell whether he was happy or sad. No one knew what he was thinking. Retreat, Luan Mo's speed was very fast. His figure turned into a ray of light, and he retreated in an instant. Then, he moved horizontally to avoid Chen Zong's hegemonic wind strike. Once again, his body and sword became one, and he turned into a flash of fast sword light, like an aurora that instantly attacked. Fast, extremely fast, astonishingly fast, the Great Path of Light was originally very good at speed. Luan Mo naturally grasped this characteristic and developed it into the Ao Wu. Extreme speed, coupled with the sharpness of the sword, it was even more terrifying. It was as if in an instant, it came from all directions. Chen Zong's figure did not move. Instead, he attacked horizontally with his sword and blocked Luan Mo's instantaneous and extreme speed attack. Countless sword cries sounded continuously. They were short and hurried, and countless sparks sputtered continuously. Although Luan Mo's speed was very fast, in fact, the three king stage experts of the Tao Alliance and half-browed monster of the Seven Mysteries Sword Sect could clearly see it. They even captured Luan Mo and Chen Zong's every move clearly. Therefore, they had a panoramic view of how Luan Mo attacked with his sword at an extremely fast speed, and how Chen Zong calmly waved his sword to block. Because of this, they were even more shocked. They were not on the same level. It was true. Luan Mo and Chen Zong were not on the same level. Chen Zong's strength was obviously stronger than Luan Mo's. The three king stage experts of the Tao Alliance became more and more excited, while half-browed monster frowned. Is this your strength? Too weak. Chen Zong calmly waved his sword to block Luan Mo's attack as he spoke neither too fast nor too slow. He was not mocking his opponent. He was speaking the truth. Chen Zong was also quite surprised. He did not expect his current strength to be so strong that even Luan Mo, who was ranked 9300 on the Divine General ranking, was no match for him. Then, what rank should he challenge next time? Although he thought so, Chen Zong was not distracted at all. This was because the One Heart Sutra was just that brilliant. When Chen Zong's words of truth fell into Luan Mo's ears, he took it as a disgrace, and it made him feel as if he had been greatly mocked and humiliated. His face flushed red, and his anger almost gushed out from his head. In an instant, Luan Mo flew back in an instant. The sword in his hand trembled. Instantly, it carried an extremely terrifying power. It turned into a ball of blazing light that broke through the air and blasted towards Chen Zong. Its power was so shocking that it could shatter a mountain. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Luan Mo's hand. The sword was slender and bright. It emitted wisps of light, and a mysterious power spread out from it. A Dao weapon. The three king stage experts of the Dao Alliance were shocked. The sword in Luan Mo's hand was a Dao weapon. Judging from its aura, it was a low-grade Dao weapon. With a Dao weapon in hand, Luan Mo's attack power would obviously increase. The three of them could not help but look serious. Previously, Luan Mo was no match for Chen Zong. But now, with a Dao weapon in hand, Luan Mo's strength had obviously increased. Chen Zong was in danger. Die. With a low shout, Luan Mo's expression was extremely cold. His eyes were covered by bright light and were cold and emotionless. The body of the divine image released the strongest power and directly blasted into the low-grade Dao weapon in his hand. Tremble, the low-grade Dao weapon suddenly trembled violently. The sound of the sword humming continuously spread out, and a terrifying power burst out. It was as if it had been awakened. In an instant, Luan Mo swung his sword. Fast, it was too fast. As he swung his sword, the Dao weapon seemed to have disappeared into the void. Only an extremely fine sword radiance tore through the void like a silk thread. It shot out at an astonishing speed, carrying with it supreme murderous intent. Unique skill. With the low-grade Dao weapon in his hand, Luan Mo used all his strength to perform a low-grade star unique skill-killing move. It was a fine line of sword radiance that seemed to be easily torn apart. However, it condensed a terrifying power and was invincible. At that moment, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. His expression turned slightly serious. Then, sword chi burst out. As the sword essence surged, the power of the two god images intertwined and surged into the long sword in his hand. This sword was not the boundless world sword. Although Luan Mo was powerful, he was still not qualified to make Chen Zong use the boundless world sword. This sword, with astonishing sword chi and sword essence, shot out directly. The sword radiance was extremely sharp, as if it had fully demonstrated the sharpness of the sword principle. It cut through everything. It was one of the two low-grade star unique sword principle skills that Chen Zong had obtained from the Taoist Alliance. A ray of aurora shot out, and a touch of sharpness tore through the air. In an instant, they collided, and an extremely terrifying power burst out. Chen Zong's body shook slightly. Like a bamboo in the wind, he not only neutralized the impact, but also borrowed strength in an instant to strike out again. This sword radiance was extremely dazzling. It was like a comet shooting across the sky. It was the second low-grade star unique sword principle skill-killing move. Block it. Luan Mo's expression suddenly changed. He had used up a lot of his power to perform that unique skill. For a moment, he could not perform it a second time. However, Chen Zong could do it. He looked like he was playing it down, which made Luan Mo even more shocked. Luan Mo forcefully activated the remaining power. His sword turned into a dazzling light that surrounded him, protecting him firmly. Immediately, Chen Zong's sword arrived in an instant. There was a roar, as if something had been shattered. It was also accompanied by a scream. Luan Mo flew backward, vomiting blood. His body flashed, and he became one with his sword. Chen Zong did not hesitate to attack and directly took Luan Mo's life. "Junior, how dare you!" Suddenly, there was a loud roar. It was like a giant sword was clanging, and it was like a vast divine sound. It carried an unparalleled momentum, and it was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens that exploded in an instant. At that moment, Chen Zong only felt his spiritual soul tremble violently, as if it was about to be shattered. His power was also scattered. At that moment, the two divine appearances trembled violently, as if they were about to be shattered. They were weak and could not continue to pursue. "Half-browed monster, you've gone too far." The deputy chief of the Tao Alliance was furious. His aura surged and swept over to protect Chen Zong, preventing Chen Zong from continuing to be attacked. The other two venerables also released their powerful auras, which swept out without holding back. Their auras were as mighty as thunderbolts and storms. They faintly merged together, causing their power to become even more shocking. With the Vice Alliance leader's aura as the main force, they directly pushed forward, contending with the half-browed old monster's powerful sword aura. Rumble, the formless but seemingly solid auras collided violently. The ground could not withstand the force, and countless cracks appeared on it. As dust flew up, it turned into dust. The void also seemed to be unable to withstand the force, and it shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Terrifying, that scene was so terrifying that it made Qinzong's eyes tremble. His eyelids twitched, and a hair-raising feeling swept through every part of his body. It was as if as long as he was in the middle of it, he would be crushed, turned into dust, and die. The terrifying aura spread, collided, and attacked in all directions, shattering everything. Half-brought old monster's silver hair fluttered in the wind. His silver eyebrows were also moving. The tip of his eyebrows was sharp and emanated a shocking sword intent. It was as if a divine sword could tear everything apart. Unparalleled sharpness, the sword intent was earth-shattering and invincible. It shocked Qinzong greatly. Terrifying, half-brought old monster was truly a terrifying sword cultivator. The 3 king-class experts of the Tao Alliance all looked very serious. They released their auras and tried their best to resist half-brought old monster's sword intent. They also protected Qinzong. Half-brought old monster, how dare you interfere in the battle of the divine general ranking? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the universe's will? The deputy alliance leader looked coldly at half-brought old monster. His voice was filled with anger. Half-brought old monster didn't speak, but he raised his eyebrows. Then, his terrifying sword intent weakened and disappeared. The 3 king-class experts of the Tao Alliance naturally retracted their powerful auras. None of them were a match for half-brought old monster in a one-on-one battle. In fact, they would be easily defeated or killed by half-brought old monster. However, when the 3 of them worked together, they could fight against half-brought old monster. Of course, they still couldn't defeat him. Half-brought old monster wasn't afraid of the 3 king-class experts of the Tao Alliance, but the universe's will. The battle between Luan Mo and Qinzong belonged to Qinzong. It was a battle to enter the divine general ranking. Unknowingly, it had already attracted the attention of the universe's will. Under such circumstances, no one else was allowed to interfere. Half-brought old monster was very powerful, but he was like an ant to the universe's will. He couldn't bear the wrath of the universe's will. Even a level 6 or level 7 expert wouldn't be able to resist the universe's will. Qinzong originally planned to kill Luan Mo, but half-brought old monster suddenly interfered and interrupted Qinzong's killing move. Now, he didn't have a chance to kill Luan Mo even if he wanted to. Do you want to admit defeat or continue the fight? Qinzong stared at Luan Mo. He gathered his sword intent again, which became more and more frightening. Luan Mo's face was livid. When he came here, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Qinzong. However, he did not expect that not only was he forced to use his low-grade Dao weapon, but he was also defeated and almost killed. It was Elder Halfbrow who saved him. He was no match for him, even if he was unwilling to admit it. Luan Mo knew that even if they continued to fight, he would still be no match for his opponent. I admit defeat. Saying these 3 words, Luan Mo's breath suddenly became chaotic, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. As soon as Luan Mo admitted defeat, he felt as if something had left his body. Qinzong also felt as if something had been added to his body. It was like a kind of attention, a kind of care. The will of the universe, Qinzong knew that this was the care of the will of the universe. Although it was insignificant, it was invisible. Qinzong had received this care, which was more beneficial to his comprehension of the great Tao. Junior, your talent in sword Tao is not bad. Half-brow old monster's eyes focused on Qinzong. Sword light flashed in his eyes, which contained many mysteries of sword Tao. His voice also contained the mysteries of sword Tao. My 7 profound sword sect mainly cultivates sword Tao. It has been passed down for countless years and has a deep foundation. The 9 heavens imperial court cannot compare to it. Come to my 7 profound sword sect and become a disciple of my 7 profound sword sect. I guarantee that I will introduce you to the Sword Emperor as a disciple, and you will be heavily nurtured by my 7 profound sword sect. When the 3 experts of the Tao Alliance heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Their figures flashed, and they immediately appeared in front of Qinzong, blocking half-brow old monster's vision. Qinzong was a true disciple of the 9 heavens imperial court and a top genius of the Tao Alliance. They had high hopes for him. How could they poach him? Of course, it all depended on Qinzong's decision. Junior, don't worry. As long as you agree, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court will not dare to do anything to you, half-browled monster said proudly. In the Nine Heavens universe, the Seven Profound Sword sect was the strongest. The Seven Profound Sword sect was the strongest in the Nine Heavens universe. Although the other 8 forces were on par with each other, they were still inferior to the Seven Profound Sword sect. If Qinzong really left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and joined the Seven Profound Sword sect, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court would be furious. However, they would only be furious. They would not start a war with the Seven Profound Sword sect because of this. I am very comfortable in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Qinzong's figure flashed, and he faced half-browled monster directly. His tone and expression were neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no trace of fear in his voice. Half-browled monster squinted his eyes slightly. There seemed to be a cold light condensing in the depths of his double pupils, as if it was going to pierce through Qinzong. A dangerous aura was also spreading. Now that Luan Mo had admitted defeat, the challenge for the Divine General ranking had ended. Even if half-browled monster killed Qinzong, the will of the universe would not punish him. The 3 King Realm experts of the Tao Alliance looked extremely solemn. They gathered all their strength and released a terrifying aura that locked onto half-browled monster. As long as half-browled monster showed the slightest murderous intent, they would attack without hesitation and do their best to deal with him. Even if they had to pay a price, they would not let half-browled monster hurt Qinzong. If possible, they would even injure or kill half-browled monster. As for Luan Mo, he would not have a good ending. The aura was stagnant, and an invisible killing intent was spreading. Luan Mo retreated. Qinzong squinted his eyes slightly and did not move. He knew that he was no match for half-browled monster, but Qinzong was not afraid at all. My heart is fearless, sword intent condensed, half-browled monster was still staring at Qinzong. He seemed to be thinking about whether he should take the risk and kill Qinzong. He knew very well that once he attacked, the 3 King Realm experts of the Tao Alliance would attack as well. He was not confident in winning the battle. After all, he could kill any one of them in a one-on-one fight. However, in a 1-on-3 fight, the 3 of them were obviously not weak. Then, the vice leader of the Tao Alliance flipped his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. The token immediately emitted a shocking aura. It was extremely powerful and domineering, as if it could destroy everything. Half-browled monster frowned slightly. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. When half-browled monster saw the token, he made a prompt decision. He grabbed Luan Mo and turned into a beam of sword light, flying away. When the 3 King Realm experts of the Tao Alliance saw that half-browled monster had really left, they heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew their aura. However, they did not let down their guard. They still protected Qinzong. It was the Divine General ranking list. Qinzong was now a real expert on the Divine General ranking list. He was an expert who had received the attention of the universe and was even favored by it. The vice leader's strength burst out and enveloped Qinzong. The 2 Zunqi cultivators also protected the vice leader on his left and right. They took Qinzong away from the nameless island and quickly flew back to Sky Continent. Qinzong's challenge was over. He had won with an absolute advantage. He had directly replaced Luan Mo and entered the Divine General ranking list. It was a joyous occasion. The vice leader and the other 2 King Realm experts could not wait to go back. They wanted to personally convey this joy to the others so that they could share it with them. Being carried by the vice leader, Qinzong did not need to use any of his strength. Therefore, he immersed his consciousness in the universe's favor. In an instant, Qinzong felt as if his consciousness was passing through an endless space and time, layer after layer. He felt as if he was constantly soaring up into the sky. It felt as if he had broken free from a heavy shackle and escaped from a cage. It was a carefree feeling like a fish in the vast sea and sky. It was vivid and vivid. Qinzong was immersed in it. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful feeling. Finally, Qinzong saw a ray of light. He looked forward to it. That ray of light instantly enlarged. Qinzong's consciousness also entered it. It was a vast and boundless void. There was no sky, no earth, no sun, no moon, no stars, no flowers, no plants, no insects, and no fish. There was only a void. However, in this void, Chenzong seemed to feel that there were countless things that contained countless mysteries. After that, an enormous scroll that spanned thousands of kilometers appeared in the sky. The scroll seemed to be black, but it also seemed to be golden. It was suffused with a peerless might and will. The moment the scroll appeared, Chenzong felt that everything around him was suppressed and solidified. His consciousness could not move at all. However, he could still look at it. The scroll opened little by little. It fell from the sky like the water of the Milky Way pouring down. In an instant, it was filled with countless mysteries and endless mysteries. It was vast and unparalleled. Everything in front of it seemed so small and insignificant, like dust. The open scroll was incomparably vast, and Chenzong couldn't see the end of it. This gave Chenzong an unparalleled sense of shock. Even the cosmic behemoth that he had seen before, which could swallow the great whale in one gulp, could not be compared to this. In front of this open scroll, it was as small as a tadpole. At the top of the scroll, there were 3 unusually large words. The words seemed to be golden, silver, and black. They seemed to be able to swallow everything between heaven and earth. They contained indescribable mysteries and mysteries. The Divine General's List. Although Chenzong did not know these 3 words, he could understand their meaning. They were the Divine General's List. On the falling Divine General's List, names appeared one after another. After the names, there was other information, such as race, age, birthplace, and so on. However, Chenzong found that he could not see the information of the names at the top of the Divine General's List. At a glance, it seemed that he could see through them, but it also seemed to be a blur. His consciousness swept down from the top of the list. Finally, Chenzong found that he could only see the names and relevant information of the masters at the top of the Divine General's List and below the top 9,000. The information of the masters below the top 9,000 was a blur. It seemed that he could see them, but in fact, he could not see anything. No matter how hard Chenzong tried to see, the result was the same. There was no change. Mobile phone Xian81 Chinese. This void was constructed by the will of the universe. It was where the Divine General's ranking was located. It was called the Divine General's ranking world. This world existed to store the Divine General's ranking world. Chenzong could only see the information of the experts ranked 9,000 and below. If he wanted to see the information of those ranked 9,000, he had to raise his ranking to 9,000. However, it would not be as troublesome as before if he wanted to challenge someone after entering the Divine General's ranking world. Soon, Chenzong's consciousness exited the Divine General's ranking world and returned to his soul. His inner demons were still being suppressed by Senior Demon Heart. Senior Demon Heart was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be adapting to the laws of the universe bit by bit. No one knew when he would truly be able to adapt. With the Vice Alliance Master carrying him at full speed, Chenzong returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court safe and sound in about a month's time. During this month, Chenzong indeed felt the benefits of the attention and care of the will of the universe. It had a good effect on his understanding of the Tao of Heart, the Tao of the world, and the mysteries of the Sword Tao. Well, if he had to use numbers to express it accurately, the benefits he gained during this month's cultivation were equivalent to 1.5 months of normal cultivation. According to this ratio, if Chenzong cultivated for 100 years, it would be equivalent to 150 years before he entered the Divine General's ranking world. This was undoubtedly shocking. Moreover, as Chenzong's ranking continued to rise, the benefits would continue to increase. It was hard to imagine how great the benefits would be for those experts who were ranked at the top of the Divine General's ranking world. It was simply sensational. Perhaps they could even fight against those weaker fourth realms. Chenzong and the other 3 returned. The higher-ups of the Tao Alliance were also alarmed. They all asked about the results of the challenge. However, the interesting thing was that the Deputy Alliance leader and the 2 supremacies did not say anything. On the contrary, they sighed and looked troubled. This made the people of the Tao Alliance very disappointed. It doesn't matter. Chenzong's cultivation time is not as long as Luan Mo's, but I believe that with Chenzong's talent, as long as he continues to cultivate, he'll be ranked on the Divine General's list sooner or later, a venerable said after being refreshed. At the same time, he looked at Chenzong encouragingly. Chenzong's talent was indeed brilliant. The other venerables and Fourth Realm experts also spoke up to console him. Ha 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 ha. One of the two venerables who escorted Xianxia couldn't help laughing. You're wrong. I was just kidding. Xianxia won. If it weren't for Half-Eyebrow Monster, Luan Mo would have been killed by Xianxia's sword. The Venerable One's words left everyone dumbfounded. What was real, he won, or did he lose? I won. All eyes were fixed on Xianxia. Xianxia admitted with a smile. How could he lie when he admitted it himself? Immediately, they were stunned at first, then ecstatic, and then wild with joy. After 10,000 years, the Tao Alliance had finally produced yet another expert on the Divine General's ranking. This was truly a cause for celebration. The news of Xianxia's ranking on the Divine General's list was not concealed at all. Like a storm, it swept through the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Everyone knew about it. Primitive Emperor, your Tao Alliance is really lucky. A primordial race venerable said with a smile. In the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, before Xianxia, there were only 5 people ranked on the Divine General's list. Moreover, 4 of them were not very high. They were all ranked outside the top 9,000. Only one of them had entered the top 9,000. Now, there were 6 of them. One of them was Xianxia, who was ranked 3rd among the 6 Divine Generals list experts in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As for Qi, his current ranking was not as good as Xianxia's. Humph, what a good life. Don't be complacent too early. Being able to live to the end is true ability. This was the reaction of the experts of the demon-human race. They were envious and even jealous. Why could a weak third-order void human race be ranked on the Divine General's list, while they, who came from the first-order void race, were not? For the Tao Alliance, Xianxia's ranking on the Divine General's list was a big deal. For the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it was also a big deal. After all, there were only 6 people ranked on the Divine General's list in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, and Xianxia was one of them. This further strengthened the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's 3rd-level experts. When Qi was ranked on the Divine General's list, he was rewarded by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Now, Xianxia could also be rewarded. He could enter the Refinement Path World, Honesty Mountain, the 9 Great Divine Temples, and so on at will. These rewards were undoubtedly amazing. In addition, Xianxia could also choose treasures and the like. Although the Nine Heavens Imperial Court could not be compared to the Trade Wind Tower, it had been passed down for many years. Xianxia did not hesitate too much and finally chose a sword technique. Extreme Edge Sword Technique. This sword technique was different from the Heart Sword Technique and the World Sword Technique that he had created. It was a pure Great Tao Sword Technique. Whether it was the Heart Sword Technique or the World Sword Technique, they were not Sword Tao at all. They were the fusion of the Tao of the Heart, the Tao of the World, and the Tao of the Sword. Each had its own merits. However, the Extreme Edge Sword Technique was a pure Sword Tao Sword Technique. It did not incorporate the power of other Great Taos. In theory, a single Sword Tao couldn't compare to the Heart Sword Art or the World Sword Art in terms of power. However, the Extreme Edge Sword Art was different. This sword art had been created by an Origin race Sword Tao expert. As everyone knew, many Origin people only comprehended one Great Tao, but they were terrifyingly powerful. In addition to their extraordinary Origin power, their comprehension of the Great Tao was also related to their own comprehension. Although the Extreme Edge Sword Technique was a pure Sword Tao Sword Technique, it was very mysterious. It fully explored the sharpness of the Sword Tao and the sword. In short, the Extreme Edge Sword Technique was a superb sword technique that was not inferior to the Heart Sword Technique and the World Sword Technique. Xianxia did not choose other treasures or unique techniques. Instead, he chose the Extreme Edge Sword Technique for this reason. Cultivating another Great Tao Sword Technique would be very beneficial to his accumulation of Sword Tao. After obtaining the Extreme Edge Sword Technique, Xianxia wholeheartedly comprehended it. He used the 10 intents of the Heart Sutra to comprehend it. He comprehended it comprehensively and quickly deciphered the mysteries contained in the Extreme Edge Sword Technique. It's really superb and mysterious. As Xianxia continued to comprehend, he was more and more amazed by the mysteries of the Extreme Edge Sword Technique. It also gave him a lot of inspiration. It was a good sword technique. Entry level, as Chenzong continued to comprehend and cultivate, he also entered the entry level of the extreme edge sword technique. However, according to the rules of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chenzong could only cultivate this sword technique by himself. He could not teach it to others. With the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship as the foundation, as well as the assistance of the Heart Sutra and the Heart Sutra, Chenzong's comprehension of the extreme edge swordsmanship was improving by leaps and bounds. Entry level, then he reached the small success realm, then he reached the great success realm and began to break through to the perfection realm. In addition to comprehending the extreme edge sword technique, Chenzong also entered the battle tower to practice the application of the extreme edge sword technique. He also entered Mount Wuwang to receive the impact of the divine will. He also entered the refining path world to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao. He also entered the divine weapon palace of the 9 great divine halls to comprehend sword techniques and unique techniques. Chenzong had an agreement with the commander of the Trade Wind Army in the 2nd level Trade Wind Tower of the Strange Light Divine Dynasty. He could only stay in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for 10 years. 10 years seemed very long, but that was for ordinary people. For cultivators, 10 years was actually very short. Sometimes, when they came out of seclusion, 10 years, dozens, or even hundreds of years had passed. Chenzong needed to cultivate and comprehend too many things. He also needed to spend some time with Yunyanqin. He felt that he did not have enough time. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed since Chenzong returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. This time, Chenzong received a challenge from a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The challenger was Qi. Qi challenged Chenzong, which surprised Chenzong. Keep in mind that Ho was a monster from the very beginning, far ahead of Chenzong. But now, Chenzong's ranking was higher than Ho's. When Chenzong defeated Luan Mo and replaced him, everyone on the Divine General ranking list received the news from the will of the universe. However, Qi was still in seclusion at that time. Now that he appeared again, his strength had improved a lot. He directly challenged Chenzong. This year's disciples should respect themselves. No one could surpass them. No one. This was Qi's pride and determination. Previously, none of the disciples in the same batch were his match in a one-on-one battle. Even though he had been killed once in the Earth-level disciple assembly, it was because a few top prodigies had joined forces and there was some element of luck involved. Chenzong accepted Qi's challenge. Chenzong also wanted to know how strong Qi was. To be honest, when Chenzong first learned of Qi's strength, he had a thought in his mind. One day, he would defeat Qi with his own strength. Although this thought did not become an obsession, Chenzong wanted to do so. However, he did not expect Qi to challenge him before he even made a move. Since that was the case, he would fight. If he lost, he would lose his 9,300th ranking and would not fall off the Divine General ranking list because Qi's ranking would be replaced by him. Qi's challenge to Chenzong was definitely a big deal for the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. However, this battle wasn't taking place in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Their consciousnesses were pulled into the Divine General's ranking by the power of the universe's will. This time, they didn't enter with their consciousnesses but with their real bodies. Therefore, if others wanted to observe the battle, they wouldn't be able to do so. Qi's challenge to Chenzong was a battle between experts on the Divine General ranking list. The other experts on the Divine General ranking list were also notified that they could choose to enter the Divine General ranking list to watch the battle. The Divine General ranking list seemed to be boundless. Chenzong and Qi's bodies appeared in it at the same time. What followed were streams of consciousnesses scattered around. They were the consciousnesses of experts on the Divine General ranking list. Of course, there were not many of them, only a few dozen. After all, Qi was ranked 9,500th on the Divine General ranking list while Chenzong was ranked 9,300th. It could be said that they were at the bottom of the Divine General ranking list. Their battle was naturally not worth watching for other experts on the Divine General ranking list. In the Divine General's list, the dozens of consciousnesses were observing Chenzong and Zhao, feeling the aura that they exuded. Ho's expression was cold and solemn. His body didn't look that big, but it gave off a majestic feeling. The pair of dark golden maces in his hands added a domineering aura to his aura. "I'm the strongest," Zhao said. His voice was like the roar of a giant beast, bursting out with unparalleled power. The sound waves rolled out like waves, directly sweeping toward Chenzong. Chenzong couldn't help but be slightly shocked. This Ho was truly terrifying. Its roar contained a terrifying amount of energy, and its attack was shockingly powerful. In an instant, Chenzong activated the two divine forms and drew his sword. The sword light flashed and was incomparably sharp. It directly split the sound waves and slashed toward Zhao. Extreme edge swordsmanship, moreover, it was the extreme edge swordsmanship that had been cultivated to perfection. In terms of sharpness, the extreme edge swordsmanship was better than the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. Of course, each of the three great swordsmanship had its own merits. The sword chi broke through the air and was extremely sharp. Zhao's expression changed involuntarily, and he felt like he was being torn apart. You were no match for me before, and you're no match for me now. With a loud roar, Ho swung his pair of truncheons. Dark golden light surged out like a raging tide, instantly becoming increasingly frightening. It was accompanied by an endless tyrannical might as it smashed down with the power to destroy mountains. The sword chi was shattered upon contact, but the power of the maces did not seem to be weakened at all. It mercilessly blasted toward Chenzong. This blow seemed to have shattered the vacuum. Chenzong could not help but be secretly shocked. Zhao was really worthy of being the top genius of the primordial. The growth of his strength was really amazing. However, although Chenzong was not as good as Zhao before, he had now grown and caught up with him. The extreme edge swordsmanship was used. The extremely sharp sword light broke through the air. The moves of the extreme edge swordsmanship were actually very simple. It was nothing more than stabbing, slashing, cutting, and so on. Its real power lay in the sharpness of the sword. Fight, it was an intense battle. Zhao's expression was very solemn. He was unable to defeat Chenzong with an overwhelming advantage. On the contrary, he was caught in a bitter battle. With a roar, the light on Ho's body instantly shone brightly. His body actually began to swell and become even more powerful. The power contained within the two truncheons also increased by quite a bit. The power of each of his attacks also increased by quite a bit. Zhao's strength had become even more powerful, but Chenzong could not help but sigh. He had really caught up with you. You today and you in the past gave him a different feeling. Back then, Qi gave him a feeling of invincibility. He was like an insurmountable mountain that one could only look up to. However, as time passed, as he continued to improve, not only did he catch up, he even surpassed him. If the previous ranking on the Divine General list was only a temporary lead and not a real one, then the current feeling was that he had really surpassed him, even if the outcome of this battle had not yet been decided. Of course, over the years, Zhao's strength had also been constantly improving. His progress was also very terrifying. Compared to other geniuses, Zhao's speed of improvement made them feel despair. Sure enough, my progress is faster, Chenzong said to himself. Although his talent was not as good as those geniuses of the origin tribe, and even less than Zhao, Chenzong's advantage was in his comprehension. In addition, he had the help of the Heart Sutra, which was even more amazing. Zhao would never have thought that Chenzong could be distracted by other things while fighting fiercely with him. 2 microdust. Zhao's attacks were not successful for a long time, so he burst out again and directly displayed a powerful Great Path Supreme technique. Boom, the truncheons burst out with an extremely powerful dark golden light. As the light collided and intertwined, an indescribably terrifying power filled the air, as if it could shatter everything into dust. Terrifying, it was incomparably terrifying. As soon as Chenzong's sword chi and sword light came into contact, they turned into dust and disappeared. This strike caused Chenzong to be extremely shocked in his heart as well. He wasn't shocked by the might of this strike, but it was the profundity contained within this strike. It possessed shocking potential, and once it was improved to the limit, it would surely become a terrifying ultimate technique of the Grand Tao. Just as Zhao's Great Path Supreme technique erupted, Chenzong held his sword with both hands and suddenly raised it. In an instant, an infinite amount of sharp light condensed on it. The golden light was dazzling, and the astonishing sharpness seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Slash, low-grade star-level sword principal supreme technique, golden peak moon slashing. The moment the golden sword light slashed out, it turned into a huge crescent moon that tore through the air. Its sharpness was unparalleled, and it tore everything apart. Kill, in an instant, the golden edge moon-slashing blade and the two phases microdust supreme technique collided. The sword chi of the golden edge moon-slashing blade was constantly being ground into dust and dissipated, while the two phases microdust was also being split by the golden edge moon-slashing blade. In the end, the power of the two phases microdust was really split into two by the golden edge moon-slashing blade. Its power dissipated, but there was not much left of the golden edge moon-slashing blade. But even if there was only a fraction of its power left, it still attacked Zhao, and it brought about a strong threat. Zhao was shocked. His most powerful move had actually been defeated. When did this human strength reach such a level? In the following battles, Chenzong unleashed his full strength and directly suppressed Ho. Even though Ho kept unleashing his full strength, that was the extent of his strength. Of course, compared to Luan Mo, who had fought with him in the past, Zhao's strength was stronger. But unfortunately, Chenzong was stronger. In the end, Zhao was defeated, and Chenzong won. Their rankings did not change at all. But Chenzong had also fulfilled one of his wishes. It was a wish that he had had in the past, and that was to defeat Zhao in a head-on battle. Their figures left the Divine General ranking world, and the dozens of spectating consciousnesses also slowly left. Not bad. Yes, that sword cultivator is indeed not bad. His strength should not be limited to this. As the consciousnesses conversed, the Divine General ranking world regained its peace. The news of Zhao's defeat quickly spread throughout the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. When they heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief, but they had to believe it. A loss was a loss, and a win was a win. There was no cheating. Shock, everyone was shocked. The people of the Dao Alliance were shocked at first, and then wild with joy and excitement. This was even more exciting than when Chenzong defeated Luan Mo and entered the Divine General ranking world. After all, Zhao was like a huge mountain that stretched across the sky and suppressed the disciples of the same batch. But now, this huge mountain had been broken. The shadow seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and the feeling of sunlight shining down was surprising and shocking. It was a feeling that they had not felt in a long time. He has actually come this far. Dang Xing, Green Nightmare, and the others who had once joined forces with Chenzong to kill Zhao were stunned when they heard that Chenzong had defeated Zhao. That kind of astonishment was indescribable, and an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. A human from the third sequence void, a human who was looked down upon by others, had come this far and directly defeated, suppressed, and replaced the number one disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Green Nightmare, who had once defeated Chenzong, had an even more complicated feeling in his heart. Because he had defeated Chenzong in the past, and then Chenzong continued to grow stronger and surpassed him. Now, he had surpassed him by countless times. Chenzong did not know what they were thinking. After defeating Zhao, Chenzong spent most of his time with Xianxia. After all, he did not have much time left in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Although they were together, they were not lovey-dovey, but cultivating. He was comprehending and cultivating with the Heart Sutra all the time, and he also guided Xianxia in the practice of swordsmanship. In the process of guiding, he was reflecting on his swordsmanship, which was further integrated and improved in an invisible way. In addition, Chenzong also challenged the Divine General ranking. He challenged the expert ranked 9,000th on the Divine General ranking. After being listed on the Divine General's ranking list, it was much easier to challenge. He directly issued a challenge through the Divine General's ranking list, and his opponents would receive the message. Once they agreed, they could enter the Divine General's ranking list to fight. In that battle, Chenzong won, and he did not use his full strength. After winning, Chenzong could see the information of the experts ranked after 8,000 on the Divine General's ranking list. Challenge, challenge, challenge. Chenzong kept issuing challenges and fighting with the experts on the Divine General's ranking list time and time again. While improving his ranking, he also used it to train himself. In the Divine General's ranking list, the expert ranked 8,000th was killed by Chenzong. Chenzong also replaced his opponent's ranking and was ranked 8,000th. The higher I go, the stronger the experts are, Chenzong could not help but think to himself. This was what he felt as he fought his way up. Indeed, the higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. He also spent a lot of effort to defeat these 8,000 experts. This made Qianzong sigh with emotion. There were indeed many amazing heavenly talents in the universe. 8,000, this ranking had already surpassed the number one person in the third realm of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In other words, Qianzong was now the number one person in the third realm of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The number one disciple, without a doubt, Qianzong was now the number one disciple in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After knowing this, Qianzong was speechless. After he was defeated by Qianzong that day, he worked hard and cultivated even harder. Indeed, the improvement of his strength was also very shocking. He also continued to challenge. Now, he was already in the top 9,000 of the Divine General's ranking list. Compared to before, his ranking had greatly improved. However, Qianzong's improvement was even faster. It seemed that the gap between them had widened again. Even though he thought that his talent was extraordinary, at this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. It grew from the depths of his heart and quietly spread. How could a human with mediocre talent surpass him, who had the Khanate Yuan King body? Qianzong became the number one disciple, and everyone in the Tao Alliance was very happy. Moreover, the Tao Alliance also had many benefits. Apart from becoming famous and promoting Heaven Continent, they also received more resources from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This was extremely beneficial to the development of the Tao Alliance. Under such an atmosphere, the 10 years were finally up. It was time for Qianzong to leave. The 10,000-meter-long space-crossing divine ship, the Great Whale, arrived as scheduled. Qianzong didn't hide his destination. Tradewind Tower, the experts of the Tao Alliance and the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court were shocked. These fifth-realm king-level powerhouses had all heard of the reputation of the Tradewind Cove. Regarding this, they were also very happy and proud of Qianzong. Even the Nine Heavens Imperial Court didn't have a space-crossing divine ship like the Great Whale, let alone the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Even the Seven Mystery Sword sect didn't have one. Waving goodbye, Qianzong's gaze swept over them and finally stopped on Yunyanqing's face. There was reluctance, hope, and encouragement in his eyes. Love was important, but he couldn't be short-tempered. There was still a long way to go and plenty of time. If they wanted to live happily together, they needed to be stronger. At the very least, they needed to be fearless in the face of all difficulties. Seeking the Tao was a must. After nodding slightly at Yunyanqing, Qianzong turned around and saw the masked war demon. He nodded slightly and stepped into the Great Whale. Once it was activated, the enormous Great Whale began to leave Heaven Continent. Under everyone's gazes, it gradually disappeared into the distance until it was completely gone. The war demon, the genius who always wore a ghost mask, was also extraordinary. After coming out of seclusion, his strength had improved greatly. Now, he was ranked in the top 100 of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly Generals ranking. He was a top genius in the Tao Alliance who wasn't inferior to Yi Daolin, or even surpassed him. Qianzong was happy. From the bottom of his heart, the stronger the Tao Alliance was, the better. Whether it was Qianxiu, Yunyanqing, Yu Wuxia, or the war demon, the stronger the better. The Great Whale's speed kept increasing until it reached its peak. It rushed out of the Nine Heavens universe and entered the vast universe again. It quickly returned to the divine capital of the mystical light divine capital in the mystical light universe. It would take another 10 years. Bei Qian, Yan Wu, and the other soldiers who had fought Qianzong in the arena also knew that Qianzong was now ranked in the Heavenly General's ranking. They couldn't hide their shock. How long had it been, although they were said to be close to the experts on the Divine General's ranking, being close to the experts and actually being listed on the Divine General's ranking were two different things. Whether or not they could be listed on the Divine General's ranking was still unknown. That step seemed like it could be crossed with just a lift of his leg, but it was also like a natural chasm that could not be crossed no matter what. Qianzong became the fourth expert on the Divine General's ranking on the Great Whale. He was ranked second. Ranked in the 8,000th place, Qianzong felt that he seemed to be more favored by the will of the universe, and his cultivation efficiency had further improved. However, at this stage of cultivation, if he wanted to continue to improve, the difficulty would increase. every bit of progress would become more difficult. Even though Qinzong had a high level of comprehension and had the help of the Heart Sutra, the speed of his progress was constantly decreasing. Sometimes, after several days of cultivation, there was no progress at all. Qinzong wasn't discouraged at all, because his innate talent was indeed limited and couldn't be compared to the origin race. This was determined by the innate nature of the human race. For example, Ho had the innate Yuan King body, so his basic strength could be raised to a terrifying level. If he could keep up in other aspects, his strength would become even stronger. However, as a human, Qinzong's physique was very ordinary. The cultivation of the Heart Sutra couldn't break the norm, so it was destined that the basic strength of the Heart Sutra could only be so. As for the 3 great path sword techniques, they had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. Although there was still room for improvement, it wasn't that easy. As for Ao Wu, he didn't really need it, because Ao Wu's power could no longer keep up with his own strength. Now, his true means were the secret techniques of the Great Path. Currently, Qinzong had mastered 4 Great Path secret techniques. 2 of them were self-created, while the other 2 were obtained from the 9 Heavens Imperial Path Alliance. He cultivated, comprehended, and improved slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The Great Whale had also returned to the second-class branch of the mysterious Light Divine Dynasty. In the past 10 years, Qinzong had cultivated to the 22nd level of the Heart Sutra of the 33 Heavens. He had built 22 heart palaces. He felt that he had reached the limit of his current stage. The cultivation of the Heart Sutra also continued to improve on the Heart 100 Wills, slowly rushing towards the 4th level of the Heart 1000 Wills. Unfortunately, there was still a long way to go. In addition, the 3 Great Path sword techniques had become more mysterious and powerful. For example, in terms of power, the World Sword technique had improved from the level of the top level 5 Ao Wu to the level of an ordinary level 6 Ao Wu. The same was true for the Heart Sword technique and the Extreme Edge Sword technique. However, the Mountain River technique was still a middle star secret technique and couldn't be improved to the upper star secret technique. As for the Heart Sword technique, the space-splitting move, Qinzong had absorbed the essence of the Golden Edge Moonslaying technique and improved it from a lower star secret technique to a middle star secret technique. Its power was stronger, but it consumed more energy. Lastly, the sword sharpening technique had been cultivated to the 3rd level. At this point, the sword sharpening technique had been cultivated to the extreme. Not bad. The chief commander of the Trade Wind Army summoned Qinzong. He stared at him with his deep eyes and nodded involuntarily. It had been 30 years since Qinzong came and went. His cultivation and strength had improved greatly in all aspects. The chief commander was very surprised to see Qinzong ranked 8,000 on the Divine General ranking list. He didn't expect Qinzong to improve so quickly. He was right. I will send you to the 1st class branch first. At that time you will go to the main building to cultivate with the geniuses there. The chief commander wasn't a talkative person. He was concise and comprehensive. Qinzong naturally didn't have any objections, but he was very curious about the 1st class branch. The 1st class branch was the Trade Wind Army, which was stronger than the 2nd class branch. It was also a powerful force that surpassed the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and other forces. The Great Whale Crossing Divine Ship belonged to the 1st class branch. The 2nd class branch was so powerful, but it didn't have one. But how could he go to the 1st class branch? Could he still take the Great Whale? That would take a lot of time. Soon, Qinzong knew how to go to the 1st class branch. Under the lead of the chief commander, there was a realm gate in the secret place of the Trade Wind Army. There was a secret realm gate that led directly to the 1st class branch. This realm gate isn't usually opened. The chief commander said, because every time it is opened, it will consume 10 million Cosmos God crystals. Qinzong couldn't help taking in a breath of cold air when he heard this. 10 million Cosmos God crystals, one had to know that until now, he only had 2 million Cosmos God crystals on him. He didn't know how long it would take for him to get 10 million Cosmos God crystals. A single teleportation would consume 10 million Cosmos God crystals. It was really burning money. No wonder the chief commander said that it wasn't usually used. Even a power like the Trade Wind Army wouldn't burn Cosmos God crystals for fun. Using good steel on the blade was the most important principle. The chief commander took out 10 million Cosmos God crystals and threw them into the realm gate. Immediately, 10 million Cosmos God crystals released an astonishing energy. That energy was vigorous to the extreme, like the roar of a divine dragon. It emitted a vigorous aura that made Xianxia feel shocked. It was as if the moment he touched it, he would be shattered by that vigorous and terrifying energy, turning into powder and dissipating. Not to mention him, even a fourth realm expert wouldn't be able to survive once he was struck by that energy. The energy was like a dragon, roaring endlessly and pouring into the realm gate. After being replenished by that tyrannical and vigorous energy, the realm gate lit up with light. Soon after, it seemed to tear the sky apart, forming a crack that kept expanding. When that crack opened to the extreme, it stabilized. Xianxia saw an existence that was like a black water surface, permeating with the aura of the void. The realm gate opened. "Let's go!" the chief commander shouted. With a wave of his hand, a tyrannical energy enveloped Xianxia, protecting Xianxia firmly. Then, he took a step forward, bringing Xianxia's body into that realm gate. In the blink of an eye, the chief commander's body disappeared as if he was swallowed by the realm gate. The realm gate was slowly closing. After 3 breaths, it was completely closed. The vigorous energy released by 10 million Cosmos God crystals was completely consumed. Shuttling, under the protection of the chief commander's energy, Xianxia wasn't attacked at all. He kept moving forward with the chief commander. This place was like a void passageway, and the Grand Commander's power was carrying him through this passageway. Go, 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 like an aurora, they moved as fast as lightning, covering millions of miles in a breath. The Trade Wind Tower had a main building and 4 first-grade branch buildings. Xianxia and the chief commander were heading to the nearest first-grade branch building, which was also the superior branch building of the Strange Light Dynasty's second-grade branch building. Although it was said to be the closest, it was actually very far away. If the great whale sailed at the speed of light, it would take a full 50 years to arrive at the destination. 50 years was actually nothing to cultivators. The universe was so vast that sometimes a journey could take hundreds of years. However, there weren't many opportunities to head to the main building. This time, there was a chance. If they missed it because they didn't have enough time, who knew how many years it would be before they could get another chance? That was why the chief commander took out 10 million Cosmos God crystals to open the realm gate and cross the 50-year journey to the first-grade branch building in the shortest time possible. Of course, 10 million Cosmos God crystals were nothing to a 6th-level emperor like the chief commander. However, he couldn't do this often. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth he had, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Xianxia widened his eyes and tried his best to look around. However, all he could see was a stretch of dark flowing light. It was like streaks of dark meteors flying around him. It was too fast, the chief commander's speed was too fast. It seemed to be even faster than the great whale. Of course, this wasn't the case. The chief commander was teleporting through the realm gate, which was equivalent to compressing the void between the 2 branches to the extreme. He could cross it in a shorter time. A flash of light appeared, and the Grand Commander rushed into the light. There were only 4 first-level branches of the Trade Wind Tower, which were much more powerful than the second-level branches, in the entire Wanyuan territory. Because Xianxia was ranked on the Divine General's ranking and was an expert on the Divine General's ranking, it directly proved his outstanding strength. Therefore, under the encouragement of the commander, Xianxia was given the purple feather clear wind armor, which was better than the red feather clear wind armor. As the name implied, the purple feather clear wind armor's feathers turned purple, which gave it a noble and mysterious feeling. Compared to the red feather clear wind armor, the purple feather clear wind armor's defensive power was naturally stronger. Moreover, it could increase one's movement speed by 30%. As soon as he moved, Xianxia could feel that his speed had increased significantly. Xianxia did not encounter anyone who looked down on him or deliberately picked a fight with him when he arrived at the first-level branch. After all, Xianxia was an expert on the Divine General's ranking and was ranked in the 8,000th place, which was quite a good ranking. The Divine General's ranking could not be falsified because the will of the universe was watching and there was no way to cheat. For example, Zhenzong had previously killed Ao De, an expert on the Divine General's ranking of the Divine Shadow Tower, with the power of the realm suppressing force. However, Zhenzong did not replace Ao De on the Divine General's ranking because Zhenzong did not kill Ao De with his own strength. The will of the universe was very clear about this. He defeated Luan Mo with his own strength, which was why he was able to replace Ao De. An expert ranked in the top 8,000 of the Divine General's list, even if he couldn't make any further progress in the future, even if he had a humble background, he couldn't be underestimated. After all, there were only 9,999 people on the Divine General's list in the entire universe. Background, talent, achievements, and so on were actually just a foil to one's strength. Strength was the most important thing. Strength was the passport to the universe. Without strength, no matter how good one's background was, it was just a symbol. On the contrary, when the commander said that Zhenzong's military rank should be promoted, the higher-ups of the first-level branch only had a simple meeting and it was done immediately. The cultivation environment and resources in the headquarters are more abundant, and there are more and stronger geniuses. Cultivate well and do your best to fight for it. The commander said solemnly to Zhenzong, the more outstanding your performance, the more attention you will receive from the headquarters and the better you will be trained. Okay. Zhenzong nodded solemnly. After the commander said that, he returned to the second-level branch of the mysterious divine dynasty through the realm gate. Zhenzong was temporarily staying in this first-level building, waiting for further arrangements to be made. According to what he said, in a few months' time, it would be time to head to the main building. Then, in these few months, he could stay here and cultivate in peace. Zhenzong's Divine Shadow Divine General's residences and Divine General sex was. Now, there were 8 Divine General sex experts in the first-level branch. This number surprised Zhenzong. One had to know that the 9 Heavens Imperial Court only had 6 experts on the Divine General's ranking. Not only that, Zhenzong had only recently advanced to the Divine General's ranking. With such a number, it was already second to none among the 9 great forces of the Heaven continent. Even the 7 profound sword sex experts on the Divine General's ranking couldn't be compared to the current 9 Heavens Imperial Court. But the first-level branch of the Trade Wind Tower had 8. That should be 11 Divine General's sex experts, which was 5 more than the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's experts. Moreover, the highest-ranked expert was ranked within 6,000. He was definitely much stronger than Zhenzong. However, Zhenzong's rank of 8,000 was above average among the experts on the Divine General's ranking of the 8 first-level branches. There weren't many forces like the Trade Wind Tower's first-level branch in Wanyuan territory. According to the classification of forces, a force with a 5th-level King Realm expert was called a King Force. Similarly, a force with a 6th-level Emperor Realm expert was called an Emperor Force. A force with a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert was called an Emperor Force. Although a first-level branch was stronger than a second-level branch or a force like the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, it was still the same in terms of classification. This was because the strongest expert in a first-level branch was at the 6th level, not the 7th level. Of course, although it was the 6th level, it was the top of the 6th level. To put it simply, the strongest power in a universe was actually an Emperor-class power, and the strongest power in a territory was an Emperor-class power. Strictly speaking, the Trade Wind Tower's 3rd level, 2nd level, and 1st level branches weren't actually within the scope of force classification. This was because they were all branches of the Trade Wind Tower's headquarters. The entire Trade Wind Tower's headquarters and all its branches were a whole, and only then was it a true Emperor force. Zhenzong was cultivating every moment in the Trade Wind Tower's 1st level branch. This time, there were about 20 Heavens Prides heading to the headquarters to cultivate. Including Zhenzong, there were 9 experts on the Divine General's ranking. Although the remaining 11 weren't experts on the Divine General's ranking, their strength was still extraordinary. Most importantly, it was their talent. Their talent was outstanding and top-notch, and they were worth nurturing. About 2 months after Zhenzong entered this first-level branch, he received an invitation. The person who sent the invitation was one of the experts on the Divine General's ranking who was heading to the headquarters to cultivate. His name was Han Men, and he was ranked 6,000th on the Divine General's ranking. His strength was astounding. According to Zhenzong's understanding, this Han man had an innate keen body, which had developed to a higher degree, so his strength was even stronger. Chen Zong was not an antisocial person. Anyway, he had the Heart Sutra to comprehend and cultivate all the time. Therefore, he set off for the meeting. The location of the Han sect's gathering was in a manor within this level's trade wind restaurant. There were no luxurious decorations, but every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree had a natural feeling, as if they contained some kind of Taoist rhyme. Of course, the Taoist rhyme was not very strong, so it could not bring people any opportunities or enlightenment. It only made the surrounding environment have an indescribable harmony, which made people feel comfortable in it. The breeze was gentle, and the fragrance of flowers was faint. This time, apart from the experts on the Divine General's ranking, those who received the invitation were the 11 people who were qualified to cultivate in the headquarters. The purpose of the Han men was, in fact, very obvious. They wanted to familiarize themselves with each other. It might be beneficial for them to cultivate in the headquarters later. After all, they were from the branch building. If they wanted to cultivate in the headquarters, they would have to compete with the people in the headquarters. Moreover, this was not the only first-level branch building. The meeting was mainly for drinking, chatting, and learning from each other. Basically, everyone's attitude was quite good. Firstly, it was because those who were qualified to cultivate in the headquarters were certainly not ordinary people. Secondly, it was because they were all from the same first-level branch building. To a certain extent, they were from the same sect. It was better to have a good relationship with them than to have a bad relationship with them. But, nothing was so absolute. Chen Zong, I'll practice the sword. You practice the sword too. A young man named Wenshi put down his wine cup and stood up. Sword light seemed to flash in his eyes. It was as if sword intent filled the sky as he stared at Chen Zong. There was a sharp aura in his words. Let's compete in sword skills. Let's see how good you, an expert on the Divine General's ranking, are. Wenshi was not an expert on the Divine General's ranking. He was one of the 9 experts who were not on the Divine General's ranking who were qualified to cultivate in the headquarters. He was the descendant of a 6th-level Emperor Realm expert in this first-level branch building. He had been talented since he was young and had been heavily nurtured by his elders. He was born with a good background, was talented, and had a backer. His cultivation had been smooth. This made Wenshi arrogant and somewhat condescending. He knew that experts on the Divine General's ranking were not ordinary. After all, he was not qualified to be on the Divine General's ranking yet. Although he could not be on the Divine General's ranking yet, Wenshi was very confident in his own sword skills. This was because under the guidance of his elders and with his own great talent, he had already mastered the great path of swordsmanship. He had even cultivated it to perfection. This level surpassed many people. Even some experts on the Divine General's ranking could not compare to him. For example, among the experts on the Divine General's ranking in the first-level branch building, there were only a few who could defeat him in sword skills, saber skills, and other martial arts, regardless of strength. Wenshi challenged Chen Zong to a sword duel. The others did not say anything to stop him. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. It was normal to have a martial arts duel. They all knew Wenshi. He was very proud, but he was not a bad person. It would be best if Chen Zong could teach him a lesson. At the same time, they could also see how good Chen Zong's swordsmanship was. Chen Zong took in everyone's eyes and expressions. He had a general idea of what was going on. He got up and stepped forward. Draw your sword. Wenshi faced Chen Zong directly. He pressed one hand on the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. His aura changed in an instant. It was extremely sharp. Invisible sword chi surged and sword will spread. He stared at Chen Zong through his eyes and said directly. His momentum was like a war between 2 armies. Whether it was his eyes, posture, or aura, Wenshi was indeed extraordinary. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not draw his sword directly. Instead, he released his own sword will. The sword will of the extreme edge swordsmanship, this sword will focused on the sharpness of the sword. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to tear everything around it. It was extremely terrifying. Wenshi bore the brunt of it. He only felt that there seemed to be a divine sword in front of him. It was extremely sharp and wantonly. He had a horrifying feeling that he would be cut in two. How could this be? How could this sword will be so powerful? The others did not feel the sword will emitted by Qinzong. This sword will was only aimed at Wenshi. It also showed that Qinzong had amazing control over his own sword will. Such control showed that Qinzong's corresponding swordsmanship had reached the realm of completeness. Moreover, it was not an ordinary realm of completeness. Cut. In the face of Qinzong's sword intent, Wenshi felt that his own sword intent was constantly being suppressed, as though it was about to be crushed. Break out. In an instant, he gathered all his strength and drew his sword. A dazzling sword light condensed and slashed toward Qinzong. Wenshi's swordsmanship had reached the consummate realm. His sword had a powerful momentum and was as majestic as the sun. It slashed directly at Qinzong, as if all the ghosts and darkness had been shattered into nothingness. Qinzong still did not draw his sword. He took a step forward as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. His sharp sword essence still rushed out to intimidate Wenshi. As his sword fell, Wenshi changed his sword style and suddenly slashed out horizontally. Everyone was watching with solemn expressions, especially those who had sparred with Wenshi. Wenshi's talent in swordsmanship was outstanding. Moreover, he had been taught by an expert. His foundation in swordsmanship was very solid. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the consummate realm in this great path swordsmanship. As for Qinzong, he was ranked 8,000 on the Divine Generals list. He must have mastered the great path swordsmanship to the consummate realm. However, to their surprise, Qinzong did not draw his sword. He only used his sword essence to intimidate Wenshi. Wenshi had to draw his sword and use his full strength to attack. No one knew that Qinzong's swordsmanship had improved tremendously in the past 30 years. The consummate realm was a very general realm. There was still a gap between someone who had just reached the consummate realm and someone who had been in it for a while. While everyone was watching the battle, there were also people watching secretly. Brother Mingwu, your junior's attainment in true dipper swordsmanship is really good. A light chuckle rang out, but no one present could hear it. It was as if the sound came from a deeper space. Not bad, but compared to Qinzong, there is still a big gap. The voice was deep and vigorous. Indeed, Qinzong's swordsmanship is much better than Wenshi's. My junior is talented, but he has been living a smooth life for a long time. He has developed an unfounded arrogance. This is not a good thing. I hope Qinzong can cause him a setback and make him realize his mistake. Qinzong did not draw his sword. He only attacked his opponent with his sharp sword essence. He moved step by step as if he was taking a stroll in the garden, avoiding Wenshi's swordsmanship attacks. Gap in the realm of swordsmanship. If Qinzong wanted, he could defeat Wenshi with one strike. After many years of cultivation, comprehension, and the amazing effect of the Heart Sutra, Qinzong had reached a very high level in the three great path swordsmanship. As for why Qinzong's swordsmanship had been dodging, it was because Qinzong wanted to see his opponent's swordsmanship. From Qinzong's point of view, the great path sword technique that Wenshi displayed was very advanced. It was a yang sword technique that excelled in strength and frontal attacks. It was upright and strong. If. However, any grand Dao martial technique had extraordinary value, and it wasn't an easy task to obtain them. It was also very difficult to create one. Qinzong could create two great path swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. It would definitely cause a great shock. Wenshi displayed the true aura swordsmanship to the fullest. He felt that he was surpassing the past. Even so, he could not hurt Qinzong at all. No, he could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The more it was like this, the angrier Wenshi was. In his anger, the power of the true aura swordsmanship was also increasing. It was increasing, but it gradually lost its order and became a little messy. This little bit of messiness could not be seen if one did not have enough eyesight and realm. But in Qinzong's eyes, it was very clear. Suddenly, Qinzong took a step forward and stabbed. Forward with his fingers like a sword. An indescribable sharpness condensed on his fingertips. Like the edge of a sword and the tip of a sword, it brought about an endless void current and stabbed directly at Wenshi. That place happened to be the weak point of Wensher's true aura swordsmanship. There was no way to dodge or defend. Wensher only felt that Chen Zong's finger was like a sharp sword piercing through the air. The sword essence condensed in it was unparalleled, penetrating everything in the world and sweeping everything in its path. He could not block it, he could not dodge it, he could only watch the sword stab towards him. There was a piercing pain between his eyebrows, as if it had been pierced through. Despair rose from his heart and instantly swept through his whole body. Wensher was waiting for death. His eyes were gloomy. However, Chen Zong's sword finger paused and the void current dissipated. It was less than an inch away from Wensher's eyebrows. Chen Zong withdrew his sword finger and did not say anything. He directly returned to his seat and sat down. As for Wensher, his eyes were gloomy. He looked like he had suffered a great blow and was in a daze. This often showed that this person had rarely suffered setbacks and had developed a smooth temperament. When he encountered a setback, he could not accept it at once. No one said anything to disturb Wensher. When faced with such a situation, he could only rely on himself to get rid of it and get through it. If he could not get through it, he would become depressed and even dispirited, which would be very detrimental to his future cultivation. However, if he could get through it, his will would be sharpened and tempered, breaking his original limit. It would be more beneficial for his future cultivation. After all, Wensher was not an ordinary person. His temperament was not bad. After a period of depression and disappointment, his expression gradually recovered. Light flashed in his eyes again. He stared at Chen Zong with a dignified and serious expression. I am not as good as you now, but soon, I will definitely surpass you in all aspects. Chen Zong did not say anything. He just nodded. According to his past experience, the possibility of surpassing him was extremely small. It could even be said that it was impossible. Of course, the universe was so vast and there were countless opportunities. No one could be sure that an ant would become an expert who could suppress the universe. Therefore, nothing was absolute. If Wensher could surpass him in the future, not only would Chen Zong not feel angry, but he would even feel happy. In the end, this confrontation of swordsmanship was actually just an interlude. However, it also allowed people to see Chen Zong's extraordinary swordsmanship. Experts were welcomed and respected wherever they went. After the gathering, Chen Zong returned to his residence. When he was about to continue his cultivation, he found that a figure was sitting in front of him. This shocked Chen Zong greatly. That person seemed to have appeared here a long, long time ago. It was as if he had become one with this residence. Senior, what can I do for you? Although Chen Zong was shocked, he did not panic. Instead, he saluted with his sword and asked. Not bad. You have an excellent temperament. Wensher was defeated by your sword. There was no luck. The figure also spoke, and his voice was a little low. Senior, are you going to stand up for Wensher? Chen Zong asked. You're smart. The figure laughed. He immediately saw through Chen Zong's intentions. That's right. Chen Zong's rhetorical question was actually meant to provoke him. An expert that he could not perceive was definitely not someone he could compare to. If the expert wanted to take his life, it would only take a single thought. Even if he unleashed the last drop of the power of suppressing the realm in his body, it would not be of any help. Even if the other party did not take his life, he only needed to use some small tricks to make him suffer. Therefore, Chen Zong said this first to see if the other party would consider his status and face and give up on the idea of dealing with him. This was called being prepared for nothing. I'm not here to make things difficult for you. The figure laughed again and said, however, there is something I need your help with. Senior, how can I do something that even you can't do? Chen Zong replied. It was fine as long as the other party was not here to make things difficult for him. As for needing his help, to be honest, although he was an expert on the divine general role, it was only limited to the third realm. He was nothing compared to the fourth, fifth, and even stronger sixth realms. You can do this, the figure said with certainty. Wensher is one of my juniors. His talent is not bad, but he is used to smooth sailing and rarely has any setbacks. If this continues, it will be difficult for him to achieve much. Today, he was completely at a disadvantage in the exchange of swordsmanship with you. You can say that he has experienced setbacks. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary. You have achieved quite a lot in the realm of perfection. I hope that you can guide Wensher's swordsmanship cultivation as much as possible in the future. I believe that you have the ability to do so. If you agree, I will reward you with the great path of swordsmanship that Wensher cultivates. Immediately, Chenzong was tempted. When this expert was watching the battle, he could also see that Chenzong was very interested in the great path of swordsmanship that Wensher used. Otherwise, he would have defeated Wensher at the beginning. However, Chenzong did not do so. On the contrary, he kept putting pressure on Wensher and made Wensher use his swordsmanship continuously until he defeated Wensher in the end. It was clear that he was interested in the swordsmanship. Since that was the case, he would cater to his interest. I will try my best. Chenzong thought for a moment and agreed. Chenzong was indeed very interested in the great path of swordsmanship. It would be best if he could obtain it. Sometimes, a great path of swordsmanship was the inheritance of a force. For example, the 7 profound sword sex inheritance was the 7 profound sword technique, which was very precious. For example, the extreme edge sword technique was an inheritance in the 9 heavens imperial court. If Chenzong was not on the divine general roll, he would not be able to obtain it. Now, the content of the deal with this senior was to guide Wensher's swordsmanship cultivation, and the reward was a great path of swordsmanship. Naturally, Chenzong would not refuse. This was because not only would he be able to obtain a new great path of swordsmanship to cultivate, but he would also be able to further peek into the mystery of swordsmanship. While guiding others in their swordsmanship cultivation, it would also be a kind of enlightenment of his own swordsmanship. The process of removing the impurities and retaining the essences was also beneficial to him. Soon after, the figure in front of Chenzong seemed to have disappeared. Chenzong blinked his eyes and looked again. Indeed, the figure had really disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Even his aura was completely gone. Such ability was indeed very terrifying. If he really wanted to kill Chenzong, Chenzong would not have the slightest ability to resist. However, there was something left on the chair where he originally sat. It was a quaint book with 4 big words on it, True Dipper Sword Technique, : The True Dipper swordsmanship was an imposing, strong, and magnificent swordsmanship. It was good at frontal attacks and had amazing power. Its power was similar to the world swordsmanship, but there were also differences. Chenzong was overjoyed to get the True Dipper swordsmanship. He immediately started to comprehend it. Now, Chenzong had already mastered 3 great path of the sword arts at the consummate level. In terms of his attainments in the great path of the sword arts, he had a shocking accumulation and a very solid foundation. When he tried to comprehend the 4th great path of the sword arts, the difficulty was much lower. Moreover, Chenzong had the 10 intents of One Heart Sutra, and he had fought with Wensher before. He had personally experienced the profoundness of Wensher's True Dipper swordsmanship and so on. He had a more direct experience. Under such circumstances, Chenzong's speed of comprehending the True Dipper swordsmanship was simply shocking. In just a few days, he had reached the entry level and kept improving. Entry level, then small accomplishment, then profound accomplishment, gradually approaching the perfection realm. Chenzong went to Wensher and asked to have a sword duel with him. Wensher was naturally happy to do so. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Chenzong's swordsmanship attainment was obviously higher than his by a lot. If such a sword expert wanted to have a sword duel with him, he would be stupid not to agree. Chenzong had already cultivated the True Dipper swordsmanship to the profound accomplishment realm. When he had a duel with Wensher, he could clearly see the weaknesses, flaws in Wensher's swordsmanship. Wensher had to work hard to improve it. While Wensher made up for the shortcomings of his True Dipper swordsmanship, Chenzong also saw more mysteries from Wensher's True Dipper swordsmanship and improved his own True Dipper swordsmanship. A few months later, when a group of geniuses gathered and prepared to go to the headquarters of the Trade Wind Gang, Chenzong's True Dipper swordsmanship had really broken the limit of the profound accomplishment realm and reached the perfection realm. So far, the 4th Great Way swordsmanship had reached the perfection realm. However, compared to the previous 3 Great Way swordsmanship, there was still a significant gap. 20 geniuses had gathered in front of a gate of the first-class Trade Wind Tower. 11 of them were experts on the Divine General's ranking, while the remaining 9 were the top experts at the Subdivine General's level. Wenxia was one of them. Compared to a few months ago, Wenxia's aura was completely different. There was an indescribable change. As the Cosmos God Crystal was consumed, the realm gate started to tremble. A tyrannical energy started to spread out. This energy caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They became incomparably solemn. It was even more astonishing than the realm gate of the second-grade trade wind sect that sent them here previously. When the energy of several tens of millions of Cosmos God crystals was completely released, the realm gate opened completely. It was like a piece of black water surface, and there were no ripples. Let's go. A level 6 martial emperor cultivator took the lead and stepped into the portal. Then, the 20 prodigies stepped into the portal one after another. They were going to pass through the portal and head to the headquarters of the Trade Wind Brothel. This time, he was heading to the main building to cultivate. The main building of the Trade Wind Pavilion was an emperor-level force. It was the top force in a territory. It had a strong foundation, countless experts, and many geniuses. Myriad Origin Island was the center of the Myriad Origin territory. It was an island, but it was astonishingly huge. It was like a colossus in the void. If one looked carefully from afar, they would discover that the shape of Myriad Origin Island seemed to be an incomparably huge turtle shell. There were many forces on Myriad Origin Island. These forces existed in the form of sect, nation, and clan. The strongest forces were the 3 great sect forces. They were respectively the Myriad Origin Sect, the Myriad Origin Palace, and the Trade Wind Brothel. They were also 3 of the 4 Emperor-level forces in the Myriad Origin territory. As for the other Emperor-level force, it was not located on Myriad Origin Island. The branches of the Trade Wind Brothel would never compete with the other forces for resources. Instead, they would gradually infiltrate the local forces. On the other hand, the Trade Wind Sect's main building was different. They occupied what they needed to occupy and seized what they needed to seize. Because if they didn't do so, then the Myriad Wall Sect and Palace of Origin wouldn't be lenient in the slightest and would directly divide up all the resources. Everyone wanted to be the dominant force and rule everything. Therefore, if they did not compete, it would be difficult for them to develop. After all, their own resources were limited. Countless pavilions stood in the territory of the Trade Wind Brothel. Gusts of strong wind blew from one side to the other. This wind never stopped. It was always there. In the Trade Wind Brothel, a majestic portal stood tall. A wave-like radiance lit up on the portal. The ripples quickly spread out and covered the entire portal. Powerful and vigorous energy ripples immediately spread out from this huge realm gate, sweeping in all directions. There were trade wind soldiers in clear wind armor scattered around the portal. They all exuded a shocking aura. In addition, there were also some 4th and 5th realms experts present. Not far away, there were also some young men and women in purple feather clear wind armor who were staring at the portal. The aura exuding from these people was many times stronger than that of the 3rd realm's envelope soldiers. Experts, all of them were extremely powerful 3rd realms experts. I wonder if there are any outstanding people from the 4 first-grade pavilions who came over this time. A short and fat young man mumbled. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to someone else. Based on the history, there are definitely some outstanding geniuses. However, no matter how outstanding they are, they can't be compared to our headquarters. A skinny young man with a pale face said with a smile. When he smiled, there was a sinister feeling to it. They were the 3rd realm's experts of the Trade Wind Brothel's headquarters. They were all top prodigies. They knew that some of the so-called top prodigies from the 4 first-grade pavilions would come over to cultivate. Therefore, they gathered here to take a look and satisfy their curiosity. Of course, not all the prodigies from the headquarters were here. Those who came were only a minority of them. The headquarters could not be compared to the branch pavilions. There was a fundamental difference. Even so, there were still many experts on the Divine General role among the prodigies from the first-grade pavilions who came over to cultivate. As long as they could be listed on the Divine General role, they were definitely not weak. They could not be underestimated. Of course, there were even more experts on the Divine General role in the headquarters. The realm gate rippled, and the aura it exuded surged like a tidal wave. Immediately, many figures appeared and stepped out. The aura they exuded was extremely shocking. Sixth Realms. The first to appear were Sixth Realms Emperor-level experts. They were the Sixth Realms Emperor-level experts from the 4 first-grade pavilions who were escorting the top prodigies from the 4 first-grade pavilions. Then, it was the top prodigies who were selected to come to the headquarters to cultivate. 20, 20, 20, 20. There were 20 top prodigies from the 4 first-grade pavilions who came over. The number was the same. Although there were the same number of people, there were not as many on the Divine General roll. For example, the first-grade pavilion that Xianxia was in had 9 experts on the Divine General roll. The other 3 first-grade pavilions had 8, 9, and 10 experts on the Divine General roll, respectively. All of a sudden, there were more than 30 experts on the Divine General roll. It was very shocking. Adding the experts on the Divine General roll that the headquarters had, it was even more shocking. That was because the headquarters had quite a number of experts on the Divine General roll. Xianxia passed through the realm gate and stepped into the territory of the general building. He quickly looked around and felt that the essence of the universe here was several times richer than any place he had been before. In such an environment, people would feel very comfortable all over. Practicing in such a place, one's cultivation could also be improved to the peak of the current realm earlier and better. Then, one would have more time to comprehend the great ways and practice martial arts, improving one's strength in all aspects. Many gazes from all directions locked onto Xianxia and the other prodigies who came from the branch pavilions, as if they were scrutinizing them. This was the first meeting between the prodigies from the branch pavilions and the headquarters. There was no smoke or fire, but the invisible competition had already quietly begun. Although they were all members of the Treasure Wind gang, there was still a difference between the branch pavilions and the headquarters. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there was Jianghu, there would be fighting. Not to mention the main building, even in the main building, there were different factions. There was fierce competition between them. Moreover, for the Heaven's Prides in the main building, the Heaven's Prides in the branch building were equivalent to outsiders. They were outsiders who wanted to divide their cultivation resources. Competition was completely unavoidable. Of course, this was also relatively speaking. For those high-level experts, they were also happy to do so. Because in this way, there would be greater competition and encourage the younger generation to cultivate harder and stand out in the competition, instead of growing up in a greenhouse. That was the essential difference. Having cultivation and strength were the most basic. The most important thing was to be able to use one's own strength and exert strength beyond one's limit. Cultivation without competition was smooth sailing. Once one encountered a setback in the future, it was likely that one would not be able to recover from it. On the contrary, those who rose from countless competitions were absolutely tenacious, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Internal competition was for the sake of nurturing stronger geniuses. This was something that the higher-ups were happy to see. After Xianxia and the others who came from the first-level branch walked out of the realm gate, they were quickly arranged to stay in different pavilions. No matter what, he was still a top Heaven's Pride. He was a top Heaven's Pride with extraordinary talent and potential. He was worth nurturing. Since that was the case, his basic treatment would naturally not be bad. On the contrary, it was not bad. Everyone was given a pavilion. This pavilion was not an ordinary one. It was a 3-story pavilion. Inside, there were rooms for rest, rooms for closed-door cultivation, and so on. Moreover, it was protected by a seal. Once it was opened, even a 5th-level king-level expert would not be able to force his way in. Only a 6th-level emperor-level expert could do so. However, even a 6th-level emperor-level expert would not be able to break through it immediately unless they were at the top level. In other words, it was not so easy to assassinate one of the prodigies, unless a top emperor-level expert was willing to put down his pride. When Xianxia arrived at the main tower and entered the pavilion, he picked up a main tower chronicle and started reading. While he was reading, he was also circulating the Single Heart Sutra. He was comprehending the Great Tao, sword arts, absolute arts, and so on. Multitasking was killing many birds with one stone. The chronicle of the headquarters recorded some matters related to the headquarters, so that people who came from the branch could have a more direct understanding of the headquarters. At the beginning of the chronicle of the headquarters, it was naturally about the rise and history of the Tradewind sect, as well as their great achievements. After that, it recorded the cultivation resources in the headquarters and so on. For example, the Enlightenment Pagoda. For example, the Divine Martial Jade Wall. For example, the Heavenly Pillar. All in all, after Qianzong finished reading the chronicle of the headquarters, he found that the cultivation resources in the headquarters were very abundant. Some of them were similar to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. For example, the realm of refinement was similar to the Enlightenment Pagoda in the headquarters of the Tradewind Gang. However, there was no doubt that the Enlightenment Pagoda in the headquarters of the Tradewind Gang was more effective than the realm of refinement in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, it was not so easy to obtain these cultivation resources. In the headquarters of the Tradewind Gang, there was a list of the third realm called the Cool Breeze List. Only those who were listed on the Cool Breeze List were qualified to obtain these cultivation resources directly. Moreover, the higher the ranking, the more resources they would receive. This resulted in one thing: the strong became stronger, and the weak became weaker. The weak became weaker, but it did not mean that they were weak. They were still improving, but their improvement speed was much slower than those of the strong. If the difference between the two was originally 10, then with the difference in resources, the cultivation speed of the strong would be even more astonishing. On the other hand, because of the lack of resources, the cultivation speed of the weak would be slower. This 10 difference would expand to 20, 30, or even 100. There were only 10 places on the Cool Breeze List, and it had always been like this. Although the Cool Breeze List could not be compared to the Divine General List, it was still a benchmark that belonged to the Tradewind Gang's headquarters. Every expert who was listed on the Cool Breeze List was listed on the Divine General List, and their rankings were not low. At least, Qianzong's 8,000 place was not qualified to be listed on the Cool Breeze List. Other than being listed on the Cool Breeze List and being able to obtain these resources directly, there were other ways. Qianzong put down the chronicle of the general building and started to think. Not long after, someone came to visit. It was the Han sect. Brother Chen, a straightforward person, does not resort to insinuations. As soon as the Han sect arrived, they did not beat around the bush. Instead, they went straight to the point and stated their purpose. For generations, when the prodigies of our branch came to the main building, they would be suppressed and ostracized by the prodigies of the main building. Qianzong listened to Han Men quietly. Only when the 4 branches join forces can we resist the attack of the geniuses from the main branch. Otherwise, we won't be able to get many resources, and our improvement will be slow, the Han Gate said solemnly. He was different from Qianzong. Qianzong had come from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, and had only joined the Tradewind sect halfway through his journey. He was a member of the Tradewind sect at the very beginning, but Han Men had been a member of the Tradewind sect at the very beginning. His understanding of the Tradewind sect was not something that Qianzong could compare with. Moreover, since he was going to study in the main building, he would naturally do all kinds of research in advance. All along, when the prodigies of the branch came to the main building, they would be attacked and suppressed by the prodigies of the main building. Their purpose was naturally to snatch cultivation resources. Of course, the prodigies of the branch buildings would not be willing to be suppressed, and all kinds of conflicts would inevitably occur. The best way to resist the attack and suppression of the prodigies of the main building was for the prodigies of the 4 branches to join forces. This was the result of many experiences. At the beginning, the prodigies of the branch buildings did not join forces because they believed that they were more talented than the others. As a result, they were unable to resist the attack of the prodigies of the main building. When the prodigies of the branch buildings came to their senses, they immediately joined forces. However, because they were from different branches, only the branch buildings joined forces. Although they became stronger, they were still defeated by the prodigies of the main building one by one, and their resources were plundered. After learning from this painful experience, the strongest prodigies of the 4 first-grade branch buildings met. After a discussion, they finally decided that the 4 first-grade branch buildings would truly join forces and form an alliance to resist the attack of the main building's prodigies. At this point, they barely managed to gain a firm foothold and could confront the main building. They could then seize a portion of the cultivation resources, so that they would not end up empty-handed every time. Even so, they were always at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the main building. However, they had no choice but to do so. This time, as the strongest prodigy of the 4 first-grade branch buildings, Han Men took up the responsibility. After meeting with the strongest prodigies of the other 3 branches, they came to an agreement to find other prodigies to join the alliance. This alliance was called the 4 Extremes Alliance, which represented the alliance of the 4 first-grade branch buildings. The purpose of Han Men's visit was naturally to invite Chenzong to join the 4 Extremes Alliance. After all, Chenzong was an expert ranked 8,000th on the Divine Generals list. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, and his strength was extraordinary. If he joined the 4 Extremes Alliance, he would definitely be a great general. Chenzong pondered for a moment, then nodded and accepted Han Men's invitation to join the 4 Extremes Alliance. Great! Han Men was overjoyed. With you joining us, the 4 Extremes Alliance will become even stronger. Currently, the top 10 spots on the Cool Breeze list were all occupied by the prodigies of the main building. Of course, the 4 Extremes Alliance's next move was to obtain a spot on the Cool Breeze list. Han Men was ranked 6,000th on the Divine Generals list, and his strength was not weak. In the 4 Extremes Alliance, Han Men was not the strongest, but the second strongest. The strongest was Luo Shu, who was ranked 5,800 on the Divine Generals list. As for the top 10 prodigies of the main building on the Cool Breeze list, Han Men and the others had inquired about them. The last few prodigies were not ranked very high on the Divine Generals list. At least, they were not as high as Han Men and Luo Shu. In other words, regardless of whether it was Han Men or Luo Shu, they were all qualified to be listed on the Cool Breeze list. However, as long as they were listed on the Cool Breeze list, they would be able to obtain cultivation resources directly. After joining the 4 Extremes Alliance, Chenzong did not need to do anything for the time being. All he needed to do was to cultivate diligently. As for Han Men and Luo Shu, they directly challenged the 10th and 9th ranked prodigies on the Cool Breeze list. Chenzong and the others also went to watch the 2 battles. After a fierce battle, as expected, no matter if it was the Han sect or Luo Shu, both of them defeated their opponents and successfully replaced their opponents on the Cool Breeze rankings. As expected, my strength is still not enough. Chenzong could not help but think to himself. Although he could enter the top 8,000 if he challenged the Divine Generals list now, he definitely would not be able to enter the top 7,000, let alone the Cool Breeze list. Therefore, Chenzong was not in a hurry to challenge the other prodigies. Instead, he cultivated diligently and tried his best to improve himself. Chenzong was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. His weakness was his innate physique, which could not be compared with that of the Origin clan. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was a human, not a member of the Origin clan. His strengths were naturally his comprehension and the Heart Sutra. Therefore, he had to make full use of them and combine them with the Heart Sutra with his superb comprehension. He had to work hard to understand swordsmanship, great way, and unique skills to improve their profundity and power, and then enhance his own strength. The number of experts on the Divine Generals list in the headquarters was naturally not comparable to that in the branch buildings. According to Chenzong, there were more than 30 experts on the Divine Generals list, which was almost as many as the prodigies on the Divine Generals list in the 4 branch buildings. Among them, 2 of the most powerful experts had already reached the Divine Strength realm and were ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine Generals list. It was hard to imagine how powerful they were. However, they were not listed on the Cool Breeze list because they had reached the Divine Strength realm. However, Chenzong was very curious about the strength of the experts who had reached the Divine Strength realm. It was a pity that he could not see them fight. Otherwise, he would be able to have a good look at them. As for the cultivation resources, such as the Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Annulus, Chenzong was very curious about them. However, it was a pity that he was not qualified to enter them. As for how to enter them, he would have to go through the arrangements of the Trade Wind Tower and then compete for them. As time went by, Chenzong also went to find Wenshi to exchange swordsmanship with him. In other words, he gave Wenshi pointers on swordsmanship cultivation. This was a deal with Wenshi's elder, and the reward was a great way sword technique, the True Dipper swordsmanship. Now, Qianzong had further improved the True Dipper swordsmanship and reached the same level as the other 3 Great Way sword techniques. However, the 4 Great Swordsmanship seemed to have reached a bottleneck at this level. If he wanted to improve further, it would be extremely difficult. At least for now, Qianzong was unable to break through to a higher level. There was no end to swordsmanship, but relatively speaking, there was also a limit. There was no end to swordsmanship, which meant that it could be improved and strengthened continuously. There was a limit to swordsmanship, which was due to one's comprehension and cultivation. Once one reached a bottleneck, it would be difficult to break through and stop. Whether there was a limit or not depended on one's cultivation. However, even if it was difficult to break through in a short period of time, Qianzong would not give up on cultivating and comprehending. Only by constantly comprehending and cultivating would he be able to accumulate and eventually break through the bottleneck and become stronger. For example, the World Sword Technique. Qianzong had improved the World Sword Technique to a higher level. The power of each stroke was at the level of a top rank 6 AO Wu. If he broke through, he would be a rank 7 AO Wu. A rank 6 AO Wu was a middle level AO Wu, while a rank 7 AO Wu was a high level AO Wu. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The first confrontation between the geniuses of the branch and the head tower was about to begin. This time, they would compete for the opportunity to cultivate the cultivation resources such as the Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Wall. Qianzong's eyes lit up. Both the Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Wall were what Qianzong wanted. Now, the opportunity had come. The members of the 4 Extremes Alliance were gathered for the first time. More than 30 experts on the Divine Generals list and more than 40 top experts of the Divine Generals realm gathered together. Each of them exuded an astonishing aura. The new month has begun, please vote for me. The 4 Extremes Alliance had gathered for the first time. The battle with the head tower Sky Pride this time is the flag planting battle. Luoshu's expression was solemn. His eyes were filled with intense light as he looked around. His voice was filled with shocking power. The head tower intended to let the Sky Prides from the head tower compete with the head tower Sky Prides to stimulate each other. Therefore, the rules were different every time. However, after many years, a set of rules had been formed. The Battle of the Flag was one of them, and it was also the largest of them all. For this flag planting battle, each side will send 20 people. Those who are on the breeze list are not included. Han Man added, we will select the 20 most powerful people besides Luo Shu and me to participate in this flag planting battle. I hope that those who are selected will not refuse and will try their best to participate. The most direct way to determine one's strength was through the ranking. The ranking on the Divine General ranking was more authoritative. If one was not convinced, they could challenge others to obtain a higher ranking to prove themselves. The 20 people were all experts on the Divine General ranking. Qianzong was among them. He did not need to show his strength. Being in the top 8,000 was enough. In fact, with Qianzong's current strength, he could definitely increase his ranking by a few hundred places. In a pavilion, more than 30 young men and women were sitting. They were all experts on the Divine General ranking. They were the Sky Prides from the head tower. The leader of the group had a reserved aura, but his every move gave people a great sense of pressure. He was the warrior who ranked second on the breeze list. His ranking on the Divine General list was not low either. He was ranked over 4,000. There were 9,999 people on the Divine General ranking. Being in the top 4,000 meant that one was in the middle of the Divine General ranking. It was very shocking. It should be known that the 2 prodigies of the trade wind brothel who had achieved the divine form restoration were only ranked within the top 3,000. Of course, the head tower did not only have the 2 Sky Prides, but there were many more. However, they were all ordinary Sky Prides. The Divine General ranking had a clear rule. If one could not be listed on the Divine General ranking before reaching the Divine General ranking, then after reaching the Divine General ranking, one would not be able to be listed on the Divine General ranking even if he had the strength of the Divine General ranking. The Divine General's ranking not only represented one's strength at that time, but also one's potential. Divine image returning to origin meant that all the potential of one's cultivation level had been excavated. There was nothing more to excavate. It meant that one was half a step into the fourth level. However, before the divine manifestation returned to its origin, it meant that there was still potential to be unearthed. Only after the God form returning to origin would one have the strength to enter the divine general ranking. The will of the universe would not allow one to enter the divine general ranking. In the main building, there were still a few third realms of divine power convergence. Some of them were at the low extremity, some were at the high extremity, and some were at the super extremity. They had already returned to the original state. Their next step was to break through to the fourth level. Therefore, the battle between the heaven's favorites from the headquarter and the heaven's favorites from the branch had nothing to do with them. In this flag-planting battle, we must take all the resources. The leader of the group, who was ranked second on the breeze list, narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a harsh tone. In the Four Extremes Alliance, the strongest members are the Han sect and Luo Shu. However, they are not allowed to participate this time. Therefore, it won't be too difficult for us to take all the resources. I'm afraid that the Four Extremes Alliance is still discussing who to send out. Compared to the Four Extremes Alliance, the atmosphere in the Four Extremes Alliance was solemn, while the heaven's favorites from the headquarter were more relaxed. Why were they so relaxed? Because of their strength, because of the confidence brought by their strength. In the past battles, the heaven's favorites from the headquarter were the ones who gained the upper hand. This time, the 20 of you will participate in the battle. The ranked second on the breeze list swept his gaze across the group. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose 20 of them. These 20 people were the strongest below the breeze list. They were not weak and were ranked high on the Divine General's ranking. Don't worry. This time, we will show the heaven's favorites how strong we are. The 20 chosen heaven's favorites rubbed their palms together and were full of confidence. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The heaven's favorites from the branch and the heaven's favorites from the headquarter had all been confirmed and reported. Cool Breeze Valley, this was a semi-empty space within the trade wind tower. It was created by the heaven's favorites from the headquarter. In the Cool Breeze Valley, there were 10 hills that were hundreds of meters tall. On each hill, there was an obelisk that was about 10 meters tall. At the top of the obelisk, there was a circular hole that seemed to be used for some purpose. The purpose of the hole was to insert the flag. On the east and west sides of the Cool Breeze Valley, there were 2 large fortresses. Figures appeared in the fortresses one after another. In the east fortress were the 20 heaven's favorites from the Four Extremes Alliance. In the west fortress were the 20 heaven's favorites from the headquarter. They were separated by 10 hills, so it was impossible to see each other. 2 people, 1 flag. After inserting the flag, you must guard it. Get ready. The 20 heaven's favorites were divided into 2 groups according to the previous arrangement. In the sky above the Cool Breeze Valley, countless gusts of wind blew in and gathered in the center. Finally, they condensed into a huge wind leak that was 1,000 meters wide. Within the wind leak, gusts of wind began to disperse. When the wind leak completely dispersed, it meant that the flag insertion battle in the Cool Breeze Valley was over. Let's go. Quick, quick, quick. Instantly, one by one, they picked up the 2-meter-long flags and rushed out of the fortresses, heading for different hills. The 20 mountains were scattered all over the Cool Breeze Valley. There were differences in distance, and there was no pattern to their positions. The flag in the east fortress was blue, while the flag in the west fortress was red. The colors were bright and easy to distinguish. The one who teamed up with Chenzong was called Yuan Jiayin. She was a heaven's favorite from another first-level branch. She ranked over 8,200 on the Divine General list. Her strength was also very good. Chenzong held the 2-meter-long blue flag in his left hand. In a flash, he rushed to a hill. Yuan Jiayin also moved at the same time. The flag had a special restriction formation. It could not be stored in the divine storage device. It could only be carried by oneself, which made it more difficult. For example, when encountering an enemy, they had to fight, but the flag could not be stored or destroyed. In that case, they had to protect the flag well. Of course, there was a restriction formation on the flag. The material of the flag itself was also good. As long as it was not directly attacked, it would not be destroyed. As they rushed, there seemed to be a gust of wind blowing in their faces, making the flag rustle. The sound it made was very loud. Full speed ahead, the prodigies from the 40 different camps did not stop at all. Their speed exploded to the maximum. That was because if they reached the top of the mountain first and planted their flags on the obelisk, they would be able to free up their hands and fight the attackers with all their might. On the other hand, if they fell behind, they would have to fight while holding the flag. According to the rules, the flag could not leave the obelisk unless it was inserted into the hole. Once it left the obelisk, it would be regarded as voluntarily giving up the flag. In the end, when the stipulated time was up, the flags inserted into the obelisks of the 10 hills would be the final result. Only 10 flags could be inserted into 10 obelisks of the 10 hills. Then, would the flags on the obelisks be blue or red, or maybe both blue and red? If all the flags were blue, it meant that the Four Extremes Alliance from the Branch Tower had won and directly obtained the cultivation resources for the next 10 years. The Heaven's favorites from the main tower would not be able to enter the Enlightenment Pagoda, Divine Martial Jade Wall, and other places to cultivate for the next 10 years. On the other hand, if all the flags were red, the situation would be reversed. Then, if there were both blue and red flags, the 10 years would be divided according to the ratio. If there were 5 blue flags and 5 red flags, it would be a tie. Each side would have 5 years of cultivation resources. Go, 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 the wind in the air leak was dissipating with power. In the cool breeze valley, all the figures were moving at full speed without holding back. Before the operation began, everything had already been allocated. For example, who would team up with whom, which small team would head to which mountain to occupy the flag platform, and so on. This was because only by being prepared well would one not be flustered and waste time at the last minute. Shenzong and Yuanjian were in a small team. They were moving at full speed towards their target mountain's flag platform, ready to insert the blue flag there. However, the Heaven's favorites from the main tower were also moving very fast. Relatively speaking, they were more familiar with the cool breeze valley, which was an invisible advantage. In addition, the Heaven's favorites from the main tower were all very powerful. Together, they moved even faster. In an instant, they heard a roar coming from afar. A red light rushed up from a hill in the distance and directly exploded in the sky. It was unusually eye-catching. When Shenzong and Yuanjian arrived at their target mountain with the blue flag, on the other side of the hill, 2 Heaven's favorites from the main tower directly rushed to the top of the hill. The 2 Heaven's favorites from the main tower looked down and saw Shenzong and Yuanjian. After all, the blue flag was very conspicuous and very eye-catching. "You're late." The one holding the red flag smiled contemptuously at Shenzong and said in a somewhat mocking tone. Then, under the gaze of Shenzong and Yuanjian, he directly inserted the red flag into the hole of the obelisk's flag platform. When the red flag was completely inserted into the obelisk, in an instant, red light started to shine from the obelisk. From the bottom of the obelisk, red light started to rapidly spread upwards. Then, through the red flag, it soared into the sky and emitted a sharp explosion that resounded in all directions. The red light finally exploded in the sky 1,000 meters above. It was very dazzling and eye-catching, like brilliant red fireworks. At the same time, there were also red lights rushing up from the other hills. Only one was blue. What did this mean? It meant that the Heaven's favorites from the main tower had occupied 9 of the flag platforms at the beginning. The Heaven's favorites from the Four Extremes Alliance from the Branch Tower had only occupied 1. The gap was too big. 9-1, it was 9-1 right from the start. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Four Extremes Alliance. The gap between them was too obvious. However, this situation was within the simulation that they had discussed before. The wind leak had not completely dissipated, so they still had time to fight for it. On the top of the mountain, where the obelisk was located, 2 geniuses from the general tower were looking down at Shenzong and Yuanjian. Immediately, one of them sneered and leaped into the air. Like an eagle soaring into the sky, his divine image spread out. The long saber on his back was unsheathed in an instant, emitting a dazzling saber light. Saber will filled the air and saber chi swept across the sky, tearing the sky and earth apart. Slash, the saber light suddenly expanded to dozens of feet in size, as if it could split the sky and the earth. It slashed directly at Chenzong. No, to be more precise, it slashed at the blue flag in Chenzong's left hand. Because if the flag was destroyed, Chenzong and Yuan Jiayin would have no chance of winning the flag. In other words, the Four Extremes Alliance had lost a flag. The other genius from the General Tower was not idle either. In a flash, he shot out like a venomous snake out of its hole. He charged directly at Yuan Jiayin at an unparalleled speed. His palm was like the head of a snake, swaying unsteadily, but it directly locked onto Yuan Jiayin. It was to prevent Yuan Jiayin from helping Chenzong. Chenzong did not move. He stood where he was as if he could not react in time. However, his expression was calm. The divine light in his eyes was like water as he stared at the blade light. It was as if he could see through the truth behind the blade light. Boom, the saber light was extremely domineering. It slashed down from the sky and instantly chopped Chenzong's body into pieces. It even split the ground, creating a saber mark that was hundreds of feet long. It was an extremely shocking sight. However, the genius from the General Tower was shocked. That was because the saber did not hit Chenzong. What it hit was only an afterimage. Chenzong dodged at the critical moment with amazing speed. A strong sense of danger suddenly erupted and swept over him. Without any hesitation, he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. The saber light was extremely dazzling. The moment it slashed out, there was a flash of sword light. When the sword and saber collided, a terrifying power erupted from the sword radiance as if it was suppressing everything. The saber in the hands of the head tower's heaven's pride trembled. His hands were slightly numb, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Just as he was about to regroup, the sword light came again. The sharpness of the sword light was too terrifying. It was a feeling of being torn apart. Extreme Edge Sword Art, the prodigy from the headquarters hurriedly waved his saber to block the attack. However, at the moment of collision, the extreme sharp sword technique changed into the true aura sword technique. The powerful sword directly rushed toward the prodigy. After the true aura sword technique, Chenzong performed the heart swordsmanship. The unpredictable sword attack made the prodigy from the headquarters feel as if he did not know how to block it. When the sword arrived, it changed into the world swordsmanship, powerful and domineering. Chenzong alternated the four great past swordsmanships at the perfection realm and directly suppressed the prodigy from the headquarters who was holding the saber. The prodigy could only continuously wave his saber and perform his saber techniques to defend himself. Fast, Chenzong's sword was not only fast, but the alternating sword techniques were also indescribably unpredictable. It was even more difficult to predict and defend against. Suppression, all-around suppression. If the prodigy from the headquarters did not have extraordinary strength and superb saber techniques, he would have been defeated long ago. Even so, he felt as if he was constantly being attacked and could only defend himself. The other prodigy from the headquarters was shocked. He wanted to help, but he was entangled by Yuan Jiayin and could not get away. Perhaps in terms of strength, Yuan Jiayin was not his opponent. He was his opponent, but it wouldn't be difficult for him to defend himself against him. Yuan Jiayin was also very surprised. She did not expect Chenzong's swordsmanship to be so superb and terrifying. It was completely unexpected. She originally thought that Chenzong's ranking on the Divine General list was higher than hers, but not by much. Although he was stronger than her, it was not by much. Now it seemed that she was too naive. However, Yuan Jiayin was very happy. The stronger Chenzong was, the better it would be for the Four Extremes Alliance. Chenzong alternated the four great path swordsmanships at the perfection realm and directly suppressed his opponent. Immediately, the sword chi surged and an astonishing sharpness shot out. The sword slashed through the air and tore through everything like a golden crescent moon. It carried with it an unparalleled sharpness. Low-grade star-level unique skill, moon-slashing golden blade. His opponent also burst out in time to perform a unique skill. However, it was a movement skill and he dodged in an instant. However, at that very instant, an even more tyrannical sword chi gushed out from Chenzong's body, shooting up into the sky before converging once more. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp, and there was also a kind of spirit within them, as if he could see through everything. The sword light flashed and emitted an astonishing chill like autumn water. Immediately, the sword slashed through the air. The speed of the sword did not seem fast at all. However, it was an illusion. In fact, it was very fast and unpredictable, making it even more difficult to capture. Hard swordsmanship, space-splitting form, the extreme sharpness, which was even more astonishing than the moon-slashing golden blade, burst out in an instant and slashed through the air. He brandished his saber and unleashed a unique skill to block the attack. However, in an instant, his saber was smashed into pieces. The terrifying sword chi hit him and forced him to retreat hundreds of meters away. His long saber was trembling and his palm was torn, bleeding profusely. The prodigy of the main pavilion was bewildered, and his heart was filled with shock. On the divine general ranking list, he was ranked in the top 8,000, around the 7,600th. Obviously, he was stronger than the 8,000. But now, Yi Futian's ranking was probably higher than before. Yi Futian's strength had already surpassed that ranking, and he was even stronger than Yi Futian. Suppressing the mountains and rivers, the moment his opponent thought about it, Chen Zong slashed out again. Middle-grade star-level unique skill, suppressing the mountains and rivers, the sword suppressed all directions. The astonishing pressure and the domineering sword light swept across the sky and suppressed everything. He could not block it, the heavenly pride of the headquarters did not dare to block it at all and hurriedly retreated. After Chen Zong swung his sword, he did not chase after him again. His figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the obelisk flag on the top of the mountain. Stop. Stay here. The expressions of the two heavenly prides of the headquarters changed drastically. However, one of them was forced to retreat by Chen Zong, and the other was entangled by Yuan Jiayin and could not get away. Even if they wanted to chase after Chen Zong, it was too late. Chen Zong was extremely fast. He rushed directly to the obelisk flag, pulled out the red flag, and then inserted the blue flag into it. Immediately, his power shook, and the red flag flew up. With a flash of sword light, an astonishing sharpness broke through the air. Hard swordsmanship, the space-splitting style, the extremely sharp sword was even more terrifying than the golden blade moon-slashing sword. It directly slashed the red flag, broke the seal, and then cut the flag in half. When the red flag was cut by Chen Zong, the expressions of the two heavenly prides of the headquarters changed drastically. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes dimmed. Before the battle, the heavenly prides of the headquarters had agreed that this time, they would make the Four Extremities Alliance of the headquarters lose a year's worth of resources. They would get it. But now, the Four Extremities Alliance of the headquarters had at least a year's worth of resources. You'd better remember this, the heavenly pride of the headquarters stared at Chen Zong with hatred, and his tone was somewhat indescribable with grief and indignation. There was no other way. The flag had been cut by Chen Zong, which meant that they had lost the right to plant the flag. That was the end of it. Let's go. Chen Zong ignored the other party and said to Yuan Jiayin. Then, his figure flashed and turned into a gust of wind. He flew to the nearest mountain top at lightning speed. Reinforcements, in the current situation, after destroying the opponent's flag and eliminating the opponent, this place would be stable, and there would be no need to guard here. Therefore, they could reinforce the other mountains. Originally, the heavenly prides of the headquarters had this idea. They would first occupy the flag platforms, then destroy the flags of the heavenly prides of the headquarters, and then reinforce the other mountains. In the end, they would occupy all the 10 flag platforms of the 10 mountains and obtain 10 years' worth of resources. After 10 years' worth of resources, the gap in strength between the heavenly prides of the headquarters and the heavenly prides of the headquarters would be further widened. At that time, when they continued to compete for resources, the headquarters would have a greater advantage and obtain more resources. They would continue to improve, and the gap between them and the heavenly prides of the headquarters would widen. Suppression, complete suppression, however, now it seemed that this plan would not be so easy to achieve. After all, the sword cultivator of the headquarters had excellent swordsmanship and powerful strength. If he were to reinforce them, he might cause a lot of trouble. Chen Zong was extremely fast and rushed to the second mountain. Yuan Jiayin was slower and followed closely behind. Not long after, Qinzong finally arrived. It just so happened that the heavenly prides of the headquarters and the heavenly prides of the headquarters were fighting. No, it should be said that the heavenly prides of the headquarters were suppressing the heavenly prides of the headquarters. The red flag of the headquarters had already been planted on the flag platform of the obelisk, and the two heavenly prides of the headquarters were guarding the blue flag with all their might to prevent the heavenly prides of the headquarters from destroying it. Also, because they had to divert their attention to protect the flag, they were completely at a disadvantage and could only passively defend. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated and their flags destroyed. Fortunately, Qinzong came. He rushed to the rescue with a sword. The sword radiance broke through the air and turned into a golden crescent moon. The heavenly prides of the headquarters were shocked when they saw the shocking sharpness of the sword radiance. How could this be? How could the heavenly prides of the headquarters come to the rescue? However, Qinzong's swordsmanship was excellent and the power of his unique great path technique was extraordinary. He immediately exerted great pressure on them and also greatly relieved the pressure on the two heavenly prides of the headquarters. Go and plant the flag. Qinzong's voice also reached the ears of the heavenly prides of the headquarters who were holding the blue flag. At this time, Yuan Jiayin also arrived in time to take action. Qinzong and Yuan Jiayin arrived and intercepted the two heavenly prides of the headquarters. Unsurprisingly, the red flag was pulled up and quickly destroyed, while the blue flag was inserted into the hull of the flag platform. Blue light shot up into the sky and exploded high in the sky. This was the third blue light. In other words, the heavenly prides of the headquarters had successfully seized 3 flag platforms, turning their disadvantage of 9-1 to 7-3. Split up and reinforce. Qinzong immediately said. The 4 of them immediately split up. This time, it was not 2 people reinforcing one place, but 1 person reinforcing one place. Only in this way could they expand their advantage. Not long after, Qinzong rushed to the top of another mountain. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too late and the blue flag was destroyed. Without stopping, Qinzong directly left and went to the next mountain. Remember the mobile version of the website, Chapter 24 The Power of One Sword Kills in 4 Directions, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading. In the sky above Cool Breeze Valley, the huge wind leak had become very thin as the wind continued to dissipate. When the last wisp of wind dissipated, the entire wind leak had completely disappeared, indicating the end of the flag planting battle. Damn it! The prodigy of the general pavilion was holding a red flag and rushing to the top of the obelisk, intending to take down a blue flag and replace it. However, the wind leak had completely disappeared. 6-4, there were 4 red flags and 6 blue flags in the obelisks on the top of the 10 mountains. The 4 Extremes Alliance had gained the upper hand. The prodigies of the 4 Extremes Alliance were very happy with this result. In the past, the 4 Extremes Alliance had always been at a disadvantage. It was very rare for them to gain the upper hand in the first battle. How did they achieve a score of 6-4? The reason was simple. Qinzong had won at the beginning and then rushed to the other mountains to reinforce them. The prodigies of the general pavilion were very targeted. They were all very powerful and targeted the prodigies of the branch pavilions. In terms of ranking, the prodigies of the general pavilion were all ranked higher than the general pavilion's prodigies. A higher ranking meant that they were more powerful. For example, on Qinzong's side, the blade-wielding prodigy was ranked in the top 8,000. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to suppress Qinzong. However, no one had expected Qinzong's strength to increase so unexpectedly. His swordsmanship was also astonishingly superb. In the end, their targeted prodigy was destroyed. After the first mistake, the next mistake was made on top of the previous mistake. With Qinzong's help, the 4 Extremes Alliance had 6 flags in the end. On the other hand, the general pavilion only had 4 flags. Qinzong alone had inserted 1 flag and 2 flags as reinforcements. His contribution was extraordinary. This was because there was not enough time. If there was more time, they might have been able to insert 1 more flag. However, being able to get a score of 6-4 was already very amazing. It was worth celebrating. Based on this ratio, the 4 Extremes Alliance would receive 6 years of cultivation resources, while the headquarters prodigies would receive 4 years. This meant that the prodigies of the Four Extremes Alliance could cultivate in places like the Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Wall for 6 years, while the prodigies of the main tower could only cultivate for 4 years. This time, it's all thanks to Chenzong. The Han clan already knew the general situation. That's right, Chenzong has done a great job this time. Luoshu was also very happy. Everyone also expressed their gratitude to Chenzong. Chenzong responded with a smile. He was not arrogant because of this. He was more interested in the Tao Enlightenment Pagoda and the Divine Martial Jade Annulus. While the Four Extremes Alliance was rejoicing, the Skyprides of the headquarters were in a gloomy mood. Some of them were depressed, and their expressions were ugly. Originally, they were in high spirits. They wanted to make the branch suffer a great loss, suppress them, and snatch their resources. Who would have thought that the result would be the opposite of what they had planned? In the first clash, not only did they fail to make the Four Extremities Alliance suffer a great loss, they didn't even gain the slightest advantage. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. This was undoubtedly a great blow to them. One had to know that the prodigies of the main tower had always had the upper hand in every competition before this. They had embarrassed the main tower's prodigies. Alright, we're all responsible for this failure. Jiao Guang, who was ranked second on the Cool Breeze list, squinted his eyes and released a terrifying qi that swept across the area. It was as if he was trying to disperse the depressing atmosphere. But it doesn't matter. Next time, we'll get it back. You're right. Next time, we'll get it back and show the people of the main tower how powerful we are. Let's sum up the lesson of this failure. We underestimated the sword cultivator Chenzong. We thought he was only ranked in the 8,000th place on the Divine General list, but we didn't expect his true strength to be so much higher than his ranking. I guess he's close to the 7,000th place. The expert who ranked 4th on the Breeze list analyzed while twirling a small round ball. Chenzong's swordsmanship is superb and amazing. He's a rare talent. Let's get in touch with him and win him over. It's best if he can join our main tower and work for us. The expert who ranked 3rd on the Breeze list narrowed his eyes and a wisp of light flashed in his eyes. He then smiled evilly and said, if he doesn't want to, then we'll find a chance to show him the true strength of our main tower. I'll go. A prodigy stepped forward and said directly. He was the blade-wielding genius from the main tower who was defeated by Chenzong in the flag-planting battle. I didn't expect the branch to achieve such a result this time. It's really unexpected, a high-level expert from the main tower said with a smile. They had a panoramic view of the flag-planting battle in the Breeze Valley. All the changes were under their control. Therefore, these high-level experts had also seen Chenzong's swordsmanship and so on. That was why they were so shocked. Although they were the high-level experts of the main tower, they didn't have any prejudice against the branch or the main tower. This was because both the main tower and the branch belonged to the Breeze Gang and couldn't be separated. In fact, many of the high-level experts of the main building came from the branch building, and many of the experts in the branch building were also sent from the main building. There was no distinction between them at all. The reason why there was such a distinction between the Third Realm prodigies was to enhance their competitive spirit. It was better to motivate each other and tap into their own potential to become stronger. Chenzong, the sword cultivator, has extraordinary swordsmanship and great potential. He's a good seedling. A good seedling is a good seedling, but he must be able to withstand the wind and rain. Let's see. It's going to be more lively later. This voice had a hint of mischievousness. Chenzong didn't care about whether it was interesting or not. He went straight to the Divine Martial Jade Wall to comprehend it. 6 years wasn't a long time at all. Of course, he had to make the most of it and race against time. The Divine Martial Jade Wall was a huge mountain wall. It was a few hundred meters in size and was as smooth and round as green jade. It stood on the ground and emitted a mysterious aura. There were countless marks on the Divine Martial Jade Wall. Scratches, marks, and so on. Chenzong stood in front of the Divine Martial Jade Wall. His eyes seemed to be glowing as he looked at it carefully. Those scratches were filled with an indescribable sharpness. They seemed to have been left behind by a sword, but there were also some that were not left behind by a sword. For example, those scratches that seemed to be thicker and rounder were more like finger marks left behind by fingers. In addition, those marks included palm prints, fist prints, and leg prints. In short, these scratches and imprints were densely distributed in a crisscrossing pattern. There seemed to be no pattern at all, but no matter which scratch or imprint it was, Qianzong could feel the mysterious aura contained within them when he stared at them, as if there was an indescribable profundity within. Qianzong's gaze swept across and he chose one of the scratches. Based on his senses, Qianzong knew that it was a mark left behind by a sword. Under the Heart 10 Essences, Qianzong immediately comprehended the mystery contained in that sword mark. With Qianzong's superb comprehension, the assistance of the Heart Sutra, and his excellent swordsmanship foundation, it was not difficult for him to comprehend this sword mark. Soon, he comprehended all the mysteries contained in it and turned them into his own swordsmanship accumulation. 1, 2, 3. Qianzong continued to comprehend the sword scars on the divine martial jade disc one after another. There were hundreds and thousands of sword scars on the divine martial jade disc, and each of them contained a different mystery. As Qianzong continued to comprehend, his swordsmanship foundation became more and more solid. There seemed to be thousands of sword lights flashing in his eyes. During the period of comprehension and cultivation in the Enlightenment Pagoda, the divine martial jade wall, and other places, no one was allowed to disturb them. Anyone who dared to violate the rules would be severely punished and would not be able to enter these places for a long time to comprehend. Because of this, no one dared to violate the rules. Qianzong's comprehension was not disturbed. Otherwise, the geniuses from the general building would have come to him. Now, they could only wait for Qianzong to leave by himself. When Qianzong comprehended 100 sword slashes, he felt countless inspirations emerge in his mind. It was as if countless sword lights were intertwining with each other, releasing shocking power and mysteries. At the same time, the mysteries of the four swordsmanships, including the heart swordsmanship, the world swordsmanship, the extreme edge swordsmanship, and the true gang swordsmanship appeared again in Qianzong's eyes. The sword lights were either unpredictable, sharp, domineering, or strong and brave. Immediately, the sword lights changed abruptly. As the sword lights flashed, they gradually overlapped, as if two different shadows overlapped with each other. Then, they gradually synchronized. In the end, only two different sword lights were left. One was unpredictable and incomparably sharp, while the other was forceful and domineering, firm and brave. Fusion, the fusion of the heart swordsmanship and the extreme edge swordsmanship, and the world swordsmanship and the true gang swordsmanship. No, to be precise, it was the essence of the extreme edge swordsmanship that was integrated into the heart swordsmanship. It directly improved the heart swordsmanship and became more powerful. In this way, the essence of the true gang swordsmanship was also integrated into the world swordsmanship, which obviously improved the power and mystery of the world swordsmanship. They fused and then broke through. Qianzong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he carefully sensed and continued to comprehend the sword marks on the divine martial jade wall. This made the fusion of the two swordsmanships more complete, which further improved their power and made them more powerful and amazing. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this year, Qianzong stayed at the divine martial jade wall to comprehend the sword marks. Qianzong had comprehended all the sword marks. This was undoubtedly an extremely shocking comprehension speed. If word of this were to spread, it would simply be sensational. It should be known that every mark on the divine martial jade wall contained unfathomable mysteries. It was impossible to comprehend them without sufficient comprehension ability. Moreover, it would take time. Qianzong was different. He had excellent comprehension ability and a solid foundation. With the help of the Heart Sutra, his comprehension efficiency increased by more than 10 times, or even dozens of times. In other words, Qianzong's comprehension of the sword marks in 1 year was equivalent to others' comprehension of the sword marks in dozens or even hundreds of years. Naturally, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Monthly votes, monthly votes. I want monthly votes. I want monthly votes. In the pavilion, Qianzong squinted his eyes as he looked at the sword marks that were slowly healing on the black gold puppet. The black gold puppet was made of a special metal and was used to test one's attack power. The deeper the marks were, the higher the level of attack power. Earlier, Chenzong had used heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship to attack the black gold puppet, leaving different sword marks on it. An inch-deep sword mark represented the power of a rank 1 profound martial art. If it reached 1.5 inches, then it represented the power of a peak rank 1 profound martial art. So on and so forth. 2.5 inches sword marks represented the power of a rank 2 profound martial art and a peak rank 2 profound martial art. Now, the two sword marks on the black gold puppet were 8 inches and 8.5 inches deep respectively, which meant that the power of heart swordsmanship had reached the level of a rank 8 AO Wu and the power of world swordsmanship had reached the level of a top rank 8 AO Wu. Originally, the power of these two swordsmanships could not reach this level. However, because Chenzong had comprehended the divine martial jade wall, he had integrated the extreme sword principle and the true gang sword principle into the heart swordsmanship and the world sword principle respectively. The power of these two swordsmanships increased directly. Then, he continued to absorb the mysteries of the sword marks on the divine martial jade wall to further improve his swordsmanship foundation and the power of these two swordsmanships. Even the heart swordsmanship, which was not good at attacking power, had been improved to a rank 8 AO Wu, which was second only to world swordsmanship. Of course, the power of these two sword principles was close. However, other than power, they each had their own merits. My swordsmanship in close combat is much stronger now, Chenzong said to himself. Increasing the power of a swordsmanship from the 5th or 6th level to the 8th level was a huge and shocking increase. Of course, other than close combat, there was not much improvement in his overall strength. The improvement was rather subtle. After all, the unique skill was still at the middle star level. It was just a little more refined. It was not as direct and obvious as the improvement of the Great Path sword technique. But no matter what, swordsmanship was the foundation. The better one's swordsmanship was, the stronger one's close combat strength would be, and the easier it would be to master the unique skills. Chenzong felt that if he was given more time, he might be able to make a breakthrough in his two moves, the sky-splitting move and the mountain and river suppression, to the level of an upper star-level unique skill. His strength was slowly but steadily increasing. This was only the benefit of the divine martial jade annulus. Apart from that, there was also the Enlightenment Pagoda and other cultivation resources. He believed that after 6 years, his strength would definitely have increased significantly. Chenzong did not forget that the inheritance left behind by the World Lord would eventually be fought over by 3 people. Besides himself, he did not know how powerful the other 2 people were. All in all, the stronger he was, the better. Whether it was fighting for the opportunity with the other 2 or in other aspects, there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. At this time, someone came to visit. Chenzong took a look and saw that it was the swordsman from the general building who had fought with him in the Cool Breeze Valley. "What can I do for you?" Chenzong asked directly. "There is no future in the branch building. Come to the general building. You can enjoy better treatment," the swordsman from the general building said very directly. "The general building lost the battle of the flag," Chenzong replied unhurriedly. "This is only temporary. You were just lucky." The swordsman from the general building's expression suddenly changed. The failure of the battle of the flag began with Chenzong. Chenzong's words directly poked his sore spot. He was very angry. "Then let's wait and see," Chenzong said. His meaning was obvious. He refused the swordsman's invitation. "Very well, you will regret it," the swordsman from the general building said angrily and left angrily. The invitation failed, then, it was time to proceed with the next step of the plan. In the next few days, Chenzong stayed in the pavilion to cultivate. He planned to convert all the gains he had gained from the divine martial jade wall into his own, and then go to other places to meditate and cultivate. Otherwise, he would bite off more than he could chew. But a few days later, another person came. The newcomer was dressed in purple, with silver hair and double pupils. He carried a purple long sword on his back, and there seemed to be wisps of lightning flashing in his eyes, as if they could pierce through everything. "Chenzong, I heard that your swordsmanship is superb, and few people can compare with you. Coincidentally, I also practice swordsmanship, and I think my swordsmanship is good." The purple-robed man's eyes were like cold lightning as he slashed out a shocking sword light. It was as if he wanted to break the seal of the pavilion. Layers of ripples spread out, and his voice also penetrated the seal. It was extremely sharp, like the sound of metal clashing. It directly rushed into the pavilion and entered Chen Zong's ears. Chen Zong was practicing swordsmanship. When he heard the voice, he sheathed his sword and walked out to have a look. The man in purple carried a sword on his back, and his sword chi was fierce and violent, which made Chen Zong feel an indescribable threat. He was very powerful. All these signs made Chen Zong quickly connect the dots, and then he guessed the man's identity. Tai Jianling? Chen Zong asked in reply. That's me. The sword light from the man in purple's eyes became fiercer and fiercer, shining like thunder. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. Tai Jianling, he was one of the top talents in the general building of the general building of the general building of the general building of the general building. He was a great master who ranked fourth on the cool wind list, and his strength was very terrifying. Chen Zong could not compare with him on the divine generals list, and he was ranked in the top 5,000. Although his current strength had improved a lot compared to before, and he estimated that it was possible for him to reach the top 7,000, compared to the top 5,000, the gap was huge, let alone the top 5,000. However, since the other party had come to him and wanted to fight with him, Chen Zong naturally would not refuse. After thinking about it, he understood the other party's plan. It was nothing more than the people from the headquarters who had come to recruit him before, but he had rejected them. Now that they had failed to recruit him, they sent a master who was stronger than him to deal with him. Of course, he would not kill him, because there was no killing intent coming from the other party. Furthermore, this was the Trade Wind Pavilion. Competition was allowed, but killing other geniuses was not allowed. Otherwise, no matter who it was, they would be severely punished. Thus, in the end, the other party's goal was to teach him a lesson. Was he teaching him a lesson? Chen Zong wasn't afraid. Even if he wasn't a match for him, he wasn't afraid. In fact, Chen Zong even felt happy. To be able to fight against such an expert, especially one who practiced swordsmanship, gave him a feeling of excitement. Tai Jianling did not expect that Chen Zong would not refuse him. He was indeed brave. Since that was the case, it was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful the geniuses from the headquarters were. If they wanted to fight, they naturally couldn't do it here. There were plenty of places for them to fight in the Trade Wind Inn. Moreover, it was a place similar to the death arena. They could fight without any scruples, and there was no need to hold back. Even if they killed their opponent, they wouldn't really die. Take my sword first. The sword on Tai Jianling's back was instantly unsheathed, and a terrifying and violent power gushed out from the scabbard. A Dao weapon, Tai Jianling was using a low-grade Dao weapon. It seemed to be a Dao weapon that contained the power of thunder. Chen Zong also took out the Great Thousand World Sword. Only a Dao weapon could compete with a Dao weapon. Now that his strength was obviously inferior to Tai Jianling's, and Tai Jianling had even used a Dao weapon, he would be too arrogant if he did not use it. The moment Tai Jianling's sword left the scabbard, it turned into a flash of purple lightning with an astonishing aura. It was extremely sharp and violent, and it tore through the sky without mercy. In the air, there was a faint sound of thunder, which directly impacted Chen Zong's eardrums and shook Chen Zong's spiritual will. Fortunately, Chen Zong's divine will was strong and tenacious, and he was not affected. If it was someone whose divine will was not as strong as Chen Zong's, he would probably be disturbed and distracted to defend himself. Great Way Sword Principle, the rushing thunder swordsmanship, a sword rushed out like a thunderbolt, and its power was extremely shocking. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed, and the Great Thousand World Sword was also swung out in an instant. It was the World Sword Principle. The World Sword Principle was upgraded again, and the power of each sword was equivalent to that of a top-rank 8AO Wu. It was extremely terrifying, and Tai Jianling's rushing thunder swordsmanship could not be compared to it. This was because the power of the rushing thunder swordsmanship was only equivalent to that of a rank 5AO Wu. At the moment when the sword light collided, Tai Jianling's face suddenly changed. The power contained in Chen Zong's swordsmanship was terrifying. If he did not have the innate thunder spiritual body, and his basic strength was much stronger than Chen Zong's, he would have been defeated directly. Even so, Tai Jianling's rushing thunder swordsmanship seemed to have been shattered. When the two swords collided, an overbearing and powerful force pressed down. What a terrifying swordsmanship! Tai Jianling, an expert ranked within the top 5,000 on the Divine Generals list, had to admit that Chen Zong's swordsmanship was terrifying. Previously, when he heard that Chen Zong's swordsmanship was extraordinary, he did not take it seriously and did not take it to heart. This time, if the expert ranked second on the Breeze list had not asked him to do it, he would not have done it himself. He did not expect Chen Zong's swordsmanship to be so superb. It was completely out of his expectation. He had to admit that he had underestimated Chen Zong. However, although Chen Zong's swordsmanship was superior, his strength was still inferior to Tai Jianling's. Chen Zong did not think too much. He attacked with his sword, and then used the heart swordsmanship to attack again. Alternating between the heart swordsmanship and the world sword principle, Chen Zong suppressed Tai Jianling's rushing thunder swordsmanship. It could not be helped. Chen Zong's swordsmanship attainment was much higher than Tai Jianling's. Suppression. In the battle of swordsmanship, Tai Jianling tried his best to perform the rushing thunder swordsmanship, but he was gradually suppressed by Chen Zong, because the rhythm of the battle was controlled by Chen Zong. Disadvantage. Tai Jianling was completely at a disadvantage. If it was not for his superior strength, he would have been defeated long ago. He would not have been able to resist so tenaciously. Anger. Tai Jianling was extremely annoyed. He had planned to use his rushing thunder swordsmanship to teach Chen Zong a lesson and let him know the consequences of rejecting the recruitment of the headquarters. However, he did not expect that not only did he fail to teach Chen Zong a lesson, but he was also suppressed. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was too powerful. He had no choice but to use it. Explode. The terrifying power exploded in an instant. Countless purple thunderbolts with shocking destructive power blasted out in all directions. Bolts of purple electric arcs let out shocking sounds, as if they could shatter everything. Countless purple electric arcs flashed in Tai Jianling's polychoria. The purple thunder sword in his hand was filled with purple light, as countless purple electric arcs danced crazily. Power, an extremely tyrannical power erupted without any reservation. In an instant, Tai Jianling seemed to have turned into a purple thunder god. He was mighty and rushed out in all directions, shocking Chen Zong. Kill. As the sword pierced through the air, the sword light directly turned into a purple thunderbolt, exploding with an unparalleled speed. The power contained within it was incomparably violent, destroying everything in its path. It was like a real purple thunderbolt, smashing through the air and smashing the ground, sweeping everything in its path. Unique skill. Tai Jianling unleashed his true power and displayed an even more terrifying lower star unique skill. Given Tai Jianling's astonishing strength, the might of the lower star grade unique skill was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong could not help but change his expression. He felt numb all over, as though he was being struck by countless thunderbolts. He could not help but tremble. Immediately, countless sword chi spurted out from his body and rushed into the boundless world sword. They turned into illusory mountains and rivers that surrounded him. Slash, world sword skill, suppressing mountains and rivers. As the sword slashed down, the sword light was vast and the mountains and rivers appeared. It fell from the sky with terrifying power and charged towards Tai Jianling. Middle star unique skill. However, in an instant, the illusory mountains and rivers were shattered by the countless purple thunderbolts. Although there was a difference in the grades of the two unique skills, Tai Jianling's basic power was much stronger than Chen Zong's. Hence, the power of his unique skill was even more powerful. However, although the suppressing mountains and river sword was shattered, Tai Jianling's sword was also shattered. Die. Tai Jianling, who was furious, swung the sword for the second time. The purple thunderbolts became even more violent and turned into a purple dragon. They struck down from the sky and their aura was several times more terrifying than the previous sword. High-grade star-level secret technique. When Tai Jianling saw that his low-grade star-grade secret technique could not do anything to Chen Zong, he did not hesitate at all and directly performed his strongest move. As the expert ranked fourth on the Cool Breeze list and ranked within the top 5,000 on the Divine General list, his strength was naturally extraordinary. It was normal for him to grasp a superior star-grade secret technique. Quick, the speed of the purple thunder dragon was so fast that Chen Zong didn't have time to activate the power of the sword sharpening technique. The drawbacks of the sword sharpening technique were also revealed. Having no time to activate the power of the sword sharpening technique, Qianzong had no choice but to unleash the power of the mountain and river suppressing sword again. He couldn't block it, the sword chi of mountains and rivers was directly shattered. The purple thunder dragon was extremely overbearing. It directly bombarded Qianzong's body. Even with the weakening effect of the purple feather clear wind armor, Qianzong's body was directly bombarded into powder. The power was too terrifying. Qianzong's body reappeared in another place. He still had a lingering fear. The feeling of being directly bombarded into powder was too terrifying. Your swordsmanship is indeed good, but your strength is too weak. Tai Jianling sheathed his sword and smiled coldly at Qianzong. But in fact, he was still shocked that he had to exert his full strength to defeat Qianzong. Qianzong's strength was indeed terrifying. Although he thought so, Tai Jianling still attacked Qianzong and suppressed Qianzong with his words. "Thank you for your advice." Qianzong didn't care about Tai Jianling's attack at all. Instead, he said seriously, "I will ask for your advice again in the future." Qianzong's reaction made Tai Jianling's expression change slightly. His heart trembled unconsciously. As the person involved, Tai Jianling was very clear about Qianzong's swordsmanship. That kind of swordsmanship attainment was not something that he could compare with. In terms of swordsmanship, he was no match for Qianzong. The reason why he was able to defeat Qianzong was that his unique skill was more powerful. Then, with Qianzong's superb swordsmanship attainment, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to master a more powerful unique skill. In the future, he might really be overtaken. Waves of pressure surged from Tai Jianling's heart without any reason. "You will always be no match for me." Tai Jianling was a little flustered, but on the surface, he sneered. Anyway, Qianzong was no match for him now. He would think about the future later. Although Qianzong's swordsmanship was superb and his strength would become stronger in the future, he would not be stagnant. He would also become stronger. Who's afraid of who? Qianzong didn't say anything more to Tai Jianling. This battle made Qianzong realize the terrifying strength of the top 5,000 on the Divine Generals list. It was indeed not something that he could compare with now. At least, he had to master an upper star level unique skill to be able to fight with them. Another point made Qianzong realize the drawback of the sword sharpening skill. It took a long time to activate. Of course, the sword sharpening skill's activation time was actually very fast. It was enough in normal times. However, when facing an extremely powerful opponent, especially one who was good at speed, it was somewhat insufficient. Otherwise, the third level of the sword sharpening skill might have been able to block Tai Jianling's last strike. However, a loss was a loss. Qianzong didn't feel depressed because of it. On the contrary, this battle made Qianzong realize his own shortcomings, which gave him a goal to move forward. Next, Qianzong cultivated harder. Well, actually, it wasn't that hard, because Qianzong was already very hard-working in normal times. Qianzong also often went to the Enlightenment Pagoda and other places to meditate. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Qianzong's 6 years' time had also been used up. Compared to 6 years ago, Qianzong's strength had increased significantly. Now, Qianzong's ranking on the Divine Generals list had risen from the top 8,000 to the top 7,000. He was close to the top 6,000. After 10 years, the second battle between the heavenly talents of the branch building and the head building arrived. This time, the experts on the Cool Breeze list could participate in the battle. This was undoubtedly great news for the heavenly talents of the head building. However, it was very bad news for the heavenly talents of the branch building. Because after 10 years, there were still only 2 heavenly talents of the branch building on the Cool Breeze list. Disadvantage. This time, they were at a disadvantage. In the final battle, the 4 Extremes Alliance of the branch building suffered a crushing defeat. The branch building of the 4 Extremes Alliance didn't even get 1 year's worth of resources. It couldn't be helped. The experts on the Cool Breeze list of the head building were too strong. Defeat, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow to their morale. The geniuses of the 4 Extremes Alliance all hung their heads dejectedly. They didn't even get 1 year's worth of resources. This was a huge difference from when they had the upper hand and got 6 years' worth of resources. Originally, they were full of confidence. after all, they had won the first battle. After 6 years of cultivation, the strength of the heavenly talents of the branch building had increased significantly. However, the heavenly talents of the head building had also improved a lot. Most importantly, the experts on the cool breeze list weren't restricted. Therefore, their improvement was even more shocking. Well, this defeat also made us realize that the heavenly talents of the head building are not easy to defeat. Han Man glanced over and said in a deep voice, although we didn't get any resources in the past 10 years, we still can't give up. Continue to cultivate and try to get more resources in the third battle. Cheer up, everyone gradually got rid of their dejected state of mind and pulled themselves together. Cultivate, continue to cultivate. Even if they couldn't get any resources, they still couldn't give up the slightest bit of effort. Subsequently, the third battle arrived. This battle wasn't as bad as the second one. However, it couldn't be compared to the first one. The final result was 8-2. The head building's heavenly talents had obtained 8 years' worth of resources, while the branch buildings had obtained 2 years' worth of resources. 1 year's worth of resources was obtained by Luo Shu and the other year was obtained by Chen Zong. Chen Zong's improvement in strength was still shocking. Chen Zong was cultivating all the time. However, due to the lack of resources, the speed of his improvement was much slower. Furthermore, Chen Zong was also looking for an opportunity to achieve the divine form unification. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy, especially for Chen Zong. One should know that Chen Zong cultivated both qi and physique at the same time. If he wanted to achieve the divine form unification, he had to cultivate both qi and physique simultaneously. Otherwise, he would have to choose one or give up on the other. The difficulty of cultivating both the godly image of qi and the godly image of body refinement at the same time was too great. It was several times or even 10 times more difficult than cultivating only the godly image of qi or the godly image of body refinement. Because of this, no matter how hard Chen Zong worked, he still couldn't achieve it. However, there were still improvements in other aspects. For example, his swordsmanship, unique skills, and so on. They were all more powerful. Battle, battle, battle. The battle was held once every 10 years. Other than the first battle, the branch building's 4 extremes alliance suffered a crushing defeat in every subsequent battle. Excluding the first battle, their best result was only obtaining 30% of the resources. The impact of each defeat was unimaginable. Gradually, some of the 4 extremes alliance started to leave the alliance. After leaving the alliance, they joined the camp of the head building. Chen Zong, your strength is not bad. If you have enough resources, you will definitely become stronger. So, leave the alliance and join the head building. This was a prodigy from the branch building of the 4 extremes alliance. Now, he had joined the head building and even became a lobbyist for the head building. Get lost. Chen Zong replied with a single word. The 4 extremes alliance didn't let him down. Leaving the alliance was tantamount to betrayal. This wasn't Chen Zong's style. Regardless of whether he was pedantic or stubborn, Chen Zong would not betray his principles because of this. Alright, I'll show you in the next battle. This person's expression suddenly changed. He immediately spat out some harsh words and turned to leave. Chen Zong didn't care about this person's threat. It was just a form of arrogance. Over the years, Chen Zong had tried and failed many times. However, even if he failed again and again, Chen Zong's will couldn't be shaken. On the contrary, it was a kind of training. In one of the pavilions, the chosen from the main pavilions were gathered. This time, it wasn't the original group of 30 or so, but rather, 50. 20 of them were chosen from the subsidiary pavilions. After seeing the 4 extremes alliance suffer defeat after defeat, they had decided to leave the alliance and join the main pavilion. However, the geniuses from the headquarters didn't treat them kindly. But there was nothing they could do. For the sake of cultivation resources, they could only endure. In a month, the next round will begin. This time, we'll take all the resources. One of the geniuses from the headquarters said, his eyes shining. After the first battle, the geniuses from the headquarters had the upper hand in all the subsequent battles. They even won by a large margin, while the 4 extremes alliance from the branch pavilions lost miserably. Now, another 10 years had passed. A new round of battles was about to begin. After the first battle, the geniuses from the headquarters won again and again. With more resources, they cultivated more efficiently and became more powerful. After 10 years, only a few geniuses managed to achieve divine soul reunification and left the battle. But there were also new geniuses who joined. Currently, there were 4 people from the Four Extremes Alliance on the Cool Breeze list. They occupied the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th places respectively. This was because the 1st and 2nd place on the Cool Breeze list, which used to belong to the headquarters, had both reached the Divine Image realm. The 3rd place became the 1st place. Although the new geniuses from the headquarters improved quickly, they still weren't strong enough to enter the Cool Breeze list. I'll go and challenge them. First, I'll take back a place on the Cool Breeze list. One of the geniuses from the headquarters laughed. His tone was filled with confidence because his strength had improved significantly not long ago. All right. If we can take back a place on the Cool Breeze list before the battle, it will be a blow to the Four Extremes Alliance. Compared to the headquarters, the atmosphere in the Four Extremes Alliance was heavy and solemn. In the battle in a month, no matter what, we have to get more resources, Luoshu said seriously. The psychological impact of the repeated failures was unimaginable. Now, the Four Extremes Alliance had lost more than 20 members. This was also a blow in disguise. Therefore, they desperately needed a victory. But it was too difficult. In terms of top experts, the Four Extremes Alliance wasn't as good as the headquarters. Chen Zong sat in a corner, not saying a word. He was still using the Heart Sutra. He listened to everyone's words while cultivating. Over the years, although there weren't many resources available, Chen Zong's strength had indeed been increasing and becoming stronger. Even so, Chen Zong wasn't confident that he could defeat Tai Jianfeng. As he improved himself, Tai Jianfeng's, Jianfeng, Chen, was getting stronger. The main branch of the Trade Wind sect was an emperor-class force. Those who could be selected to participate in the competition were all top-notch geniuses. Every one of them had extraordinary cultivation talent and comprehension ability. Moreover, they had the support of such abundant resources. So, they would not remain stagnant. Even if Chen Zongyo had the One Heart Sutra and superb comprehension ability, at his current level of strength, every bit of improvement was extremely hard to come by. After all, he was already nearing his limit. Coupled with the lack of resources, although Chen Zong's strength had increased by quite a bit, he still couldn't suppress the skyprides of the main tower. Among the skyprides of the main tower, there were many who were stronger than Chen Zong. Chen Zong was deliberately targeted by Chen Zong. Tai Jianfeng and other experts ranked high on the Cool Breeze list would come to deal with Chen Zong. As a result, Chen Zong was defeated time and time again. This was also why Chen Zong refused to leave the Four Extremes Alliance and join Chen Zong's camp. To be honest, that kind of feeling was really sullen. However, Chen Zong didn't go crazy because of this. Even if he was targeted time and time again, he still did his best to fight. He treated it as a form of training for himself, and using it as a form of training to improve himself. Such a state of mind was too shocking. Now, a new round of confrontation was coming. Chen Zong also knew that he would be targeted this time. He just didn't know which expert would come to deal with him. However, no matter which one of Chen Zong's geniuses came to deal with him, it would be a kind of training for him. Time flew. Another 10 days passed. Chen Zong was cultivating in seclusion in the pavilion. Suddenly, a mark appeared on his body. The mark looked very mysterious and complicated. The aura it emitted was indescribable. Before he could check it, the mark emitted an indescribable power that wrapped Chen Zong's body in an instant. It seemed that in an instant, Chen Zong disappeared into the depths of the void. Just as the mark released its mysterious and unfathomable power, in the depths of the main building, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. In an instant, the light that shot out seemed to shatter the sky and transcend time. There was an indescribable divine might within it. Immediately, a trace of doubt and confusion appeared in the godlike eyes. It was as if a mysterious invisible power had spread out and covered the entire Tradewind Tower, but he didn't feel anything. After a few breaths, the pair of eyes closed again with a trace of confusion. Chen Zong felt that his body seemed to have been shattered into countless particles and shuttled through layers of time and space. Soon after, it quickly condensed again. This was a huge hall. It was a very spacious and vast hall. The dome was thousands of meters high, and the sun, moon, and stars hung on it. Everything in the surroundings was like mountains, rivers, plants, and forests. It was very lifelike. The aura that filled this place gave Chen Zong a familiar feeling. It was the aura of the world path. Chen Zong suddenly realized that this was the relic of the Lord of the World. It turned out that it had been 100 years since he last entered the relic of the Lord of the World. 100 years ago, when he first entered the relic of the Lord of the World, he was only at the level of the low extremity. Now, he had reached the level of the true transcendent realm and was listed on the Divine General's ranking. He had become one of the few third realm experts in the entire vast universe. 100 years was a huge improvement. If word got out, it would definitely shock many people. Of course, the universe was so vast. Chen Zong would not be the only one who could improve so quickly. In addition to Chen Zong, two other figures also appeared at the same time. The aura fluctuations emitted from their bodies were clearly at the level of the transcendent realm. As soon as these two people appeared, their gazes quickly swept past them. They reacted in time and looked at the other two with hostility. This was because they remembered very clearly that if they wanted to truly obtain the inheritance of the Lord of the World, they had to go through this last test, which was the selection of one of the three. The other two people were their competitors and enemies. The Lord of the World, a top 7th realm emperor-level powerhouse in ancient times. His inheritance was so shocking. Once they obtained it, it was enough to make them undergo a magnificent transformation. Their future was limitless. Even if they could not reach the 7th realm in the future, they could probably become 6th realm emperor-level powerhouses. They would be able to have a great reputation in a universe or even a territory. In an instant, the eyes of the two people turned red. First of all, congratulations. You are all still alive in the past 100 years. A voice sounded. It was the voice of the servant of the Lord of the World from 100 years ago. Secondly, your strength has improved greatly compared to 100 years ago. The figure of a thin old man also appeared as the voice sounded. As soon as the old man appeared, his gaze swept past the three people and then fell on Chen Zong. There seemed to be a flash of surprise in his eyes. He seemed to be surprised by Chen Zong. At that moment, the thin monkey-like old man's gaze swept past Chen Zong, making him feel as if he had been seen through. According to the rules, 100 years have passed. Only one of the three of you can truly obtain the inheritance of the Lord. The thin monkey-like old man retracted his gaze and looked calm and composed with his hands behind his back. Then, who can truly obtain the inheritance of the Lord will depend on your strength. Make your move. Whoever wins can truly become the successor of the Lord, the thin monkey-like old man said with a faint smile as his gaze swept past them. At the instant the skinny monkey-like old man's words left his mouth, the two of them immediately unleashed their strongest powers and attacked. The weapons used by the two people were a long saber and a pair of boxing gloves. Both of them had the power of a low-grade Dao weapon. Once they attacked, their strength was also very terrifying. As for their attacks, it seemed as if they had already discussed it beforehand. They directly targeted Chen Zong. In fact, the two of them had already met before and fought once. In the end, it was a draw. Therefore, they had made an agreement that once a fight broke out, they would first work together to eliminate the third person. Then, the two of them would fight it out. Chen Zong never thought that he would be targeted. However, Chen Zong was not afraid at all. This was because although the attacks of the two people were very strong and they were both experts of the transcendent realm, they were nothing compared to him. Perhaps they were already qualified to enter the Divine General ranking, but their ranking would not be very high. He unsheathed his sword. In an instant, the Boundless World Sword was unsheathed. An extremely stunning and domineering sword light broke through the air in an instant. Its power was extremely strong. As the sword chi gushed out, there were even illusory images of mountains and rivers surrounding it. It filled the air with an extremely shocking suppressive divine power. The World Sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. Under Chen Zong's continuous cultivation, this sword had already reached the level of an upper star-level unique technique. Its power was extremely strong. The two people did not hide their murderous intent towards Xianxia. Xianxia did not show any mercy when he attacked with his sword. Slash, under the sword chi of mountains and rivers, the attacks of the two people were shattered in an instant. It pressed forward with irresistible force and directly crushed countless people. No. The two people's expressions changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. They desperately unleashed their power in an attempt to resist Xianxia's sword. However, it was useless. The difference in strength was too obvious. Even if Xianxia and River's sword had reached the level of an upper star-level unique technique, its power was not something they could resist. As the sword slashed past, it directly destroyed everything. The two people's bodies were crushed into ashes. Only the two Dao weapons were left on the spot, emitting bursts of light. Great. The skinny old man's eyes could not help but light up. He clearly remembered that 100 years ago, Xianxia was only at the low transcendent realm. Now, he had such strength that he could kill some transcendent realm experts like cutting vegetables. Perhaps, he has the ability to obtain the core inheritance of the Lord, the skinny old man could not help but think. Victory, it was so simple. The sense of danger and pressure in Xianxia's heart disappeared quietly. 100 years ago, Xianxia still felt a sense of urgency and constantly grasped every opportunity to improve himself. 100 years later, he won easily. It seemed that his efforts were very effective. Young man, congratulations on your victory. You can obtain the true inheritance of the Lord. The skinny old man's gaze turned and landed on Xianxia's face. He did not care about the two people who were killed. The strong preyed on the weak. Moreover, he was not a real person. He was just a spirit. Young man, do you know that the Lord's relics appear once every 10,000 years? Every 10,000 years, there will be a person who obtains the Lord's true inheritance. The skinny old man's eyes suddenly flashed. However, that is not the Lord's core inheritance. It's just an ordinary inheritance. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but be shocked. Ordinary inheritance, it was just an ordinary inheritance. There were more core inheritances. It was really shocking. Young man, do you only want the Lord's ordinary inheritance? Or do you want the core inheritance? The skinny old man asked with a smile. Without a doubt, the core inheritance was the true inheritance of the Lord of the world. Its value was definitely not something an ordinary inheritance could compare to. How can I obtain the core inheritance? Xianxia's heart thumped loudly, but he did not lose his rationality. Since there was such a difference, it would not be easy to obtain the core inheritance. There might be some conditions. If you only want the ordinary inheritance, I can give it to you now. The skinny old man smiled. However, I suggest you choose the latter. You only need to go through a small test and you can obtain the Lord's core inheritance. To be honest, Xianxia was very tempted. The skinny monkey-like old man narrowed his eyes with a faint smile on his face, but he didn't say anything else. Choose, it was up to Xianxia to choose. A small test, he could obtain the core inheritance of a Realm 7 Emperor-level powerhouse. It sounded wonderful, but what kind of test was this so-called small test? What was the extent of the word small? After all, many things were relative. To a 6th realm or 7th realm cultivator, it might be insignificant, but to a 3rd realm or 4th realm cultivator, it might be fatal. Although Xianxia was interested in the core inheritance of the world lords, he did not lose his mind on impulse. Under the Heart Sutra, Xianxia's thinking speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. He was constantly analyzing and speculating. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, but in fact, in just 3 short breaths, a bright light flashed in his eyes and he made a decision. I choose the latter, the core inheritance, Xianxia said directly, his tone firm. This was the final decision Xianxia had made after much analysis and speculation and listening to his heart. Okay. The skinny old man's smile faded, and his expression turned solemn. In fact, what he said just now, the so-called small test and so on, was also an invisible test to see if Xianxia had the courage to choose the core inheritance. Since you've made your choice, then I'll tell you. In the past, there have been people who chose the core inheritance, but when they accepted the test, they couldn't pass and died. Until now, no one has been able to pass the core inheritance test of the Lord. A faint smile appeared on the old man's face again. He did it on purpose. At the beginning, he said it was a small test to wait for Chen Zong to make his choice. If Chen Zong chose the ordinary inheritance of the former, there would naturally be no follow-up. However, Chen Zong chose the core inheritance of the latter, so the old man threw out this information. Are you sure you want to choose the core inheritance? The old man's eyes narrowed, shooting out a beam of endless divine light. An indescribable pressure also hit Chen Zong, intimidating Chen Zong's spirit. Chen Zong only felt a wave of pressure on his spirit. The old man's words almost shook his mind and changed his mind. I am sure. Chen Zong gritted his teeth to keep his mind clear, and said word by word in a low and powerful tone. Saying those 3 words seemed to have exhausted all his strength. In fact, in the previous few breaths, Chen Zong's mind was spinning rapidly, and he had already thought about many things. The situation mentioned by the skinny old man was also in Chen Zong's analysis and speculation. Therefore, when he heard the old man's last teasing words, Chen Zong's spirit was not really shaken, and he did not change his mind because of it. The skinny old man was really surprised this time. It must be known that although his words seemed to be a prank, they were actually probing, or perhaps a test. First, it was a small test to relax or disturb Chen Zong's state of mind and judgment. Then, it carried the power of words that could shake one's soul and will, and it was like a fatal blow. If Chen Zong's spirit was not strong enough, 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 if there was a small mistake in one of the links, he would be directly shaken, and then doubt his own decision. In the end, he could be firm in his choice again, or he could be overturned. However, no matter which one it was, as long as he was self-doubting and in doubt, the old man would directly judge that Chen Zong could not pass the test, and lose the qualification to obtain the core inheritance of the World Lord. In the past, there were people who chose the core inheritance, but most of them fell into self-doubt and failed, and could only obtain the ordinary inheritance. A few of them were firm in their choice, but in the end, they failed. As a result, until now, the core inheritance of the World Lord still existed. Now, Chen Zong, like a few people before, chose the latter, and passed the test. Very good, young man, you are qualified to obtain the core inheritance of the World Lord. The skinny old man smiled and said, but I still have to remind you, if you can't really get the core inheritance's approval, only death will await you. But unfortunately, I have already given you a chance to go back on your word. Now, you can only accept the core inheritance. The skinny old man's last words had a trace of unquestionable dominance. The subtext seemed to be saying that since he had made a choice and passed the test, if he went back on his word, he would die, and he would be directly killed by him. Chen Zong understood the other party's subtext, and this old man was undoubtedly a very tyrannical existence, far beyond what he could compare to. If he wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong still did not waver in his decision. That decision was the combination of many deductions and finally following his heart. Since he had made a choice, he would walk down it unswervingly. However, it had to be said that every word of the skinny old man brought an indescribable pressure to Chen Zong. Since you have made a decision, then, follow me. The skinny old man slowly turned and walked forward step by step, and Chen Zong also stepped forward to follow. As they walked, the skinny old man waved his hand, and a door suddenly opened. He stepped into it, and Chen Zong also stepped out and entered. This was another palace, but it was much smaller than the previous one, with a height of only a few dozen meters, and a length and width of only a few dozen meters. This palace was empty, except for an altar-like object that seemed to be entwined by countless tree roots in the center of the palace. Above this altar-like object, a ball of green light was suspended. Looking carefully, it was a seed-like object about the size of an egg. It was green all over, and there were faint wisps of divine light flowing on it. The divine light seemed to be purple, golden, red, black, silver, and countless other colors, containing an indescribable mystery. With just a glance, Chen Zong was attracted. That verdant green thing surrounded by endless divine light was naturally emitting layers of halos. It was a green halo that covered all directions, just like a light source. Chenzong could feel an indescribable refreshing aura, as if it was full of vitality. "Senior, what is this?" Chenzong couldn't help but ask. "This is a seed," the skinny old man replied with a smile. "It is a treasure that the master brought out from the deep universe after he became a level 7 emperor-level master." Although the skinny old man's words were short, they contained an astonishing amount of information, which made Chenzong's thoughts turn, and he was suddenly shocked. However, Chenzong was more concerned about this so-called seed, and what kind of treasure it was. Then, why did the old man bring him here? Could it be that this seed was related to the core inheritance of the World Lord? "You guessed right." The skinny monkey-like old man immediately smiled and said, "This seed is the core inheritance of the master. Now, go and eat that seed. If you can absorb it, then you'll receive the master's core inheritance. If you can't, then your vitality will be completely absorbed by the seed and become its nutrients." The old man's last words made Chenzong break out in a cold sweat. What kind of seed was this? It clearly gave off a feeling of evil. In that case, the vitality of those who had failed in the past was all absorbed by this seed and became its nutrients. Chenzong still felt a little uneasy. "Go, swallow that seed." The old man was already urging Chenzong with a smile. This was the choice that Chenzong made himself. If he didn't make this choice and regretted it long ago, then the old man wouldn't have forced him, not at all. But since he had made such a choice and was determined to do it, he had to do it. Life was like this, and so was the path of cultivation. Since it was a choice that he made, he could only walk it with determination. Moreover, when Chenzong stared at the seed, he didn't know why, but from the bottom of his heart, no, it should be said that a sense of longing and intimacy emerged from the depths of his body. It was as if there was a great destiny between them, and this feeling was very strange. Perhaps if he swallowed that seed, he could control it and not be sucked dry of his vitality and die. "Go, eat that seed." The skinny monkey-like old man urged Chenzong once again. A terrifying aura emanated from him and landed on Chenzong's body. It seemed that if Chenzong refused, he would directly attack and forcefully push Chenzong forward. Of course, it would be better if Chenzong took the initiative to cooperate. Without much hesitation, Chenzong lifted his feet and stepped forward. Step by step, he walked toward the mysterious, sacred, and terrifying seed. Attraction, as Chenzong approached, the attraction of the seed became stronger and stronger. The feeling of a natural opportunity became more and more obvious. This made Chenzong feel very surprised. Why did he have such a feeling? Was it a real feeling, or was it just an illusion caused by the aura deliberately released by the seed? As if it was catching prey, it would attract the target and then absorb the vitality of the target. However, Chenzong's strong spiritual will did not realize that he was confused. There was no sign of being confused at all. This meant that it might not be a confusion, but a real destiny. But there was also another point, which was that he was really confused, but the level was too high for him to perceive. All in all, at this point, Chenzong had no reason to go back on his word. Walking to the seed, Chenzong stared at the egg-sized verdant seed that seemed to be incomparably sacred. He reached out and grabbed it. The seed did not resist at all. Chenzong directly grabbed it. Chenzong opened his mouth and threw the seed directly into his mouth. The seed seemed to be very slippery, and it directly slid down Chenzong's throat and quickly fell into his stomach. The skinny old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Chenzong, observing all the changes of Chenzong. Would Chenzong be able to master the seed, or would he, like those people before him, be unable to master this seed and be recognized by it? His vitality would be absorbed, and he would die and his soul would disappear. The critical moment had arrived. In an instant, an extremely powerful and violent force exploded from Chenzong's stomach. It was like the eruption of an ancient volcano, as if the sky and the sea were pouring down. The power that erupted at that moment was indescribable. Chenzong felt as if his abdomen was suddenly blown up, and then his body seemed to be collapsing inch by inch. However, Chenzong's body was actually not broken, and there was no damage. It was just a feeling that appeared in an instant. Power, an indescribably powerful force suddenly burst out and rushed out. In an instant it filled every part of Chenzong's body. This power became more and more tyrannical, like a torrent that could collapse a mountain. It was terrifying to the extreme, like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything in its path. The sword robe that Chenzong's purple feather clear wind armor had transformed into fluttered, as if it was about to explode. On Chenzong's face, neck, and other places, fine lines gradually emerged. The lines seemed to be golden and black, as if there were countless colors, and they were densely spread out like the roots of a tree. No matter what color it was, such fine and dense lines always gave a very scary feeling. Not only on the face and neck, but also on the body. It was just that it was covered by the robe, so it could not be seen. The skinny old man's eyes became more and more focused. Those who had failed before could not hold on at this point. Could Chenzong hold on? The old man hoped that Chenzong could hold on, but many times, it was not as he wished. Chenzong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Moreover, he felt as if his body was being pierced by countless needles. It was too painful. The pain was violent and dense, and it was endless. It was like a never-ending stream of water. If Chenzong's will of the divine was not so strong, it would be difficult for him to hold on. Even so, he felt as if he was hovering between life and death. Chenzong finally understood why those who had failed before had failed. These fine lines spread out from the mysterious seed, and they covered every part of his body. There was nothing left out. If he could not hold on, his vitality would be sucked away, and he would eventually die. Therefore, he had to hold on no matter what. Only by holding on could he not be devoured and his vitality sucked away. However, the power released from the seed was getting stronger and stronger. It constantly filled every part of Chenzong's body, making Chenzong feel as if he was constantly being torn apart and about to explode. The power had exceeded the limit of what he could bear. Chenzong felt as if he could not hold on and was really being torn apart. Chenzong could not help but widen his eyes. His eyeballs almost popped out and were about to explode. Pain, pain, pain. The pain became more and more intense. Chenzong could not help but let out a roar. It was as if this was the only way to vent the increasingly intense pain in his body. The skinny old man's eyes became more and more focused. Immediately, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. This was because the lines on Chenzong's body became extremely clear in an instant, as if they were about to bulge out. It's over. It seems that he still can't hold on. The old man could not help but sigh slightly. This scene was the same as what he had seen many times before. When those people failed, it was the same beginning. In an instant, something strange happened. Chenzong's body trembled unconsciously. In his eyes, there seemed to be a touch of misty green light spreading out. Wisps of aura also rose from his body and spread out. Vaguely, it seemed to condense into the shadow of a big tree. The shadow of the giant tree didn't look very big, but it gave off an extremely majestic feeling. Any mountain in front of it would seem insignificant and incomparable. The skinny old man's squinted eyes suddenly widened and were full of surprise. It seemed that he recognized the shadow of the big tree. It was also because he recognized it that he was so surprised. It seems that someone can really get the core inheritance of the Lord. The old man could not help but secretly rejoice. As the most loyal servant of the Lord of the world, he certainly hoped that someone could pass on the Lord's core inheritance, because that was the Lord's wish. Sure enough, with the appearance of the seemingly majestic shadow of the big tree, Chenzong felt that the tearing pain in his body was reduced by more than half in an instant, and it continued to weaken and weaken. Fade, gradually, the dense lines on Chenzong's body that seemed to bulge out very terrifyingly quickly converged and faded until they disappeared. In Chenzong's body, with Chenzong's inner vision, the fine lines quickly retracted from all parts of Chenzong's body and finally retracted into the seed. The seed floated in Chenzong's chi, bobbing up and down. When all the fine lines had retracted into the seed, Chenzong had a wonderful feeling. It was as if the seed had really integrated into his chi and had become a symbiotic entity with his chi. The feeling of being connected by blood was wonderful. As the seed was truly controlled by Chenzong, the shadow of the big tree that appeared around Chenzong's body turned into wisps of faint light and dissipated. Chenzong knew that the shadow of the big tree was the gift that he had received from the dying world tree of God in the great void ruins when he was still in the original void. He did not expect that it still contained the last bit of spiritual will, and it was in a deep sleep attached to Chenzong's body. This time, because of the seed, it was stimulated at the last moment and released its last brilliance. This bit of brilliance allowed Chenzong to withstand the explosion of the seed's power. He established a bloodline connection with it and took control of the seed. Chenzong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought that the opportunity in the void back then would not only bring him great benefits at that time, but even after coming to the universe, under such circumstances, it would still be able to unleash the last bit of light and heat, allowing him to survive a life-threatening crisis and even obtain this opportunity. Presumably, the feeling of being connected to the opportunity was brought about by the last bit of spiritual will of the World Tree of God. Chenzong was full of gratitude towards the World Tree of God. However, now that he had control of the mysterious seed, he did not feel any other changes. Could it be that this was the so-called core inheritance? What exactly did it do? Chenzong was very puzzled. If it could not bring him any benefits, then the so-called core inheritance might not even be comparable to the ordinary inheritance. However, since it was the core inheritance of the World Lord, and the World Lord was a top-level 7 Emperor-level expert, the core inheritance that he left behind was definitely not something ordinary. Perhaps, the mystery contained within it was something that he could not fully comprehend. Just as Chenzong was thinking, the seed in his sea of qi suddenly released a strong light, as if it had turned into a green sun. The power that it released was so strong that it even shone through Chenzong's abdomen and robe, releasing layers of halos outside. Chenzong immediately felt that the green light that erupted from the seed contained an indescribable majestic life force. The life force was astonishing. It was like the flow of the sea. In an instant, it was released from the seed and quickly spread out from his sea of qi. It was as vast as waves and rushed to every part of Chenzong's body. Impact and sweep, Chenzong only felt that his body had reached a limit and was gradually being strengthened. At the same time, the gale force that was cultivated by the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath also seemed to be nourished. It gradually improved, became purer, and more powerful. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Chen Zong was completely covered by the green light, and his whole body was filled with wisps of divine light. At the same time, traces of memory fragments that did not belong to him also flowed into Chenzong's mind. These memory fragments emerged from the seed. They were the memory fragments of the people whose life force had been absorbed by the seed. Monthly votes, monthly votes. I want monthly votes. Time passed slowly. Day after day passed by. There was only 1 day left before the next round of battles. Although they had failed again and again, each failure was a blow to their morale. However, each failure encouraged them to regain their morale. This time, with the encouragement of Han Men, Luo Shu, and the others, the Four Extremes Alliance regained their fighting spirit and prepared to do their best to obtain as many resources as they could in this battle. At the very least, they wanted to obtain 30% of the resources. If they could obtain 40%, that would be even better. However, a piece of terrible news came. The fourth on the Cool Breeze list, one of the masters of the Four Extremes League, was challenged by Ming Yan, the genius of the headquarters. Being challenged wasn't a big deal. After all, being on the Breeze list was a very good thing. However, it wasn't a simple thing to be challenged at this time. However, Ming Yan had won. He had taken the 10th place on the Qing Feng ranking list. As a result, the Four Extremes Alliance, which had originally had 4 people on the Qing Feng ranking list, had now had 3, while the Four Extremes Alliance's 6 people had now increased to 7. Without a doubt, this was a heavy blow to their morale. All the experts on the Breeze list could participate in tomorrow's battle. All of a sudden, the morale that they had worked so hard to build up was destroyed. The atmosphere on the Four Extremes Alliance's side was heavy. Everyone's expression was ugly. Even the Han Men and Luo Shu were the same. There was nothing they could do. They had worked so hard to build up their morale, but because of this failure, half of it was destroyed. This was a huge blow. What should we do now? Han Men frowned. They were able to regroup after so many confrontations. Their willpower was incomparably strong. However, they still suffered some setbacks. This time, they suffered another setback. They felt exhausted, especially when they saw the depressed expressions of the members of the Four Extremes Alliance. There's nothing we can do. No matter what, there's only one day left. Luoshu said in a low voice. We can only try our best. We can't lose every time. At this time, a figure stepped in from outside. Everyone turned around. It was Chenzong, who had disappeared for almost a month. Han Man and Luoshu both felt that Chenzong's aura seemed to have strengthened, but because of the blow, they didn't think too much about it. Or rather, they didn't have the mood to think too much about it for the time being. Chenzong could also clearly feel that the atmosphere here was not good. It seemed to be very gloomy. After asking a little, he knew the reason. Indeed, this was a huge blow. Originally, they had already roused their morale, but the challenge from the headquarters was like a knife stabbing into their heart. It was a heavy blow. It had to be said that the head office's approach was really sinister. However, Chenzong's expression didn't change at all. He didn't seem to be worried about the confrontation tomorrow. After the gathering ended, everyone left one after another and returned to their own pavilions to wait for tomorrow's battle. When Chenzong arrived outside his pavilion, he saw someone standing there, as if waiting for him. It was the genius of the headquarters. Moreover, it was his old rival, Tai Jianling, who was now second on the breeze list. His swordsmanship and strength were very powerful. Since the first confrontation, Chenzong was defeated by Tai Jianling's sword. After that, Chenzong was defeated several times. Although Chenzong's strength was constantly improving, so was Tai Jianling's strength. Tai Jianling rose. In terms of resources, Tai Jianling was better than Chenzong. Of course, even so, Chenzong's improvement in strength still shocked Tai Jianling. In the first confrontation, Tai Jianling used all his strength to perform an upper-class star-level unique skill and was able to kill Chenzong. However, in the last confrontation, he didn't suppress Chenzong like that. This meant that Chenzong's strength had unknowingly caught up with him. Soon, he would catch up with him and even surpass him. Chenzong, tomorrow will be a new round of confrontation. Tai Jianling didn't waste any time talking nonsense. His eyes flashed as he stared at Chenzong and said directly, "You are indeed very talented. Come on, quit the Four Extremes Alliance and join our headquarters. At that time, you will be able to enjoy more resources. It won't be a problem for you to catch up with me in the future. You may not be a match for me now." Chenzong stared at Tai Jianling and replied unhurriedly. Tai Jianling almost choked as his expression changed. His eyes emitted a cold light as he stared at Chenzong like a thunderbolt. "You mean to say that you refuse? Let's fight again tomorrow." Chenzong only responded with 4 words. He walked into the pavilion and opened the seal, isolating Tai Jianling outside. Tai Jianling's eyes emitted a strong cold light, containing a terrifying sword intent. He stared at Chenzong's back and then withdrew his gaze. He said in a low voice, full of violent sharpness, "Let's fight again tomorrow." "Very good, then I will let you know what despair is." The headquarters had actually tried to recruit Chenzong several times, but they failed each time. This time, they came to recruit Chenzong again. Although they didn't have much hope, what if they succeeded? After all, Chenzong must know the pain of not having enough resources after such a long time. If they could successfully recruit Chenzong, the Four Extremes Alliance would lose a great general. The blow to the Four Extremes Alliance would be even greater than the 20 people who had left the alliance to join the head tower's camp, especially when the next round of competition was about to begin. If they failed, they wouldn't lose anything. What's more, the actions of the headquarters were not limited to just recruiting Chenzong. There were also a few other people who were more powerful and had been targeted. One night passed. Unknowingly, some changes were happening. The arrival of a new day meant that a new round of confrontation was about to begin. This time, both the headquarters and the branch sent out 10 people each. The location of the confrontation was still in Cool Breeze Valley, but it was not a battle of flags. The confrontation this time was called a deathmatch. As the name implied, the main building and the branch building would each send 10 Heaven's favorites into the Cool Breeze Valley to engage in a life and death battle. Everyone had 3 chances to die. Once all 3 chances were used up, they would be eliminated. However, the total number of deaths added up was only 30. As for the allocation of resources, it was determined according to the number of times they killed their opponents. 3 deaths would determine 10%, and 30 deaths would determine 100%. If the 10 talents from the headquarters didn't die even once, and the 10 talents from the branch died 3 times, then the remaining 100% of resources would belong to the headquarters. This was because the total number of deaths was only 30. As long as the talents from both the headquarters and the branch died once, the total number of deaths would be reduced by 1. If the talents from the branch could kill the talents from the headquarters 3 times, then the ratio would be 3 to 27, which was 1 to 9. Naturally, 100% of the resources would be distributed in this way. Therefore, the essence of this deathmatch was the speed and number of kills. The faster the kill, the more resources one could obtain. Of course, 3 was 10%. If it was less than 3 kills, it would still be counted as 3 kills. For example, if one killed 5 times, then the resources allocated would be the same as if one killed 3 times, which was 10%. At the entrance of Cool Breeze Valley, the talents from both the headquarters and the Four Extremes Alliance arrived at the same time. Wu Wang and Lin Qi, why are you there? Come over here. Han Men swept his gaze across the crowd, and immediately, his gaze landed on the 2 figures in the main building's camp. The 2 people who were shouted at by Han Men trembled unconsciously. Immediately, Wu Wang raised his head, a trace of shame and anger flashing in his eyes. He felt that being shouted at in front of so many people was very shameful. Why should I go there? I've already left the Four Extremes Alliance and am now a member of the main building. Me too. Lin Qi hurriedly said. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? Your Four Extremes Alliance has been defeated time and time again. You can't get any resources at all. If you follow you can only cultivate bitterly. But if you join the headquarters camp, you can enjoy more resources and improve faster. In the headquarters camp, the expert ranked 3rd on the Cool Breeze list sneered. Wu Wang and Lin Qi were 2 of the top experts in the Four Extremes Alliance. But last night, they were persuaded by the headquarters and secretly left the Four Extremes Alliance to join the headquarters camp. Is this also what the 2 of you want? Luo Shu's eyes contained an astonishing will as he stared at Wu Wang and Lin Qi. His voice was low and cold. That's right. The Four Extremes Alliance has been defeated time and time again. We can't get many resources. Our strength is increasing slowly and we have no future. Lin Qi stared at Luo Shu and replied directly. Our purpose for coming here is to cultivate, not to show off and fight. Resources are the most important thing. Wu Wang said coldly. It had to be said that the 2 of them leaving the Four Extremes Alliance at the last moment to join the headquarters camp was a heavy blow to the Four Extremes Alliance. For a moment, the Four Extremes Alliance became more and more unstable. Don't regret it. Chen Zong took a step forward and stared at Wu Wang and Lin Qi. His words contained a trace of indescribable sharpness. Regret. Wu Wang's face was suddenly filled with ridicule as he looked at Chen Zong. I heard that the headquarters tried to recruit you many times but you rejected them. I don't know if I should say that you're stupid or ignorant. With your talent, if you agreed to join the headquarters and enjoy so many resources, you might have the strength to enter the Cool Breeze list. What a pity. Some people have talent but are so stupid. Do you think that leaving the Four Extremes Alliance and joining the headquarters is a betrayal? That's not the case at all. The reason we came here from the branch building is to use the resources of the main building to improve ourselves, not to form factions here. Lin Qi also mocked. It sounded reasonable but it also contained the principles of being a person. Let's go. Han Men suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly swept his gaze over the geniuses of the headquarters, especially the 2 traitors, Wu Wang and Lin Qi. Yes, they were traitors. Leaving the Four Extremes Alliance and joining the headquarters camp wasn't a big deal. But it shouldn't have happened at this critical moment. Especially when the 2 of them were 2 of the 10 people from the Four Extremes Alliance. If this wasn't betrayal, then what was? After entering the Cool Breeze Valley, the 2 sides were divided. The Four Extremes Alliance's side was gloomy. Every one of them looked crestfallen. Wu Wang and Lin Qi's betrayal was too big a blow to them. Coupled with the fact that they had lost a place on the cool breeze list, their morale and fighting spirit were greatly weakened. With the same amount of strength, there was a clear difference between a person with high fighting spirit and a person with low fighting spirit. For this battle, Wu Wang and Lin Qi have both withdrawn. Then, the two of you will take over. Luo Shu glanced at the two people and pointed at them. These two people's strength could not be compared to Wu Wang and Lin Qi's, but there was nothing they could do. For this battle to the death, each side would send 10 people. Experts on the cool breeze list could also participate. As a result, it should be said that the 7 experts on the cool breeze list would all participate. The remaining 3 were the most powerful geniuses below the cool breeze list. On the 4 Extremes Alliance's side, in addition to the original 4, it should be said that there were 3 experts on the cool breeze list. Naturally, the person who was originally on the cool breeze list was also there. In addition, Chenzong was also there. He was a general, as was Wu Wang and Lin Qi. These 10 people were the 10 strongest geniuses of the 4 Extremes Alliance. With such a group, they did not have much confidence in winning against the head tower. Without Wu Wang and Lin Qi, they could only replace 2 weaker geniuses. Their overall strength had decreased. Before the battle, their morale had already declined. But no matter what, they still had to fight. If they could get a share of resources, it would be a share. Everyone in the 4 Extremes Alliance looked dignified. Only Chenzong looked calm and relaxed. It was as if he did not feel much pressure. No one knew how much the inheritance of the World Lord had improved Chenzong. The battle to the death was about to begin. 10 people from each side stepped into the cool breeze valley. In an instant, Chenzong felt a force fall on him. His body was wrapped up and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the cool breeze valley. Disperse, in an instant, both sides had 10 people each. All of them were randomly teleported to different parts of the cool breeze valley. This way, they wouldn't rush up to kill each other directly. This also increased the difficulty of the battle. Chenzong's eyes quickly swept across the area, and his divine sense spread out in all directions, covering all the places that his eyes couldn't see that were covered with obstructions. Not far away, a silhouette was dashing towards them. It was one of the geniuses from the headquarters. However, he wasn't on the breeze list. He was one of the 3 geniuses who weren't on the breeze list. Die for me first. The skyprite of the main tower naturally noticed Chenzong as well. He unleashed his full speed and let out a terrifying roar like a hurricane. Everything in his path was swept up and turned into dust in the terrifying hurricane. Boom, when the man approached Chenzong with a terrifying momentum, he suddenly kicked out. That kick directly stirred up a terrible storm, as if it could destroy everything, and blasted towards Chenzong. This was a merciless attack. It was a killing move. In this deathmatch, it was important to kill more people. The more people killed, the better. Under the premise of the number of people killed, efficiency mattered. Only by killing at the fastest speed could one gain a greater advantage. Everyone understood this. Chenzong naturally understood this very well. Therefore, a sharp light flashed in Chenzong's eyes. In the next moment, the great wide world sword directly slashed across the sky, and a shocking sharpness erupted. The sword chi surged, and its sharpness was unparalleled. Low-grade star-level unique skill, golden blade moon slashing, the golden sword light condensed into a crescent full of sharpness. It tore through the sky and directly slashed out. It was like a hot knife through butter, splitting the hurricane brought by the man's kick. The skyprite of the main tower couldn't help but change his expression. He couldn't block it. The sharpness of the sword was too strong. He couldn't block it at all. Kill, the golden crescent cut through the skyprite of the main tower like cutting through tofu. It didn't encounter any resistance. At the same time, the slashed body of the skyprite of the main tower disappeared. A red light directly rushed up and exploded in the sky. Red light. The skyprite of the main tower was killed. The people of the 4 Extremes Alliance were shocked. The skyprite of the main tower was killed as soon as the battle started. Who killed him? The first one to die is actually one of us. The people of the main tower were a little stunned, and then they were furious. Shouldn't the people of the 4 Extremes Alliance be the first to die? Chen Zong's expression didn't change. He didn't have the slightest bit of happiness or excitement. This was because it was very normal. In the remains of the World Lord, he had obtained the core inheritance of the World Lord. After mastering the mysterious seed, he had received the nourishment of the life force within. The life force also carried many memory fragments. It was the combination of the life force and memory fragments of the Skyprides who had failed to obtain the core inheritance. The life force was very majestic. After some of the power of the mysterious seed was integrated into Chen Zong's body, it purified Chen Zong's human bloodline. It further stimulated the potential of his body and strengthened his physique. The enhancement of his physique and body refining power nourished his qi cultivation, causing his qi cultivation and body refining skills to improve at the same time. Now, whether it was his qi cultivation or body refining power, Chen Zong's strength had increased by several times. What it brought was a doubling of his overall strength. This kind of increase wasn't an increase in his cultivation, but a change in his cultivation power. It broke through the limit and reached a higher level. In other words, Chen Zong didn't have the innate constitution of the origin clan, but he had a similar power that surpassed his cultivation realm. In other words, the increase in his cultivation power alone made Chen Zong twice as strong as when he entered the remains of the World Lord. The increase in his basic strength also caused the power of Chen Zong's swordsmanship and unique skills to increase tremendously. Not to mention, in addition to the increase in his cultivation power, Chen Zong's other aspects had also improved significantly. This was because Chen Zong had obtained 2 great swordsmanship and most of the cultivation experience from those memory fragments. With the help of his superb comprehension and the Heart Sutra, he had also cultivated them to the perfect realm and integrated them into the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. In addition, what he had gained from comprehending the thousands of sword scars in the divine martial jade wall had been further absorbed and integrated into his swordsmanship. Now, the power of the heart swordsmanship had increased to the level of a 10th level AO Wu, and the power of the world swordsmanship had also reached the level of a top 10th level AO Wu. All in all, Chen Zong's current strength was at least 3 times stronger than it was a month ago. A 3-fold increase was very terrifying. Chen Zong's figure did not stop at all as he rapidly charged forward. His speed was as fast as the wind and lightning. It was extremely fast, yet extremely light. The sound he made was extremely faint. In other parts of the Cool Breeze Valley, when the 4 Extremes Alliance's Heavenly Legends encountered the Heavenly Legends of the Head Tower, they immediately turned around and fled at full speed. This was the strategy that they had decided before. They would try their best to avoid fighting with the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends and try to see if they could meet other Heavenly Legends of the 4 Extremes Alliance so that they could join forces to deal with the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends. Of course, there was an element of luck in this. If the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends were the ones who met them first instead of the 4 Extremes Alliance, they would not be able to escape death. Immediately, in the distance, a blue light soared into the sky and exploded, indicating that the 4 Extremes Alliance's Heavenly Legends had also been killed. Before long, Chen Zong saw 2 figures flying by in the distance. They were the Head Tower's Heavenly Legends. One of them was not an expert on the Cool Breeze list, while the other was Ming Yan, who was ranked 10th on the list. The 2 Heavenly Legends also caught sight of Chen Zong from the corner of their eyes. They immediately turned around and rushed toward Chen Zong, flanking him from both sides. A murderous look flashed across their faces, and their eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. 2 shocking murderous intents locked onto Chen Zong at the same time, making it difficult for Chen Zong to escape. However, Chen Zong had no intention of escaping. Instead, he rushed toward the 2 Heavenly Legends. Like 3 streams of light, they rapidly approached and then passed by each other. 2 of the streams of light rushed forward, but their speed became slower and slower, and then they fell forward. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In an instant, 2 streams of red light soared into the sky at the same time and exploded in the air. The ones who died were the 2 geniuses from the main building. As for Chen Zong, he just swung his sword twice when they passed by each other. With his superb swordsmanship and sword speed, he killed the 2 geniuses in a smooth and carefree manner. Great, we got 10%. The Heavenly Legends of the 4 Extremes Alliance were overjoyed. It seemed that the opening this time was unexpectedly good, better than the previous times. After all, in the past, they had been suppressed by the head tower at the beginning. It was not until later that they were lucky enough to gain the upper hand and snatch some resources. Who did it? The Heavenly Legends of the Four Extremes Alliance guessed. Who did it? The head tower's Heavenly Legends' eyes were cold and angry. The opening was very unfavorable. They were in the Cool Breeze Valley, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, they could see from outside the valley. Chenzong is so powerful. The Heavenly Legends of the Four Extremes Alliance who were watching the battle outside the Cool Breeze Valley were all surprised because Chenzong's strength was beyond their expectations. Even the 10th Heavenly Legend of the Head Tower was not a match for his sword and was killed directly. His strength was even stronger than the 9th and 8th Heavenly Legend of the Cool Breeze Valley. Compared to the Four Extremes Alliance's delight, the headquarters side didn't look too good. This was especially true for Wu Wang and Lin Qi, who hadn't entered the arena yet. Now that they saw Chenzong's strength, which was clearly much stronger than the last time they had fought, they couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. At this moment, a streak of purple light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. After instantly killing a genius of the Four Extremes Alliance, it did not stop at all and continued to charge forward. From the outside, one could see that the direction the purple lightning was heading in was almost in a straight line with the direction Chenzong was heading in. If both sides had not changed directions, they would have met before long. Great, no matter how strong he is. He is no match for senior brother Tai Jianling. Lin Qi could not help but shout. Since he had already left the Four Extremes Alliance and had shed all pretenses of cordiality, it was time for him to join the head tower's camp. That's right. Come to think of it, this is not the first time Chenzong has been defeated by senior brother Tai Jianling. Wu Wang sneered. The purple light was like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing, and it carried with it an indescribable sharpness. Wherever it passed, it left behind a long and straight sword mark on the ground, faintly scorching. A figure appeared in front of him and was rapidly approaching. Tai Jianling squinted his eyes and stared at the figure in front of him. He wanted to see who it was. Was it someone from the Four Extremes Alliance or someone from the headquarters? After seeing it clearly, Tai Jianling sneered. Chenzong, the person in front of him was Chenzong. Chenzong also saw Tai Jianling. The moment he saw Tai Jianling, Chenzong did not seem to have the slightest intention of escaping. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards Tai Jianling. In the past, he had lost to Tai Jianling several times. Today, he would pay him back. The Skybrides of the Four Extremes Alliance who were watching the battle outside the Cool Breeze Valley were shocked. Chenzong had lost to Tai Jianling several times. This was not a secret. Everyone knew about it. However, the Skybrides of the headquarters were overjoyed. No matter how powerful you are, you will still be defeated by senior brother Tai Jianling, who is ranked second on the Cool Breeze leaderboard. If it were me, I would have run away. A Skybride from the headquarters sneered. Even if you run away, you won't be able to. You will only be delaying your death. Another Skybride from the headquarters mocked. This time, Chenzong will definitely kill Tai Jianling. A Skybride from the Four Extremes Alliance retorted angrily. Is that so? If Chenzong can defeat senior brother Tai Jianling, I will bark 3 times like a dog. The Skybride from the headquarters who mocked Chenzong immediately responded. He squinted his eyes and said arrogantly, if Chenzong can't defeat senior brother Tai Jianling, you will kneel down and bark 3 times like a dog. Do you dare to take the bet? Let's do it. The Skybride from the Four Extremes Alliance was hesitant at first. In fact, he was not confident that Chenzong could defeat Tai Jianling. However, when he saw Tai Jianling's disdainful look, he was furious and agreed. Very well. Everyone here is a witness. When you lose, don't deny it. The Skybride from the headquarters shouted. Don't worry, we will be witnesses. We will kneel down. The other Skybrides from the headquarters sneered. At the same time, Chenzong and Tai Jianling. In an instant, Chenzong soared, Tai. And Tai Jianling and Tai. Not only was this sword fast, but it was also condensed with an extremely terrifying power that could destroy everything. Tai. Firstly, this was a death match, and he had to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. Secondly, Tai Jianling knew Chen Zong's ability. If he did not use his full strength to kill Chen Zong, it would be disadvantageous for him and a waste of time if he ended up in a melee. I've already given you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, then you'll regret it. Tai Jianling unleashed a high-grade star-grade secret technique. His sword tore through the air, showing no mercy. I said yesterday that you may not be my match now. Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. His two divine avatars exploded. Immediately after, an endless amount of sword chi also erupted. The sword chi condensed into an illusory image of a mountain and river, which emanated an astonishing suppressive power. World Sword Technique, suppressing mountains and rivers. This was also an upper star technique. With the activation of the boundless world sword, its power multiplied and became more powerful. At the same time, because Chen Zong's basic strength had increased, the power of this sword was much more powerful than before. Suppress, Tai Jianling felt a terrifying power descend. It was overbearing and powerful, as if it could suppress everything. The moment the sword light collided, the purple lightning sword light paused for a moment before shattering. The phantoms of mountains and rivers collapsed as well. Tai Jianling only felt an extremely terrifying and domineering force rush towards him. It directly caused his body to pause and he could not help but retreat. In an instant, Chen Zong's sword finger brushed across the blade of the sword, directly activating the power of the sword sharpening technique contained within. The third level of the sword sharpening technique, the sword chi was strong and cold. It spread out like a raging wave. The world sword technique, suppressing mountains and rivers, without hesitation, Chen Zong slashed out again. The phantom of mountains and rivers became more solid. The suppressive power it exuded was more powerful and overbearing. In that instant, under the sword chi of mountains and rivers, the wind dissipated and the space seemed to be frozen. Tai Jianling's expression could not help but change drastically. Suddenly, he erupted. Like a thunderbolt exploding in the void, endless purple lightning soared into the sky and struck down as if connecting the sky and the earth. His aura suddenly soared by a lot. Then, he raised his sword. Endless thunderbolts exploded in all directions. A purple-black thunder dragon suddenly shot down from the sky. This sword was the most powerful Great Path Lost skill that Tai Jianling had mastered. Its level was already at the top of the upper star level lost skills. It was only a fine line away from becoming a supreme lost skill. Under the sudden boost of the secret technique, its power increased tremendously. Even so, it could not block Chen Zong's sword. The suppression of mountains and rivers caused the thunder dragon to pause and then collapse inch by inch. However, Tai Jianling also gained a slight chance. He turned into a purple thunderbolt and rushed to the side in an attempt to escape. You can't escape. Chen Zong took a step forward. His body was like the wind. It was so mysterious that he appeared in front of Tai Jianling in an instant and slashed out with his sword. This sword strike seemed as if it didn't have the slightest weight. It was light yet agile to the extreme, and it carried an unfathomable and traceless feeling. Moreover, it contained a wisp of extreme sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through everything in the world. I can't escape. Tai Jianling found that no matter how he changed his body, he could not avoid this sword. An indescribable sense of helplessness unconsciously grew in his heart. He slashed out with his sword. The sword broke through the air like a purple thunderbolt, but it missed. At the same time, a subtle brilliance flashed by. Your swordsmanship. Tai Jianling covered his neck with his eyes wide open. His face was full of shock, but he could not speak a complete sentence. He was extremely shocked. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was so superb that it was unstoppable. This scene caused everyone who saw it to be extremely shocked. Tai Jianling, who ranked second on the breeze list, was defeated by Chen Zong. He seemed to have been easily killed. It was like a dream. Kneel down and bark 3 times like a dog. The Skypride of the Four Extremities Alliance immediately pointed at a Skypride of the general building and shouted. Kneel down and bark like a dog. The other Skyprides of the Four Extremities Alliance also shouted. What did it mean to be proud and elated? This was what it meant to be proud and elated. Previously, Chen Zong had been defeated by Tai Jianling several times. This time, according to everyone's thoughts, it was the same. They had only made the bet because they were angry. However, they did not expect that Chenzong would win. He had defeated Tai Jianling. Moreover, he had defeated Tai Jianling in such a decisive manner. There was no hesitation at all. The final blow of his sword brought about an extreme sense of satisfaction. No matter who saw it, they would instantly feel a sense of satisfaction. The skyprite of the general building who had made the bet was livid. It was impossible for him to kneel down and bark like a dog, even if it was just 3 barks. However, he had already made the bet. Previously, he had been in high spirits and had asked others to be witnesses. Now that he thought about it, it was like slapping himself in the face. Faced with the skyprite of the Four Extremities Alliance, the skyprite of the general building could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the other skyprites of the general building could not say anything. This was because the bet was made in front of everyone, and they were the witnesses. However, the skyprite of the Four Extremities Alliance did not kneel down or bark like a dog. He gritted his teeth and held on. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. A deep voice seemed to come from all directions. It contained an indescribable divine power, causing everyone's expression to change. The voice of an expert. Their bet had actually attracted the attention of an expert. This time, they had no choice but to admit defeat. I did not say that I would kneel down if I lost. The skyprite of the general building gritted his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness. Shortly after, he started barking like a dog, woof, woof, woof. Indeed, during the bet, the other party had not said that he would kneel down if he lost. He had only said that he would bark like a dog 3 times. Although the skyprite of the skypride was unhappy, since the other party had already barked like a dog 3 times, there was nothing else he could do. After barking like a dog 3 times, the skyprite of the general building wanted to leave resentfully. However, he did not want to leave just like that. His eyes stared fiercely at Chenzong's figure in the Cool Breeze Valley. He hoped that Chenzong would kill him in the Cool Breeze Valley. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. After killing Tai Jianling, Chenzong was not excited at all. This was because it was normal. When his strength had greatly increased in the relics of the Lord of the World, Chenzong knew that Tai Jianling was no longer a match for him. His figure flashed and he took a step forward. It was as if the end of the world was right in front of him. He appeared thousands of meters away and flew away at an astonishing speed. He was looking for the skyprite of the general building to kill. Chenzong's swordsmanship is really amazing. The high-level experts of the general building who were watching the fight could not help but exclaim. His talent in the way of the sword is truly extraordinary. With the eyesight of these experts, they could tell at a glance that Chenzong's swordsmanship was extremely high. It was indescribably mysterious and had amazing power. Although there is no limit to swordsmanship, it is rare to see someone who can raise his swordsmanship to such a level at the 3rd realm. The high-level experts were even more impressed with Chenzong. A junior who was extremely talented in swordsmanship, after Tai Jianling died once, he was reborn in another place in the Cool Breeze Valley. He stood motionless and his expression kept changing. He was thinking about the fight between him and Chenzong. The strength that Chenzong had displayed in that fight was really terrifying. He felt that he could destroy everything in his way. Moreover, the swordsmanship of the last move was significantly stronger than before. In the end, Tai Jianling had to admit that Chenzong's strength had indeed surpassed his. It was so sudden. Even so, I must win this fight, Tai Jianling thought to himself. Tai Jianling thought to himself. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he made up his mind to look for the other geniuses of the headquarters. It would be best if he could join forces with them to kill Chenzong. If possible, he wanted to kill Chenzong 3 times to eliminate him. Otherwise, with the strength that Chenzong had displayed, even the top expert on the Cool Breeze list might not be able to defeat him. A beam of blue light shot up into the sky, followed by a beam of red light. 6 beams of red light. We've got 20% of the resources. The 4 Poles Alliance members were overjoyed. This was a better start than the previous ones. 6 streaks of red light shot up into the sky, indicating that the skyprites of the main tower had been killed 6 times. The total number of deaths was only 30, and the main tower had already accounted for 20% of the deaths. Comparatively speaking, the Four Extremes Alliance's side had died 5 times, one less than the main building. Of the 6 kills, Chenzong alone contributed to 4 of them. After killing Tai Jianling, the spectators outside the Cool Breeze Valley realized that Chenzong was very powerful. Among the 10 people from the main building, other than the number 1 on the Cool Breeze leaderboard, no one else was a match for Chenzong. However, other than the 4 people who had been killed by Chenzong, none of the heavenly talents from the main tower who had participated in the deathmatch in the Cool Breeze Valley knew how powerful Chenzong was. If he were to encounter Chenzong, it would definitely be a huge surprise, or rather, a shock. Chenzong dashed forward as fast as the wind, but the sound he made was very subtle, making it difficult for others to detect him. The terrain of the Cool Breeze Valley was complicated. If one was fast enough, he could escape as soon as he saw a strong enemy. There was still hope for him to escape. Not long after, Chenzong saw a figure flying towards him. It was one of the Four Extremes Alliance's geniuses. When the genius saw Chenzong, he was overjoyed. Then, he was shocked and hurriedly said, "Chenzong, run." Because the one chasing him was the 5th place on the Cool Breeze list. The 5th place on the Cool Breeze list chased after him. When he saw Chenzong, he smiled and said, "Good. 1 for 2. In his opinion, this time, he was going to kill both of them. Chenzong smiled. Instead of slowing down, he sped up and rushed toward the 5th place on the Cool Breeze list. Run. The geniuses of the General Pavilion who were watching the battle outside the Cool Breeze Valley shouted one after another. It was as if by doing so, their voices would be able to reach the ears of the 5th-ranked expert on the Cool Breeze list. This person couldn't hear the sound of the outside world at all. Seeing that Chenzong didn't retreat but took the initiative to rush over, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Just as well, if the other party turned around and ran, then he would have to waste his time and energy chasing after them. Perhaps the 2 of them would run separately, leaving him with no choice but to kill one of them. Now, not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to rush over and deliver his head. Kill, the 5th-ranked cultivator of the Qing Feng list immediately attacked with his spear. That spear attack was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its cave. It contained an incredible amount of power. A violent storm condensed at the tip of the spear. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Unique skill, it was a low-grade star-level secret technique. Every expert on the Cool Breeze list had mastered a secret technique, and at least one of them was a low-grade star-level secret technique. Chenzong's eyes shone with a divine light. His body accelerated again in an instant. Endless sword chi. Condensed on the great wide world sword in an instant, filling the air with an extreme sharpness that could tear everything apart. Heart swordsmanship, the space-splitting style. Cut, although the great wide world sword contained the power of the world Tao, it couldn't enhance the heart Tao. Naturally, it couldn't directly enhance the power of the space-splitting style of the heart swordsmanship. However, Chenzong had already upgraded the space-splitting style to an upper-grade star-level secret technique, so it possessed a terrifying power. The space-splitting style of the sky-splitting style of the spear radiance was instantly split, and it continued to press forward with an irresistible force. The 5th-ranked cultivator of the Cool Breeze list suddenly changed his expression. The astonishing sharpness of the spear radiance made him feel cold all over. He couldn't help but tremble, and an indescribable sense of fear emerged from the depths of his heart and body and exploded in an instant. He couldn't block it, his eyes were filled with the extremely sharp sword radiance. It was invincible. Slash, the sword radiance dissipated, and Chenzong sheathed his sword. A beam of red light shot up into the sky and exploded in the air. He won. The genius of the Four Extremes Alliance, who was being chased, was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he hadn't seen wrongly. Chenzong had killed the 5th-ranked cultivator of the Cool Breeze list with a single sword strike. Since when did he become so powerful? Next, the genius of the Four Extremes Alliance followed Chenzong. By doing so, he would undoubtedly reduce the risk of being killed, and he would try his best to obtain as many resources as possible. Time flew. From time to time, blue lights would shoot up into the sky. The geniuses of the Four Extremes Alliance were killed. There weren't many experts in the Four Extremes Alliance. Excluding Chenzong, there were only 3 people who could confront the geniuses of the headquarters. They were the Luo Shuhan sect and a few others. However, their strength was at the bottom of the Cool Breeze list. Once they encountered the top 5 experts of the Cool Breeze list, they would be killed in a single battle. Tai Jianling found the 3rd-ranked expert of the Cool Breeze list and told him that he had been killed by Chenzong. He wasn't afraid of losing face because of this. Are you sure that Chenzong is really that powerful? The 3rd-ranked expert of the Cool Breeze list frowned and looked serious. That's right. Tai Jianling's tone was also very serious. Even if you and I join forces, I'm afraid we can't defeat him. However, if we join forces with Hualong, we should be able to defeat him. Hualong? The 3rd-ranked expert of the Cool Breeze list muttered to himself. Hualong was the current number 1 expert of the Cool Breeze list, because the previous number 1 and number 2 on the Cool Breeze list had already reached the divine form realm. There was no doubt that Hualong's strength was much stronger than Tai Jianling's. However, Tai Jianling was treating Chenzong with such caution, which meant that Chenzong's strength had indeed improved significantly. The two immediately took action to find Hualong. Hualong killed a genius of the 4 Extremes Alliance with a single slash, and a blue light soared into the sky. Hearing Tai Jianling's words, Hualong smiled. Is that so? I'm interested. Let's go. The 3 of them immediately took action to find Chenzong. Although the terrain of the Cool Breeze Valley was complicated, it wasn't very big. It wasn't too difficult to find Chenzong. With senior brother Hualong and the other 2 joining forces, Chenzong is doomed this time. Outside the Cool Breeze Valley, the geniuses of the main tower were all delighted. On the other hand, the 4 Extremes Alliance looked serious. With Hualong, Tai Jianling, and the other top 3 experts of the Cool Breeze list joining forces, would Chenzong be a match for them? It would be very difficult. Chenzong was probably no match for them. However, whether Chenzong was a match for them or not, he still encountered Hualong and the other 2. Chenzong, you're doomed this time. Tai Jianling's eyes emitted a sharp cold light. His divine form appeared, and purple lightning exploded. His sword pierced through the air to kill Chenzong. Hualong and the 3rd expert of the Cool Breeze list also attacked at the same time. There was no need to talk nonsense. In order to prevent Chenzong from escaping, they should kill him as quickly as possible, find him, and kill him again. They should kill him 3 times and eliminate Chenzong. However, Chenzong didn't plan to escape. Instead, he was a little excited. 3 experts. 3 top 3 experts of the Cool Breeze list joining forces. Their strength was definitely not weak. Chenzong might be able to fight them with his full strength. Chenzong was very eager to fight with his full strength. Tai Jianling used a sword, Hualong used a saber, and the 3rd expert of the Cool Breeze list used a long-handled axe. They looked very fierce. Kill, the 3 of them attacked in an instant. Each of their attacks was extremely powerful. They were all great path-unique techniques. The 3 of them didn't plan to fight Chenzong at all. They wanted to kill Chenzong directly. This was a life-and-death battle. They were competing for the cultivation resources for the next 10 years. Chenzong also didn't plan to fight. He used his killing move as soon as he attacked. The heart swordsmanship, the space-splitting move, broke through the air with an extremely sharp sword. Fight, Chenzong fought against 3 top 3 experts of the Cool Breeze list by himself. He showed his amazing strength. When he was close to them, Chenzong used the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship to kill them. Then, he added in a more powerful great path unique technique. He was not at a disadvantage at all when fighting against 3 experts. Kill him with your full strength. Hualong was actually very shocked. He didn't expect Chenzong to be so powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Hualong burst out with a secret technique. A terrifying aura shrouded his body, and his strength became more and more shocking. Lightning burst out from Tai Jianling's body and shot up into the sky. He also burst out with a secret technique. The 3rd expert of the Cool Breeze list raised his long-handled axe. A huge shadow spread out from it, and his power increased dramatically. Full strength, the 3 of them all burst out with their secret techniques and full strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong also put his fingers together like a sword and wiped the sword edge. In an instant, an astonishingly powerful sword chi was stimulated. It swept out like a raging wave and covered the body of the great thousand-world sword. An extremely shocking aura filled the air. The world swordsmanship suppressing mountains and rivers, the sword suddenly slashed down. The sword chi of mountains and rivers burst out, and the illusory images of mountains and rivers surrounded it. With the amplification of the great thousand-world sword and the third level of the sword sharpening technique, the power of the sword increased dramatically. The suppressive power spread out, as if directly suppressing everything. Hualong and the other two felt suffocated. However, the power of the unique technique that the three of them burst out together was also very powerful. They blocked the attack. Chenzong slashed out a second time. In an instant, the will of his world Tao directly erupted forth. It was like the dome of the heavens was crashing down, transforming into a boundless earth that directly descended from the heavens, suppressing everything. At the same time, the earth in that area also started to crumble under the pressure of the pressure. The world sword technique, heaven falls and earth rends, this was the second unique technique of the world sword principle that Chenzong had created. Its grade had surpassed the suppressing mountain and river sword and had reached the supreme grade. This was the strongest sword technique that Chenzong had mastered. Under the amplification of the great thousand-world sword and the third level of the sword sharpening technique, its power had reached a very terrifying level. Suppress, the space seemed to be directly suppressed. Whether it was Tai Jianling or Hualong, their expressions changed greatly. They were extremely shocked and felt that they were frozen. For a moment, they felt that they could not move. Kill, the three of them trembled under the heaven and earth shattering sword. They spat out blood continuously. Then, they were killed by Chenzong one after another. 3 kills, in an instant, 3 rays of red light shot up into the sky and exploded high in the sky. This scene made the spectators outside Cool Breeze Valley speechless. It also made the people inside Cool Breeze Valley shocked when they saw it. 3 rays of red light shot up at the same time from the same place. This meant that 3 supreme talents from the headquarters had been killed together. We won. This time, we finally won again. Chenzong is too strong. We won the first battle because of him. This time, we won again because of him. Fortunately, Chenzong didn't quit the Four Poles Alliance and joined the general building. Outside the Cool Breeze Valley, the geniuses of the Four Poles Alliance were all excited. However, the geniuses of the general building were silent and depressed. They lost, the general building had lost. The final score was 7-3. The total number of deaths of the general building's geniuses was 21, while the number of deaths of the Four Poles Alliance's geniuses was less, only 9. It was all because of Chenzong. If it weren't for Chenzong, the Four Poles Alliance would have been lucky to get 10% of the total number of deaths. In other words, Chenzong alone won 60% of the total number of deaths, which was amazing. There was nothing they could do about it because Chenzong was too strong. He faced the top 3 of the Cool Breeze leaderboard alone, and not only did he not die, but he also killed them all. Who could resist such strength? Inside the Four Poles Alliance, everyone gathered. The depressed atmosphere of the past had disappeared and was replaced by excitement and joy. They finally won again. After winning the first battle, they had suffered several defeats, even crushing defeats, which had been a big blow. Before the battle this time, they had regained their morale. However, because of the loss of a place on the Cool Breeze leaderboard and the betrayal of Wu Wang Lingqi, they suffered a heavy blow again. Their morale that had just been regained was reduced by half. Fortunately, Chenzong's strength was unexpectedly strong. He turned the tide by himself and defeated the geniuses of the general building. Even if the top 3 of the Cool Breeze leaderboard joined forces, they were still no match for Chenzong. Kill, 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 he was invincible. If it weren't for the complicated terrain of the Cool Breeze Valley, it wouldn't have been so easy to find the others. If it weren't for the fact that they had used up 30 deaths, the geniuses of the general building would have been killed by Chenzong several more times. One man and one sword really dominated the whole field. 60%, of the 70% of the resources that the Four Extremes Alliance obtained, 60% was obtained by Chenzong alone, while the remaining 10% was obtained through the efforts of others. Gratitude. Everyone from the Four Extremities Alliance was extremely grateful to Chenzong. If it weren't for Chenzong, the Four Extremities Alliance would have suffered another crushing defeat. Chenzong was also very happy. 70% of the resources meant that in the next 10 years, he would have 7 years to enter the Enlightenment Pagoda and other places to meditate and cultivate. It would definitely help him improve faster. But then again, that was not necessarily the case. After all, his current strength was not weak. He was strong enough to challenge the Cool Breeze list. After leaving the Four Poles Alliance, Chenzong directly challenged Hua Long, who was ranked first on the Breeze list. Hua Long's face turned green, but in the end, he did not fight with Chenzong. Instead, he directly admitted defeat. There was no other way. In the Cool Breeze Valley, they had fought more than once. Even when it was a few against one, he was still defeated by Chenzong. Now, in a one-on-one battle, needless to say, he was no match for them at all. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. Although it was reasonable for Hua Long to admit defeat, it also pushed Chenzong's prestige to a higher level. Chenzong directly ranked first on the Breeze list and enjoyed the privileges of the Breeze list. He did not need to be allocated any resources. He could directly obtain all the cultivation resources. After that, Chenzong used all the resources in the headquarters to cultivate wholeheartedly. Originally, Chenzong had reached a limit because of his own body. Limited by his body, even if he had a strong comprehension ability and the help of the Heart Sutra, the improvement in other aspects was extremely slow. However, this time, because he had obtained the core inheritance of the World Lord, obtained the mysterious seed, and established a bloodline connection with the seed, Chenzong had also obtained great benefits. The mysterious power and vitality contained in the seed were mixed and integrated into Chenzong's body. The essence of Chenzong's body was enhanced, but it did not change Chenzong's human bloodline. In other words, it optimized Chenzong's bloodline and greatly increased the potential contained in it. Because of this, Chenzong's cultivation strength was significantly enhanced. In another way, Chenzong's comprehensive strength was enhanced. His potential was also expanded. The upper limit of his cultivation in all aspects was raised again. In other words, Chenzong did not need to think about the divine form origin restoration because he had not completely reached the limit. The limit had been increased. It's a pity that I have the inheritance of the World Tao but not the inheritance of the Heart Tao. The speed of improvement is not as fast as the World Tao. Chenzong could not help but think to himself. Because of the inheritance of the World Lord, the comprehension of the World Tao was more direct, and the speed of improvement was naturally faster. However, the Heart Tao could only be comprehended with one's own ability. The speed of improvement would undoubtedly be much slower. For example, Chenzong's most powerful Heart Sword technique was a high-grade star-level absolute art. However, the World Sword technique's most powerful absolute art was a supreme-grade absolute art. The difference of one grade was immeasurable. It should be noted that only a few people on the Divine Gemo ranking list had mastered supreme-grade absolute art. Even some fourth realm experts might not be able to master a high-grade absolute art, let alone a supreme-grade absolute art. However, at the very most, there were less than 10,000 third realm cultivators who could master superior-grade star-level secret techniques. In fact, there were even fewer. However, given how vast the universe was, there were countless third realm cultivators. Less than 10,000 was just an insignificant number among them. As for those who mastered supreme-grade absolute art, there were even fewer. After that, Chenzong's cultivation started to become very regular. He often meditated at the various cultivation resources in the Trade Wind Brothel. His potential was constantly being developed, and his strength was also gradually increasing. In his energy reserve, the mysterious green seed was constantly releasing layers of green halos. Chenzong could also feel his strength being absorbed by the seed bit by bit. However, at this speed of absorption, Chenzong could completely keep up with his recovery speed. It would not bring any harm to him. Until now, Chenzong still did not know what kind of seed this seed was. The only benefit he obtained was that the strong and pure energy that emerged from the seed when he first grasped it could purify his bloodline, improve his physique, and strengthen his potential. He also obtained some memory fragments. The benefits that those memory fragments brought to Chenzong were also very shocking. In the past, those who were able to pass the various tests and finally swallow the seeds all had extraordinary abilities. Ordinary geniuses could not compare to them. At the very least, they were top geniuses who could be listed on the divine general ranking. From those memory fragments, Chenzong sorted out 2 great Wei swordsmanship. Based on the cultivation experience of the memory fragments, he quickly mastered them to the perfection level. Then, he integrated them into the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. In addition, what he gained from comprehending the sword scars and the divine martial jade annulus was also integrated into the 2 swordsmanships, greatly increasing the power of the 2 swordsmanships. 10th level Ao Wu. Ao Wu was already in the supreme realm. Compared with the 9th level Ao Wu, there was a huge difference in power. At this point, it could be said that Chenzong had reached an amazing level in the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. Although they were still in the perfection level, they were very superior in the perfection level. Then, Chenzong issued challenges on the divine general list. He pointed his sword at the 6,000th place and challenged and defeated him. Then, he pointed his sword at the 5,000th place and challenged and defeated him again. Then, Chenzong pointed his sword at the 4,000th place. This battle was more difficult, but Chenzong won in the end. After repeated challenges and victories, Chenzong's ranking on the divine general list continued to rise. Finally, he stopped at the 3,200th place. Among the 3,000th place, there were either top geniuses in the divine forms of origin returning, or people with terrifying bloodline power or amazing innate physiques. In short, all of them were very amazing and powerful. Although Chenzong's current strength was very strong, it had not reached the peak. There was still room for improvement. Even if he reached the peak, he could still step into the divine forms of origin returning and increase his strength again. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. Chenzong's strength had increased significantly. His progress in all aspects was astonishing. However, the mysterious seed in his sea of qi had not changed at all. It was still slowly absorbing Chenzong's power. He didn't know when other changes would occur. A new round of battles had begun. The experts of the Cool Wind list were also allowed to participate in the battles. Chenzong, who was ranked first on the Cool Wind list, possessed a terrifying strength that made people feel despair. In the end, the Four Extremes Alliance took the majority of the resources while the headquarters took the minority. Those geniuses from the branches of the Four Extremes Alliance and joined the head building's camp began to feel regret. Because they did not have a good life in the head building. The head building's geniuses did not treat them well. Before, they could enjoy the best resources, so of course, they would endure it. But now, the resource allocation had decreased because of the Four Extremes Alliance. Even if they joined the head building, in essence, they came from the branches of the Four Extremes Alliance. Naturally, they were treated worse. However, there was no other way. When they made the decision to leave the Four Extremes Alliance and join the head building, it was an act of betrayal. Now, they had to pay the price for their betrayal. Of course, some people contacted the Four Extremes Alliance and wanted to leave the head building's camp and return to the Four Extremes Alliance. However, almost everyone in the Four Extremes Alliance agreed. If they left, they should not come back. He was the only one who could understand the bitterness in his heart. As time passed, Chenzong's potential was further enhanced and stimulated. He was comprehending and cultivating every moment. His strength was also increasing rapidly. Today, Wenshi came to visit. Under Chenzong's guidance, Wenshi's true gang swordsmanship had improved a lot from the complete realm. It was becoming more and more amazing. Coupled with the years of cultivation, his strength had also improved. Now, he admired and even worshipped Chenzong very much. The purpose of this visit was to invite Chenzong to participate in a treasure hunt. There were 3 Emperor-level forces on the Myriad Origin Island. They were the Myriad Fish Sect, the Palace of Origin, and the Trade Wind Tower. The Myriad Fish Sect and the Palace of Origin were the earliest forces on the Myriad Origin Island. They were extremely old, while the Trade Wind Tower was a relatively new force. Therefore, Xingfeng Tower's overall strength was still a little inferior to Wanyuan Sect and Yuanyuan Palace. In addition to the 3 Emperor-level forces, There were many other forces on Wanyuan Island, including emperor-level forces and king-level forces. In addition to the many forces, there were also many rogue cultivators. In the beginning, there was a temporary rogue cultivator market in the central area of Wanyuan Island. Rogue cultivators often gathered there. After all, rogue cultivators were relatively lacking in resources. They had to use all kinds of methods to obtain the resources they needed. However, sometimes the resources they obtained were not suitable for their own use. What could they do? Trade. They would trade with other rogue cultivators or those from sects and forces. However, many sects and forces were powerful and had a tough attitude. Often, they would make rogue cultivators pay a higher price for only a smaller gain. Thus, the Rogue Cultivator Assembly was born. In the beginning, the Rogue Cultivator Assembly was not very fixed, and the scale was not very large. It was not very safe, and there were often cases of murder and robbery. Later, the experts in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance volunteered to come out and oversee the assembly in order to give the rogue cultivators a better future. However, although the assembly was stabilized, the deterrence of the rogue cultivator experts was not enough. There were still some unnecessary troubles. After all, as the assembly became bigger and bigger, it attracted many disciples from sect forces. Conflicts were inevitable. This was because many geniuses from sect forces did not think highly of rogue cultivators. When conflicts broke out and expanded, the experts from sect forces would also take action, resulting in a great war. The rogue cultivators could not withstand it at all, causing many casualties. In the end, the mysterious leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance showed up and directly displayed his monstrous strength. His divine power was shocking, and he suppressed everything. In the end, the strongest experts from the 3 emperor-level forces took action one after another. In the end, the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was not at a disadvantage, establishing his reputation as the strongest expert on Wanyuan Island. With the protection of the number 1 expert of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the Rogue Cultivator Gathering had officially stabilized. All the rules had been set, and anyone who entered the gathering had to abide by them. Those from the sect had naturally received an internal warning from the sect that they were not allowed to cause trouble in the Rogue Cultivator Assembly. Otherwise, they would be dealt with according to the sect rules. It couldn't be helped. The leader of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance had the biggest fist and was the strongest person on Wanyuan Island. The rules set by such a strong person had to be obeyed, unless one had the strength to break the rules. Of course, if they left the gathering place, they could beat them up however they wanted. Even if they beat their brains out, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance master wouldn't care about them at all. As time passed, more and more people joined the gathering. The sect also officially joined the gathering. In the end, the name of the gathering was changed to the Myriad Origin Gathering. This place was called the Myriad Origin Gathering. It was a gathering that belonged to the entire Myriad Origin Island. The Myriad Origin Gathering was open all the time. People from the sect or rogue cultivators would set up stalls to sell the treasures they didn't need. In addition, there would also be people who would specially accept some business here, such as escorting, adventuring, hunting, and so on. Anything that could earn them Cosmos Divine Crystals or other valuable things could be found here. However, every once in a while, a large gathering would be held in the Myriad Origin Gathering. Just like a market, it would become livelier and the probability of good things appearing would be much higher than usual. Wen Shi and Chen left the Trade Wind restaurant and arrived at the Myriad Origin Gathering. Currently, a city wall had been built around the Myriad Origin Gathering. It was used to separate the inside and outside of the Myriad Origin Gathering. No fighting was allowed in the Myriad Origin Gathering. If one wanted to fight, one had to leave the Myriad Origin Gathering and go outside the city wall. Furthermore, one couldn't damage the city wall. Otherwise, one would have to pay compensation. Even though the city wall was built, it didn't have a gate. There were some gaps that were left open like doors. There weren't any guards, allowing people to enter and exit as they wished. Stepping into the Myriad Origin Gathering, Chen saw many stalls on both sides of the road. There were big and small stalls, and some items were placed on them in an orderly manner. Brother Chen, the large gathering should be up ahead. Wen Shi said while looking at the items on both sides of the stalls. He wanted to see if he could find any treasures. There were a lot of miscellaneous things on those stalls. There were stones, rusty metal pieces, weapon fragments, and so on. There were also some things that looked like grass and tree roots, and there were also things that looked like tokens. In short, there were all kinds of strange things. Among them, it was possible to find some valuable treasures. Of course, one had to depend on luck, and two had to depend on one's eyesight. It was just that the probability of finding a treasure was too low. However, there were always people who wanted to try their luck and see if they could find any treasures that would increase the value of their items by more than 100 times. It was precisely in such a situation that many people would think of ways to find some seemingly mysterious ancient objects to set up their stalls. There were even people who would specially create fake objects that looked very ancient and use them to fool people. Of course, there was an equal exchange here. There was no coercion. Therefore, if they bought something worthless, they couldn't blame the stall owner. They couldn't cause trouble and could only admit that they were at a disadvantage. Other than those strange things that were more fake than real, there were also people who were selling normal things. For example, divine weapons, pills, ores, and so on. They were clearly marked with prices or specified what they could exchange for. The true essence of the Myriad Origin Gathering was that it was held once in a while. However, there was no specific time for the gathering. It would be held once there were enough treasures. The treasures at the gathering had all been appraised by famous people. At least one thing was guaranteed, and that was that there wouldn't be any fake goods. It was guaranteed that everything that appeared at the gathering was valuable. Of course, the level of value was relative. To a certain extent, the gathering was equivalent to a treasure auction. When Shenzong and Wenshi arrived, there were already many people gathered here. They were all waiting for the gathering to begin. Time passed slowly. When Shenzong walked over, he didn't see anything that interested him. At first glance, he intuitively felt that some of the items were fake. Some of them were real, but he didn't feel anything special. After Shenzong scanned them with his divine thoughts, he didn't feel anything and directly lost interest. It wasn't that easy to find treasures. He couldn't have any hope. Now, he just had to wait for the gathering to begin and see if there were any good things that were useful to him. Even when he left the Tradewind brothel and came to the Myriad Origin Gathering, Shenzong's Heart Sutra was running all the time. He constantly comprehended the mysteries of the Great Tao and swordsmanship, accumulating and improving himself little by little. In the end, a quantitative change led to a qualitative change. Due to that mysterious seed, Shenzong's human bloodline had been purified and strengthened. His potential had also increased. As a result, Shenzong's improvement became more obvious. His strength was accumulating bit by bit and steadily improving. When his current potential was developed to the extreme, he had to prepare for the breakthrough to the fourth realm. Of course, the divine aspect was only the first step to the breakthrough to the fourth realm. In addition, he had to make a breakthrough in his comprehension of the Great Tao. There was also the improvement of his martial arts, the qualitative change of his cultivation strength, and so on. Every breakthrough and improvement of a major realm was a qualitative change in all aspects. Shenzong looked around and paid attention to the crowd. He immediately saw people wearing long robes embroidered with a blade pattern. That was the symbol of the Wanren sect, indicating that those people were from the Wanren sect. There was also a whirlpool-like symbol embroidered on their robes, indicating that they were from the Palace of Origin. It was very easy to identify them. In addition, there were other symbols, such as a palm print, a drop of blood, a scratch, and so on. They all represented different forces. At a glance, Shenzong saw at least a dozen people from different forces gathered here. In addition, there was a group of itinerant cultivators, men and women, old and young. There were all kinds of people. At this moment, an old man in a black robe with golden dragon patterns stepped forward. His aura was indescribable, and it fluctuated endlessly like a vast ocean. It swept past like a storm and enveloped the entire area. Instantly, all the clamorous discussions fell silent. Everyone, welcome to the new round of the Great Assembly. The old man in the black robe with golden dragon patterns had a solemn expression. His tone was condensed with an indescribable power, directly striking at the hearts of the people. The Great Assembly is about to begin. Please maintain silence and order. Everyone quieted down, giving him face. Of course, they had to give him face because this old man was a sixth realm cultivator from the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. His strength was extraordinary. This time, there are a total of 663 treasures. All of them have been carefully collected and appraised by our Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. There will not be any fraud. Alright, I announce the start of the Great Assembly. The old man in the black robe with golden dragon patterns said seriously, present all the treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, treasures were presented one after another. They circled around and spread out. There were more than 600 treasures in total. Each treasure had a transparent cover covering it. This transparent cover had astonishing defensive power. Even if a sixth realm cultivator attacked, they would not be able to break it in an instant. There were quite a few strong cultivators keeping watch in the surroundings. There were even 6th level Emperor level strong cultivators. There were even 7th level Emperor level strong cultivators secretly keeping watch. It would not be an easy task to try and snatch it. Most likely, they would be surrounded and beaten to death. In short, there had never been any uncontrollable changes since the emergence of the Great Assembly. Everything was under control. 600 different types of treasures was actually not a lot. After all, there were tens of thousands of people present. Brother Chen, I'll go over there and have a look. Wensher's eyes shone brightly. He had a feeling that he was about to discover a treasure. After saying that, he turned around and left to act alone. Chen Zong smiled and quickly walked to the other side. There were a total of 600 treasures. They were either found within the Rogue Cultivator Alliance or accumulated through exchanging with the outside world. After the Rogue Cultivator Alliance's insistence, they eliminated those fake or worthless treasures and selected the valuable ones to be used in this grand assembly. Of course, they were valuable, but as to how valuable they were, no one knew. This was because even the appraisers of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance could not determine the specific use of some of them. They could only confirm that they were not fake. That was all. Chen Zong walked around with great interest. He walked past one treasure after another, stopping for a moment before each treasure to observe it carefully. However, the transparent cover not only had an amazing defensive power, it could also block the probing of divine sense, making it impossible for people to see the details of the treasures. In this grand assembly, one had to rely on one's eyesight and luck. Chen Zong kept glancing around and found that some of the treasures, he could roughly tell what they were and what they were used for at a glance. However, they were of no use to him and did not have much value. Chen Zong was not interested in them. Beside each treasure, there was a clear price, such as the price of cosmos divine crystals and so on. Of course, this was not the final price, but the starting price. If someone took a fancy to it, they could name the price. However, if more people took a fancy to it, they would have to compete on the spot. In the end, the highest bidder would win. Some people had already started bidding. If it were not for the fact that fighting was not allowed here, they would have already fought to the death. Even so, he still looked at them coldly. One had to know that this grand assembly was not like those auctions, where the rooms were isolated from the outside world. Therefore, it was usually not clear who had won the bid. Here, everyone was directly facing each other, surrounding the treasures and bidding. It was very direct and clear. Suddenly, Chen Zong stopped in his tracks again. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at something in the transparent barrier in front of him. It looked like a small blade. Chen Zong couldn't take his eyes off it. He felt that the small blade looked familiar. No, it looked very familiar. Chen Zong took a step forward and arrived in front of the treasure. He looked at the price tag on it. 300,000 Cosmos God crystals, speaking of which, this was not a cheap price. Around them, there were other people watching as well. However, no one made a bid because they didn't know what that small sword was. What was the use of it? Without hesitation, Chen Zong directly bid 300,000 Cosmos God crystals. Given Chen Zong's current wealth, it was easy for him to take out 300,000 Cosmos God crystals. After bidding, there would be a waiting period. If no one else made a bid during the waiting period, then the item would belong to the bidder. About 30 breaths of time had passed. After Chen Zong made his bid, he waited calmly. But in his heart, he was actually nervous. because Qinzong felt that this item would be very useful to him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths had passed. Closely following that, another 20 breaths passed. There were only 10 breaths of time left before the time limit ended. Immediately, someone made a bid of 310,000 Cosmos God crystals. After all, there were still some people surrounding the small sword. Even though some didn't know what it was, they still made a bid with the mentality of gambling. After 310,000, someone made a bid of 320,000. Just like a fuse, the number of people bidding increased gradually. Very soon, the price reached 400,000 Cosmos God crystals. 500,000. Suddenly, 2 voices sounded at the same time. One was Qinzong, and the other was a young man with a sword on his back who had just arrived. Qinzong's gaze swept over instantly. He saw an extremely sharp gaze like the edge of a sword staring at him at the same time. With a flash of light, the other party's gaze pierced through everything like a sword breaking through space. It carried a shocking sword intent as if it wanted to pierce through Qinzong's eyes. That sword intent had a shocking sharpness and madness. Following that, Qinzong's sword intent also burst out through his gaze. It collided in the air, causing invisible ripples to spread out like crazy waves. The sword intent surged, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Even some 4th-level experts were astonished. This level of sword intent was extremely profound. Even some 4th-level experts couldn't possess it. Sword Dao prodigies, these were 2 Sword Dao prodigies. It's the people from Myriad Rin sect and Trade Wind sect. Someone said in a low voice. That's Marquis Heaven Scar from Myriad Rin sect, a Sword Dao prodigy ranked in the top 3,000 on the God General list. Someone recognized the young expert from Myriad Rin sect and exclaimed. Who's the other one? I don't know. It's Violet Feather Cool Breeze, but he's definitely from Trade Wind sect. Could he be Purple Thunder Swordsman Tai Jianling from Trade Wind sect? It doesn't seem like it. Friend, this plaything might be useful to me. Please give me some face. Marquis Heaven Scar from Myriad Rin sect was inwardly astonished by Qinzong's shocking sword intent. He spoke at the same time. His voice was like metal clashing, containing a shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through everything. I like it. Qinzong directly replied. Since that's the case, then the highest bidder will get it. Marquis Heaven Scar's eyes flashed. He sneered, 600,000. The surrounding people were shocked. After all, most of the people gathered here were at the 3rd level, with a few at the 4th level. Taking out 600,000 Cosmos God crystals in one go was a huge sum to the majority of 3rd-level cultivators. Even some 4th-level cultivators wouldn't find it so easy. 1 million, Qinzong did not hesitate to raise the price. See. Immediately, many people took in a cold breath. From 700,000 to 1 million, it was a shocking increase. Marquis Heaven Scar's double pupils contracted to the size of needles. 1 million Cosmos God crystals was definitely not a small sum to him. 1,100,000. Marquis Heaven Scar bid again. However, unlike Qinzong, he didn't raise the price by a lot. At the same time, a terrifying sword intent rose from his body, condensing into an illusory sword image that locked onto Qinzong. Using strength to suppress others, however, it didn't affect Qinzong at all. 1,500,000. Qinzong increased the price even more this time. He was determined to get it. Because this small blade was almost identical to the one he obtained from the sword sharpening technique, Qinzong's intuition told him that this item was related to the sword sharpening mountain. Therefore, he had to get it. Who knows, there might be an even more advanced sword sharpening technique inside. Not to mention 1 million Cosmos God crystals, even if it was 2 million or 3 million, Qinzong was willing to take it out as long as he had it. Cosmos God crystals were wealth. What was the point of saving money? Wasn't it so that he could make a move at the crucial moment? As for using up all the Cosmos God crystals, he could earn more. As long as he was stronger, he could earn more. On the other hand, if he wasn't strong enough, then he would only attract covetous eyes and fall into danger. Marquis Heaven Scar's expression changed when he heard Qinzong's bid. This price was too high. 1,800,000. Gritting his teeth, Marquis Xianxia bid an even higher price. This was already the limit he could take out. If not for the fact that he had just used up a sum of Cosmos God crystals, he could take out even more. 2 million. Chenzong did not hesitate to increase the price. It was a price that shocked everyone in the surroundings. It was also a price that made Marquis Xianxia feel despair. Without speaking, Marquis Xianxia's gaze became even sharper. It was like the edge of a sword that wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Spending 2 million Cosmos God crystals to purchase an item of unknown use, this price was simply too high. Perhaps it was a very good treasure, but it was full of uncertainty. The value of a treasure was relative. If it was suitable, its value would be high. If it wasn't suitable, its value would be low unless it was exchanged with others. If the price wasn't high, one could consider buying it and then reselling it. But now that the price had reached 2 million Cosmos God crystals, even some 4th-level experts would find it hard to take out such a price. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time continued to pass. Marquis Xianxia's eyes looked at the small sword before looking at Chenzong. He could no longer afford a higher price. 1,800,000 Cosmos God crystals was his limit. It's better to be alive to obtain this item. Marquis Xianxia finally said before turning and leaving. 30 breaths passed. That small sword belonged to Chenzong, and Chenzong had also paid a high price of 2 million Cosmos God crystals for it. After handing over 2 million Cosmos God crystals, the protective barrier was opened, allowing Chenzong to personally take that small sword. Of course, there would be experts from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance watching from the side to prevent others from snatching it. In the past, there had indeed been similar cases, but those who tried to snatch it were killed before they could even get the item. They died a miserable death. The moment the small sword entered his hands, Chenzong was certain that it was a sword related to the Grinding Sword Mountain. Or it could be said that it was a token similar to the Grinding Sword command from before. Perhaps, it really was a Grinding Sword command. Chenzong could not help but feel his heart burning. If it really was a Grinding Sword command, after deciphering the sword patterns on it, he would have a new harvest. Of course, it was also possible that he would not gain anything. This was a huge gamble, a gamble of 2 million Cosmos God crystals. That was a sum that Chenzong had spent dozens of years accumulating. If he really did not gain anything, it would mean that the wealth that Chenzong had accumulated over the years would be gone. Not long later, Chenzong found Wenshi and told him that he planned to return to the Tradewind sect. As for Wenshi, he had not found anything that he liked and planned to stay for a while. Carrying the small sword, Chenzong flew out of the Myriad Origin gathering. A gaze was staring at Chenzong from afar. Seeing that Chenzong was heading out of the Myriad Origin gathering, that person sneered. His eyes were cold. With a flash, he hurriedly followed, rushing out of the Myriad Origin gathering right after Chenzong. Let's go. Quick, someone's trying to kill us for our treasures again. Within the Myriad Origin pagoda, many people with sharp eyes and ears noticed the commotion, and they moved out of the pagoda successively. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence in the Myriad Origin gathering. Of course, sometimes it wasn't for treasures, but for revenge. Outside the 10,000 Origin gathering, Chenzong was stopped. The person who stopped him was the top genius of the 10,000 Origin sect who had competed with Chenzong for the sword sharpening token. He was ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine General ranking, Marquis Tianhen. The people of the Tradewind House are in trouble. They've been targeted by Marquis Tianhen. Rumor has it that Marquis Tianhen's sword is able to leave marks in the sky. That's why he's called Marquis Tianhen. Marquis Tianhen's eyes were filled with cold intent. A strand of silver light was circulating in his pupils. The sky-splitting sword intent pierced through his pupils and shot towards Chenzong. Chenzong's heart trembled. The opponent's sword intent was so strong. However, Chenzong's sword intent was not weak either. The world sword intent burst out with shocking power. The two sword intents clashed, causing countless sounds to resound in the air. Hand over the treasure and break one of your arms. Then, you can live. Marquis Tianhen's voice was extremely cold. Chenzong responded by unsheathing his sword. Sword chi surged, and the sword intent intensified. Oh, it seems like you're planning to resist. Marquis Tianhen was slightly startled at first. Then, the coldness in his eyes intensified. The sword on his back was instantly unsheathed, emitting a dazzling light. The silver light was extremely dazzling. It brought along a terrifying sharpness as it slashed down. Slash, without any hesitation, Marquis Tianhen's sword slashed down. The silver sword light was extremely dazzling. It contained a terrifying sharpness that cut through everything between heaven and earth. Sky-splitting sword art. The great Dao sword art that Marquis Tianhen grasped was the sky-splitting sword art. It was a powerful great Dao sword art. It was one of the great Dao sword art inheritances of the Myriad Origin sect. When Marquis Tianhen used the sky-splitting sword art, Chenzong was shocked. This was because the sky-splitting sword art's power had reached the 9th step Ao Wu level. However, it was still lacking compared to Chenzong's heart sword art and the world sword art. Because the heart sword art and the world sword art were at the 10th step Ao Wu and Ao Wu. However, this heavenly scar sword Marquis had the innate sword king body. He was born with the ability to condense sword yuan, a sword yuan that surpassed the limits. Speaking of which, Chenzong's current power was at the level of an innate spiritual body. There was a clear gap between it and an innate king body. However, Chenzong's great Dao sword art was even stronger. The world sword art burst out. A sword slashed out, carrying an extremely shocking power. It was domineering and powerful. Sword to Marquis Tianhen was also shocked by Chenzong's strength. How could he be so strong? Shortly after, he pushed the sky-splitting sword art to the extreme. Every sword brought out a shocking silver light, as if it could tear through everything. Chenzong was not afraid at all. He also pushed the world sword art to the extreme. Everyone watching the battle from afar was shocked. Who is that person from the trade wind house? He can actually fight with sword to this extent. What a brilliant great Dao sword art. It's clearly more brilliant than sword to Marquis Tianhen. It's just that his innate strength is not as good as sword to Marquis Tianhen. Everyone was guessing who the person in the purple rain clear wind robe was. Chenzong was usually too low-key. After coming to the headquarters of the trade wind house, he had been cultivating in the trade wind house. Even though he was already on the divine general ranking, not many people knew about him. However, sword to Marquis Tianhen was different. He had been famous for a long time. Moreover, he was a genius of the Wanling sect long ago. Therefore, when they saw that Chenzong could fight with sword to Marquis Tianhen, they were shocked. He must be an expert on the divine general ranking, said someone. The others nodded in agreement. However, they couldn't figure out who was on the divine general ranking list. Besides, to be able to fight against Marquis Tianhen meant that his ranking on the divine general ranking list wasn't low. Sword to Marquis Tianhen pushed the sky-splitting sword art to the extreme. However, he could not do anything to Chenzong. He was extremely shocked. In an instant, his power exploded. The tyrannical sharpness reached the extreme. He raised his sword and a shocking sword chi burst out. Under the support of the sky-splitting sword intent, he slashed down. A sword aura that was dozens of feet long cut through the sky. It was invincible. Upper star grade secret art, a sword that could cut through the sky and split the earth. Chenzong also slashed out with his sword. World grade sword art suppressing mountains and rivers. A sword that could suppress mountains and rivers. The sword chi of mountains and rivers surrounded the surroundings. In an instant, the mountains and rivers were split by sword Marquis Tianhen's sword. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. It could cut through the sky and split the earth. It had a shocking power that no one could block. However, although the suppressing mountains and rivers were split, it still burst out with a powerful power and blocked sword Marquis Tianhen's sword attack. Sword to Marquis Tianhen immediately slashed out a second sword attack. It was even more tyrannical and shocking. It was an extreme star-grade secret art. World-grade sword art, heaven falls and earth rends. Without hesitation, Chenzong also used an extreme star-grade secret art and slashed out with his sword. In an instant, the sky and earth were turned upside down. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. That might was truly too shocking. For a time it caused everyone to feel extremely horrified. Even if they were far away, they still felt as if they were being directly suppressed. It was difficult to breathe, as if they were suffocating. Sword Marquis Tianhen was even more shocked. The power of his great Dao sword art was inferior to his opponent. Now that he had used an extreme star-grade secret art, he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. He only had a slight advantage. Who was this person? Chen Zong's ranking on the Divine General ranking was outside the top 3,000, while Sword Marquis Tianhen was in the top 3,000. However, he still hadn't reached origin returning, so there was still room for improvement. However, Chen Zong's ranking didn't represent his current strength. Because compared to when he obtained the ranking, Chen Zong's strength had increased by a lot. Even if there was a gap between him and Sword Marquis Tianhen, it wasn't too big. In addition, Chen Zong had refined his physique. His physique was extremely powerful, and he had a stronger ability to resist attacks. Fight, whether it was the clash of Great Dao sword arts or Great Dao secret arts, Chen Zong wasn't inferior. In fact, he even had the upper hand in the clash of Great Dao sword arts. Retreat, borrowing the force of the clash, Sword Marquis Tianhen instantly retreated. His left hand was like a sword as it swept across the sword's edge. In an instant, a strong and pure sword chi was activated, emitting a shocking power. Sword sharpening art, moreover, it was the third stage of the sword sharpening art, which could increase the power by 3 times. It was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong didn't hesitate to use his fingers as a sword as well. He swept across the great thousand-world sword's edge, activating the hidden power within. The sword chi swept out like a raging wave. The third stage of the sword sharpening art. You really know the sword sharpening art. Seeing this, Sword Marquis Tianhen squinted his eyes, condensing them into a line. Moreover, based on his experience and feeling, Chen Zong had obviously cultivated the sword sharpening art to the third stage, the same as him. It seemed that Chen Zong's sword sharpening art was at most the third stage. He didn't know if Chen Zong had the fourth or fifth stage. If the third stage of the sword sharpening art could increase the power by 3 times, then wouldn't the fourth stage be 4 times, and the fifth stage 5 times? It was shocking just thinking about it. Therefore, the small sword that Chen Zong had bid for, which was the so-called sword sharpening token, might contain some secrets. It might be the continuation of the sword sharpening art. If he could obtain it, it would be extremely shocking for him to increase the power of his trump card. Strike, Supreme Star Rank Secret Art against Supreme Star Rank Secret Art, the third stage of the sword sharpening art against the third stage of the sword sharpening art, with the power increased by 3 times, it was extremely terrifying. The expressions of the spectators changed as they involuntarily retreated further away, fearing that they would be affected by the shock waves. The 2 extremely terrifying sword lights collided directly. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the void seemed to be shattered as countless cracks appeared. Astonishing power crazily rushed in all directions, crushing everything. Amidst the endless sword chi and dust, 2 figures charged forward instead of retreating. The 2 swords clashed as they fought in close combat. Chen Zong used the Heart Sword Art and the World Sword Art at the same time. Unexpectedly, his sword went around Marquis Tianhen and slashed at him. The shocking power instantly tore his robe apart. However, his robe wasn't an ordinary item. It had a shocking defensive ability. While it blocked Chen Zong's sword, it also bought him some time to react. As an expert ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine General ranking, Marquis Tianhen naturally had rich battle experience. It wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Tough. Chen Zong also realized that Marquis Tianhen's strength was indeed shocking. It wouldn't be easy for him to defeat him. Even if he had the advantage, his opponent also had his own outstanding points. Sword chi flickered, and every move was fatal. In terms of secret arts, Marquis Tianhen had the upper hand. However, in terms of close combat, he was slightly inferior. Suddenly, Marquis Tianhen made a prompt decision. He waved his left hand, and a ray of light soared into the sky. It exploded in the sky and turned into the shape of a huge blade. Signal, seeing that he couldn't defeat Chen Zong with just his sword, Marquis Tianhen sent out a signal to attract the other experts of the Wanling sect. Originally, he didn't want to use such a method. However, the small blade was too attractive to him. It was too important. What? If there was a follow-up to the sword sharpening technique, even if there wasn't, what if there were other secret arts of the sword sharpening mountain? All in all, he had to get it. Seeing that his opponent sent out a signal, Qianzong didn't hesitate to send out a signal from the Tradewind sect. Although his strength wasn't weak among the third realm, it was still far from enough when compared to a fourth realm expert. If a fourth or fifth realm expert came, he could be killed in an instant. Therefore, it was necessary to find a strong helper. Naturally, there would be experts from the Tradewind sect coming to the Wanyuan gathering this time. After seeing the signal, they would rush over as soon as possible. The powerful qi collided and surged in the void like a raging tide. The void seemed to be distorted by the collision of the two powerful qi. Light was refracted, and there seemed to be countless vortexes and cracks in the void. Just the collision of their auras was enough to create minute traces. It was enough to show just how powerful and terrifying the owners of the two auras were. In the distance, everyone was holding their breaths, afraid that they would disturb the two supreme experts. A middle-aged man stood beside Marquis Tianhen. His back was straight, and he did not seem to be carrying any weapons. However, his whole body emitted a terrifying aura like a divine blade. It was as if he was the blade, and the blade was him. There was no distinction between him and the blade. His eyes were like blades as they emitted a monstrous saber aura. The saber aura was like a raging river as it charged forward in a mighty manner. It was as if it was going to crush and shatter everything in the space and on the ground into powder. However, such a shocking blade force was blocked when it rushed towards Qianzong. The person who blocked it was an elder in a purple robe. His figure was very tall and sturdy, like a diamond mountain. As he stood there, it was difficult for anything to penetrate him. The purple-robed elder's aura was extremely condensed, like a diamond that had been refined hundreds of times. It suppressed everything and directly collided with the opponent's blade aura. A terrifying sound was heard, shattering everything in the surroundings, whether it was the void, the earth, or the dust. Even if it was just a tiny bit, that tiny bit was enough to make Qianzong's heart tremble. It was as if he was facing a disaster. His expression was extremely solemn. An expert, this was the terrifying aura of a fifth-level King Realm expert. Marquis Tianhen released a signal flare to summon an expert from the Wanling sect. When he was about to suppress and capture Qianzong, an expert from the Tradewind sect came to stop him. Now, the two experts released their qi and clashed with each other, secretly competing. In addition, the purple-robed elder had already asked about the situation. Blade River Emperor, in the Myriad Origin Gathering, the highest bidder wins. Since it belongs to us, the Tradewind Tower, and you want to rob us, don't you think that's too low? The purple-robed elder released an extremely shocking and powerful aura as he laughed loudly. His voice was even more vast and mighty, spreading in all directions. When the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Wall sect heard this, his expression sank slightly. Naturally, he also knew what had happened. If the purple-robed old man, the Golden Dipper King, did not come, he would directly take action and capture Qianzong. At that time, it would be up to them to decide what to do with him. But now, the experts of the Tradewind sect had arrived just in time, and they were even the Golden Dipper King, who was in no way inferior to him. Even if he were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. In fact, the other party's roar was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly. This wasn't good for the 10,000 Wall sect's reputation. Even though everyone knew that there would definitely be many murders and robberies outside the Myriad Origin Gathering, but knowing was one thing, and it was only tacit understanding. "Let's go," Blade River Emperor said to Marquis Tianhen. Marquis Tianhen was furious. He really wanted the sword sharpening token. Unfortunately, he couldn't take down the other party. He summoned a king-level expert, and the other party also summoned a king-level expert. No one could do anything to the other. Since that was the case, he could only leave. Otherwise, would he stay and embarrass himself? Filled with unwillingness, Marquis Tianhen left with Blade River Emperor in the end. "Many thanks, Golden Dipper King." Qianzong saluted the purple-robed elder. "No need to be so polite." The purple-robed elder laughed. His voice was as loud as a bell, causing the surroundings to tremble. "I'm preparing to return to the Tradewind sect. Do you want to come with me?" "Then I'll have to trouble you, Golden Dipper King." Chen Zong said. With a powerful king-level expert like the Golden Dipper King accompanying him, his safety was undoubtedly increased. Sure enough, under the Golden Dipper King's lead, Chen Zong returned to the Trade Wind brothel safely. After bidding farewell to the Golden Dipper King, Chen Zong immediately returned to his own pavilion, opened the seal, and took out the small sword. It was also covered with sword patterns, but Chen Zong found that the sword patterns on it were not the same as the sword patterns on the small sword he had obtained before. Perhaps many people would think that they were the same at first glance, but Chen Zong's observation was so sharp that he immediately noticed the difference. Mysterious, in comparison, the sword patterns on the small sword were more than 10 times more mysterious. To put it simply, if the sword pattern on the small sword blade previously corresponded to the beginner level of the Great Path sword technique, then the sword pattern on the small sword blade now corresponded to the Great Path sword technique of 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 the Great Path realm. After careful observation, Chen Zong discovered that his current attainments in the Great Path of swordsmanship were enough to decipher the sword patterns on the small sword. However, it would take some time. Without wasting any time, Chen Zong immediately deciphered it. Moreover, he used the Heart Sutra to decipher it with all his might. The decipher this time was the same as the previous time. He used his consciousness to enter it and fight with the sword-wielding figures formed by the sword chi. The sword-wielding figures were all in the Great Path of swordsmanship and had reached the complete level. Moreover, Chen Zong also found that the Great Path of swordsmanship displayed by the sword-wielding figures were not the same. The battle was intense. It was extremely intense. The Great Path of swordsmanship displayed by the sword-wielding figures at the complete level was something that Chen Zong had never seen before. Each of them had their own mysteries. 13. Chen Zong was secretly shocked. The Great Path of swordsmanship displayed by the sword-wielding figures was a total of 13. 13 different Great Path of swordsmanship. It was really amazing. Although Chen Zong could not master these 13 Great Path of swordsmanship, he could observe their mysteries and enrich his own swordsmanship foundation to a certain extent. Of course, it would be best if he could directly obtain the 13 Great Path of swordsmanship and cultivate them to the complete level. Then, he could integrate their essence into his self-created swordsmanship and greatly improve his own swordsmanship attainments and power. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it now. In the fierce battle, Chen Zong was still a little distracted. However, as more and more sword-wielding figures arrived, the pressure brought about by them continued to increase. In the end, Chen Zong could no longer afford to be distracted. The pressure increased sharply. Chen Zong looked solemn. He had not reached his limit yet. Now, his swordsmanship was extraordinary and very powerful. It was not comparable to the time when he had deciphered the small sword blade. One after another, the sword-wielding figures were destroyed by Chen Zong. They turned into pure sword chi and disappeared. When the last sword-wielding figure was defeated by Chen Zong waited quietly. Last time, the same thing happened. Countless sword chi condensed into a sword chi phantom. It was the Iron Sword Elder, the 6th realm of the sword sharpening technique, an emperor-level expert. What about this time? In an instant, thousands of sword chi appeared one after another. Then, they gathered together and condensed into a figure. The figure was condensed by thousands of sword chi. As it moved, it condensed together in an extremely mysterious trajectory. It was as if a swordsman was performing swordsmanship. Chen Zong could see the shadows of the 13 Great Path of swordsmanship from it. After 10 breaths, thousands of sword chi had completely condensed and turned into a figure flickering with a faint golden light. It had a sacred feeling of being high above. Junior, I am Golden Light, the number 1 Jandi of the sword sharpening mountain. The eyes of the figure with golden light's sword chi emitted a 3-foot-long golden light. It pierced the sky like the edge of a sword. A trace of astonishing sword will also spread out. Chen Zong was shocked. Jandi, Golden Light Jandi, one had to know that the Sword Emperor was an emperor-level powerhouse. That was a 7th-level powerhouse. First, it was the Iron Sword Elder, a 6th realm sword emperor. Now, it was the Golden Light Jandi, a 7th realm emperor-level expert. Immediately, Chenzong's mind became active. He was even a little excited. The 3-stage sword sharpening technique was obtained from the Iron Sword Elder. Now, this Golden Light Jandi was a 7th realm emperor-level expert. It was an expert many times stronger than the Iron Sword Elder. Chenzong still clearly remembered that the Iron Sword Elder was addressed as the 6th Sword Emperor, while this Golden Light Jandi was addressed as the 1st Jandi. According to common sense, there must be some difference between the 1st and 6th Jandi. Chenzong didn't know much about Sword Sharpening Mountain. He had looked up its information before, but there weren't many records. In particular, there were very few records about Sword Sharpening Mountain in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There were only a few words about it and it was very vague. However, there were records in the Tradewind Gang's headquarters. Sword Sharpening Mountain wasn't an Emperor-level force, but a holy land that surpassed the Emperor level. A so-called Holy Land was also a Saint-level force. It was a powerful force with a Saint-level expert overseeing it. The strength of a Saint-level expert was not something an Emperor-level expert could compare to. The gap between Emperor level and Saint level was much greater than the gap between Emperor level and Emperor level. However, for some unknown reason, Sword Sharpening Mountain, this holy land of the Way of the Sword, suddenly became extinct in a very short period of time several million years ago. There were also experts from other holy lands who tried to find out the reason, but they couldn't find anything. Gradually, those holy lands gave up. Over time, as time passed, Sword Sharpening Mountain became history. It only existed in the ancient books of some powerful forces and became a written record. Moreover, very few people would read it. Even if they accidentally flipped through it, no one would pay attention to it. Unless it was someone like Marquis Heavenly Scar Sword and Chenzong, who had obtained something related to Sword Sharpening Mountain. For example, Chenzong had specially researched it. Unfortunately, there were too few records about Sword Sharpening Mountain. The fact that you can obtain this Sword Sharpening token means that you are fated with Sword Sharpening Mountain. The 1st Jandi Golden Figure spoke again. Since that's the case, I will send you to Sword Sharpening Mountain to accept the test. If you are fated, you can obtain the inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain. The inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain, the inheritance of a holy land of the Way of the Sword. Instantly, Chenzong couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Immediately, Chenzong saw the Golden Jandi's body emit a golden light that seemed to tear through space. Then, Chenzong felt that his consciousness was wrapped up by the golden light and torn through space. Then, he directly entered it and disappeared. However, his real body was not affected at all. It remained in the Tradewind Gang's pavilion without anyone noticing. Before he could agree, Chenzong's consciousness was directly sent away by the power of the Golden Jandi, tearing the spacetime apart. Chenzong was a little speechless at this kind of swift and decisive action. But since it had come to this, he could only accept it. After all, he really wanted to come here, it was just a matter of time. Sword Grinding Mountain, the last time he received the sword grinding order, he received the inheritance of the sword grinding technique. This time, the sword grinding order was imparted to Sword Grinding Mountain. Of course, according to the words of the Golden Jandi, Chenzong had to pass the test first before he was qualified to receive the inheritance of Sword Grinding Mountain. The inheritance of Sword Grinding Mountain was definitely more than just the sword grinding technique. It would definitely be much more powerful than the sword grinding technique. This was a great opportunity. Shuttling. Gradually, Chenzong saw a piece of nothingness. In the nothingness, a pitch-black mountain was suspended. At first glance, the mountain gave off a sense of eternal vastness, as if it was a world of its own. Looking at the huge, boundless black mountain, Chenzong suddenly had an indescribable feeling, as if he was a god or a demon. However, before Chenzong had time to examine it carefully, he felt a monstrous power burst out from the black mountain. Like endless waves, Chenzong's consciousness was swept away and directly escaped into the black mountain. The world was spinning, and an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body. When Chenzong woke up, he found himself at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, it was pitch black, as if there was no height. Looking to the left and right, he also found that there was no end to it. Chenzong was sure that he was at the foot of the pitch-black mountain that he had seen before. Then, what was the so-called test? Climbing the mountain. Chen Zong thought about it and immediately stepped forward to climb the mountain. Here, he was just a body of consciousness, but it was extremely condensed, just like a body of flesh and blood. There seemed to be no difference, and Chen Zong could still exert his strength to his heart's content. Climbing the mountain, Chen Zong began to climb up step by step. At first, he didn't feel anything special, but during the process of climbing, Chen Zong gradually found that the pressure seemed to be increasing little by little. However, the current pressure was nothing to Chen Zong. He could bear it easily. However, the higher he climbed, the greater the pressure became. Gradually, Chen Zong began to feel traces of pressure on his body of consciousness. This was the so-called test. Chen Zong could feel the pressure. It was sword pressure, which contained the power of swordsmanship. Since it was a test, he might as well pass it. Step by step, the pressure from the sword also increased with each step. As the sword pressure grew stronger and stronger, Chen Zong felt that his body of consciousness was about to be torn apart. He could not help but feel waves of pain. However, Chen Zong had to bear with it. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would fail the test and lose the chance to inherit the sword-grinding mountain. The universe was vast. If one wanted to become a supreme expert step by step, one must have the opportunity. This was because every supreme expert had to go through the same process. No matter how smart a person was, without enough knowledge, he or she would not be able to fully display his or her intelligence. No matter how powerful a person was, if he did not have the correct way to use it, he could not fully exert his amazing power. Tall buildings were built from the ground, all of one's cultivation and gains from any opportunity would become one's foundation. In the end, one would absorb the essence, remove the impurities, and integrate it with one's own understanding. Then, one would break the limit and become supreme. Sword-grinding mountain was an ancient holy land of swordsmanship. If he was not destined to come here, it would be fine. But since he was destined to come here, he had to get the inheritance no matter what. Chen Zong was not sure if he could come again if he failed. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity. It was difficult. The higher he went, the more difficult it was. The sword pressure on his body became more and more intense. It was like a mountain was pressing down on him from all directions, and the weight was constantly increasing. However, what it brought was not only the sword pressure that was getting stronger and stronger, but also the endless mountain top. He did not know when he would be able to reach the top. The feeling of being full of the unknown and uncertainty would unconsciously breed a trace of despair from the depths of a woman's back. When despair accumulated to the extreme, it would cause a collapse and directly collapse. Gradually, Chen Zong felt that his body of consciousness was trembling. There was a feeling that it was going to disintegrate at any time. It was uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. That feeling was indescribable. Trance. Chen Zong's consciousness began to feel like it was in a trance. Only one thought was still holding on, and that was that he could not stop and could not give up. Climb. It was an endless climb. His consciousness continued to sink as if it was falling into a bottomless abyss. He could no longer feel his body of consciousness. His feet felt as if they were stepping on clouds. There was an indescribable feeling of weightlessness. It was as if his entire body was about to fly. He did not know how much time had passed. Even Chen Zong did not know if he had failed the test or not. When he woke up, he found that he was standing in front of a tall wall. The wall was completely black. The black door was closed, and there was an indescribable solemnity. On the black door, there were countless sword patterns crisscrossing, like a totem of thousands of swords. On the plaque above, there were two simple words that were as simple as swords. The human compound. Above the tall wall, there were countless waves of dark aura, which gave Chen Zong an extremely dangerous feeling. After a while, Chen Zong felt that his body of consciousness seemed to have recovered. He reached out and was about to push open the black door that was covered with sword patterns. The moment his hands touched the door, Chen Zong could not help but shiver. He only felt an indescribable chill in an instant. Why was there such an aura? Chen Zong was puzzled. However, Chen Zong did not withdraw his hands. He suddenly pushed hard. Creaking sounds were suddenly heard, like an ancient melody, with an indescribable rhythm. An extremely cold aura, with an indescribable evil and demonic nature, swept over like a storm. Chen Zong felt cold all over. He could not help but shiver, as if he was about to be frozen from the inside out. Chen Zong operated his strength to resist the attack of the cold aura. His expression became more and more dignified. Looking through the crack of the door, he saw darkness and coldness. There seemed to be an indescribable and unpredictable danger lurking inside. Without hesitation, Chen Zong stepped directly into the room. The sword also condensed and appeared in his hand. With a sword in hand, Chen Zong's strength could be fully unleashed. The sound of his footsteps was extremely light, but when he stepped on the stairs, it still made a slight sound. However, such a slight sound became very clear and ear-piercing in such an environment. The cold aura was everywhere. It was pitch black all around. However, after a while, Chen Zong's vision gradually adapted to the darkness. Slowly, he could see that it was like a dim space. Very suddenly, a pitch-black sword light flashed. It was straight and fierce, fast and fierce. Without any prelude, it directly stabbed from the side. This sword was so sudden, and it was so fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was like the fangs of a ferocious wolf that was about to kill Chen Zong directly. Chen Zong was highly alert. He reacted in an instant. He moved his body, turned around, and counterattacked with his sword. The two swords clashed in an instant. Chen Zong's sword pierced straight through, and just as he was about to kill his opponent's silhouette flickered. His speed was extremely fast, and he was as agile as a ferocious wolf. After dodging, he suddenly exploded forth, and another sword slashed out. Faintly, a terrifying howl of a wolf could be heard. This was a great way swordsmanship. It was one of the 13 great way swordsmanship displayed by the sword chi figures in the sword sharpening token. However, Chen Zong found that the great way swordsmanship displayed by this black shadow was much better than that displayed by the sword chi figures in the sword sharpening token. Flexible, tyrannical, one-on-one, Chen Zong fought fiercely with the black shadow. He performed the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship alternately and immediately suppressed the black shadow. Then, with a slash of his sword, he killed the black shadow. Chen Zong also found that he could not perform the great way unique techniques here. In other words, his consciousness body could not perform any unique techniques here. The only means he could use were the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship. Fortunately, the black shadow could not perform any unique techniques either. It could only use the great way swordsmanship. Chen Zong was not afraid of a confrontation of great way swordsmanship. When the black shadow was killed by his sword, a wisp of black gas suddenly spread out from it and quickly drifted toward Chen Zong. It was impossible to dodge or resist. It directly entered Chen Zong's consciousness body. In an instant, a series of images appeared directly in Chen Zong's body of consciousness. It made Chen Zong feel that his body of consciousness seemed to have condensed a little. Moreover, those images were images of him cultivating the great path of sword arts. There was also some information about the great path of sword arts. Fierce wolf swordsmanship, this was the name of the great way swordsmanship. Although the name did not sound very impressive, it was a real great way swordsmanship. When practiced to the extreme, its power was also very terrifying. Now, by killing the black shadow, he could obtain part of the mystery of the fierce wolf swordsmanship. It was very good. Moreover, his consciousness body seemed to have been strengthened. Although it was only a little, it was better than nothing. In an instant, Chen Zong was in high spirits. His eyes shone with rays of light and gradually brightened. He looked for more black shadows to kill. In this way, he had a chance to obtain the complete fierce wolf swordsmanship. It was good for him to have another great way swordsmanship. Whether it was to cultivate, master, or integrate its essence into his own swordsmanship, there were many benefits. Chen Zong's eyes swept around and kept searching in the dim courtyard. However, he did not see any black shadow. As he walked, suddenly, Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. He immediately parried with his sword and blocked a sword light that suddenly appeared. He turned his body and suddenly slashed out with his sword. The power of the world swordsmanship was urged to the extreme. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong killed the black shadow. As expected, he obtained another wisp of black gas. His consciousness body was strengthened a little. Moreover, more information about the fierce wolf swordsmanship was grasped by Qinzong. At this rate, Qinzong would master this great way swordsmanship sooner or later. 1, 2, 3. Qinzong constantly encountered the black shadows and fought fiercely with them. The great way sword principle of each black shadow was very exquisite and powerful. Although Qinzong could defeat them one-on-one, it was not as easy as cracking the sword-grinding token. He had to fight with them. As Qinzong kept killing the black shadows and absorbing the black aura, his body of consciousness became more condensed and his consciousness was strengthened. His strength was also strengthened to a certain extent. The memory of the fierce wolf sword principle also became more and more complete. Qinzong also mastered 1.5 moves of it. But in addition to the fierce wolf sword principle, Qinzong also obtained the memory of 2 other great way sword principles. Flying crane sword principle, spirit snake sword principle. They were all very simple names, but the mystery was extraordinary. There was a sense of returning to simplicity. In addition to the memory of the 3 great way sword principles, Qinzong also knew that this was the human compound, which was the lowest compound in the sword-grinding mountain. Those black shadows were all disciples of the human compound, but he did not know why they had become like this. There was no answer. Perhaps he would only know the answer when he reached the end. He would know the truth of the sword-grinding mountain's destruction overnight and unravel the secret that countless people wanted to know for millions of years. Thinking about it, Qinzong could not help but feel a little excited. The benefits of killing the black shadows were, first, to obtain the memory of the great way sword principle. Second, to strengthen the body of consciousness. Even if it was just a little bit at a time, it would accumulate. Third, to unravel the mystery of the sword-grinding mountain's destruction overnight. Therefore, Qinzong naturally had to find more black shadows to kill. Unfortunately, unless the black shadows appeared on their own initiative, Qinzong could not find them. Thus, Qinzong simply wandered around the human compound. The consciousness body did not need to eat or drink, as long as it was not destroyed and its strength was not exhausted. The human compound was very large, extremely vast. This was because this was the lower compound of sword-sharpening mountain, and it also had the most disciples. Based on the sword-sharpening mountain's status as the holy land of swordsmanship, there must be many disciples. There must be at least 1,000 disciples in the human compound. However, Qinzong had only killed a dozen black shadows, which was far from the number he should have. Of course, Qinzong still couldn't figure out how the black shadow appeared. It was full of unknowns and mysteries. The effect of moving around was better. From time to time, a black shadow would suddenly appear and fight fiercely with Qinzong. Every move and style of the black shadow was like a killing move, just to kill Qinzong. The confrontation between sword masters was undoubtedly very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, this kind of confrontation also imperceptibly tempered Qinzong's swordsmanship. Even if he did not absorb his opponent's swordsmanship memory, Qinzong's own swordsmanship became purer and stronger little by little through the repeated life-and-death confrontations. The sharpness of a sword was sharpened, this was the reason. As he moved around, black shadows would appear from time to time. As soon as those black shadows appeared, they would basically fight to the death with Qinzong, as if they had a great hatred for him. The aura here was cold, which made Qinzong feel uncomfortable. However, as his consciousness body continued to condense and strengthen, his resistance to the cold aura became stronger and stronger. The moves of the 3 great path sword principles, fierce wolf sword principle, flying crane sword principle, and spirit snake sword principle, were becoming more and more complete. Qinzong could already perform a few moves, but they were only a few moves and were useless. They were completely incomparable to his heart swordsmanship and world sword principle. In addition, Qinzong obtained the memory and experience of a new great path sword principle. Wild lion sword principle, Qinzong fell into a strange state, which was to continuously lure out black shadows, hunt them, strengthen his consciousness, and obtain the memory of the great path sword principle. The 5th great path sword principle, Sky Tiger Sword Principle, the 6th Great Path Sword Principle, Swimming Fish Sword Principle, speaking of which, these sword principles were named after the names of animals such as wolves, lions, tigers, and so on. If they were released, those who did not know might not pay attention to them or even want to cultivate them. However, Qinzong knew very well that although the names of these 6 great Dao sword techniques were extremely simple, the profoundness within them was extremely shocking. At the very least, they were not inferior to the few great Dao sword techniques that Qinzong had obtained previously. Next, Qinzong kept killing black shadows, but did not obtain the 7th Great Path Sword Principle. What he had was the contents of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles. Some of the contents were repeated, but some complemented each other. After a period of time, the Flying Crane Sword Principle was completed and became a complete Great Path Sword Principle. Next, Qinzong performed the Flying Crane Sword Principle and fought fiercely with the Black Shadows. Qinzong's Flying Crane Sword Principle was obtained from the Black Shadows. With the Black Shadows' cultivation experience, coupled with his superb comprehension, he was able to quickly grasp the mysteries of the Sword Principle. In addition, he continued to improve during the battle. In the beginning, Qinzong was at a disadvantage. However, Qinzong's consciousness body was now more condensed and stronger than when he had just entered the human compound. Even if the Flying Crane Sword Principle was slightly inferior, it was still amazing. In the fierce battle, Qinzong's Flying Crane Sword Principle also quickly improved to the perfect realm. At this point, Qinzong did not continue. He switched to the Heart Sword Principle and killed the Black Shadows. Next, the Sky Tiger Sword Principle was completed. Qinzong used the Sky Tiger Sword Principle to fight the enemy until it reached the perfect realm. The 3rd Great Path Sword Principle was completed. It was the Fierce Wolf Sword Principle that he had obtained the earliest. The 4th technique that was completed was the Swimming Fish Sword Technique. The 5th Great Path Sword Principle was completed. The 6th Great Path Sword Principle was completed. Qinzong kept killing the Black Shadows. What he obtained were the memories of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles. In addition, there were some mixed memories, such as the trivial matters and obsessions of the disciples of the human compound. Fortunately, they were very subtle and did not affect Qinzong significantly. In addition, Qinzong would get rid of them in time so that they would not settle down and become a hidden danger. Kill. Kill, kill. Qinzong performed the Heart Sword Principle and the World Sword Principle. At the same time, he intentionally extracted the essence of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles. He wanted to integrate them into the 2 Great Path Sword Principles so that the power and mysteries of the 2 Great Path Sword Principles could be further improved. Qinzong's comprehension ability was extremely high, and his swordsmanship foundation was extremely solid. Moreover, he was constantly receiving the Black Shadow swordsmanship memories and experiences. Although many of them were repetitive, everyone's swordsmanship cultivation experience was different. Many a little makes a mickle. Extract the essence. With the comprehension of the divine martial jade annulus from the wind-blowing sect, Qinzong began to integrate the essence of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles into the Heart Sword Principle and the World Sword Principle. In fact, in the relics of the World Lord, Qinzong finally obtained the mysterious seed. As for the other treasures, there was nothing else. Because the skinny monkey-like elder directly said that the seed was the most precious and core item of the World Lord. As for the other treasures, he intended to keep them. Every 10,000 years, someone would enter the relics of the World Lord. The purpose of the World Lord seemed to be to leave everything to his descendants and cultivate more experts. Qinzong could do nothing about it. Now that he had come to Sword Grinding Mountain, he wanted to do his best to obtain benefits and improve himself. After all, the mysterious seed was still a seed and had not shown any other effects. Of course, regardless of whether there was the mysterious seed or not, since there was an opportunity in Sword Grinding Mountain, Qinzong would do his best to obtain it. Hunt, hunt, hunt. Gradually, the essence of the 6 Great Path Sword Principles was integrated into the Heart Sword Principle and the World Sword Principle, causing the power and mystery of the 2 Great Path Sword Principles to increase again. Breakthrough. The power of the Heart Sword Principle was raised to the top level of level 10 AO Wu, while the power of the World Sword Principle was further enhanced, infinitely close to level 11 AO Wu. However, going from the 10th level to the 11th level was a huge improvement. It was not that easy, so Qinzong was not in a hurry. In any case, whether it was the Heart Swordsmanship or the World Swordsmanship, there was an obvious increase in power and profundity. When his body of consciousness was almost doubled, Qinzong found that no matter how he hunted the black shadows and obtained the black gas, he could not continue to enhance his body of consciousness. At most, he could only obtain some repetitive memories, which were not very useful. Chen Zong planned to leave the human compound and continue to move forward. Maybe he would gain more. After a while, Chen Zong passed through the human compound and saw a pitch-black staircase that continued to extend upwards, as if there was no end. In addition, Chen Zong also saw a black shadow wandering on the staircase. The black shadow looked more solid than the one in the human compound. It held a long sword in its hand and its whole body was filled with a shocking cold aura. Chen Zong did not stop at all. He stepped forward and quickly climbed up the stairs. The moment Chen Zong's foot landed on the stairs, the sword-wielding black shadow suddenly flashed and a sword pierced through the air, bringing with it an extremely sharp and ferocious sword aura. The sword was like a wolf and a tiger. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to hear the howls of wolves and tigers. It was extremely terrifying. At a glance, Chen Zong saw some of the mysteries of the sword. It had the shadow of the fierce wolf sword principle and the shadow of the azure tiger sword principle. It seemed to be the fusion of these two sword principles. Compared to the black shadows in the human compound, this black shadow swordsmanship was much more powerful. Chen Zong was delighted at the sight of his prey and immediately began to exchange blows with him. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong cut down the black shadow with his sword and received a wisp of black gas into his body. His body of consciousness improved slightly. In addition, Chen Zong also learned the memory of a great path sword principle. This could be considered a new great path sword principle. At least, Chen Zong did not see it among the 13 great path sword principles in the sword sharpening order. The fierce wolf tiger sword principle. This sword principle was indeed the fusion of the fierce wolf sword principle and the azure tiger sword principle. It used the fierce wolf sword principle as the main body and integrated the essence of the azure tiger sword principle. Its power was much more powerful than the fierce wolf sword principle or the azure tiger sword principle. The black shadow was a disciple on patrol. The acquisition of the dire wolf tiger sword art gave Chen Zong a pleasant surprise. Stepping on the stairs, Chen Zong continued to climb upwards. Not long after, Chen Zong encountered a second black shadow. Once again, he battled and killed it. However, this black shadow did not use the ferocious wolf tiger sword art, but the azure tiger wolf sword art. It was a sword art that was mainly based on the azure tiger sword art, while the essence of the ferocious wolf sword art was infused into it. End of chapter 2599. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.